Chapter 1. The Beautiful Butcher. Snow was falling in the 12th lunar month as a large cauldron of boiling water sat in the courtyard. The snowflakes melted before they could even reach the pot, vaporized by the rising steam. The accumulated snow on the ground had been trampled into a muddy slush. Next to the cauldron, a wooden door panel was propped up on benches, with half a pig carcass laid out on top. Changyu brought her cleaver down with a swift chop, severing a hind leg from the pig. The makeshift table shuddered, sending bone fragments and bits of meat flying. The cleaver in her hand had a thick, broad back and was entirely black except for its gleaming snow-white edge, which looked frighteningly sharp at a glance. A skinning knife and a boning knife lay beside the chopping board, their dark iron bodies and bright white blades part of a set with her cleaver. Today, the Chun family in Linan town was slaughtering their New Year's pig and had invited neighbors and clan relatives to join in the festivities. It was quite a lively affair. The guests huddled around the fire pit inside, stealing glances at Changyu busying herself in the courtyard, and began to whisper among themselves. The Fan family just finished their mourning period. Why did the Chins invite that slip of a girl, Changyu, to butcher their pig? The Chins are on good terms with second brother Fan's family. They're not so superstitious. The speaker's voice trailed off, perhaps remembering the Fan family's tragic circumstances, and glanced outside. Snowflakes drifted like cotton in the air. In the courtyard, the young woman wielding the cleaver wore a plain, slightly worn jacket and skirt. She was tall and slender, with her black hair pulled back, revealing half of her fair and delicate profile. Though she looked thin, she worked with remarkable efficiency. When second brother Fan's wife first arrived in Linan town with her husband, she caught the eye of many admirers. Some jealous women even privately speculated that she must have come from a brothel, a testament to her striking beauty. Both of her daughters had inherited her good looks and were exceptionally attractive. The younger one was only 5 and hadn't yet grown into her looks. But if the elder daughter hadn't been betrothed to the Song family's son from a young age, suitors would likely have worn down the Fan family's doorstep these past few years. Someone sighed. Second brother Fan and his wife were killed by mountain bandits, leaving only 2 young girls behind. And big brother Fan is heartless, only thinking about seizing his brother's property. Changyu and her sister have had it rough. We thought Changyu's life would improve once Song Yin passed the provincial exams and she married into their family, but who knew that engagement would fall through too? That girl Changyu is tough though, following in her father's footsteps as a butcher to support the family. She's managed to keep the Fan household afloat. The Chun family hiring her to slaughter their pig is a way of looking after her business. Hearing these hidden stories, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. However, one voice, barely above a whisper, added, "I heard that the Fan family's elder daughter is cursed and caused her parents' deaths. Even her younger sister was born sickly because of her bad luck. The Song family had their fortunes read and found out she was born under an ill-fated star, which is why they hurriedly broke off the engagement." The previous speaker scoffed. "Do you know where the Song family had those fortunes read?" The sighs from the crowd grew louder. Everyone could see through the Song family's intentions in breaking off the engagement at this time. There was an old saying that when a man is promoted or strikes it rich, his wife dies. Song Yin had passed the provincial exams and was destined for an official career. How could he still marry a butcher's daughter? The chopping board in the courtyard was not far from the main house, forcing Changyu to overhear the gossip about herself. However, her face betrayed no emotion. Her parents had passed away over a month ago, and she had long since come to terms with it. Her story with Song Yin was nothing more than a tale of Qin Xianglian and Qin Shimi. Years ago, when the Song family couldn't even afford a coffin, Madame Song knelt in the street with Song Yin, kowtowing to passers-by and begging for help to buy a thin coffin to bury her husband. Even with her forehead bloodied from kowtowing, no one had offered assistance. It was Changyu's parents who, unable to bear the sight, had helped buy a coffin for the burial. Madame Song had been overwhelmed with gratitude and voluntarily proposed betrothing Song Yin to Changyu, promising that once Song Yin achieved a high rank in the imperial examinations, he would marry her and give her a life of comfort. Later, the two families became neighbors, and Changyu's parents often helped the widowed mother and her orphaned son. Madame Song was determined to have her son take the imperial examinations, but couldn't afford the tuition fees. Before Song Yin was admitted to the county school, much of his tuition had been covered by Fan Changyu's father. Song Yin did prove to be talented. A few years ago, he had already passed the county-level examinations, and this autumn, he achieved the rank of Jiren in the provincial exams. Many local gentry were now eager to curry favor with him, and even the county magistrate showed him preferential treatment, reportedly intending to take him as a son-in-law. Madame Song's attitude had become noticeably ambiguous. She seemed to feel that a butcher's daughter was no longer a suitable match for her son, now a Jiren. Fan Changyu's mother, sensing that Madame Song was no longer as amiable as before, feared they might be misunderstood as trying to cash in on past favors. She suggested calling off the engagement, but Madame Song vehemently refused, insisting that the Song family was not the kind to forget debts of gratitude. After Fan Changyu's parents died unexpectedly, rumors spread from an unknown source that she had a hard fate that had caused her parents' deaths. When Madame Song came to break off the engagement, she used this very excuse, claiming that she had consulted a fortune-teller who determined that Fan Changyu and Song Yan's birth dates were incompatible. If they were to marry, not only would it bring misfortune to Song Yan, but with Fan Changyu's parents gone, the bad luck would extend to Madame Song herself. Thus, Song Yin conveniently dissolved their engagement without a trace of the accusation of ingratitude. It was only Fan Changyu who became known as the ill-fated star that everyone avoided. Fan Changyu pushed these thoughts aside and let out a heavy sigh. There was no use dwelling on such depressing matters. After finishing butchering the pig, she collected her pay. Without even entering the main house, she bid farewell to the hosts. During the New Year season, everyone emphasized auspiciousness. Although the Qin family didn't mind inviting her to slaughter their pig despite her family's recent funeral, she was well aware of the situation. The hosts didn't insist on her staying and gave her a bucket of pig offal as she left. This was an unwritten custom in the village. When someone was hired to slaughter a pig, besides the wages, they were also given a piece of pork. However, most of the time, pig offal was substituted instead. Before heading home with the offal, Fan Changyu stopped by the pharmacy to pick up 2 prescriptions of medicine. One was for her younger sister, and the other for the man she had rescued. Yesterday, she had taken a job slaughtering a pig in the countryside. On her way back, she had found a bloodied man in the snow who appeared to have fallen victim to mountain bandits. Because her parents had also died at the hands of mountain bandits, Fan Changyu felt compassion and carried the man back with her. To her surprise, none of the medical clinics in town dared to treat someone who was already half dead. Unable to simply abandon him on the street, she had no choice but to try her luck. She brought him back home and asked a neighbor, a former veterinarian of 15 years who had switched to carpentry, to try and treat him. Fan Changyu wasn't sure how effective the treatment had been, but at least the man was still breathing. The prescription was also written by her neighbor. After getting the medicine, Fan Changyu headed home. The Fan family residence was located in a residential alley in the west of the town, where houses were crowded closely together. The alley was dark and damp, with moss growing along the walls. The houses on both sides were old, their plaster walls mottled and wooden doors and windows old and decrepit, exuding a musty odor. As if by some cruel twist of fate, just as Fan Changyu entered the alley, she ran into the Song mother and son. Both were wearing newly tailored winter clothes made of fine fabric. Madame Song even wore gold earrings, her demeanor no longer meek and pitiful as before, but rather proud. After Song Yin passed the provincial exams, local gentry and wealthy merchants sent silver and even houses as gifts. The Song family was now quite prosperous. As the saying goes, a man relies on his clothes as a horse relies on its saddle. Song Yin wore a long raven blue robe embroidered with bamboo leaf patterns, exuding a scholarly air. Gone was his former poverty-stricken look, replaced by the demeanor of a refined young gentleman. Fan Changyu had just come from butchering at the Chen family's house. She carried a leather bag containing her butcher's knives on her back, and her patched old jacket was splattered with blood from the slaughter. In one hand, she held a package of medicine, and in the other, a wooden bucket of pig offal. She looked quite disheveled. Madame Song discreetly moved aside, even taking out a handkerchief to fan in front of her nose. She was now wearing a gold ring on her hand as well. They had truly become wealthy. The alley was narrow, and neither the mother nor son spoke. Fan Changyu didn't give them much attention either. She acted as if she hadn't seen the pair and walked straight ahead with her bucket of offal. "Make way," she called out. As they brushed past each other, the bucket of pig offal accidentally grazed Song Yan's new clothes, leaving a large wet stain of blood on the fabric. Watching Fan Changyu's retreating figure, Madame Song's face turned green with anger. She lamented, "That careless girl. This is Hangzhou silk." Song Yan's eyes betrayed no emotion as he said, "Mother, let it go." Madame Song's face was full of frustration. "Fine. In a few days, we'll be moving away from this poor neighborhood anyway." Meanwhile, as Fan Changyu approached her home, a 5-year-old ball of snow darted out from the neighbor's house at the sound of her arrival. "Sister, you're back," the child exclaimed. The little snowball was delicately beautiful, utterly adorable. She opened her arms, wanting to hug Fan Changyu, her smile revealing a missing tooth. Fan Changyu held her sister back by the collar. "Don't touch me, my clothes are dirty." Little Changning obediently stopped in her tracks. Seeing her elder sister carrying many things, she voluntarily took the medicine package. She had a pair of almond-shaped eyes identical to Fan Changyu's, though rounder at the corners due to her young age. Her cheeks were still chubby, making her look like a plump porcelain doll. The neighbor's wife came out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Fan Changyu, she smiled and said, "Changyu's back." The neighbors were an elderly couple. The husband's surname was Zhao, and he was a carpenter who had to go out during the day to make furniture for people or set up a stall in the market to sell wicker and bamboo baskets, only returning home in the evening. The two families were on very good terms. Whenever Fan Changyu had to go out, she would leave her younger sister with the neighbor's wife, not wanting to leave the child alone at home. Fan Changyu responded with a sound of acknowledgement and picked out a piece of pig liver strung together with palm leaves from the bucket of offal. She handed it over, saying, "Uncle likes this. You can stir-fry it as a dish to go with his wine." The neighbor's wife accepted it without hesitation and then added, "The young man you brought back last night has woken up." Fan Changyu was surprised by this news. "I'll go check on him in a bit," she said. With her parents gone and only herself and her younger sister left in the house, it wasn't appropriate to have a strange man stay with them. After bringing the man to her neighbor's uncle for treatment last night, she borrowed a room from the neighbors and temporarily settled him there. Little Changning looked up and said, "That big brother is so beautiful." "Beautiful?" Fan Changyu couldn't help but laugh, patting her sister's little top knot. How can you describe a man as beautiful? However, when she found the man, his face had been covered in dried, blackened blood, making it almost impossible to discern his features. When she brought him back yesterday evening, it was already dusk, and in the rush to seek medical help, she hadn't even thought about cleaning his face. She truly didn't know what he looked like. Fan Changyu went back to her room to change out of her butchering clothes before heading next door. Winter evenings always came particularly early. Before the hour of view had passed, the sky had already darkened. When Fan Changyu entered the room, it was dim inside, and she could only see the outline of a figure on the bed. The room was filled with a mixture of herbal medicine smell, the stench of blood, and sweat, creating an indescribable odor. The weather was bitterly cold, and Uncle Zhao and Auntie Zhao, probably fearing the man wouldn't make it through the night, had sealed the doors and windows tightly. They had even lit a charcoal brazier in the room, intensifying the smell in the heated air. But Fan Changyu, who had been in pig pens when catching pigs, wasn't particularly bothered by the smell. She only wrinkled her brow slightly as she entered, then went to the table to light an oil lamp. A warm orange glow illuminated the small space. When Fan Changyu turned back towards the bed and saw the man's face, she was slightly taken aback. She now understood why Changning had described him as beautiful. Chapter 2. The Fallen Man. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow over the dilapidated room. The man lay quietly, his face now clean of blood, pale yet handsome, strikingly good-looking. He appeared quite young, with a slender but not frail build. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, he had fallen asleep again. His long eyelashes rested on his eyelids, casting fan-shaped shadows in the lamplight. His nose was straight, and even in his unconscious state, his thin, chapped lips were tightly pressed together, suggesting a rather stubborn personality. Such a face, paired with his battered body, resembled a pine tree with frost-broken branches, yet still standing tall and proud, or a rough jade stone chiseled with countless holes, but still wrapped in its stony skin. It evoked a sense of pity in onlookers. Whether disturbed by the lamplight or from being stared at for too long, the man's long lashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were as black as ink, devoid of any emotion. The slightly upturned corners gave him a naturally aloof appearance. Changyu, not at all embarrassed at being caught staring, calmly asked, "You're awake?" The man didn't respond. Noticing his severely chapped lips and assuming his injuries were severe, making it difficult for him to speak, Changyu asked, "Would you like some water?" He nodded slowly and finally spoke. "Did you save me?" His voice was as hoarse as gravel scraping against a broken gong, ill-fitting his face that resembled the clear moon and fresh snow. Changyu went to the table to pour him a cup of water and handed it over. "I saw you collapsed in the snowy wilderness and carried you back, but it was Uncle Zhao who truly pulled you back from the brink of death." She paused, then added, "You're currently staying at his house. He used to be a physician, although he was a veterinarian." The man struggled to sit up. The hand that took the chipped earthenware cup was covered in various abrasions, with hardly a patch of uninjured skin visible. After a few sips of water, he covered his mouth and began to cough softly. His disheveled hair fell forward, revealing an even paler jawline. Changyu said, "Drink slowly. I can see you're not from around here. Since I didn't know your name or where you lived before, I didn't report this to the authorities. Were you attacked by mountain bandits at Huchako?" He stopped coughing and lowered his eyes, half of his face hidden in shadows beyond the candlelight's reach. "My surname is Yan, with the single given name Zheng. There's fighting in the north, and I fled here from Changyu. Linan Town was just a small town under Jizhou Prefecture." Changyu, having never left Jizhou in her life, wasn't very clear about the current political situation. However, the government had collected grain in autumn, presumably for the war effort. Her eyelid twitched. A war refugee, alone, his family had likely met with misfortune. She asked, "Do you have any family left?" Hearing this, the man's fingers gripping the earthenware cup turned white from the pressure. After a long silence, he hoarsely uttered a few words. "They're all gone." Indeed, his family had perished. Changyu, having recently experienced the pain of losing both parents, understood his current state of mind. She pressed her lips together and said, "I'm sorry." The man said, "It's nothing," but somehow began coughing again as if blood had caught in his throat. His coughing grew more severe, and he couldn't hold onto the cup, which shattered on the ground. It seemed as if he might cough up his very lungs. Changyu was momentarily at a loss, but quickly reacted by calling for Madame Zhao and moving forward to pat his back and help him breathe. He had many sword and knife wounds on his body, with bandages wrapped from his shoulder blades to his chest. To avoid constricting the wounds, he wore only a loose, large inner garment. Now, with this heart-wrenching cough, his clothes loosened, revealing the bandaged torso. In the dim candlelight, his abdominal muscles were clearly defined beneath the bandages. But the violent coughing had reopened his wounds, and blood slowly seeped through the bandages. Changyu called out louder towards the outside, "Auntie, please hurry, and ask Uncle Zhao to come back and take a look." Madame Zhao responded from outside and hurriedly left to find her husband. The man continued coughing violently, his originally pale face now flushed red. Finally, he leaned over the bed and coughed up a mouthful of congested blood. Changyu was startled, fearing he might collapse to the floor. She quickly supported his shoulder, asking, "How are you feeling?" His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his neck and chest were soaked through. He looked as if he had been pulled from the water, with a strong smell of blood emanating from him. His disheveled hair fell messily across his forehead, presenting a wretched and tragic sight. "Better now? Thank you," he managed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and leaned back against the bedpost, gasping for breath. His vulnerable neck exposed, he looked like a wild beast giving up its struggle in its dying moments. His current condition certainly didn't seem better, as he claimed. Changyu looked at the man, instinctively recalling the moment she had first found him. In his semi-conscious state, he had forced his eyes open to look at her, like a dying wolf. By the time Carpenter Zhao finally rushed back from outside, the man had already passed out from exhaustion, his breath as thin as a thread. Fan Changyu sat at the doorway with a worried expression, like a farmer who had suffered a famine, pondering. If this man died, should she, as a good Samaritan, see things through to the end and buy him a thin coffin for burial, or simply dig a hole and bury him? Feeling the few copper coins left in her pocket, she thought the latter option might be better. She and her younger sister still needed to eat, and digging a hole to bury him should be enough. After a while, Carpenter Zhao emerged from the room with a grave expression. Without saying a word, he went to the main hall and poured himself a cup of cold tea. Fan Changyu, assuming the man couldn't be saved, said, "Uncle Zhao, don't blame yourself. If he can't be saved, it's his fate. Once he passes, I'll carry him up the mountain and find a place with good feng shui to bury him." Carpenter Zhao choked on his tea and coughed for a good while before catching his breath. "What nonsense are you talking about? He's still very much alive." Fan Changyu was stunned and then scratched her head in embarrassment. "He was coughing up blood earlier, and you came out with such a serious face. I thought he wasn't going to make it." Carpenter Zhao explained, "That young man has a strong constitution. Coughing up that congested blood saved his life. But that's all, just saved his life. Whether he can fully recover in the future will depend on careful nursing and his luck." The implication was that he might become an invalid, unable to lift or carry anything. He asked Fan Changyu, "Do you know where he's from? Does he have any relatives?" Fan Changyu recalled the man's background and sat back down on the doorstep like a disaster-stricken farmer. He said he fled from the north as a refugee. His family is all dead. He escaped here only to encounter mountain bandits. I'm afraid he has nowhere to go now. The elderly Zhao couple exchanged a glance and opened their mouths, but remained silent. Saving someone temporarily was one thing, but continuously caring for an invalid was another matter entirely. With such severe injuries, not only would medicine be expensive, but an extra bowl and pair of chopsticks meant another mouth to feed. After a moment of silence, Carpenter Zhao asked her, "What do you think we should do?" Fan Changyu picked up a stick and drew 2 circles on the ground before responding. "I already carried him back from the snowy wilderness. We can't just turn him away now." Madame Zhao worried for her. "Your parents have passed away, and Ning is in poor health, always needing medicine. How will you manage with another idle person to care for?" Fan Changyu also felt she had brought home a troublesome situation, but saw no other option. She said, "Let him recover from his injuries for now. When he's better, we'll see what plans he has for himself." Inside the room, the man who had just regained consciousness after Carpenter Zhao's acupuncture treatment overheard this conversation. His ink-black eyes turned slightly towards the door. In the darkening sky, heavy snow began to fall again. The warm glow from the candle inside the room seemed to make it less cold. The young woman, wearing an old apricot-colored jacket, crouched on the doorstep. Her elbow rested on her knee, one hand supporting her snow-white cheek, the other holding a small stick, aimlessly poking and prodding the ground. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed as if she had made a difficult decision. The elderly couple sighed. The man's gaze lingered on the young woman's face for a moment before he withdrew it, slowly closing his eyes and forcibly suppressing the urge to cough that rose in his throat. That evening, after returning home and waiting for her younger sister to fall asleep, Fan Changyu retrieved a wooden box hidden in the rafters. Opening the box revealed several stamped land deeds and a handful of copper coins. The deeds were left by her parents after their passing, and the copper coins were Fan Changyu's earnings from pig slaughtering. Her family had once been quite well off. Their current financial struggles stemmed from her father's decision to invest a large sum of money in building a pigsty the previous year. Her father had been a renowned butcher in town and felt it would be more cost-effective to raise his pigs rather than buying them from pig traders. He planned to set up a pigsty in the countryside and hire people to help raise the pigs. Unfortunately, before the pigsty could be built, both he and his wife met with an accident. The funeral expenses nearly depleted all the family's available funds. With no income, Fan Changyu had no choice but to take up pig slaughtering to make ends meet. She had considered selling a few mao of land for emergency funds, but according to the current dynasty's laws, upon the death of parents, daughters could not inherit family property without a written will from their parents. If the deceased had no sons, the property would go to the parents' siblings. As a daughter, Changyu couldn't transfer ownership of the house and land left by her parents, nor could she use them as collateral to exchange for silver. Her uncle was a gambler who had accumulated a mountain of debt. He was eager to get his hands on their family's property to pay off his gambling debts and would occasionally come to make trouble, trying to force her to hand over the house deed. Changyu refused, of course. Not only was the house where she had lived with her parents for over a decade, with every blade of grass and tree holding sentimental value, but if they lost their shelter, where would she and her younger sister go? Would they end up on the streets? Fearing that her young sister might be tricked into revealing information, Changyu hadn't even told her where the deeds were hidden. She poured out the copper coins from the box and counted them, a total of 371, all saved from her pig slaughtering work after deducting daily expenses. Even if they hadn't taken in that man, her family would soon be unable to make ends meet. Relying on pig slaughtering for income wasn't a long-term solution. Business was good during the 12th lunar month when many families slaughtered pigs for the new year, but after that, there was hardly any business. Changyu calculated that she needed to reopen their family's pork shop. She did some mental accounting. In the 12th lunar month, a live pig cost 15 won per gene. Buying an 80-gene pig would cost 1 guan and 200 won. After slaughter, there would be about 60 gene of meat. If sold at the fresh meat price of 30 won per gene, a single pig could net a profit of 600 won. If the pig's head and offal were braised and sold as prepared dishes, the price would be even higher. During the New Year period, every household needed to entertain guests, but ordinary families rarely had a complete set of seasonings and couldn't prepare impressive dishes. Most would buy some prepared food from the streets, and braised meat was quite popular during this season. The idea was good, but the difficulty lay in not having enough silver to buy even one pig at present. Changyu let out a soft sigh, put the copper coins into her sleeve pocket, and returned only the land deeds to the box, placing it back in the rafters. She needed to find a way to gather enough money to buy a pig first. Chapter 3. The Pig-Driving Girl. Early the next morning, Changyu left Chongning with Madame Zhao and set out with over 300 wens and a silver hairpin in her pocket. The hairpin was a gift from her parents for her coming-of-age ceremony, costing over 2 taels of silver. By pawning this hairpin, she should be able to gather enough money to buy a pig. She entered the pawn shop, but to her surprise, the shopkeeper examined her hairpin with squinted eyes for a long time before holding up 3 fingers. 301. Changyu almost choked on her breath. She widened her eyes. This hairpin is pure silver. It's only worth 301. The shopkeeper said, though the hairpin is silver, it's not heavy, and the style is outdated. I know your family is struggling, so how about this? Uncle will give you 501. I can't offer more. 1 tael. I won't pawn it for even 1 won less. The shopkeeper placed the hairpin on the counter. Then you'd better take it back. Changyu had been counting on pawning this hairpin to buy a pig. She hadn't expected this heartless shopkeeper to lowball her so much. Without further argument, she picked up the hairpin and headed for the door. The shopkeeper hadn't anticipated this girl to be so stubborn, refusing to haggle. He called out, "Hey, come back, come back. 1 tael it is. Consider it uncle taking pity on you, losing money to take your hairpin. It's early morning, and doing business with you will be my first transaction of the day." Leaving the pawn shop, Changyu now had an additional tael of silver. To inquire about the market price of braised meat, she first went to the street selling cooked food. Today happened to be market day. Although it was still early, the market was already bustling. Many farmers from the countryside had brought their produce to sell and were using the money to buy New Year's goods to take back home. Changyu took a round and found that the shops selling cooked meat mainly offered roast chicken and goose. The most popular braised pork items were pig head meat and pig ears, with pig offal being the least sold. A plump aunt, seeing Changyu examining the food displayed outside her shop, called out, "Young lady, would you like to buy some roast chicken?" Changyu asked, "How much is this pig head meat?" The plump aunt said, "Young lady, you have a good eye? This pig head meat was just braised last night and simmered all night long. It's very fragrant. 5 won for 2 liang. How much would you like?" That meant 50 won per gene, but often vendors would intentionally quote a higher price, leaving room for bargaining. To test the vendor, Fan Changyu deliberately said. That's so expensive. The plump ant immediately responded. It's the New Year season. What meat hasn't gone up in price at the market? Mine is already the most affordable. Young lady, if you want to buy, I'll give you 2 liang for 9 wens. Fan Changyu guessed that this was probably the usual selling price, which worked out to about 45 wens per jin for braised pig head meat. Using this method, she went on to inquire about the prices of braised pig ears and offal at different cooked meat shops. Braised pig ears were the most expensive at 60 wen per jin, but a pig only has 2 ears, so it was a case of rarity increasing value. In comparison, braised offal was much cheaper at 20 wens per jin. Not many people ate pig offal to begin with. The wealthy didn't like it, and the poor didn't know how to prepare it properly, often resulting in an unpleasant smell. Butcher shops didn't even sell these parts. If one wanted to buy them, less than 10 wen could get you a large bucket. With this information in mind, Fan Changyu left the cooked food street and entered the meat market. Further on was the tile market where livestock was traded. The meat market was even busier than the cooked food street. Fan Changyu's family had a well-located pork shop here. Now, all the other pork shops were open, their chopping boards and iron hooks full of pork, while only her family's shop remained tightly closed, its doorway occupied by other small vendors. Fan Changyu felt a pang in her heart as she looked at it. She stood there staring at her closed pork shop for a while, telling herself that she would reopen it soon. She turned and headed to the tile market where livestock was traded, money in her pocket. The tile market was much more chaotic, with pigs, sheep, cattle, and horses all being sold. One had to watch their step to avoid stepping in animal droppings, and the smell was quite unpleasant. Most of the stall owners were middle-aged men wearing short jackets, with several pigs or sheep tethered nearby. They shouted in trade jargon when haggling, which outsiders could hardly understand. Her appearance as a pretty young woman in this area drew attention. Some livestock traders called out asking what she wanted to buy, but Fan Changyu ignored them all. She had come here with her father to buy pigs before and knew that buying from livestock traders rarely resulted in a good deal. On market days, there were often farmers who had raised pigs and didn't want to sell them cheaply to pig traders, so they brought them to the market themselves. Their prices were always cheaper than the livestock traders. However, after looking around, Fan Changyu hadn't found one she liked. Her father's experience from slaughtering pigs for over a decade taught her to choose pigs with round rumps and short, thick tails. Such pigs had thick skin and fat, producing top-quality meat when slaughtered. As Fan Changyu was about to look elsewhere, she spotted a thin, dark-skinned old man in the corner. A fat, well-fed pig stood by the old man's feet, with ropes around its front legs and neck, seemingly waiting to be sold. The pig was dirty, and as it was still early, there weren't many buyers in the tile market yet, so almost no one had come to inquire about the price. The old man looked eagerly at the passers-by, but didn't dare to call out, appearing to be someone not good with words. Fan Changyu approached and asked, "Uncle, how much are you selling this pig for?" Finally, someone came to ask about the price. The old man seemed quite nervous and said, "We're waiting to sell this pig for the new year at home. The pig traders who came to the countryside offered 10 wen per jin. That's why this old bag of bones brought the pig to town myself. Young lady, if you want to buy, 12 wen per jin will do." Fan Changyu hadn't expected the pig traders to have pushed the price so low when buying pigs in the countryside. The pig traders she had passed earlier were asking 18 or 19 wen per jin for live pigs, and it took a lot of haggling to get them down to 15 won. The price the old man was offering was truly a windfall. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the tile market at this time. Otherwise, the pig would have been bought long ago. Fan Changyu quickly said, "I'll buy it." The tile market had a large scale specifically for weighing. When the pig was weighed, it turned out to be a full 90 jin. Fan Changyu gave the old man one tael of silver and 81, then started driving the pig towards her home in the west of the city. The meat market had already opened, and if she were to slaughter the pig now to sell, she would only catch the tail end of the market. Not only would there be few customers, but she would also have to sell at a discount. It was better to go home and prepare thoroughly, then slaughter the pig tomorrow morning to bring for sale. After leaving the tile market, Fan Changyu driving a pig down the street became quite a spectacle, attracting many glances. Fortunately, Fan Changyu had thick skin. When acquaintances asked, she could confidently promote her business, saying this pig was to be slaughtered tomorrow and sold in her meat shop, inviting them to come and support her business. By chance, she met a chef from a restaurant who used to buy meat from her father's shop. When he heard that their pork shop would reopen tomorrow and saw how fat the pig was, he immediately ordered 20 jin on the spot, giving a deposit of 201. Changyu returned home with a radiant face. The alley was narrow, and as she drove the pig with a bamboo stick, her calls and the pig's grunts could be heard throughout the alley. A snow-white gerfalcon flew out from the direction of her house, towards the sky. Changyu looked up, somewhat puzzled. In winter, when snow covered the countryside, it was common to see hawks and falcons stealing chickens and rabbits from farmers. But in town, where no one raised such animals, what was that falcon doing near her house? The houses on both sides of this alley were cramped, built uniformly by the government years ago, with each household having 2 floors. At this moment, in an attic room at the end of the alley, a man was half sitting on a bed near the window, wearing a shabby gray jacket that couldn't conceal his inherent nobility. At the foot of the bed, a thin, long piece of charcoal lay extinguished next to a brazier. The man's inner garment, placed beside the bed, had a corner torn off. The window was half open, letting in the cold wind that ruffled the man's clothes and long hair. That face, as clear as the moon and as pure as new snow, belonged to none other than the man Changyu had rescued. The noisy sounds from the alley made him turn to look outside. The pretty girl, with a smile in her eyes, was walking down the narrow alley where the ice and snow had melted. She wore the same apricot-colored short jacket he had seen last night, like a warm light suddenly appearing in an old, quiet painting. But what she was driving with a bamboo stick was a pig. The pig's squeals once again confirmed its identity. The man's expression became somewhat peculiar. He had seen well-educated ladies from noble families and spirited daughters of military households, but a girl driving a pig was indeed a first in his life. The girl had now reached this area and was no longer visible from the window, but he could hear her younger sister's excited exclamation as she came out to greet her. "Sister, where did such a big pig come from?" The girl's voice was filled with laughter and energy. "I bought it, of course." The noise outside increased as it seemed the aunt of this household had also come to help drive the pig. The man stopped listening to the chaotic voices and closed his eyes to rest. He needed to recover from his injuries as quickly as possible. Changyu was oblivious to all this. After driving the pig into the side shed behind her house and closing it, she took the bucket of pig offal given to her yesterday when she slaughtered a pig for the Chen family, went to the well outside the alley to draw water, and washed it again. Pork is freshest when slaughtered on the day, so the pig she brought back had to be kept for slaughter tomorrow morning. It was too late to make braised meat, so tonight she would first braise this bucket of pig offal, not to sell separately, but as a bonus for buying pork. For every jin of fresh pork bought, she would give 2 liang of braised pig offal. Changyu toured the market today and saw many shops selling cooked food. The number of shops indicated high demand, but it also meant customers had many choices. If she suddenly started selling cooked meat, people might not be willing to spend money to try her braised dishes, given the price. Changyu thought for a moment. The pig offal was cheap and perfect as a bonus to attract customers. People might not buy it if it costs money, but many would probably be happy to take it for free. This way, when the shop reopened, it could attract people to buy pork and also promote her future braised meat business. After tasting the free braised offal, people would know if her braising was good. Then when she started selling braised meat, those who liked it would naturally come back to buy. After washing the pig offal, Changyu returned home, rolled up her sleeves, and started a fire. She added water to the pot, found various spices, put them in a clean cloth bag along with ginger and garlic, and threw it all in to make the braising liquid. Her family's kitchen was well equipped. Her mother had been particular about food, always meticulous, and when the family was well off, it wasn't difficult to stock these items. Changyu had learned many dishes from her mother, though she was only average at most. However, she was exceptionally good at braising, perhaps because she had loved gnawing on braised pig's trotters since childhood. When she took up the knife to cut the braised offal, her movements were bold and decisive due to her habit of slaughtering pigs and chopping bones. The cleaver came down heavily on the chopping board. The sight would have scared even thieves into fleeing. An hour later, a rich aroma of braised meat wafted from the Fan family's kitchen. The neighbors all sniffed the air in their homes, wondering whose house was stewing such fragrant meat. The aroma drifted upwards, and since the Zhao and Fan houses were adjacent, the man in the attic room smelled it particularly strongly. He swallowed hard and closed his eyes tightly. His body was too weak. Since being injured, he hadn't had a proper meal. Chapter 4. She appeared in his dream. Fan Changyu used a bamboo sieve to scoop out the braised pork offal, which exuded a rich aroma. She drained the excess liquid. The blend of spices and meat fragrance was just right, and the color of the braised dishes was beautifully appetizing, far superior to those she had seen at the cooked food stalls earlier in the day. Chang Ning eagerly peered over the stove, but looked disappointed when she realized it was all offal. No pig ears. She loved eating pig ears. Fan Changyu lightly poked the pork intestines and stomach with chopsticks. They were so tender that holes easily formed, indicating they were perfectly cooked and flavorful. She said, "We'll have intestine noodles tonight. I'll braise pig ears tomorrow." Chang Ning's eyes lit up again at this. Taking advantage of the roaring fire on the stove, Fan Changyu scooped out the braising liquid, cleaned the pot, and started boiling water for 5 portions of noodles. She instructed Chang Ning, "Go tell Madame Zhao's family not to cook their late-night meal. We'll all have intestine noodles together later." Chang Ning obediently agreed and ran next door to relay the message. Cooking noodles didn't take much time. Fan Changyu prepared seasonings in 4 large bowls and 1 small bowl in advance. To enhance the flavor, she added a spoonful of rendered lard to each. When she poured in the boiling noodle water, the lard and seasonings melted, instantly releasing a fragrant aroma. Fan Changyu kept it simple. She drained the noodles into the bowls, topped them with a layer of soft, tender intestines cut into small pieces, and sprinkled some chopped green onions to finish. If her mother were making noodles, she would have simmered a pot of rich broth to use instead of plain noodle water, making it even more flavorful. She placed her younger sister's bowl on the table for her to eat first, then carried the 3 large bowls of intestine noodles next door. When steady yet light footsteps sounded on the wooden stairs connecting the loft to the ground floor, Yanzheng opened his eyes. A moment later, the woman's voice came from outside the door. "Are you awake?" Yanzheng replied. "The door isn't latched." His voice was still hoarse, but much better than yesterday. Fan Changyu pushed the door open with her elbow, holding an oil lamp in one hand and a steaming bowl of noodle soup in the other. "I just heard from Madame Zhao that this morning, a large falcon swooped down from the sky and crashed through the window of the room downstairs, breaking it." "How strange." Yanzheng pressed his lips together, remaining silent. He hadn't expected his gerfalcon to be so foolish, diving down recklessly at the sound of his whistle. Fan Changyu glanced at his face, noticing that although still pale, his overall complexion was much better than yesterday. She had grown accustomed to his taciturn nature and placed the oil lamp on the table, saying, "Fortunately, the bird didn't hurt anyone. Uncle will have to repair the window downstairs when he has time. This loft you're staying in may be a bit cramped, but it's quiet." Yanzheng finally gave a soft mm in response. Fan Changyu held out the bowl of noodles. "I made some noodles. Please make do with this." Yanzheng had already caught the aroma. The unfamiliar topping on the noodles was the source of the meat fragrance that had wafted through the entire alley earlier. The smell intensified his hunger. After drinking bitter medicine and plain porridge for several days, this bowl of noodles before him could be considered a delicacy. He thanked her and accepted the bowl, immediately picking up some noodles with his chopsticks and eating. The noodles were smooth, and the soup was rich. Though not made with high-quality flour, at that moment they tasted better than any noodles he had eaten before. The meat topping was soft, tender, and chewy, with a burst of flavor in every bite. Despite priding himself on having tasted many delicacies, he couldn't quite identify what this was. Yanzheng asked, "What is this?" Fan Changyu, who was about to hurry back to eat her bowl of intestine noodles, answered, "Intestines." Yanzheng's hand paused mid-bite. Upon hearing the word intestines, he had an ominous feeling. Seeing that he didn't seem to understand what intestines were, Fan Changyu explained more directly. "It's pork large intestine." His expression changed instantly. Fan Changyu had seen people who disliked eating pork offal before, But this man's earlier expression while eating didn't suggest he found it unpalatable. Now that his face had turned so grim, she couldn't understand the reason and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he answered with some difficulty. Yan Zheng discreetly took several deep breaths to suppress the feeling of nausea. Fan Changyu was still thinking about her bowl of intestine noodles. If she didn't return soon, they might become soggy. She said, "I'll head back then. When you're done, leave the bowl on the cabinet over there. Madame Zhao will come up to collect it later." The door closed softly, followed by the sound of her descending the stairs. Yan Zheng looked at the bowl of noodles in his hand, his brow furrowed, unsure whether to continue eating. He wasn't pampered or spoiled. During difficult military campaigns in the past, he had eaten tree bark and grass roots, but he had never eaten animal intestines. Pork intestines? Wasn't that where pig excrement passed through? Just thinking about it made it hard to swallow. But considering his injuries, this bowl of noodles was the most nourishing food he had been given in the past 2 days. After much internal struggle, Yinzheng finally picked up the noodles again and stiffly brought them to his mouth. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a man, first by hardening his will and tempering his body. It was quite tasty. That night, Yinzheng, who rarely dreamed, had an unusual dream about the woman who had saved him. In the dream, she was cheerfully herding a pig. As they walked, she suddenly drew a large knife, cut open the pig's belly, and pulled out a long intestine. Looking at him, she said, "This is the intestine. I'll cook it for you." The pig's squeals in the dream overlapped with those from outside, abruptly waking Yinzheng. He realized he was lying in a cold sweat. The pig's squeals from next door continued. Yinzheng glanced out the window. It was barely dawn. However, there was already activity downstairs. It seemed the elderly couple had risen to help the young woman slaughter the pig. Recalling the dream he had just had, Yinzheng's expression turned extremely unpleasant. Herding pigs, slaughtering pigs, pork intestines, everything related to that woman seemed inseparable from pigs. He pressed his brow bone and closed his eyes again, trying to block out the sharp, piercing squeals from outside. Just a few more days of endurance, he thought. The gerfalcon had already delivered his message. His old subordinates would soon find him, and it wouldn't be long before he could leave this place. He would leave a generous sum of money for the woman and the elderly couple as a token of gratitude. In the backyard of the Fan family home, Fan Changyu had already tied the pig to the slaughter bench with thick ropes. She had inherited her father's extraordinary strength. A pig that would normally require several men to hold down, she could restrain alone. The slaughter bench in their home wasn't made of wood, but a stone bench specially commissioned by her father. Once the pig was tied down, it couldn't move an inch no matter how much it struggled, eliminating the need to hold its tail. She thrust a long, sharp, bleeding knife directly into the pig's neck, almost to the hilt. The pig's sharp squeal instantly ceased, and blood flowed from the knife wound. The wooden basin beneath the stone bench collected a full tub of blood. It was considered auspicious to kill a pig with a single stroke, and the more blood drained, the better. Madame Zhao, who had come to help, saw the basin of pig's blood and immediately smiled. "This basin of blood will be enough to eat for several days." Fan Changyu didn't respond. She pulled out the bleeding knife, her expression unusually stern, with a few specks of blood on her face and sleeves. Whenever she slaughtered a pig, she seemed to become a different person, with an aura that made others hesitant to approach her. It was likely the inherent fierceness of those who take life. After draining the blood, Fan Changyu untied the ropes and dragged the pig to the edge of a large pot of boiling water. She scooped up the hot water to scald the pig's hair before using a scraper to remove it. Chang Ning peeked into the yard from the doorway. Madame Zhao said, "Ning, go play outside. Children shouldn't watch these things, or you'll have nightmares." Chang Ning whispered, "I'm not afraid," but still shuffled away reluctantly. After scraping off the pig's hair, Fan Changyu rinsed it with water again. She did most of the work herself, barely letting Carpenter Zhao and Madame Zhao help. She lifted the pig and hung it on an iron hook attached to a pillar in the yard, then used a cleaver to split the pig in half. One half remained hanging on the iron hook, while she carried the other half to a makeshift table made of a door panel supported by 2 stools to cut up the pork. The elderly Zhao couple watched in amazement, muttering, "This girl takes after her father." After cutting up the pork, Changyu was in a hurry to take it to the meat market on a handcart. She asked Carpenter Zhao to help deliver the 20 caddies of meat ordered by Chef Li from Yishang Lu yesterday. After some thought, she also packed some braised offals for Chef Li. It wasn't because she hoped to do business with him for braised meats in the future. He was a chef at a high-end restaurant, and she had no intention of showing off, but purely to thank him for his patronage. When she arrived at the meat market, Changyu was among the early arrivals. Only a few shops had opened, with butchers arranging the pork they would sell that day in front of their stores. Some acquaintances saw her and were surprised. "Oh, Changyu, are you going to open your family's pork shop too?" Changyu cheerfully confirmed. She opened the large doors of her family's shop, which had been closed for over a month. Everything inside was clean, with all items still in the places her father used to keep them, though covered with a thin layer of dust. Thinking of her father, Changyu felt a pang in her heart, but knowing this wasn't the time for grief, she quickly composed herself. She fetched water to wipe down the entire shop inside and out, then began arranging the freshly slaughtered pork on the chopping board. She also displayed the offal she had braised the night before. It wasn't until the 6th period of the Chun hour that a few people started trickling into the market to buy groceries. Changyu's meat shop was in a good location. Unlike the other shops manned by burly men or mature women, she was a young woman, which made some of the shopping aunties feel she might be easier to bargain with. As they passed by, they would ask how much the meat cost. Changyu smiled and told them the price, adding that since the shop was reopening today, they would get 1 tail of braised offal free with every caddy of pork purchased, as a gesture of celebration. Hearing that they could get free braised meat with their fresh pork purchase, the aunties were tempted. Most ended up buying some pork from Changyu. As soon as the market opened, she had already made several sales, while only Changyu's shop was open among the nearby pork vendors. The butcher from the shop across the street watched enviously and shouted, "Fan's second daughter, you can't do business by breaking the rules. All the meat sellers in this market have the same price. What do you mean by giving away free stuff with meat purchases?" Changyu knew this man had never gotten along with her father. Unintimidated, she replied eloquently, "Uncle Gua, you're wrongly accusing me. Isn't the price of meat in my shop the same as everyone else's? How have I broken any rules? The gift is because our shop is reopening today, for good luck. Which trade rule says that's not allowed? Uncle Gua, could it be that you think I'm easy to bully now that I'm an orphan girl without parents?" Unable to argue with Changyu, the man's yellow face turned red with frustration. Such a sharp tongue. "I can't outtalk you." A friendly butcher nearby came to her defense. "Come on, old Gua. Changyu is only selling 1 pig today. Why are you nitpicking with a youngster?" Not wanting to be labeled as someone who bullies the young, Butcher Gua barked, "Fine, you can give away your freebies today, but don't do it again tomorrow." Changyu had only planned to offer the free items for 1 day anyway, as she intended to sell the braised meats tomorrow. She replied, "Of course." Butcher Gua finally let it go. Waiting for people to come and ask about prices meant the meat sold slowly. Although Butcher Gua across the street looked like he was about to burst with anger, those who might have considered asking about prices at his shop were deterred by his fierce expression. With the free items only available for 1 day, Changyu decided she needed to spread the word as much as possible. As the market became busier with people coming and going, she made a quick decision and started calling out, "Pork for sale. Get 1 tail of braised offal free with every caddy of pork purchased." This call was very effective, immediately drawing a crowd of people asking about pork prices. Changyu haggled with customers while skillfully chopping meat, occasionally putting on a pained expression as she lowered the price by a few coins. Before the morning market was half over, almost all the pork in her shop had been eagerly bought up, with even better results than she had anticipated. Across the street, Butcher Gua's face had soured to the point where it rivaled the stench of his outhouse. Changyu ignored him, tidied up her meat shop, tucked her knives into a satchel on her back, closed the shop door, and set off for the pig market to buy 2 more pigs, her money pouch bulging. As she passed by Butcher Gua's shop, he growled menacingly, "If you give away any more freebies tomorrow, don't accuse me of bullying an orphan girl." Changyu let out a cold snort from her nostrils, ignoring him. Tomorrow she wouldn't be giving anything away, she'd be selling it. Walking down the street, Fan Changyu did a rough calculation. This 90 catty pig, minus the head and offal, yielded about 70 catties of meat. Selling it all at fresh meat prices, today's gross profit came to over 2 strings of cash. The pig's head and offal, once braised and sold tomorrow, would bring in even more income. After deducting the cost of buying the pig, she had netted over 1 string of cash from this single pig. Feeling the weight of the money pouch against her body, Fan Changyu's steps became lighter, and the earlier unpleasantness with Butcher Guo was completely forgotten. But just as she left the meat market and before entering the pig market, she heard someone urgently calling her name from behind. Changyu! Changyu! Fan Changyu turned to look and saw it was Carpenter Zhao, running towards her with a look of anxiety on his face. Fan Changyu quickly asked, "What's happened, Uncle Zhao?" Carpenter Zhao, out of breath, gasped, "You need to go home quickly and see. Your uncle brought people from the gambling den and broke down your door. They're ransacking the place looking for the property deed. My old bones and your aunts couldn't stop them." Chapter 5. She's quite fierce. The north wind carried fine snow, biting cold to the bone. Pedestrians on the street hunched their necks and tucked their hands into their sleeves. Fan Changyu strode through the wind and snow, carrying a black iron cleaver, the veins on the back of her hand bulging. At the entrance of Mingjia Alley in the west of the city, a crowd had gathered to watch the commotion. Curses, sounds of smashing, admonitions, and children's cries all mingled together. Someone with sharp eyes spotted Fan Changyu and called out, "Changyu is back." Seeing the cleaver in her hand, they couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Is Changyu going to use that knife on her uncle? Well, Fanda is being unreasonable. The bodies of Fan Air and his wife are barely cold, and he's already thinking of using the orphan girl's property to pay off his gambling debts. He's not afraid Fan Air and his wife will haunt his dreams. Those gambling den people are no pushovers. Even with a knife, a girl like Changyu might not be able to drive them away. The area in front of the Fan family home was already a mess. Smashed bottles and jars, overturned tables, and chairs stretched from the doorway into the house. Several burly men were still inside, smashing objects and searching for something. Even the bedding had been thrown onto the floor. Chang Ning was crying hysterically in Madame Zhao's arms. Madame Zhao's eyes were also red from crying, and she could only call out futilely, "Stop smashing! Please stop!" But no one was listening to her. Fanda was bowing and scraping next to a man who looked like a manager from the gambling den. Covering one of his hands, he said with a forced smile, "Master Jean, as long as we get the property deed, I'll go to the government office to transfer ownership. This house will be mine, and I'll have money to pay off the gambling debt. I'll have money to pay." The man called Master Jean didn't even give Fanda a proper look, snorting, "If we don't find the property deed today, I'll chop off this hand of yours first and take it back as a down payment." Fanda clutched his hand even tighter. "We'll find it, we'll find it." A furious shout that made people's eardrums ache came from the doorway. "All of you, stop right now." The voice was so penetrating that it successfully drew the attention of everyone in the room to the door. The young woman stood there, covered in wind-blown snow, her eyes as cold as the gleaming edge of the cleaver in her hand. Even the doorframe, letting in a sliver of daylight, seemed to become lower. The moment Chang Ning saw Fan Changyu, her face crumpled, and she cried out, "Sister." When Fanda saw Fan Changyu, his eyes darted around evasively. He hunched his shoulders, standing next to the gambling den manager without daring to make a sound. Master Jean from the gambling den glanced at the butcher's knife in Fan Changyu's hand and laughed dismissively. "Oh, it's the Fan family's eldest daughter." Fan Changyu coldly surveyed the mess in the room, her face tightly drawn. "Take your people and get out." Master Jean raised an eyebrow, seemingly finding her, an orphan girl, too arrogant. "The gambling den always follows the rules. Fanda said this house is his. We're just here to take the property deed to cover his gambling debt. Your family's private matters are none of our business." Fan Changyu's gaze, sharp as a dagger, pierced Fanda. "This house is yours." Fanda, feeling guilty, didn't dare look at Fan Changyu. He tried to appeal to her emotions. "Niece, your uncle is also forced by circumstances. I owe the gambling den money, and if I don't pay today, I'll lose a hand. Your father and mother are gone, and you and Ning have no brothers. When you get married in the future, if you don't want to be bullied by your in-laws, you'll need your mother's family to back you up. Just help your uncle this once. Bring out the property deed to pay off my debt. From now on, I'll treat you and Ning like my own daughters. Your cousin will be like your own brother, and when you get married, you'll have support from your mother's family. Fan Changyu wasn't buying his nonsense. She laughed coldly. If you want to use a house to pay off gambling debts, use your own house. Using our house to pay your debts, what kind of logic is that? Your gambling addict son is just like you. In the future, if he's not chased down and has his hands chopped off, it'll be a miracle. And you expect me to rely on him? Fanda, thoroughly embarrassed, pointed at Fan Changyu and said, "How can you be so vicious? Cursing your cousin like that? Your cousin is about to get engaged. If we give up this house, how will he be able to marry? You and Ning are just girls who will eventually marry out. What do you need this house for?" Fan Changyu laughed in extreme anger. "What I do with what my parents left for me and Ning is none of your business." Seeing that Fan Changyu was determined not to hand over the property deed, Fanda stopped playing the family card and revealed his true colors. Fan Air didn't have a son. Now that he's dead, even if we take this to the government office, his property and land will be mine. What are you, a girl who's going to marry out, fighting for? To take it to your future husband's family? Could it be that you've brought death to your parents, and then had your engagement to the Song family broken off? Afraid that with the reputation of being a bringer of misfortune, you won't be able to marry well, so you want to keep the family property as your dowry? Your sickly little sister probably won't live much longer under your unlucky influence, right? Who would dare marry a harbinger of death like you? No one saw clearly how Fan Changyu moved. By the time they realized, the butcher's knife in her hand had been thrown, almost grazing Fanda's ear before embedding itself deeply into the wall behind him. A few strands of his cut hair floated to the ground. Fanda was so frightened his face turned pale. His legs shook like sieves, and though his mouth was open, he couldn't make a sound. Inside the house, Master Jean from the gambling den and the thugs he had brought were originally just watching the show. Seeing this scene, they seemed to realize that the young woman before them was a fierce one, and their expressions became more serious. Fan Changyu raised her eyes, staring hard at Fanda. "The property my parents left behind is for Chong Ning's medical treatment and medicine. You'd better take these gambling den people and leave right now, or else. The gambling den only wants one of your hands, but I'll chop up your entire family before I go to see my parents." "You." Fanda shuddered violently. He was unnerved by Fan Changyu's gaze and didn't dare to look at her directly. Stammering, he said, Then let's go to the government office to settle this. Let's see if the officials will give this property to you or me." He then put on a smile and bowed to the gambling den manager who was sitting authoritatively in a chair. "Master Jean, can you give me 2 more days?" The gambling den manager snorted coldly. Huixian Gambling Den has never set such a precedent for debt collection. If word gets out, people might think our gambling den is short-handed and can't collect debts. He gave Fanda a cold look. "Or would you prefer to use your right hand to pay off the debt?" Fanda broke out in a cold sweat instantly, repeatedly saying, No, but this girl." He glanced at Fan Changyu, still feeling intimidated. The gambling den manager just laughed coldly. "If you're sure it's yours, the brothers I brought can just find it directly." Rather than taking Fanda's hand, he naturally preferred a house that could be exchanged for money. Master Jean said to the gambling den thugs, "What are you standing around for? Keep looking for the property deed." The group of thugs resumed ransacking the place and smashing things. Fan Changyu gritted her teeth. Her fists clenched so tight they creaked. Master Jean smiled. "Miss Fan, please don't blame us. This is just how the gambling den operates." Madame Zhao watched this scene with her heart burning with anxiety. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she hurried outside. She didn't go far, just pushing through the crowd of onlookers at the door to knock on the Song family's door. "Song Yen, Fanda has brought people from the gambling den to snatch Changyu's property deed. You're a scholar of the classics, and Fan Air and his wife treated you well. Can't you come out and say something for Changyu? You're a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. Surely the gambling den will give you some face." All the neighbors in the alley knew that something was wrong with the Fan family, but only the Song family's door remained tightly shut. No matter how loudly Madame Zhao knocked, there was no response from inside. Finally, Madame Zhao couldn't help but cry and curse. Song Yin, did you study those books for nothing? When your father died, you were so poor you couldn't even afford a coffin. Have you forgotten who bought the coffin and buried your father? Aren't you afraid your father's bones are being crushed by that coffin in the ground? Madame Zhao's shrill and sorrowful curses could be heard throughout the alley. Just on the other side of the door, Song's mother was shaking with anger. That foul-mouthed shrew. You've already broken off the engagement with that fangirl. Their family's mess has nothing to do with you. I must go out and scold that shrew. The person who had been bent over reading finally spoke up. Mother. Song's mother stopped in her tracks. Never mind. Never mind. That old hag just wants to drag our family into this. If I go out, I'll be falling for her trap. Yin, don't go out either. You're a man aiming for an official career. Don't get involved with that family again. In the loft of the Zhao family's house, which shared a wall with the Fan family, Yinzheng naturally heard the commotion next door and Madame Zhao's crying and cursing. It seemed there were many people causing trouble, while that young woman was alone, and the elderly couple couldn't offer much help. Outside the window, the gray sky had cleared in the afternoon. The frost on the eaves melted under the sun, reflecting a pale golden light that held no warmth. Yin Zheng's face, illuminated by the sunlight, was equally devoid of warmth. His lips were pressed down as if his mood was thoroughly foul. Those scum were giving him a headache. His pale hand, still scabbed with blood, gripped a pair of crutches placed by his bedside. He struggled to get up. The crutches had been made for him by carpenter Zhao just that day. His wounds hadn't healed yet, and the sudden movement caused the bandaged injuries to slowly seep blood again. But he paid no attention to this, steadying himself on the crutches and taking each step with great stability. If he didn't deal with those troublemakers next door today, he feared he wouldn't be able to rest in the afternoon. Meanwhile, the Fan family home had been turned upside down by the gambling den's thugs. They even used wooden sticks to tap on each floor tile. Changming cowered behind Fan Changyu, crying hoarsely. Fan Changyu had one hand protecting her younger sister, her face half lowered so that her expression at this moment was unclear. One of the thugs was searching the table where Fan Changyu's parents' memorial tablets were placed. He knocked the tablets to the ground and was about to step on them to see if there was a hidden compartment inside, when suddenly his collar was grabbed from behind. A tremendous force then threw him violently out the door. When his head hit the threshold, the big man was still in a daze. Everyone else in the room was stunned too. Fan Changyu was now standing where the thug had been, silently looking at her parents' memorial tablets on the ground. A cold draft blew through the hall, lifting the loose strands of hair at her temples. Blood dripped from her palm. It was from where her fingernails had pierced her skin earlier as she restrained herself. I'll give you one more chance. Leave or not. Her voice was unexpectedly calm, but somehow it made people's hair stand on end. The gambling den people looked at each other, while Fanda had already quietly retreated to the doorway on his shaky legs. The knife Fan Changyu had thrown earlier had frightened him. Master Jean had been collecting debts for many years, but this was the first time he had been so disrespected. With so many people watching outside, if he couldn't collect the debt and return today, it would be a loss of face for the entire gambling den. He stood up and kicked one of the thugs standing next to him. Are you dead, or what? Keep smashing. I've been collecting debts in Linan Town for so many years. Am I going to be afraid of a little girl? The group of thugs tried to reassure themselves the same way, but looking at their companions still lying at the door, they couldn't help but feel a bit scared. This girl had incredible strength. It was truly uncanny. The group exchanged glances and then rushed forward together. Fan Changyu didn't even raise her head. She flicked up the wooden stick the thug had dropped earlier with her toe, gripped it, and swung it in a wide arc. Several thugs were hit in the abdomen and immediately folded over, flying backward. Some even spat out their stomach contents. Fan Changyu didn't give them time to react. The long stick in her hand moved like the wind, sweeping, jabbing, chopping, slashing. It was less like she was using a staff technique and more like she was wielding a long-handled knife without a blade. The gambling den thugs were beaten one by one, crying out for their parents as they were thrown out of the Fan family's front door like broken sandbags. The spectators gasped in waves. When Fanda saw Fan Changyu use this set of knife techniques, his face turned deathly pale. He shrank into a corner like a quail. Master Jean saw the situation was unfavorable and tried to run, but before he could get out the front door, a black iron cleaver flew from behind, embedding itself firmly in the door frame just in front of him, nearly slicing off his nose. Master Jean swallowed hard. "Miss Fan, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." From outside the crowd came a commotion. "The constables are here. Make way, make way." The group of people who were usually up to no good all breathed a collective sigh of relief at hearing the constables had arrived. Carpenter Zhao, leading the constables, arrived sweating profusely. In broad daylight, bullying an orphan girl. "Do you have any?" Seeing the gambling den thugs lying on the ground outside the Fan family's door and Master Jean trapped at the doorway by a cleaver, the words "sense of law" got stuck in Carpenter Zhao's throat. Yin Zhang, who had just come down from the Zhao family's loft on his crutches, saw this scene and also showed a hint of surprise on his face. He had thought earlier that the young woman's breathing was steady and long, no worse than a trained fighter. He didn't expect she was one. The onlookers were all watching the excitement, and no one noticed Yin Zhang. Seeing that the trouble had been resolved, he glanced at his clothes, which had been stained red by blood seeping from his wounds. With an expressionless face, he turned back, though his forehead was covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. A blue-robed scholar who had just opened the door and stepped out of the Song family house saw the constables outside. He glanced at the Fan family with an indescribable expression, then retreated and closed the door again. Inside the house, Fan Changyu suppressed the fierce aura that had been forced out of her in her great anger. She knelt silently to pick up her parents' memorial tablets that had fallen to the ground. The blood on her hands stained the tablets, so she used her sleeve to wipe them clean. This set of long-handled knife techniques had all been taught by her father, but he had never allowed her to use them in front of others. Her father had said that they should only be used when necessary, when there was a threat to life. Otherwise, it could bring trouble. She had broken that rule today, not because her life was in danger, but for her parents' memorial tablets. Fan Changyu hugged the tablets and closed her red-rimmed eyes. "Father, don't blame Changyu." With the arrival of the constables, the situation became significantly more manageable. Fan Changyu had injured several individuals at the gambling den, but those individuals had first invaded her home and damaged her property. The constables reprimanded the troublemakers from the gambling house, instructing Master Jean to compensate for the damages to Fan Changyu's home, without requiring her to cover the medical expenses of the injured gamblers. Fanda loudly insisted that the house belonged to him by law. However, a constable shot him a sideways glance and replied, "This matter is straightforward. If you want to claim the house, write a petition and submit it to the magistrate. Let him decide." Immediately, Fanda fell silent. The gamblers, resembling a row of gourds, helped each other out of the Fan household, and Fanda left in disgrace. The onlookers slowly dispersed, having witnessed the commotion. Fan Changyu turned to the head constable and said, "Thank you, Uncle Wang." Wang, the head constable, was a longtime acquaintance of her father. Carpenter Zhao had traveled a considerable distance to request his assistance, hoping he would support Fan Changyu. Wang replied, "Today, they were in the wrong, and I enforced the law impartially, so it doesn't seem biased toward you. But if Fanda were to truly submit a petition to the county, your house might not be safe." The reason Fanda had yet to approach the county with a petition was twofold. Pursuing a lawsuit was troublesome, and hiring a lawyer would require a significant amount of silver. Yet, he realized that pressing Fan Changyu wouldn't yield results, and he might very well resort to filing a complaint to reclaim the property title to settle his gambling debts. Fan Changyu's face reflected deep exhaustion and despair. "I've exhausted all possible solutions, even consulting a lawyer. They all told me I cannot transfer the title of the house left by my parents." Lawyers specialized in drafting petitions and were well-versed in the laws of the current dynasty. Having handled many cases over the years, Wang considered the situation thoughtfully for a moment before saying, "Perhaps there is another way." Chapter 6. Inviting him to marry in. After Constable Wang left, Fan Changyu sat in the ransacked room, holding her younger sister and the Zhao carpenter couple, speechless for a long while. After some time, Madame Zhao hesitantly said, "Marrying in, it's not an easy thing. In all my years, I've only heard of rich gentry families with only daughters doing this. For a poor family like ours, who would be willing to marry in? Fan Changyu remained silent. The solution Constable Wang had given was for her to quickly find a husband to marry into the family. This way, her father would be considered to have a son, and the family property would naturally belong to her. But after the broken engagement with the Song family and the spread of her reputation as an ill-fated star, it would be difficult for her to marry at all, let alone find someone to marry into her family. The legal advisors she had consulted before probably knew about her family situation, which is why they didn't even consider marrying in as an option for her. After all, people generally considered marrying into a wife's family shameful. Once a man married in, he would be giving up even his ancestral surname and couldn't hold his head high anywhere. Not to mention ordinary families. Even those good-for-nothing ruffians were rarely willing to marry in. Carpenter Zhao's calloused hands rested on his knees, his wrinkled face looking even older as he sighed. Marriage is a lifelong affair. We can't just hastily find someone to perform the ceremony. Otherwise, Changyu will be the one suffering in the future. Hearing this, Madame Zhao felt even more sorrowful for Fan Changyu. When other girls got married, which one didn't have their parents carefully selecting and thoroughly investigating the other party's character and background before marrying them off in grand style? Fan Changyu had already lost her parents, and now she was in a rush to find someone to marry. Forget about assessing the other party's character. It would be considered good if his appearance wasn't too unsightly. Just as she was about to wipe her tears, Madame Zhao suddenly thought of something. She paused and looked up at Fan Changyu. That young man you saved, is he married? As soon as she spoke, she answered her own question. He probably isn't. You said earlier that he fled from the north, and he's the only one left in his family. Fan Changyu understood Madame Zhao's implied meaning, but remained stunned for a good while. Seeing no response from her, Madame Zhao had to make her intentions clearer. He's injured and has nowhere to go, right? How about I help you ask that young man what he thinks? Perhaps because she had already thought of matchmaking, the more Madame Zhao looked at Fan Changyu, the more she felt that she and that young man were a good match. Changyu herself was capable, and even if that young man truly became disabled in the future, she could support the family on her own. Moreover, after being turned away by the Song family when seeking help today, Madame Zhao was furious at Song Yan's ingratitude. Thinking that the young man's appearance was even more handsome than Song Yan's, she felt even more satisfied. Fan Changyu's mind was in chaos at this moment. Hearing this, she only said, Madam, please don't ask him yet. Let me think it over carefully first. When I've made up my mind, I'll ask him myself. Madame Zhao knew that Fan Changyu was always decisive, so she didn't say anything more after hearing this. After helping Fan Changyu tidy up the room, she and her husband returned home. Changning had a habit of taking afternoon naps. Having cried earlier and feeling tired, she fell asleep and was carried to the bed by Fan Changyu. Fan Changyu lay down on the bed fully clothed, staring at the canopy with an empty mind. Song Yin and the man who called himself Yin Zheng appeared overlapping in her mind. Come to think of it, although she and Song Yin were childhood sweethearts and betrothed since young, the memories concerning the two of them were pitifully few. Song Yin was always busy. Before he was admitted to the county school, he had been studying hard. Although both families lived in the same alley, to avoid disturbing Song Yan's studies, she rarely went to see him. If she did go, it was mostly because her parents asked her to deliver something to the Song family, sometimes meat, sometimes pastries. At that time, Song Yan's mother was very kind to her, saying that Song Yin was studying hard to pass the imperial examinations so that she could enjoy a good life in the future. Later, when Song Yin was admitted to the county school, which provided room and board, he spent even less time at home, making it even harder for Fan Changyu to see him. Once, when she followed her father to the county fair, Song Yan's mother made a new set of clothes for Song Yin and asked them to bring it to him. That was Fan Changyu's first time going to the county school. She thought the school buildings looked very grand. After the doorman passed on the message, Song Yin came out to see her. She handed over the new clothes his mother had made for him, and he thanked her with a bland expression. A passing classmate laughingly asked Song Yin who she was, and he answered that she was his younger sister. On the way back that day, Fan Changyu felt dejected. She could sense that Song Yin didn't want her to visit him. Having a butcher's daughter as his fiancée probably made him feel embarrassed in front of his classmates. In fact, from that time on, she had thought about breaking off the engagement with Song Yin if he didn't like her, but her parents seemed to like Song Yin very much, thinking he was ambitious. Song Yin's mother also liked her a lot at that time, often saying in front of others that once Song Yin passed the provincial examinations, he would have the chance to marry her. Others all praised her for her good fortune. Changyu had only privately mentioned breaking off the engagement to Song Yin once. At that time, Song Yin was reviewing his lessons. Hearing this, he raised his eyes, which rarely showed any emotion, and asked her, "Marriage is a major life event, determined by parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Are you treating it as child's play?" Changyu felt that his words meant he was refusing to break off the engagement. Knowing his attitude, she never mentioned it again. Later, her parents passed away, and Song Yin's mother came to break off the engagement, citing incompatible horoscopes. Perhaps because her parents' death had already exhausted all her sorrow, or maybe because there wasn't much feeling to begin with. Now when she thought of Song Yin, she didn't feel sad at all. As for the man called Yin Zheng whom she had saved, she knew even less about him. He knew just as little about her. To abruptly ask him if he was willing to marry into the family when he was seriously injured and had nowhere to go seemed somewhat like taking advantage of his gratitude and his difficult situation. Her engagement with Song Yin had also been arranged because her parents had done a favor for the Song family. Changyu didn't want to go through another troublesome engagement like the one with Song Yin, but she truly had no other choice at the moment. After much thought, she felt that maybe she should discuss with the man called Yin Zheng and ask if he would be willing to pretend to marry into the family. She only needed to keep the family property. After he recovered, he could stay or leave as he wished. If he wanted to leave, Changyu naturally wouldn't stop him. She had saved his life, and he would help her through this difficult time by pretending to marry in. They would be even. If he wanted to stay, Changyu thought of his face, as clear and pure as the moon and snow, and felt that she wouldn't be at a loss either. In the attic of the Zhao house, Yin Zheng, who had just taken a message from the gerfalcon's leg, suddenly sneezed. He frowned impatiently, wondering if he could have caught a cold. The pure white gerfalcon gripped the wooden windowsill tightly with its iron hook-like claws, tilting its head slightly and staring at its master with intelligent button eyes. Yin Zheng unfolded the message and, upon reading its contents, his expression immediately turned ugly, followed by a cold, mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. That person couldn't rest easy for a day without seeing his corpse. They had already sent someone to Huizhou to take over his forces, and the one sent was that person. The message was thrown into the charcoal brazier in the corner of the bed, quickly turning to ashes. Yin Zheng leaned back against the headboard. The cold wind blowing in through the wide-open window ruffled his bangs, but couldn't dispel the gloom on his face. The one who had taken over his military power in Huizhou probably wanted him dead, even more than the person in the capital. At present, his old subordinates could barely protect themselves and wouldn't dare to act rashly, lest that person sniff out their trail like a wild dog. Before his wounds healed, he could only lie low here and make long-term plans. Yin Zheng glanced at the fresh bloodstains on his clothes, his expression becoming even more self-loathing and impatient. The gerfalcon, having waited long for instructions, tilted its head to the other side and continued to stare at its master with its button eyes. "Get lost." Yin Zheng impatiently closed his eyes, his handsome face showing a rare hint of fragility due to its extreme paleness. The gerfalcon seemed used to hearing him say this. Having received the order, it flapped its wings contentedly and flew away. Yin Zheng had indeed caught a cold. Changyu had spent the entire afternoon preparing what she wanted to say to him. In the evening, she specially stir-fried 2 small dishes and cut a plate of braised pig's head meat to bring to him. However, when she called out several times outside the attic door, there was no response from inside. Worried that something might have happened to the person inside, she pushed the door open directly, only to find him lying on the bed with an unnaturally flushed face, looking dazed. Changyu hurriedly called for Carpenter Zhao. After checking his pulse, Zhao consulted his tattered medical book for a long time and wrote the most conservative prescription for treating a cold. Changyu knocked on the door of the closed pharmacy late at night to get the medicine, brought it back, decocted it, and made him drink it. Soon after, he broke out in a sweat. However, when Carpenter Zhao was wiping Yin Zheng's sweat and changing his bandages, he noticed that his wounds seemed to have reopened, with quite a bit of blood staining the gauze, which he found strange. When Yin Zheng woke up again, it was already the next morning. The fever had subsided, and his head was no longer dizzy, but his throat was painfully dry. To make it convenient for him to pour water himself, the old couple had specially placed a round stool by his bed with a teapot and a coarse pottery cup on it. Yin Zheng propped himself up to a half-sitting position and was about to pour himself a cup of water when the door suddenly opened. The young woman entered carrying a large bowl and said, "The tea is cold. You've just recovered from a fever, don't drink it. I've made you a bowl of pig lung soup." Carpenter Zhao said that pig lung soup had the effects of clearing heat, stopping coughs, and moistening the lungs. They had slaughtered a pig yesterday and still had a bucket of offal left, so Fan Changyu used the pig's lungs to make soup. Yin Zheng thanked her in a hoarse voice. Since this time the food wasn't intestines, he started drinking without any psychological burden. But as soon as it entered his mouth, his expression became strange. Under Fan Changyu's gaze, he silently swallowed that mouthful of pig lung soup and asked, "Did you make this?" Fan Changyu nodded. "Yes, why?" Although it was her first time making this pig lung soup, Yin Zheng held the bowl but didn't drink anymore. He said, "Nothing." He just found it hard to believe that this bowl of pig lung soup and the previous fatty intestine noodles were made by the same person. Fan Changyu was still urging him, "You should finish it while it's hot." Uncle Zhao said pig lung soup stops coughs and moistens the lungs. It's good for your health. Yin Zheng, "It's a bit hot. I'll drink it later." He thought that after saying this much, the woman in front of him would leave, but to his surprise, she pulled over a chair and sat down. "I don't think I've told you my name yet. My surname is Fan, and my given name is Changyu. People in town just call me by my given name. You can do the same from now on." Yin Zheng nodded slightly. He had heard that old woman call her name before, so he already knew it. He didn't respond much, and the room fell into silence again. Fan Changyu felt a bit embarrassed trying to force a conversation, but thinking of her purpose, she had to continue asking, "You said earlier that your surname is Yin, and your given name is Zheng. Which Yin and which Zheng characters?" Yin Zheng answered, "The Yin from reasonable speech, and the Zheng from upright gentleman." Sensing that Fan Changyu might not have studied much and might not understand which two characters he meant, he dipped his finger in the cold tea and wrote the characters Yin Zheng stroke by stroke on the round stool by the bed. These two characters were each formed by taking a radical from his original name. His index finger was very long and slender, with distinct knuckles, like a delicate bamboo. It should have been a very beautiful hand for writing, but there were crisscrossing scars of varying depths on both the fingertips and the back of the hand, making it hard to imagine what he had been through before. Even using his fingertip as a brush, the characters he wrote carried an inherent strength. Fan Changyu inexplicably became entranced. It wasn't until he finished the last horizontal stroke of the character, Zheng, that his low, hoarse voice sounded. These two characters. She suddenly came back to her senses, and when she spoke again, there was some hesitation in her voice. "Were you a scholar before?" His handwriting was extremely good, seeming to have even more character than Song Yan's. However, Yin Zheng said, "I'm just a mere warrior. How dare I claim to be a scholar?" His words seemed self-deprecating, but strangely carried a hint of arrogant mockery, as if he greatly disliked those so-called scholars. Fan Changyu breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, "Then what did you do for a living before?" Yin Zheng's brows furrowed imperceptibly, feeling that she was quite intent on getting to the bottom of things today. But considering that she had saved him and was willing to take him in while he recovered, it was understandable for her to ask for more details. After some thought, he said, "It wasn't much of a proper occupation. I used to work for an escort agency." To his surprise, the woman's face suddenly lit up with joy. "What a coincidence. My father also worked as an escort when he was young." Yin Zheng. "Indeed, quite a coincidence." Fortunately, she didn't continue to ask about the escort agency. With her hands clasped together, seeming quite nervous, she asked him another question. "Are you married?" Yin Zheng scrutinized the woman in front of him. Under his gaze, she seemed somewhat embarrassed, but notably not shy. For a moment, he couldn't figure out the meaning behind her question. He answered truthfully, No, I'm not. Fan Changyu's hands were almost red from her pinching before she finally threw caution to the wind and said, well, I want to ask for your help. My family is in some trouble. After my parents passed away, my uncle has been intent on taking over our house and land. Yesterday, he tried to forcibly take the land deed, but failed. I'm afraid he'll go to the government office to file a lawsuit next. If the government makes a judgment, since my parents had no sons, the property would naturally go to my uncle. The only way to keep the property now is for me to quickly find a husband to marry into the family. Yin Zhang's eyelid twitched violently. You want me to marry into your family? Chapter 7. A hasty wedding. Fan Changyu quickly said, it's a fake marriage. She explained her plan in detail. After we perform the wedding ceremony, we'll claim to others that you've married into my family. This will help me keep the property my parents left behind. My family still has some modest savings. Once the property is transferred, we'll be able to manage it financially. I'll hire the best doctor in town for you and use the best medicine to treat your injuries. After you've recovered, you can choose to stay or leave as you wish. Yin Zheng raised his eyes, the upturned corners making him appear even more aloof. Aren't you afraid that after I leave, your uncle will come back to claim the property? Fan Changyu replied, once the property is transferred, I won't be afraid of him no matter how much fuss he makes. Besides, when you leave, I'll just say you've gone on a long journey for some business. Others won't know if it's true or not. Yin Zheng said with an ambiguous tone, you've thought this through quite thoroughly. Fan Changyu couldn't tell if his comment was praise or criticism. As she awkwardly asked, so what do you think? Let me think about it. His eyelids were half lowered, his expression unreadable, as if he was truly considering it. Fan Changyu couldn't help feeling nervous. She recalled what she had just said. Although she mentioned he could stay or leave as he wished after recovering, she hadn't mentioned what she would give him if he left or what she could offer if he stayed. She quickly thought it over and added, if you want to leave after you've recovered, I'll give you enough money for your journey. If you have nowhere to go, she glanced at his pale face and injured body. Because his undergarments had been soaked with blood yesterday, and Carpenter Zhao couldn't find any clothes for him to change into, he had put on his own tattered coarse linen clothes for now. His hands, besides various scrapes, were covered with a layer of thick calluses and cracks, showing that he hadn't lived an easy life before. Now he was both sick and poor. Fan Changyu made a bold promise. Don't worry, I'll slaughter pigs to support you in the future. Yin Zheng. The expression on his face at this moment was truly spectacular. If anyone who knew him had been present, they probably would have already imagined their demise just from hearing these words. Under the heavens, this woman before him was probably the only one who dared to brazenly claim she would support him. However, if she knew his true name, she probably wouldn't say such things to him, and might not even have saved him from dying in the snow. Thinking of this, Yin Zheng's eyes held a hint of mockery. He asked why. Fan Changyu didn't understand his meaning. What? He was unusually patient at this moment, seemingly quite curious about her reason for saying she would support him. We're not related in any way. If these injuries of mine don't heal, there's a high chance I'll become disabled. What do you gain from supporting me? Fan Changyu answered honestly. You're good-looking. Yin Zheng was stunned, not expecting such a shallow reason. After a while, he frowned and asked, just because of that? Fan Changyu blinked as if to say what else. Yin Zheng naturally knew his appearance was above average, but being so directly complimented on his looks was a first for him. He said, there are many good-looking people in the world. Fan Changyu said, but you're the one I happened to carry back from the snow. She had only meant to explain her response to his statement about there being many good-looking people in the world, but unexpectedly, after she finished speaking, his gaze on her became even stranger. Fan Changyu belatedly realized that her words could be easily misunderstood and hurriedly tried to explain. What I mean is, perhaps everything happens for a reason. She, who valued appearances, just happened to save someone who looked exceptionally good. So she thought that if he had nowhere to go in the future, and if their personalities were compatible, it wouldn't be bad to make do and live together. If he wasn't interested, she definitely wouldn't force him. After all, a forced melon isn't sweet. However, he didn't give her a chance to finish explaining. He frowned and interrupted her. After I've recovered, I will leave on my own. I won't trouble Miss Fan any further. His eyes and brows were cold as if he had already decided that she had improper intentions towards him. Changyu found it hard to explain. That's fine. He seemed unwilling to have any further entanglement with her and didn't want to owe her anything. He spoke coldly again. Miss Fan, please make a wish. I will repay the kindness of saving my life in the future. Changyu waved her hand dejectedly. If you're willing to fake marry into my family to help me keep the property, that's already a great help to me. She wouldn't say anything more to avoid further misunderstandings. How embarrassing that would be. Unexpectedly, she heard him say, the fake marriage will only count as repayment for taking me in. Changyu looked up in surprise, staring at his exceptionally handsome face, and asked uncertainly, do you mean you agree to the fake marriage? Yanzheng nodded slightly. Changyu almost cried with joy. We can sign a contract as proof, set a time limit for the marriage, and when the time is up, I'll immediately write you a divorce letter. I won't force you to stay. If you want to leave early, I'll give you travel money and a divorce letter and won't stop you. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about her having improper intentions and refusing to let him go when the time came. Yanzheng, that won't be necessary. He lowered his eyes and asked again, what is Miss Fan's wish? Changyu thought for a moment and said, I want to start running the pigsty my father left behind as soon as possible and hopefully raise 100 pigs in the future. This wish was truly simple and unpretentious, and once again related to pigs. Yanzheng was silent for a moment. Miss Fan can aim higher. Changyu thought to herself that 100 pigs would be worth at least 100 taels of silver. In town, a 2-courtyard house would only cost about 100 taels. How was this wish small? She dishonestly stated a larger number. Then 200 pigs? Yanzheng. Fine. He'd give her more silver when he left in the future. Changyu saw his silence and thought she had asked for too much. As she awkwardly said, there's an old saying that saving a life is better than building a pagoda. I'm not expecting you to repay me. Yanzheng's eyelid twitched slightly when he heard her misquote the saying, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. He interrupted her. I will remember Miss Fan's kindness. Since he had said this, Changyu didn't continue the topic. She asked, so, since you've agreed to the fake marriage, is there anything else you want to ask me? The man sitting by the window just shook his head slightly, seemingly not taking this so-called marriage seriously. Changyu thought it made sense. After all, it was all fake. They weren't getting married, so there was no need to thoroughly investigate each other's family background. She said, the wedding might be a bit rushed, probably in the next day or two. Yanzheng only said, you can arrange it as you see fit. His eyelashes, like raven feathers, were half lowered, hiding all the deep emotions in his eyes. However, my household registration documents were also taken by the bandits. I suppose I'll need to go to the government office to get new ones. Changyu said, that's not difficult. Since you're marrying into my family, we can just add you to my household registration later. Now that both parties had reached an agreement, Changyu didn't linger any longer. She stood up to go prepare for the wedding. Before leaving, she saw that he hadn't drunk much of the pig lung soup and reminded him. The soup must be cold by now. You should drink it. Yanzheng, Did she not know that the pig lung soup she made tasted very strange? Left alone in the room, he opened the window and looked at the sky after the snow, his eyes gradually deepening in color. The person who had taken over his military power was like a mad dog. Unable to find his corpse, they would likely soon thoroughly investigate the refugees who had fled to nearby prefectures and counties. He could fabricate a false identity, but he couldn't forge household registration documents. If the Jizhou government also started investigating refugees without household registrations, he would soon be exposed. According to the current dynasty's laws, if one married into a family, they could change their household registration to that of the family they married into. This was the real reason he agreed to the fake marriage. As for that woman, his gaze unconsciously fell on the pig lung soup placed nearby. He had already granted her a wish, and she also had her motives for the fake marriage, so he didn't owe her anything more. Recalling her matter-of-fact statement, "You're good-looking," his handsome brows furrowed involuntarily. How shallow. He put his fingers to his lips and blew a clear, high-pitched whistle. In no time, a pure white gerfalcon swooped down from the sky and landed steadily on the windowsill. Yin Zheng handed the bowl to it. Eat it. The gerfalcon looked at the cooked pig lung slices in the bowl with its black button eyes and stubbornly turned its head away. Yin Zheng gave it a look, and the gerfalcon reluctantly picked up a piece of pig liver and swallowed it. As luck would have it, just as Fan Changyu had agreed to the fake marriage, Constable Wang secretly sent someone to inform her that Fanda had indeed found someone to write a petition to the county yamen, and the case would likely be heard in the coming days. When the old Zhao couple heard this news, they were so anxious that blisters formed on their lips. Fan Changyu, however, remained calm and said, "We'll keep the wedding simple. We'll just invite the neighbors for a meal to let everyone know I've taken in a husband." To avoid worrying the old couple too much and to prevent others from noticing any flaws, she hadn't told them yet that this marriage was fake. Madame Zhao worried. There's no time to make wedding clothes. Fan Changyu didn't think it was a big deal. Wearing red clothes should be enough, right? The money she had from selling pork and the compensation from the gambling house incident added up to only 3 taels of silver. This small amount needed to be spent wisely. However, while she had new clothes to wear, the man who was preparing to marry into her family didn't. His original clothes were tattered and torn, and during his recovery, he had been wearing a loose undergarment with one of Carpenter Zhao's old jackets. On the wedding day, he would need at least 1 set of new clothes. Fan Changyu gritted her teeth and spent half a tael of silver to buy a bolt of dark red fabric from the cloth shop. She asked the seamstress who lived in the alley to make a set of new clothes for him. Fan Changyu had chosen this dark red fabric with consideration. It could serve as wedding attire on the day of the ceremony and could also be worn as ordinary clothing on regular days. When the seamstress heard that Fan Changyu was getting married, she said some auspicious words with a smile. Knowing Fan Changyu's family circumstances weren't easy, she refused to accept any payment for her work, saying that making this wedding outfit would be her wedding gift. However, she still needed to take measurements. Fan Changyu had wanted to ask Uncle Zhao for help, but he had gone out to buy various items needed for the wedding. She had no choice but to go up to the attic herself. "You don't have any suitable clothes for the wedding day, so I'm here to take your measurements for a new set of clothes." Yin Zheng nodded compliantly. To get more accurate measurements, he didn't wear Carpenter Zhao's old jacket, only wearing an undergarment and exposing his back to Fan Changyu. Fan Changyu spread her thumb and index finger, measuring from his left shoulder to his right shoulder. Through the thin layer of the undergarment, her fingertips could feel the warm, firm muscles. Although she had touched him before when he was seriously injured and coughing blood, helping him pat his back to ease his breathing, at that time it was a matter of life and death, and she had no distracting thoughts. But now, perhaps because neither of them was speaking and the room was so quiet that their breaths could be heard, she inexplicably felt somewhat embarrassed. She tried to minimize physical contact with him, fearing he might misunderstand her intentions again, while also trying to ignore the warmth transmitted through her fingertips, focusing on remembering the measurements. 1 foot and 5 inches. After taking the measurements, she hurriedly handed the old clothes back to Yin Zheng for him to put on, seemingly eager to avoid him. She couldn't help but wonder to herself, this person looked thin but unexpectedly had broad shoulders and back. His clothing size was almost the same as her father's. Before leaving, she told him about the general process for tomorrow's wedding. "The wedding is set for tomorrow afternoon. Since it's inconvenient for you to go downstairs, Uncle Zhao will carry you down at that time." For some unknown reason, he refused firmly. "No need. I'll use a crutch to go downstairs myself." Fan Changyu worried. "Won't that tear open your wounds?" "It's fine." Seeing his insistence, Fan Changyu let it be and went home to continue preparing for the wedding. Hosting a banquet for guests was unavoidable. She took out 1 tael of silver to buy a pig. Madame Zhao, who was in charge of cooking, helped her visit the neighbors and invited skilled aunties to come help tomorrow. They also needed to prepare some wedding candies and pastries. Although they said everything would be kept simple, when all the expenses were added up, the 3 taels of silver she had on hand were completely spent without a single coin left. Fan Changyu was busy until the hour of high without a moment's rest. Madame Zhao, who had no children of her own, helped her prepare for the wedding as if she were arranging it for her daughter, bustling about with her. After Chang Ning had fallen asleep, Madame Zhao mysteriously handed her a small booklet. Fan Changyu glanced at it and quickly closed it, half embarrassed and half flustered. He's injured like that. This won't be necessary. Madame Zhao glared at her. There will come a time when it's needed. Fan Changyu had to reluctantly accept the booklet. The seamstress was skilled and had finished a set of wedding clothes by that night and brought them over. Fan Changyu had originally only intended to have clothes made for Yin Zhang, but unexpectedly, the seamstress had managed to save enough fabric and had made a matching set for her as well. The seamstress said with a smile, "How can newlyweds wear different clothes on their wedding day? I saw there was enough leftover fabric to make another set for you, so I worked hard to make it. Please don't mind if the craftsmanship isn't good." Fan Changyu had had clothes made by the seamstress before, so her measurements were on file. Fan Changyu felt a mix of emotions. "Thank you, Aunt Fong," the seamstress urged. "Quickly try it on and let me and your aunt see. If it doesn't fit well, we can still make alterations now." Due to the limited fabric, the seamstress had cut the wedding clothes in a very simple style, not much different from ordinary clothes, but the design was elegant and unadorned. Fan Changyu went into the room to change and came out. Madame Zhao and the seamstress both said she looked good. The seamstress teased, "Tomorrow with the veil on, you'll be a beautiful bride." Fan Changyu asked, "Since he's marrying into my family, shouldn't the veil be for the groom?" The seamstress and Madame Zhao burst into laughter. "You silly girl." Fan Changyu was simply curious. If that man truly came to marry her, she feared he might turn on her right then and there. Speaking of the groom, the seamstress grew intrigued. "I heard your betrothed was rescued from mountain bandits at Huchakou Bayou. Is he handsome?" Before Fan Changyu could respond, Madame Zhao chimed in. "You'll see him at the wedding tomorrow." The seamstress laughed in agreement, teasing a bit more before heading home. When Madame Zhao spoke privately with Fan Changyu, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, thinking about how her daughter would soon be married. Those daughters from wealthy families are carried down from their embroidery rooms on the day of their weddings, riding in bridal palanquins with music playing to their husbands' homes. Fan Changyu didn't feel sad. Instead, she remembered how she had just told Yin Zhang that tomorrow she would have Uncle Zhao carry her downstairs, and she had coldly refused him on the spot. Was that his reason for rejecting her? That night, the lights in the Fan household burned late, as did those in the neighboring Song household. Songmu woke in the night and noticed a light still shining in her son's room. She knocked on the door, saying, "Yan, it's so late. You should get some rest." A calm voice responded from within, "I'll finish this scroll and then sleep." Half feeling pity for her son and half feeling pride, Songmu told him, "Just don't stay up too late," before returning to her room. Inside, the candlelight flickered brightly, but Song Yin held the scroll without turning a single page. The inkstone and brush lay toppled on the floor, creating a mess in the room. His hand, clutching the scroll, was tense enough that his knuckles turned white. She was getting married? Chapter 8. The Wedding Night. Fan Changyu was probably the first bride who had to wake up early on her wedding day to slaughter a pig and prepare braised dishes. She had previously slaughtered a pig for sale and used the remaining offal and head to make braised delicacies. With 2 pigs combined, she managed to fill 2 basins with enough sliced braised meat. The aunties who came to help all commented on how delicious it smelled. It was nearly noon when Madame Zhao finally urged her to return to her room to change into her wedding dress and do her makeup. Fan Changyu only learned from Madame Zhao that there were 2 types of customs for a groom marrying into the bride's family. In one, the groom would be carried in a flower sedan chair to the bride's home, colloquially known as carrying the groom's head. The other was similar to a normal wedding, where the groom would stay at the bride's home the day before, while the bride would leave from her maternal grandparents' home, sitting in a flower sedan chair with much fanfare back to her own home, thus saving face for the groom. Fan Changyu didn't need to do either. Firstly, she no longer had money to rent a flower sedan chair. Secondly, the groom was just next door. He could come downstairs and directly proceed with the ceremony, so there was no need for such formalities. The invited Madame Chuanfu came to set up the bridal chamber and help her with her hair. First comb for harmony till the end, second comb for white hair and old age together, third comb for children and grandchildren. Fan Changyu sat at the dressing table, listening to Madame Chuanfu recite the 10 combing ceremony and the bustling voices outside. For a moment, She had the illusion that she was truly getting married. Outside, the guests were discussing the groom of the day most frequently. However, Madame Zhao was tight-lipped, and no matter how the women tried to inquire, she wouldn't reveal even the slightest hint. Some women sat together cracking melon seeds and couldn't help but speculate privately. The way the Zhao couple is helping Fan Changyu keep things so secretive. Could it be that the groom is ugly as sin, too hideous to be seen? I heard the groom injured his leg and can't walk properly. Someone immediately gasped. So he's a cripple? The person next to her elbowed the woman who spoke, signaling her to lower her voice, then whispered, "After all, the Fan family is taking in a son-in-law. If he were perfectly fine, would he agree to marry into her family?" The group couldn't help but sigh, and someone brought up Song Yan. It seems the Fan family and Song family have truly fallen out. Everyone from the entire alley is here today, except for the Song family. Well, I'd say it's better if the Song family doesn't come to this wedding feast. Song Yin is known as the most handsome young man in 10 villages around. If he came, he'd make the groom look worthless in comparison, and the Fan family would lose face. As everyone chattered away, when the auspicious time arrived, they all gathered in front of the Zhao family's main gate to catch a glimpse of the groom. On the contrary, when Fan Changyu, the bride, came out with a red veil covering her face, no one paid her any attention. The weather was truly uncooperative today. It had started snowing in the afternoon, and by now, a thin layer of snow covered the courtyard walls. The ground, however, remained free of snow due to constant foot traffic, leaving only wet marks. The firecrackers hung at the Zhao family's main gate crackled loudly. As the crowd craned their necks to peer inside, they saw a pair of crutches emerge from the open door, and their hearts sank with the confirmation. Fan Changyu had indeed married a cripple. As the crutches moved, one foot of the groom crossed the threshold, revealing half of a reddish-brown robe to the onlooker's sight. Snowflakes fell like cotton, melting instantly on the robe, leaving only a faint, barely visible damp mark. The noisy guests outside inexplicably held their breath. After the groom's other foot crossed the doorway, he finally emerged completely from the shadows inside the house. Snowflakes landed on his ink-black hair tied with a red ribbon, and between his dark hair and red clothes, his face appeared handsome and refined. His skin seemed even whiter than the falling snow, and the cold, aloof glance he cast toward the door left everyone breathless. As the guests saw his appearance, they all gasped in astonishment. In all their years, they had never seen such a handsome young man. Not only did he surpass Song Yan, but even the lead actor of the opera troupe couldn't compare to a tenth of this groom's good looks. With sword-like eyebrows, star-bright eyes, and a face like polished jade, he truly had the appearance of a celestial being. After a moment of dead silence, the crowd erupted into an even greater commotion than before. "This groom is truly handsome. I knew a girl as pretty as Changyu couldn't possibly find an inferior husband. Who said earlier that the groom was an ugly cripple? Is this appearance any worse than Song Yan's?" Yin Zheng, leaning on his crutches, passed through the clamoring crowd with an expressionless face. He frowned almost imperceptibly, seemingly finding the chattering women too noisy. Turning a corner into the Fan family's main gate, even the people still cracking melon seeds and chatting in the courtyard stood up to watch the spectacle when they saw him. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the most frequent comments were praises of his appearance. Even the women helping in the kitchen, upon hearing that the groom was exceptionally handsome, couldn't resist coming out to take a look. Yin Zheng, suppressing the irritation between his brows, made his way towards the main hall for the ceremony, surrounded by onlookers the entire way. He casually glanced towards the eaves ahead and caught sight of Fan Changyu, dressed in a wedding outfit matching his color. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, she had lifted a corner of her veil at the back of the crowd to secretly peek out. His gaze had already passed over her, but suddenly returned, with a hint of surprise. He knew she wasn't bad-looking, but this was the first time he had seen her with makeup on. Under the half-covered red silk, her almond-shaped eyes looked towards him, filled with a misty smile. Her cheeks were lightly brushed with rouge, and although the application technique was a bit clumsy, it didn't detract from her beauty. Her lips, coated with lip rouge, were no longer as pale as usual, contrasting with her snow-white cheeks. At first glance, She appeared dazzlingly beautiful. When their eyes met, she froze for a moment, then seemed to remember that this was her wedding scene. Hurriedly, like a guilty thief, she lowered her veil and stood properly. Though she was truly a beauty, her actions were always so peculiarly out of place. Yan Zheng's irritation from the noisy guests suddenly lessened a bit. Perhaps this grand wedding wasn't entirely tedious and cumbersome after all. He entered the main hall on his crutches. Madame Chuanfu handed one end of a red silk ribbon with a flower ball attached to him and the other end to Fan Changyu. The elder officiating the wedding ceremony called out loudly, "The auspicious time has arrived. Let the newlyweds bow. First bow to heaven and earth." Fan Changyu, unable to see under her veil, was guided by Madame Zhao to face outward. She then bowed together with Yin Zheng to heaven and earth. Second bow to the ancestors. As both of their parents had passed away, only tablets were placed on the high table. The couple bowed once more to the tablets. Bowed to each other. As they bowed, a gust of wind blew in, nearly lifting the veil off Fan Changyu's head. She instinctively reached to grab it, but a large hand beat her to it, pressing the veil back onto her head. She could imagine with her toes that this scene must not have looked very graceful. Laughter erupted among the guests. "Look at the groom. He doesn't want to let anyone see the bride." The veil blocked Fan Changyu's vision, so she couldn't see Yin Jing's expression at that moment. However, she found these teasing remarks quite embarrassing and only hoped he wouldn't mind. "The ceremony is complete. Escort them to the bridal chamber." With this shout, she and Yin Zheng were finally led to the bridal chamber that had been prepared earlier, holding the red silk ribbon. The so-called bridal chamber was quite simple, with red paper-cut characters for double happiness pasted on the doors and windows, and the bed covered with festive-colored sheets and quilts. After Madame Chuanfu said a series of auspicious words, she allowed Yin Zheng to lift the veil from Fan Changyu's head. The room suddenly brightened before her eyes, and the figures inside became clear. Earlier outside, when Fan Changyu had been caught peeking from under her veil, she had quickly lowered it and hadn't seen clearly. Now, with the person just a step away, Fan Changyu looked at Yin Zheng in his red attire and once again marveled at how clothes truly make a man. In this outfit today, if he were to walk down the street, he would likely dazzle quite a few young ladies. Madame Chuanfu smiled. "Look, what a beautiful bride, truly a match made in heaven with the groom." The women around covered their mouths and laughed. Fan Changyu awkwardly curved her lips in response. Yin Jing's expression remained indifferent, making it impossible to discern what he was thinking. Madame Chuanfu, along with the other women in the room, picked up peanuts and red dates from a plate and sprinkled them over the couple's heads, saying, "Dates bring noble sons." These things hurt a bit when they hit, so Fan Changyu spoke up at the right moment. "Thank you, aunties, but my husband is injured. The fruit sprinkling is just for good luck, so let's end it here for today." This remark inevitably led to more teasing. "Look at that. Changyu is already protecting her husband." Fan Changyu endured their teasing with a thick skin. After sending away the roomful of people, she asked Yin Zheng, "Are you hurt?" Yin Zheng looked at her with an unreadable expression in his eyes. "No." Relieved, Fan Changyu continued, "I still need to go out and greet the guests. You rest easy in the room. If you're hungry, you can eat some of the pastries on the table first." These words should have been said by the groom to the bride, but coming from Fan Changyu's mouth, they sounded strange no matter how one heard them. After a moment's silence, Yin Zheng nodded slightly. Having endured for so long with his injuries, his expression indeed showed unmistakable weariness. Fan Changyu went out to attend to the guests. Since her family no longer had elders and she was marrying a groom, almost no one urged her to drink during the feast. Everyone ate merrily, and as the sky darkened, they gradually took their leave. As the feast dispersed and Fan Changyu was cleaning up the tables and chairs, she noticed a brocade box someone had left on the table by the door. She asked Madame Zhao, who was helping with the cleanup, "Auntie, who left this gift?" Madame Zhao also looked puzzled. "The gift registry was completed before the feast began, and I didn't see this box earlier. I don't know who brought it later without saying a word." Fan Changyu opened the box, and, upon seeing the pair of clay dolls inside, her face instantly turned cold. She immediately threw the box into the pile of garbage that Madame Zhao had just swept up. instantly breaking the clay dolls. Seeing Fan Changyu's reaction and recognizing the broken male and female clay dolls, Madame Zhao's face changed. She spat viciously in the direction of the Song family's house. That heartless beast! When you were in trouble, he distanced himself more quickly than anyone, and now he sends this thing to upset you on your wedding day. Fan Changyu said, "Don't be angry, Auntie. What's the point of getting upset over someone who doesn't matter?" She wasn't angry because the clay dolls had stirred up any bad memories, but simply because she found it irritating. Those clay dolls were a gift she had given to Song Yin the year his father passed away when she saw him feeling depressed. She was only 7 or 8 years old at the time. Over the years, Fan Changyu believed that her parents had treated Song Yin well. But after her parents' death, he was the one who rushed to break off the engagement. When she was troubled by Fanda and the gambling den people, he was the one who closed his doors and refused to see her. Now, sending this pair of clay dolls on her wedding day, what was he trying to say? Due to this unpleasantness, Fan Changyu's expression remained blank even until the evening when the family sat down for dinner. As Yin Zheng was injured and couldn't move easily, she brought the meal to his room. "You're injured, so I've chosen some light dishes for you." Yin Zheng had noticed her unusual expression from the moment she entered the door, but he didn't ask anything. He just half-lowered his eyes and said a faint thank you. By the time everything was completely cleaned up, it was almost the hour of high. Madame Zhao was about to take the sleeping Ninger next door, but Fan Changyu directly said it wasn't necessary. "Since our parents passed away, Ninger has always slept with me. Otherwise, she gets night terrors and cries all night." Madame Zhao said, "That's fine for normal days, but on your wedding night, no matter what, the newlyweds should sleep in the same room. Otherwise, it's not auspicious." With that, she left no room for Fan Changyu to speak further and carried Ninger out of the room. The courtyard, which had been so noisy during the day, was now eerily quiet. Red lanterns hung high under the eaves, casting a dim yellow glow on the snowy night. Fan Changyu sat on the doorstep hugging her knees, staring at the large flakes of snow falling in the night sky for a while before getting up to go inside. Since it was a fake marriage, Fan Changyu naturally couldn't sleep in the same room with someone. However, all the cotton quilts in the house were stored in the bridal chamber. That room was originally where she slept, but after her parents passed away, Ninger was afraid to sleep alone and squeezed in with her. Now that it had been turned into the bridal chamber, the adjacent room hadn't been prepared with bedding yet. As it was the room she had lived in for over a decade, she habitually pushed the door open and entered. Only then did she realize that Yin Zheng was changing his clothes. He had already taken off his outer robe and was facing away from her, with his inner garment half removed, hanging at his elbows and falling to his waist. It was a beautiful body. Between the bandages, the exposed skin gleamed a lovely honey color in the candlelight, with clearly defined muscles. Due to her sudden entry, he slightly turned his head. His face, like carved jade, wore a cold expression that somehow seemed both ascetic and bewitching at this moment. Fan Changyu stared blankly for several breaths, until the other furrowed his long brows in displeasure and pulled his half-removed inner garment back on, asking, "Do you need something?" Only then did she suddenly come to her senses, realizing she was acting like a hooligan lusting after a virtuous young lady's beauty. Her face burning, she quickly turned around. "I'm sorry, I forgot to knock. I'm not used to it yet. I just came in to get a quilt." "Go ahead and take it," came the cold, clear voice from behind. Fan Changyu tried her best not to look sideways as she took 2 cotton quilts from the wardrobe. Hugging them, she walked out of the room without daring to turn her head. Only after turning the corner did she take several deep breaths in relief. She had truly embarrassed herself. She hoped he wouldn't misunderstand. Yin Zheng's keen hearing naturally picked up on her faint sigh. His eyes revealed no trace of emotion. Only after hearing the sound of her footsteps recede into the distance did he undo the bandages and apply medicine to the deeper, more severe wounds. The medicine had been tied to the leg of a gerfalcon and sent over, a precious golden wound-healing powder that was nearly impossible to obtain. Its potency was incredibly strong. The moment the powder touched the wounds, pain shot through him like a piercing blade, making every muscle and tendon in his body tense. Veins bulged along his arms, cold sweat seeped from his forehead, and he clenched his teeth so hard that a faint taste of blood filled his mouth. To prevent the blood from staining anything, he sat on a wooden stool inside the room, hands clenched into tight fists resting quietly on his knees. Beads of sweat, mixed with blood and grime, slowly rolled down his rigid spine. The scene looked less like a treatment and more like a torturous punishment. Enduring this inhuman pain, sweat dripped from his eyelids, yet he did not so much as blink. His eyes, reflecting the flickering candlelight, were filled with a brooding darkness. These wounds and the searing pain etched into his flesh. He would make sure to return it all one day. Suddenly, the footsteps outside the room, which had disappeared earlier, came back. Yin Zheng raised his gaze, still brimming with unrestrained hostility, and looked towards the doorway. Chapter 9. Forced to share a room. Changyu had just walked a short distance from the bridal chamber carrying 2 thick quilts when she sensed something was amiss. She raised her head and glanced over the courtyard wall, immediately spotting 2 large black shadows ducking back down. She could recognize Fanda and his wife even if they were turned to ashes. Had these 2 heard about her taking in a son-in-law, and, fearing she had randomly found an outsider to put on an act, come to eavesdrop by climbing her wall in the middle of the night? At that moment, outside the Fan family's courtyard wall, Fanda and his bear-like wife Lu Shi were each perched on a wooden ladder, their heads lowered below the wall as they whispered to each other. "See, I told you that girl just found someone to fake being a son-in-law to fool us. They're sleeping in separate rooms on their wedding night. What are you panicking about?" Lu Shi scolded her husband fiercely. Fanda, thinking about the possibility of getting the house and land, couldn't hide his excitement and said, "Let's keep watching. Keep watching." As the 2 stealthily poked their heads over the wall again, they saw Changyu enter the adjacent room with the thick quilts, then come out and go to the kitchen to fetch a basin of water, which she took back to the bridal chamber. It seemed as if she had just gone to the other room to put away some bedding. Fanda and his wife couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. Could they have guessed wrong? When Changyu entered the bridal chamber again without knocking, carrying a basin of hot water, she met the ice-cold gaze of the shirtless man sitting at the table. She gestured towards the courtyard with her eyes, half embarrassed and half helpless, saying, "My uncle and aunt probably think I've randomly found someone to pretend to be my son-in-law to deceive them. They're eavesdropping outside." Yin Zheng withdrew his gaze and slumped back onto the round table. He had just applied medicine, and the excruciating pain from his torn flesh spread throughout his body along his nerves, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead, shoulders, back, and abdomen. At the moment, all his energy was focused on enduring the pain, leaving him no interest in Changyu's comings and goings. With his shoulders tense, sweat-damp hair clinging messily to his forehead, and even his eyelids heavy with sweat beads, his teeth clenched, he looked like a wild wolf that had been beaten repeatedly but still refused to be tamed. This was the first time Changyu had seen his wounds in their entirety. Without the bandages, some of the originally gaping wounds had formed scabs, while others were still raw and bloody. Besides these, there were also many old scars visible on his body. Changyu couldn't help but think of her father, who also had many such old scars. It seemed that being a caravan guard was truly a life-risking profession. She put down the water basin and walked over, frowning as she asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" The man half-slumped on the table didn't raise his head. His pale fingertips picked up a bottle of medicine and passed it back to her. "Sprinkle all the remaining medicine powder on the few wounds on my back." He was always cautious and had already transferred the medicine brought by the gerfalcon into the medicine bottle bought from the old man. Changyu took the bottle and did as instructed, but almost instantly, the muscles on his shoulders and back tensed even more, becoming like stone. Unable to bear it, he turned his head and bit directly into the clothes piled on the table. She frowned, thinking that his reaction seemed much stronger than when he had applied medicine last time. Realizing it might be because he was exhausted from the wedding day, she felt a bit guilty. She glanced at the bandages on the floor, stained with blood and sweat, and went to the wardrobe to fetch a bolt of plain silk. This was leftover material bought for the funeral after her parents passed away. She cut it into long strips with scissors to make it easier to bandage him later. After a while, the tightly tensed muscles all over Yin Zheng's body finally relaxed a bit. He released the clothes from his mouth and slowly raised his eyes to look at Changyu. Are you feeling better? Fan Changyu quickly put down the scissors when she saw this. Yin Zheng was very averse to others seeing him in the process of treating his wounds. At those times, he was like a weak stray dog whose life could be taken by anyone. But the woman before him had already seen him in his most wretched state. When this long-held habit was broken, he instinctively felt repulsed and only coldly expressed his thanks. Fan Changyu glanced at the wounds on his body, but was magnanimous enough not to hold it against him. Perhaps he was in a bad mood because it hurt too much. Yin Zheng picked up the clothes on the table and started to put them on. The feeling of blood and sweat sticking to his back was unpleasant, but his good upbringing prevented him from being comfortable half-naked in front of a woman. Seeing this, Fan Changyu quickly stopped him. You're sweaty, and there's still a lot of blood. Wipe yourself off first, and I'll find you some of my father's clothes later. She had just brought in a basin of water, originally intending for him to wash up, but now it came in handy. Yin Zheng could wipe his front himself, but Fan Changyu had to help with his back. She was much more thorough than his haphazard wiping, carefully avoiding the wounds with the wrung-out cloth as she wiped away the blood and brown medicine stains left from earlier treatment. Occasionally, her knuckles would accidentally brush against his back. They weren't particularly soft, but different from his own calloused hands. It was as if tiny electric currents spread from where her knuckles touched. This unfamiliar tingling sensation made Yin Zheng unconsciously furrow his brow. Seeing this, Fan Changyu paused her actions. Did I touch your wound? He pressed his lips together, his expression growing colder. No. After wiping his back, the basin of water had become murky with blood and medicine stains. Fan Changyu took the cloth strips she had prepared and began to wrap them around him. Now her fingertips inevitably came into contact with more of his skin. Perhaps because he had just applied medicine and was sweating, his body temperature was hotter than at any previous time. Fan Changyu was standing while he sat, and occasionally when she lowered her head to wrap the bandages, her long hair would fall forward, lightly brushing his shoulders and neck. Tingling, itching, numbness. Yin Zheng's brows were almost knotted into a deep frown as he inconspicuously moved away a bit. All done. Fan Changyu hadn't noticed his discomfort. After tying the knot, she straightened up. After all this work, she had also broken out in a light sweat on her forehead. She rummaged through a chest and found an old shirt that her father used to wear, gave it to him, and then took the basin outside to empty it. The red lanterns under the eaves swayed gently in the cold wind. When the two bear-like black shadows outside the wall saw her come out, they quickly ducked down again, thinking they were well hidden. Fan Changyu played along, pretending not to notice as she scolded. Which family's wild cat is stealing meat from my house again? She walked over to the basin, scooped 2 large ladles of cold water from the water vat to mix into the basin, and then forcefully splashed it over the courtyard wall. If I catch you next time, I'll teach you a lesson, you beast. Outside the wall, Fanda and his wife were drenched like drowned rats, shivering from the cold, but not daring to make a sound for fear of being discovered. Only when the footsteps in the courtyard faded did Fanda, still shivering, spit out, "Tui, tui," to get rid of the water he had accidentally swallowed. He frowned and asked, "What kind of water did that damned girl splash? What's this smell?" Lu Shur wiped her face with her sleeve and sniffed. "It smells of blood and sweat." The couple froze, then spat even more vigorously. "Damn it, isn't that their bath water?" Their soaked clothes, chilled by the wind, made them feel cold to the bone, their teeth chattering. They didn't manage to eavesdrop that night, and after returning home, Fanda and his wife caught severe colds, bedridden for days, but that's another story. Fearing further complications, Fan Changyu, after much consideration, decided to sleep on a makeshift bed on the floor in the bridal chamber. Yin Zheng didn't comment on this. Fan Changyu fell asleep quickly. While Yin Zheng was still resting with his eyes closed, her breathing had already become deep and even. According to local custom, the wedding candles should burn all night on the wedding night. To keep up appearances, Fan Changyu hadn't extinguished them. The steadily burning wedding candles suddenly sputtered, making a light sound, which caused Yin Zheng to slightly turn his head towards the makeshift bed on the floor. The warm light spread across 3 feet of floor. The woman was curled up in several thick quilts, her black hair spread across the pillow, her skin glowing like warm jade in the dim candlelight. Yin Zheng looked away and lightly closed his eyes. When she was awake, she carried a coarse, common air about her that made even her good looks easy to overlook. Asleep, she was quite pleasant to look at. Realizing he was pondering whether she looked good or not, Yinjung suddenly opened his eyes, his brows furrowing deeply. What did it matter to him whether she was beautiful or ugly? Once his wounds healed a bit more, he could leave this place. It was hard to say if he would ever cross paths with this woman again. He stopped his train of thought, turned to face the inner part of the bed, and closed his eyes again. Changyu had her sleep schedule and woke up at her usual time. She sat up, finding herself sleeping on the floor with no sign of Ninger beside her, and a man lying on the bed a few steps away. She was confused for a good while. Then she remembered that she had gotten married yesterday, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Outside, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Inside the room, a small section of the wedding candles was still burning, with mottled candle wax accumulated at the base of the candlestick. Changyu got up quietly. She had slept in her clothes, which saved her the awkwardness and trouble of getting dressed. After putting away the bedding from her makeshift bed, she left the room. The wind and snow hadn't stopped last night. By this morning, a thick layer of snow covered the courtyard, and the bare branches on and beyond the walls were white. Changyu rubbed her hands together against the cold. She first went to get firewood from under the eaves to light the fire pit, put on a hanging pot to warm some water for washing up, and then took a broom to sweep the accumulated snow in the courtyard. When she heard Ninger crying next door, she hurried to bring her little sister back. Ninger was usually very well behaved, but after their parents passed away, she would cry for a while if she woke up and didn't see Changyu. After comforting her sister, Changyu sat her on a stool and began to comb her hair. Perhaps due to her poor health since childhood, Ninger's hair wasn't as black and thick as Changyu's. Instead, it was fine, soft, and yellowish, with many flyaways, making it quite troublesome to tie into two little buns. Changyu was still a bit out of practice, resulting in Ninger's buns looking ugly in a different way every day. After finishing her sister's hair, Changyu told her to go wash her face. Ninger touched her left bun, then her right bun, feeling something wasn't quite right. She took her face towel to the wash basin, looked at her reflection in the water, and realized that today's buns were particularly crooked. She tugged at her buns and said, "Sister, the hair is tied crookedly." Changyu coughed twice. "I need to go to the county office after breakfast, and don't have time to redo your hair. Can you make do with this today?" Little Ninger was easy to placate and immediately stopped making requests. When Changyu brought fresh water to the room, she found that the person inside seemed to have been awake for a while, sitting up in bed fully dressed. Her conversation with her sister had likely been overheard by him, which made Changyu feel a bit embarrassed. She put the wash basin on the round stool by the bed, handed him a clean cotton towel, and mentioned the promise she had made when asking him to pretend to be her son-in-law. "I'm going to the county office soon to transfer the property deed and help you register your household. I'll also bring back a doctor for you." Hearing this, Yinjung said, "There's no need to call a doctor. The wounds on my body will heal with rest." His wounds had already been treated with the golden wound medicine, and now he only needed to rest and wait for the flesh to heal. Changyu scratched her head and asked, "Is there anything you need that I can buy for you?" He shook his head again, which made Changyu feel uncomfortable. This wasn't what she had promised earlier, and it seemed as if she was the one benefiting from this fake marriage. She thought that maybe after finishing her business at the county office, she could buy some tonics for him on her way back to help him recover. After a hasty breakfast, Changyu left. Since there was now someone else at home besides her sister, she didn't leave Ninger at Madame Zhao's house. Before leaving, she instructed Ninger that if anything happened, she could go next door to ask Madame Zhao for help. Little did she know that as soon as she left, the small-time thugs who had been keeping watch near the alley immediately ran to the gambling den to report. When the loud banging on the door started, Yinjung had just listlessly flipped through a couple of pages of a book he had randomly found in the corner of the room. His lazy brows concealed a trace of boredom and impatience, his mood far from good. Chapter 10. Pacifying the World with Military Might. The county office wasn't far from town. With a brisk pace, one could reach it in about half an hour. Changyu was fortunate to encounter an acquaintance also heading to the county seat. She hitched a ride on their ox cart, arriving at the county office just as the clerks were beginning their shifts. She mentioned Constable Wang's name to the guard at the entrance and was promptly escorted to the duty room at the back of the yamen. When patrolling the streets, round up all vagrants and beggars and bring them to the prison. The new year is just days away, so keep your eyes peeled. Inside, Constable Wang seemed to be giving instructions. Fan Changyu waited quietly outside, not wanting to interrupt. After Constable Wang finished his briefing, he noticed Fan Changyu waiting outside. With a wave of his hand, the constables dispersed, taking their official daggers as they headed out in small groups, apparently to patrol the streets. Fan Changyu then entered, saying, "Uncle Wang, you seem quite busy today. I hope I'm not disturbing you." The cold outside was biting, but the room was comfortably warm with a charcoal brazier burning. A mist quickly formed on her eyelashes. Constable Wang poured her a cup of ginger tea to ward off the chill and said, "It's not particularly busy. It's like this every year around this time. But this year, the mountain bandits have been especially brazen, causing many casualties. The authorities are scrutinizing outsiders more strictly. Those without household registrations or travel permits are all being thrown into prison. These past couple of days, we've also been rounding up vagrants and beggars." Upon hearing this, Fan Changyu thought of Yin Zhang, who currently had no household registration, and unconsciously tightened her grip on her frost-reddened hands. Noticing her apparent unease, Constable Wang asked, "Have you come today about transferring the deed to your family's property?" Fan Changyu nodded. Constable Wang said, "I forgot to mention earlier, Fanda has already submitted his petition. The property can't be transferred until the lawsuit is settled. But don't worry, since you've already taken in a husband, even if it goes to court, the magistrate will surely award you your parents' property. It'll just be a bit more troublesome." Fan Changyu hadn't anticipated such a complicated process. Remembering the basin of water she had thrown over the courtyard wall the night before, she asked, "What if my uncle doesn't show up on the day of the court hearing?" Constable Wang glanced at her and replied, "Then the petition would be nullified. Moreover, such an action would be seen as disregarding the law and disrupting the court. He'd be given 20 lashes as a warning to others." Fan Changyu instantly regretted not emptying the entire vat of cold water over the wall the night before. Constable Wang asked, "Why do you ask?" Fan Changyu coughed lightly. "Just curious." She cradled the steaming teacup, her fingertips unconsciously tracing its surface. "There's another matter I need your help with, Uncle Wang." Constable Wang said, "Go ahead and tell me." Fan Changyu then explained Yin Zheng's background. "My husband's money and household registration documents were all taken by mountain bandits. Now that he's married into my family, I'd like to help him obtain a new household registration." Constable Wang's smile faded. After a moment, he said, "Given the current situation, getting a new household registration isn't an easy task. But when Fan Changyu and Fanda face each other in court, and she mentions taking in a husband, the county magistrate will surely ask about her husband's origins. Without a household registration to prove his identity, her husband might end up in prison. In that case, she might lose both her property and her husband could face hardship." Constable Wang paced back and forth in the duty room a couple of times before finally stamping his foot and saying to Fan Changyu, "Come with me." The official in charge of Qingping County's household registrations was a good friend of Constable Wang. It was through this connection that he managed to help Fan Changyu obtain a new household registration for her husband. Fan Changyu expressed her profound gratitude to Constable Wang, but he only said, "Just don't mention this to anyone else. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble too. Your father once saved my life, so consider this as repaying the debt I owed him." Fan Changyu quickly promised, "You've done me such a great favor. I'm beyond grateful. How could I possibly be so careless as to speak of this to others?" Remembering his old friend, Constable Wang became nostalgic. Your father was a strange man. With his skills, he could have easily worked in the yamen, but he insisted on becoming a butcher. Fan Changyu explained, "My father used to work as a caravan guard in his earlier years, which always worried my mother. After he retired, he chose a stable occupation to put her mind at ease." This was what she had heard from her parents before. Constable Wang, knowing his old friend's personality, sighed and said no more. After bidding farewell to Constable Wang, Fan Changyu went to her younger sister's favorite candy shop and bought a package of maltose candy. She had originally planned to sell a few acres of rural land to raise money for New Year goods and to buy pigs and piglets after transferring the property deed. But plans don't always work out. Unable to transfer the property for now, all she had left was the gift money from neighbors who had attended the wedding yesterday, which amounted to less than one tael. Changyu couldn't afford the tonics she had intended to buy for Yin Zhang, but she didn't want to return empty-handed. Seeing a street vendor selling hair ties and headbands, she spent a few coins to buy him a navy blue headband. Except for their wedding day, he had rarely tied up his hair. Changyu guessed it was because he didn't have a headband. The red one from the wedding wasn't suitable for everyday use, so she thought it best to buy him one. As Changyu was paying, a ragged man came running frantically toward them, knocking over several stalls in his panic. Several Yamen runners chased after him, shouting, "Stop!" The man didn't dare stop and continued running for his life, with the Yamen runners in hot pursuit. Changyu initially thought the man had committed some crime, but someone nearby clicked their tongue and said, "They say a new official sweep clean. That new governor who just took over Huizhou is indeed living up to his Wei family name. Under the guise of suppressing bandits, he's not sending troops to deal with the mountain bandits and outlaws. Instead, he's targeting the refugees from the north. These poor souls who fled their homes are innocent." So the Yamen runners were chasing refugees. Changyu recalled Constable Wang's words and felt uneasy. She glanced at the person who had spoken. He and his companions were all wearing identical long robes, which Changyu had seen Song Yin wear before. It was the uniform of the county school, indicating that these men were all students there. One of his companions scoffed coldly. "The Wei father and son have absolute power. With imperial authority in decline, the entire Great Yin dynasty is as rotten as decayed wood. Now that military power in Huizhou has fallen into the hands of the Wei father and son, I say we might as well change the dynasty's name to Wei." Although Changyu had never left Qingping County in her life, she knew who the Wei father and son they were referring to were. The current Prime Minister Wei Yin had supported the young emperor to the throne 16 years ago after Crown Prince Chengde died in battle at Jinzhou and the old emperor passed away from grief. He had controlled the government for over a decade, and now the common people of Great Yin knew only of the Prime Minister, not the emperor. His son, Wei Xian, compared himself to the Crown Prince and had the blood of countless loyal officials and capable generals on his hands. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was utterly evil. Common people, busy with their daily lives, only heard the news deliberately released by the government. These students preparing for the imperial examinations and analyzing current affairs knew much more about the inner workings of the court. Changyu couldn't help but prick up her ears to listen. The student who had spoken earlier said, "Without the Marquis of Wuhan guarding the great northwestern frontier, who knows how long this land can remain peaceful? Even if Wei Yin has such ambitions, I doubt he dares to sit on the dragon throne." The name of Yin Zhang, the Marquis of Wuhan, was well known throughout the current dynasty, though opinions about him were divided. His birth father was the great General Yin Linshan, who had accompanied Crown Prince Chengde on the Jinzhou campaign and died standing, pierced by countless arrows while holding the military banner. His uncle was Wei Yin, who had wielded immense power in court for over a decade. Such a background was already highly controversial, and the fact that he was raised by his uncle led court officials to view him as part of the Wei faction. Yin Jing's methods were indeed ruthless, much like his uncle's. His famous battle to recapture Jinzhou at the age of 17 still chilled people to the bone. It was said that after taking Jinzhou, he massacred the city, sparing not even infants. The armor of his 800 personal cavalry was said to have been dyed red with blood, earning them the name blood-robed cavalry ever since. The northern Shui people trembled at the mere mention of his name. He had even reclaimed the 12 commanderies of Liaodong, which had been occupied by northern Shui since the previous dynasty. Based on his illustrious military achievements, he was granted the title of Marquis of Wuhan at the young age of 20. Throughout history, he was the only one to receive this title, which implied pacifying the world through military might. It was because Wei Yin had such a sharp and unstoppable blade in his hand that he could occupy the position of prime minister, overshadow imperial power, and control the government to this day. Court officials criticized Yin Zhang for being part of the Wei faction, while simultaneously relying on him to guard the borders. Some even declared that as long as he guarded the frontier, the world would be at peace. But if he set his sights on the court, chaos would ensue. Now, hearing the student say, without the Marquis of Wuan guarding the great northwestern frontier, Fan Changyu felt puzzled. Someone beat her to the question, what happened to the Marquis of Wuan? The student replied, you don't know yet? After the Battle of Changyu, the Marquis of Wuan's fate is unknown. However, his military authority in Huizhou has already been taken over by Wei Xian. It seems he has perished. This news caused a commotion among those present, with many questioning the student's claims. People generally despised the Marquis of Wuan as Wei Yan's tool and feared his disregard for human life, but they couldn't deny that he was a pillar of the great Yin dynasty in the northwest. With this pillar fallen, it was unclear who in the great Yin court could hold up the sky in the northwest. Bombarded with questions from all sides, the student retorted, if you think what I'm saying is false, go find out for yourselves. See if the Northwest hasn't just changed governors. Fan Changyu's mind was filled with concerns about national affairs as she made her way home. Jizhou bordered Changzhou, and if the war spread to Jizhou, she didn't know where she and her younger sister could flee. Remembering that Yin Zheng had fled from Changzhou, Fan Changyu thought she could ask him when she got back. He might know something about the Marquis of Wuan's situation on the Changzhou battlefield. How could a mere rebellion in Changzhou have felled the war god of Great Yin? As she turned the corner near her alley, she encountered a woman who lived in the neighborhood. She greeted her warmly. Aunt Tao, are you going to buy vegetables? The woman nodded but seemed hesitant, her expression somewhat strange. Chapter 11. What a formidable woman. Fan Changyu felt something was amiss. As she was about to continue home, the woman said with a peculiar expression, people from the gambling den went to your house again. Your husband. In a flash, Fan Changyu grabbed a carrying pole from the wall and rushed into the alley. The woman, surprised by Fan Changyu's haste, called out, your husband wasn't hurt. It's the gambling den people who were crippled by him. Unfortunately, Fan Changyu had already run too far to hear clearly. From a distance, she saw a crowd gathered at her doorway again. Her heart tightened, and she gripped the carrying pole harder, shouting, make way. Seeing her charging towards them with a carrying pole, the onlookers quickly parted. Just then, the gambling den's minor boss, Jin Yi, emerged from Fan Changyu's dismantled front gate, leaning on a long staff and looking fierce. Before he could react to the sight of the aggressive Fan Changyu, he was sent flying sideways by a blow from the carrying pole, falling to the ground motionless. Fan Changyu planted her carrying pole on the ground, ready to unleash her anger on those in the courtyard. However, she saw the gambling den thugs looking at her in terror, changing their posture from crawling out to shrinking back in. But under the eaves of the house sat a cold-faced man holding a cane, his expression gloomy. The thugs, caught between a rock and a hard place, huddled together, trembling in the courtyard. These burly men now resembled pitiful cabbages in a field. Fan Changyu looked incredulously at the man sitting under the eaves. Had he done this to all of them? In his injured state, needing a cane to walk, he could still fight. The neighbors watching at the door thought Fan Changyu was going to beat them again and quickly advised, Changyu, stop. Your husband has already beaten them up. Look at them, all with broken legs. Who knows how much the medical expenses will be? Hearing about compensation, Fan Changyu quickly grabbed Jin Yi, who was playing dead on the ground, by the collar and lifted him. Terrified, with 2 streams of blood from his nose, Jin Yi begged, Miss Fan, please be merciful and spare me. I won't dare do this again. He covered his face with both hands. Please, no more beating. Fan Changyu, putting on a fierce face, pointed at her dismantled front gate. You arrogant thugs, you've torn down my gate. How are you going to compensate for that? She needed to quickly assess the damages and hopefully prevent them from demanding compensation for their injuries. As her gaze swept further into the courtyard, she realized that apart from the group of terrified gambling den thugs huddled together, nothing else seemed to be broken. The man under the eaves sat in the armchair, his face pale, but his presence imposing and intimidating. The door behind him was intact, indicating that these gambling den people hadn't even entered the house. Fan Changyu's eyes darted back and forth over the man, noticing a spot of blood on his collar. Finally finding another reason to act tough, she continued fiercely. My husband is injured, and you bullied him with your numbers, beating him like this. Never mind the external injuries. Who knows how severe the internal injuries are? How much will it cost to see a doctor? Yi quickly reached into his clothes and pulled out a handful of silver pieces and copper coins, offering them all to Fan Changyu. I'll pay. Please let me go, Miss Fan. She had only intended to scare the gambling den people, but the situation seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. In her moment of distraction, she loosened her grip on Jinya's collar. Terrified out of his wits, he placed the silver and copper coins on the ground and quickly crawled away. Seeing this, the trembling thugs in the courtyard hesitated for a moment before also taking out some copper coins from their clothes, placing them on the ground, and then limping out of the Fan family gate as quickly as they could. The onlookers stared at Fan Changyu and her pale, sickly husband-in-name as if they were looking at freaks. The gambling den thugs not only collected gambling debts, but also often roamed the streets collecting various protection fees. This was the first time anyone had taken money from them. Fan Changyu was also a bit dazed. After the crowd dispersed, she pointed at the front gate, which seemed to have been kicked off its hinges and was lying inward, and asked, "They broke down the gate, right?" The man under the eaves nodded, and Fan Changyu finally let out a sigh of relief. At least she hadn't wrongly accused anyone. With mixed feelings, she picked up the silver and copper coins from the ground and walked over to ask, "I see blood seeping through your bandages. Has your wound opened up again?" Yin Zheng remained silent. Fan Changyu, remembering how all the gambling den people had limped away, said, "You're injured. In the future, if you encounter situations like this, try to endure if you can. Wait for me to come back and handle it." He still didn't respond, and Fan Changyu felt a bit awkward, knowing that all these troubles were because of her. She said, "If your wound keeps reopening, you'll be the one suffering." Yin Zheng finally spoke. They were too noisy. The sunlight slanted in, using his nose bridge as a dividing line. The upper half of his face was shadowed under the eaves, while the lower half was illuminated, his paleness giving him an almost translucent, icy beauty. His face was cold and distant, truly a remarkably handsome visage. But his temper certainly couldn't be considered good. Hearing his reason, Fan Changyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Yin Zheng didn't seem inclined to say more and returned to his room. Little Chang Ning timidly peeked out from the kitchen, calling, "Sister." Fan Changyu went over and patted her sister's head, asking, "Were you scared?" Chang Ning nodded and then shook her head, saying, "Big brother, brother-in-law is so amazing." Fan Changyu was startled by her form of address for the man, guessing that Madame Zhao must have taught her to call him that. She asked, "Amazing at beating up bad people?" Little Chang Ning nodded. Those people called brother-in-law a pretty boy and insulted him as a cripple, but he crippled all of them. Chang Ning's eyes sparkled as she recounted this. "Sister, what does pretty boy mean? Is it because brother-in-law's face is very white?" Fan Changyu remembered what she had said earlier, and her feelings suddenly became complicated. She told her sister, "That's an insult. Ning Ning, you're not allowed to say it, understand?" Little Chang Ning obediently nodded. Fan Changyu gave her the package of maltose candy she had bought and told her to play in the courtyard without wandering off. She then went to find the medicinal herbs they kept at home for injuries. Approaching Yin Zheng's door, she hesitated briefly before knocking. "What is it?" The man's cold yet magnetic voice came from inside. Fan Changyu said, "I've brought you some medicine." There was no response from inside for a while. Fan Changyu pressed her lips together, but finally spoke. "I'm sorry, I should have thought of this. You married into my family, and they were bound to say many hurtful things." The door suddenly opened, cutting off Fan Changyu's words. He seemed to have been tending to his wound. His outer robe was draped over his shoulders, and only the lower few ties of his inner garment were fastened, leaving the top ones undone, revealing his attractive collarbone and a small section of his well-muscled chest. His strikingly handsome face wore an unpleasant expression. "Do you think breaking one of their legs wasn't enough?" Fan Changyu quickly shook her head. Yin Zheng raised his eyelids slightly. "I'm not so thin-skinned as to take the words of a few scum to heart. As I said, they were too noisy." He turned to go back into the room, and Fan Changyu followed, unconsciously asking, "Do you need my help?" He suddenly turned his head and gave her an ambiguous look, fastening the last tie of his inner garment. I've already taken care of it. It was as if she was trying to take advantage of him by offering to apply medicine. She was still holding the newly bought headband, and now giving it to him would make it seem like she had ulterior motives. When his gaze swept over her, she expressionlessly tied it to her high ponytail. This is a headband I bought for myself. The navy blue didn't suit women, but when she tied it on, it gave her an unexpectedly valiant air. Yin Jing's expression became somewhat peculiar. Fan Changyu, feeling she had regained face, wasn't one to hold grudges for long. After placing the medicine bottle on the table, she began to talk about her visit to the Yamen today. Uncle Wang told me that Fanda has submitted a petition to the county office. Before the case is settled, I can't transfer the property deed. It seems the gambling den is still holding a grudge from losing face last time, and after communicating with Fanda, they tried to use this method to drive you away. In the eyes of the gambling den people, he was an outsider, unfamiliar with Linen Town, and injured. He couldn't have been an easier target. After all, ordinary people would have been scared out of their wits if confronted like this. If her husband in name ran away, her efforts to take in a husband would have been in vain, and the property would still end up belonging to Fanda. The man, who seemed uninterested in what she was saying, suddenly remarked, "In the Establishing Female Households chapter of the Grading Code, a clause should be added allowing orphan girls to establish their households." Fan Changyu knew that widows could establish their households, but she had never heard of orphan girls doing so. For those like her whose parents had both passed away, usually, the clan relatives would take away the property and then raise the girls until they were married off. The quality of this upbringing depended entirely on the conscience of the clan's relatives. Those without conscience might sell the girl directly to a brothel. More commonly, the orphan girl would be treated as a servant, ordered around, and when she reached marriageable age, she would be sold off like livestock to whoever could pay. When her parents had just passed away, Uncle Fan and his wife had come to their door saying they wanted to take her and Changming away, promising to treat them like their own daughters. Fan Changyu, knowing what kind of people they were, refused no matter what, which led to Uncle Fan's repeated attempts to seize the property deed. She didn't take his words seriously. Laws are made by those high-ranking officials in the capital. Which of those old officials doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines, with children in abundance? Even if their family met with misfortune and only an orphan daughter remained, she would be taken in by relatives of status, never wanting food or clothing. These officials have no idea what life is like for orphan girls in common households, so how would they make laws for them? Yin Zheng remained silent. Before his downfall, he had indeed never even heard of the plight of orphan girls in common households. Seeing his silence, Fan Changyu thought she had rebutted his words too harshly. She scratched her head and awkwardly tried to make amends. But if there were officials who knew about the situation of orphan girls in common households and proposed legislation for them, that would be a good thing. Yin Zheng, however, was considering the feasibility of orphan girls establishing their households. The court has reduced corvée labor and taxes for female-headed households. If orphan girls could establish themselves as household heads, they should be treated the same as female-headed households. However, if an orphan girl marries or takes in a husband, adding a male to the household, they could no longer be exempt from corvée labor and taxes. The paperwork would be quite complex. Fan Changyu listened, confused. How do you know so much about the Grading Code? Yin Zheng, realizing he had said too much, lowered his eyes and said, I've just seen and heard more from traveling around. Fan Changyu didn't suspect anything and took out the household registration document from her collar pocket. Oh right, your household registration document has been processed. The county constables are now arresting vagrants and beggars on site, and outsiders without household registration or travel permits entering the city will also be thrown in jail. It's not easy to get a household registration now. Uncle Wang had to call in a favor to get this done for you. Hearing this, Yin Zheng's eyes immediately darkened. The constables are arresting vagrants. Fan Changyu nodded. I saw it with my own eyes on my way back. I heard it's because the Northwest has a new governor, and they're worried about bandits and outlaws robbing during the new year, so they issued this order. She suddenly looked up at Yin Zheng. I also heard that the Marquis of Wuan died on the battlefield in Changzhou. You fled from Changzhou, Do you know if this is true? I don't know. Fan Changyu sighed. If the Marquis of Wuan died, it's quite a pity. A smile that was neither mocking nor genuine appeared on the other's pale face as he asked, "What's there to pity?" Chapter 12. The Fastidious Man. Daylight streamed through the doors and windows, illuminating the entire room. The young woman's youthful vigor and radiance were increasingly difficult to suppress. She spoke as if it were a matter of course. Of course it's a pity. How many marquises of Wuan have emerged in the hundreds of years of the Great Yin dynasty? Fan Changyu counted on her fingers. He recaptured Jinzhou, the throat of the northern frontier. He also recovered the 12 commanderies of Liaodong, which had cost countless loyal ministers and famous generals over decades of fighting. Although the Battle of Jinzhou was controversial, when the northern Zhuyu captured Jinzhou years ago, didn't they massacre the Central Plains people in the city? General Xie died standing to preserve his dignity, but the northern Zhuyu people hung his corpse on the city wall. The civil officials denounced the Marquis of Wuan as cold-blooded and brutal, but weren't the soldiers and civilians who died in Jinzhou 16 years ago innocent? How can they, with a mere flick of their tongues, so lightly dismiss the crimes of the northern Zhuyu on behalf of those who died? Without the Marquis of Wuan, who knows who could have held the northwest? Yin Zheng had heard too many righteous condemnations of his battle at Jinzhou, but this was the first time someone had spoken up for him. He felt a strange sensation in his heart and couldn't help but reassess the woman before him. You're quite bold in your speech. Fan Changyu looked at him, puzzled. How the officials speak is their business. We commoners aren't fools. The Marquis of Wuan may have been brutal in military and political affairs, but he's not as heinously evil as those scholars say. We commoners don't curse the corrupt officials who exploit us, but we curse the Marquis of Wuan for being too fierce in killing enemies. What kind of twisted thinking is that? Yin Zheng. Don't people use his name to scare children at night? Fan Changyu replied, somewhat embarrassed. My father looks too fierce when he's slaughtering pigs. People in town often use my father's name to scare children too. He raised his hand to press his brow, speechless for a while. Miraculously, the resentment and gloom in his heart dissipated a bit at that moment. At lunchtime, Fan Changyu first lit incense for her parents' memorial tablets. Yin Zheng, having heard her mention her father earlier, glanced at the tablets on the altar table against the wall in the main hall. After seeing the names clearly, he suddenly asked, "Is your eldest uncle called Fan Daniu?" Fan Changyu was somewhat surprised. "How do you know?" Yin Zheng said, "Your father's memorial tablet." Fan Changyu looked at the 3 characters, Fan Erniu, on her father's tablet and immediately understood his meaning. She said, "My father's original name was Erniu, but he got lost as a child and found his way back to his family when he grew up. Later, the people in town gave my father a nickname, Fan Laohu, and everyone called him by that nickname." Yin Zheng merely nodded faintly, his gaze sweeping over her mother's tablet. He noticed that her mother didn't even have a surname. The name on the tablet was simply Li Hua, which looked like a casually given name for a country person. He couldn't help but ask, were your and your younger sister's names chosen by someone else? This couple didn't seem like the type to choose names like Changyu and Changning. Fan Changyu put all the dishes on the table and said, "No, my mother chose them." Mentioning her mother, there was a hint of pride in her eyes. My mother was amazing. She could read and write, and she knew how to blend fragrances and make powders. Other butchers would smell after killing pigs, but our family's clothes, after washing, would be scented with my mother's blended fragrances. We never had any odd smells. Yin Zheng's cold eyes showed a hint of surprise. Was your maternal family quite wealthy? Being literate and knowing how to blend fragrances and make powders, either skill alone was not common, let alone having both. It should have been the mark of a well-established family. Fan Changyu shook her head. I've never met my maternal grandparents. My mother was someone my father met when he was working as a caravan guard years ago. She wasn't a young lady from a wealthy family. She had only been a maid in someone's household. Liwa did indeed sound like a maid's name. If she was a maid from a prestigious family, it wouldn't be strange for her to have these skills. Fan Changyu said, "It's a pity I'm not clever. I used to learn to read with my mother, but I'd get a headache whenever I looked at books. I didn't learn fragrance blending and powder making well either. Otherwise, I'd have another way to make money now." Yin Zheng recalled the scene of her wielding a stick to beat people and said with an ambiguous tone, Perhaps you have more talent in other areas. Fan Changyu nodded in agreement. I think so too. If I hadn't learned to slaughter pigs from my father, I might have had my house taken away by now and be living on the streets with Ning. Little Chong Ning was trying hard to pick up a meatball with her chopsticks. Hearing this, she widened her grape-like eyes. Ninger doesn't want to live on the streets. Fan Changyu helped her sister put the meatball she had been struggling with into her bowl. We won't live on the streets. We'll even buy a big house in the county town in the future. Chong Ning was reassured and continued her battle of wits with the meatball in her bowl, occasionally chatting with Fan Changyu. Compared to the sisters' chatter during the meal, Yinzheng hardly spoke after he started eating, truly embodying the saying, silence while eating, silence while resting. His eating manners were also very refined, unlike Fan Changyu. Pig slaughtering was physically demanding work, so she naturally ate more than ordinary women. She directly picked up a large bowl to scoop rice, and Chong Ning followed suit, almost burying her entire face in the rice bowl. The actions of the big and small ones were surprisingly consistent. After finishing and putting down their bowls, they both sighed with satisfaction, as if the meal had become even more delicious. It was the first time in Yin Zheng's life that he had seen women eat like this, and his expression was quite peculiar. In the afternoon, Fan Changyu found Carpenter Zhao to help repair the broken main door at home, while she went to the market with silver to buy pigs. To deal with Fanda for the wedding, her newly opened meat shop had been closed for 3 days. If she didn't reopen soon, the reputation she had built with her braised offal would have been for nothing. Before leaving, Yinzheng suddenly asked her, since your mother was literate, do you have paper, ink, brush, and inkstone at home? Fan Changyu said, yes, do you need them? Yinzheng nodded. I'd like to borrow them. Fan Changyu then went to find the 4 treasures of the study that her mother had bought before. Because they had been stored for a long time, the paper had yellowed, the inkstone had a large chip, and the brush had become frayed like a broom. When Yinzheng saw the 4 treasures of the study placed before him, he was silent for a moment before thanking her. It was still better than using charcoal to write on fabric. Fan Changyu didn't ask why he needed paper and brush, thinking that since he was literate, he might be bored at home with his leg injury and wanted to practice calligraphy or something. After Fan Changyu left, Yinzheng began grinding ink and writing in the room. The ink quality was poor and almost impossible to mix evenly in water. He resisted the urge to throw the frayed brush and ink stick out the window, patiently writing an essay before Carpenter Zhao finished repairing the main door. He asked Carpenter Zhao to help take this essay to a nearby bookstore to sell. With the spring imperial examination approaching, essays should be selling well in various bookstores. Please trouble yourself to go to a bookstore and see if they would buy this kind of essay. Carpenter Zhao couldn't read, but he could see that Yinzheng's handwriting was excellent. He exclaimed in surprise, young man, are you a scholar? Yinzheng only said, I studied for a few days when I was young, and gained some knowledge while traveling north and south as a caravan guard. Now that I'm injured and without money, I thought I'd try to earn some silver by writing essays. With the imperial power weakening and unrest in the northwest, these essays of his, once circulated, would stir up another wave of criticism against the Wei family among the scholars of the world, giving that father and son pair plenty to deal with, naturally leaving them no time to search for his whereabouts. Some messages could also be subtly conveyed to his old subordinates through the essays. The gerfalcon appearing in towns would be too eye-catching, and if found by those with ulterior motives, it would certainly bring trouble. Hearing him speak like this, Carpenter Zhao's eyes immediately welled up. You're a good kid. That girl Changyu has had a hard life. For her to rescue you when you were injured in the wilderness, it must be fate between you two. Seeing how much you care for her, her grandmother, and I can rest easy. Yinzheng knew the old man had misunderstood his intention to earn money as concern for the butcher's daughter. He wanted to explain, but couldn't find a better explanation at the moment, so he could only respond with silence. To Carpenter Zhao, this silence seemed like confirmation. He felt even stranger in his heart, fearing that Fan Changyu might misunderstand as well. When Fan Changyu returned home, he deliberately acted more coldly, but his face usually lacked extra expressions anyway, and Fan Changyu was thick-skinned, so she didn't notice anything unusual at all. That night, after making the bed in the north room and putting her younger sister to sleep, Fan Changyu went to the kitchen to braise the pork for tomorrow's sale. Thinking that Yin Zheng was injured and might feel cold at night, she filled a charcoal basin with the remaining red coals from the stove and brought it to him. Having lived in this room for over 10 years, she hadn't broken the habit of entering directly in such a short time. As soon as she entered the room, she realized he was half undressed, applying medicine again. However, Fan Changyu didn't have time to feel embarrassed this time, because his entire back was covered in smeared blood, and there was quite a bit on his white undergarment as well. During the day when she wanted to help him apply medicine, he refused. She thought his wounds hadn't opened much, but she didn't expect them to be this severe. Yin Zheng frowned as soon as she pushed the door open, about to put his clothes back on, but was stopped by a pair of warm, strong hands on his shoulders. The shiver at the moment their skin touched made his brow furrow even more. He instinctively wanted to brush away the hand on his shoulder, but was restrained by her, unable to move. Yin Zheng's breath caught, and there was a hint of bewilderment in his beautiful eyes, unsure if he was surprised by this woman's strength or her boldness. You? What you? Do you not want to live? Is it so difficult for you to ask someone for help applying medicine? Seeing the open wounds on his back, Fan Changyu didn't give him a pleasant look. She didn't know what this person was being stubborn about. His injuries kept reopening. How much silver would it take to treat them? As she took the medicine bottle from the table and sprinkled it on the bloody wounds on his back, she couldn't help but mutter, "A grown man. What are you being so fussy about?" Yin Zheng's temple twitched violently. The woman's hand was still on his shoulder, and half of his shoulder felt as if it had been branded by a hot iron. His brows were tightly knitted. Men and women should not have physical contact, Fan Changyu said. I carried you back from the wilderness. As for contact, we've already had plenty. As soon as the words left her mouth, the entire room fell into silence. Fan Changyu also realized she had misspoken. She usually hated studying, yet this person had to speak so formally with her. She irritably scratched her head. I didn't mean I had, ugh. Yin Zheng's eyelids started to twitch, and he interrupted her before she could say something shocking again. I understand your meaning. Fan Changyu quickly nodded. As long as you understand. Afraid that he might misunderstand her intentions, she gritted her teeth and lied against her conscience. Don't worry, I have no designs on you. I haven't gotten over my former fiancé yet. After all, we were childhood sweethearts. He was so handsome and so smart, the only one in the entire county to pass the provincial examination. How could I say I've gotten over him when I haven't? After saying this, Fan Changyu felt goosebumps all over her body. The man before her had an indescribable expression and only said, My condolences. Fan Changyu was confused. Song Yin wasn't dead yet. Chapter 13. Money-Making Strategy. Early the next morning, Fan Changyu took fresh pork and braised meat to her family's pork shop. The early market was already bustling with vendors calling out their wares, and aunties and grandmothers wrapped in thick coats and carrying baskets were picking and bargaining at various stalls. After arranging her goods on the counter, Fan Changyu greeted several butchers who had been friendly with her father as usual, but their responses seemed somewhat forced. Fan Changyu was puzzled when a shopping auntie, presumably seeing the still steaming braised pig's head meat on her stall and enticed by its aroma, asked, Is this braised pig's head meat also a freebie? Fan Changyu thought this auntie had heard about her giving away braised offal before and was embarrassed. Auntie, this pig's head meat isn't cheap, and the braising ingredients are expensive. How could I give it away? The auntie pursed her lips and glanced at the braised offal nearby. Is this braised offal free then? She replied, I gave it away for one day when I reopened the shop for good luck, but not anymore. If you want to buy it, it's 2 win for 1 liang. The auntie's expression changed instantly. Other meat shops all give it away, but you're charging for it? Fan Changyu became even more puzzled. Are you saying that all the pork shops on this street give away braised offal with meat purchases? The auntie said, Why would I lie to you? Just look for yourself. Here you go, take care. Just then, Butcher Guo across the street completed a sale, and the shout drew Fan Changyu's attention. She saw the woman who bought meat not only carrying pork, but also holding a package of braised offals wrapped in oiled paper. Butcher Guo noticed Fan Changyu looking at him and turned away, continuing to arrange the pork in his stall. In the corner of his counter was a large basin, its contents not visible from afar, But now it was clear it must be braised offal. Fan Changyu's eyes widened. This shameless old man had almost flipped her stall when she gave away freebies before, repeatedly warning her not to do it again. But now he was using this method to attract customers himself. Looking at the neighboring shops, they all had basins of braised meat on their meat counters. No wonder their expressions were odd when she greeted them earlier. The auntie asked, "Are you giving it away or not? If not, I'll buy from another shop." Fan Changyu immediately said, "I'll give it away." After all, pig offal wasn't worth much, and the braising ingredients weren't just for offal, but also for pig's head meat. She might as well continue using offal as a freebie to promote her braised meat. When everyone was selling pork, some shoppers couldn't tell the difference in quality, but using braised offal as a freebie was different. The color and aroma couldn't deceive people. This would be more beneficial for her business. The auntie had been eyeing the braised meat in Fan Changyu's shop. Other places' braising was dull and lacked aroma, but hers was bright red and looked like good quality. Hearing that Fan Changyu was also giving away freebies, her face immediately lit up. "Give me 5 jin of rump meat." Fan Changyu skillfully cut 5 jin of pork rump, weighed it, and gave it to the auntie, then cut 5 liang of braised offal for her. The auntie took the braised offal and sniffed it, exclaiming how fragrant it was. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say, "Your freebie is good. I'll tell my neighbors to buy meat from you." Fan Changyu smiled and agreed, saying she'd give the auntie more freebies next time. The auntie left happily with her meat. Seeing that auntie buy fresh meat and get a package of braised offal from Fan Changyu's shop, and noticing how good the color of her braised offal looked, others couldn't help but come forward to ask about prices. In the end, everyone bought meat from Fan Changyu's shop without exception. Those coming to buy meat and vegetables saw the crowd at Fan Changyu's shop and instinctively felt her goods must be better, so they also squeezed over to look. Before the early market was half over, the fresh meat and braised offal in Fan Changyu's shop were sold out, with only half a braised pig's head left unsold. In contrast, the other meat shops only made a few sales when Fan Changyu's meat was sold out, and customers reluctantly turned to them as a second choice. Seeing that his shop finally had a customer, Butcher Gua vigorously promoted the pork on his counter. "Look, top-quality pork belly, and I'm giving away braised offal too." The shopper peeked at the dull-looking braised offal in his basin and immediately frowned and shook their head. "The freebie at Fan's meat shop, that braised offal was shiny and red. Is yours just boiled in water with some salt? I'll come earlier tomorrow and buy from Fan's." The shopper put down the piece of pork they had been examining and left directly. Butcher Gua's face was extremely unpleasant. He looked at the pork in his shop, then at the basin of braised meat, and angrily kicked over a nearby stool, muttering some vulgar curses under his breath. This commotion was naturally seen by people in the nearby shops. Fan Changyu's meat shop was directly opposite Butcher Gua's, and she also witnessed this scene. A neighboring butcher's wife whispered to her, "Actually, none of us want to do this thankless job of giving away freebies." After all, when one shop gave freebies, business was good, but when all the meat shops on the street started giving freebies, and the taste wasn't particularly outstanding, business was no different from when they just sold pork, yet they had to give away a portion of braised offal. The butcher's wife continued, "But that Gua fellow has more tricks than a beehive has holes. A few days ago, he strictly forbade you from giving freebies, but the next day he started doing it himself, not even ashamed. When we confronted him about being unreasonable, he just lay on the ground and tried to extort us. He also has an uncle who works as an advisor to the county magistrate, so we couldn't do anything about him. We couldn't just watch him steal all the business with freebies, so we all started giving away braised offal too." Fan Changyu knew this auntie was explaining so much to avoid any misunderstanding, so she said, "I understand, auntie." Seeing that Butcher Gua had suffered a setback today, the butcher's wife was secretly pleased. She glanced in Butcher Gua's direction and couldn't help but gloat. "It's good that you're back, Changyu. Let's see how long he can keep giving away that salt water-boiled offal." Relying on his relative who worked as an advisor in the county office, Butcher Gua had always been arrogant. The merchants doing business on this street had long been disgusted by his attitude. In the past, only Fan Changyu's father wasn't afraid of trouble and dared to keep Butcher Gua in check. After Fan Changyu's parents passed away, Gua started acting like the local tyrant of the street, bossing people around daily. Fan Changyu didn't give much attention to Butcher Guo across the street. After selling the last half of the pig's head, she started counting the copper coins in her drawer. The pig she slaughtered today was only about 80 jin. The fresh and braised meat together sold for 2 guan 301. After deducting the cost of 1 guan for buying the pig, she had netted 1 guan 301. Fan Changyu strung the copper coins together with a thin rope, feeling their weight, and her mood lightened. The property would soon be transferred, and the business at the meat shop was gradually getting on track. Her and her sister's lives would only get better from now on. When she saved enough money, she would take her sister to the capital to seek medical treatment. She had heard that the best things in the world were in the capital, including the best doctors. After tidying up the shop, Fan Changyu took the money to the market. She bought medicine for the 2 medicine pots at home, big and small, then bought some spices needed for making braising soup. After setting aside 1 guan for buying pigs, she only had a few hundred won left. Fan Changyu sighed softly, realizing how expensive daily necessities truly were once you started managing a household. She carefully selected some New Year goods and headed home. Before entering the alley, she saw a snow-white gerfalcon flying from the direction of her house towards the sky, seemingly the same one she had seen before. Fan Changyu was puzzled, wondering if that gerfalcon often came to this area to find food. If it came often, maybe there was a chance to catch it. The gerfalcon disappeared in an instant, but Fan Changyu was already calculating how much money she could get if she caught it and sold it at the market. When she got home and pushed open the courtyard gate, she immediately saw that the window in the man's room was half open. He was sitting at the desk wearing an old black robe, his long hair loose around him, his expression calm. His thin fingers, covered in scabs, held a brush as he focused on writing something. Outside the window was a red plum tree, planted by her father for her mother long ago. Perhaps this year, even the plum tree knew its old friends were gone. Since winter began, it had only produced 1 small bud. Amidst the frost and snow on the branches, that single touch of color still couldn't compare to even a tenth of the beauty of the man inside. Fine snow was blown in through the window, some even landing in the man's hair. The eyebrows and eyes beneath the black hair were truly cold and exquisite. Fan Changyu's breath caught slightly. When the man looked up at her, she didn't hurry to avert her gaze but continued to look at him openly and asked, "Aren't you cold with the window open?" Yin Zheng met her gaze and noticed she was still staring at him without any intention of looking away. His brows furrowed almost imperceptibly as he avoided her gaze and said, "The room was dark. Opening the window improves the light." His voice was as cold and clear as ever. Fan Changyu made an "oh" sound. After putting down the things she was carrying in the main room and checking on her napping sister, she brought him a charcoal basin. Probably because the window had been open for a while, Fan Changyu felt it was as cold inside as it was outside when she entered the room. She glanced at the desk, which was already covered with papers full of ink, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you writing?" Having written so much, surely he must have been freezing all morning. Wasn't he cold? Yin Zheng finished writing the last character and put down his brush. Without a brush rest, he had to temporarily place the ink-stained brush on the chipped edge of the inkstone. He said softly, "Essays." Fan Changyu knew what essays were. Song Yin used to often scrimp and save to buy them, with each scroll costing 301. She exclaimed in surprise, "You can write essays too?" Yin Zheng continued to use the same explanation he had given carpenter Zhao to brush her off. Just some experiences from traveling north and south. In small towns, the quality of books sold in bookstores varies greatly. Writing something that can fool people is enough for the bookstores to accept it. Fan Changyu choked a bit when she heard this, thinking how unlucky those students buying essays must be. Thinking that the essays Song Yin had scrimped and saved to buy in the past might have been like this, she suddenly felt a bit of secret pleasure. She coughed lightly, then remembered his injuries. The roads are slippery when it snows. Even if the snow is swept away, there might still be thin ice on the ground. Your wounds only reopened yesterday. It's too dangerous to go out with a crutch. She rattled off all this. Was it just out of concern for him? Yin Jing's expression showed a slight surprise, and then he lowered his eyes and said, "I asked the old man next door to bring it back for me." Fan Changyu's expression improved slightly, but thinking about his reason for writing essays, she still pursed her lips and said, Since you've already agreed to a fake marriage with me, I will fulfill my promise to let you recover properly. We're only tight on money now because the property hasn't been transferred yet. You don't need to do this. Letting a seriously injured person struggle through illness and brave the cold wind to rack their brains writing essays to earn money for the household made Fan Changyu feel guilty. The cold wind blew into the room, stirring Yin Zhang's unbound long hair. He looked at the woman frowning before him, and his cold expression became somewhat ambiguous. Not wanting the woman before him to misunderstand, he said, I'm just writing essays to pass the time when I have nothing to do. It's not what you think. The more he said this, the more convinced Fan Changyu became of her guess. After all, who would write essays in the cold, braving the winter wind to pass the time? Her feelings were particularly complex at that moment. She pressed her lips together and said, Don't worry about me being poor. I can support you. She left the room after saying this, leaving Yin Zhang alone sitting at the desk. His thin fingers pressed against his brow, his eyes deep and complex, as if pondering something that gave him quite a headache. Chapter 14. He saw it. In the following days, Fan Changyu put all her effort into slaughtering pigs, making braised meats, and selling pork. The braised offal in her shop was delicious in every aspect: appearance, aroma, and taste. She had been giving it away as a free addition, and no other business on the entire street could compare to hers. Some people who couldn't buy meat from her shop on a given day would rather wait until the next day to make their purchase. For several days, Fan Changyu's shop could sell out 2 whole pigs completely clean. Such a thriving business naturally made all the meat sellers on the street envious. Butcher Gua, seeing all the customers flocking to Fan Changyu's shop, became disgruntled again. He shamelessly complained that giving away free additions was adding unnecessary burden to the meat shops, and suggested that everyone should stop doing it. Although others looked down on Butcher Gua's behavior, it was a fact that Fan Changyu had attracted most of the customers with her free additions. While they didn't explicitly agree, they almost tacitly approved of Butcher Gua's proposal. Fan Changyu good-naturedly agreed that everyone would stop giving away free additions. It wasn't that she was easy to manipulate, but rather that Fan's braised meat had already established its reputation. She no longer needed to use the tactic of giving away free additions to attract customers. The offal that she had painstakingly cleaned was worth 21 per jean when braised. Who would give that away for free? It was better to sell these people a favor. After all, they were all doing business on the same street and would see each other often. Everyone on the street with a meat shop eagerly waited for business to return to how it was before. However, they didn't expect that even after stopping the free additions, although Fan Changyu's business wasn't as hot as before, it was still the best on the entire street. Because the reputation of braised meat had spread, people from town stopped going to the street that sold cooked food for braised meat and came specifically to Fan Changyu's shop to buy it. There were so many people buying braised meat that Fan Changyu's shop often couldn't meet the demand. She simply set up a large pot in front of the meat shop, selling the meat braised the night before on the chopping board, while braising and cooking more in the large pot. This unintentional move took her braised meat business to another level. The aroma was truly enticing. The braising liquid bubbled in the pot, and the cleaned pig's head meat and offal were braised to a beautiful soy sauce brown color. The spices like star anise, bay leaves, and fruit peels could be seen. People passing by the market couldn't resist being drawn in by this aroma to inquire about the price. Seeing the pot full of genuine ingredients for the freshly braised and sold meat, buyers didn't even haggle as much as they did when buying pre-cooked meat before. After selling out the pig heads she had slaughtered herself, Fan Changyu, not wanting to waste the pot of braising liquid, often bought a few pig heads from the neighboring meat shop, cleaned them thoroughly, and braised them on the spot. On the best business days, her shop could sell 7 or 8 braised pig heads. In the market, a fresh pig head costs 21 per jean. After being made into braised meat, the pig head and ears together were priced at about 51 per jean. A pig head weighed about 6 or 7 jean. So calculating it out, she could make a net profit of at least 181 from one braised pig head. Selling 7 or 8 meant a profit of around 1 guan 501. Adding the profit from fresh pork, which could net another guan, her daily income was stable at around 2 guan. As her purse grew heavier, Fan Changyu, feeling flush with money, decided to have new clothes made for everyone in her family. She first went to the pawn shop to redeem the hairpin she had pawned, but when the shopkeeper saw her, he smiled awkwardly and said, "That hairpin has already been sold." Changyu immediately became anxious. "Didn't I ask you to keep it for me?" The shopkeeper helplessly replied, "Well, everyone who pawns something here says the same thing. How can I keep things for all of them? I have to make a living too." Changyu pressed her lips together and apologized, then asked, "Do you remember who you sold the hairpin to?" The shopkeeper thought for a moment and said, "It was bought by a young lady on the day you pawned it. She was dressed very elegantly. Looked like she was from the county town." Changyu's heart sank to the bottom. Qingping County was neither too big nor too small, but finding a stranger would be no easy task. It seemed hopeless to redeem the hairpin. The shopkeeper glanced at her expression and started promoting other jewelry in his cabinet. "How about this hairpin? It's also made of silver, and the style is even prettier than yours." Changyu left the pawn shop without a word. Outside, the wind and snow were heavy. She sat on the steps at the entrance for a while, still unable to suppress the discomfort in her heart. Although she had mentally prepared for the possibility of never finding it again when she decided to pawn the silver hairpin, when it became a reality, she still couldn't help feeling sad. The coming-of-age hairpin her parents had bought for her was gone. Changyu wiped her eyes awkwardly and walked home dejectedly. The alley in the west of the city was bustling at this moment, but not for any ordinary reason. The Song family was moving. In the entire Qingping County, Song Yin was the only one who had passed the provincial examination this year. Even the county magistrate had personally invited him to dine at his home. Those local gentry and wealthy merchants were even more eager to curry favor with him. The county magistrate had assigned a residence in the county town to Song Yin, claiming it was to provide him with better conditions for studying and to bring glory to the entire Qingping County by passing the imperial examination. The residence was presumably ready, so Song Yin and Madame Song chose today to move there. A scholar had emerged from this alley, and regardless of how the Fan and Song families were at odds, others were still unwilling to fall out with the Song family. Today, everyone came out to see them off. When Changyu reached the entrance of the alley, she saw two rather grand blue-canopied horse carriages parked by the street. Walking further in, she saw the Song mother and son standing at their doorway, bidding farewell to a crowd of neighbors. Song Yin was wearing an indigo robe, tall and handsome. As he bowed and said goodbye to the neighbors, his gentle brows and eyes were full of scholarly air. Madame Song was also dressed very elegantly, with her hair oiled and adorned with gold hairpins. Listening to a string of flattering words, she even managed to squeeze out a few tears, pretending to be reluctant to leave this place. Changyu was in a bad mood today and pretended not to see the mother and son. She was about to walk around the crowd towards her own home when a man's refined voice came from behind. "Miss Fan, please wait." Seeing him call out to Changyu, the crowd's expressions varied. After the Fan and Song families had broken off the engagement, they had almost completely cut ties. Changyu had even taken in a husband, and Song Yin seemed to be close to becoming the county magistrate's son-in-law. What could he possibly have to do with Changyu? The crowd's thoughts were varied. Some were curious, some were looking for entertainment, and some wanted to hear some gossip. Hearing the voice, Changyu turned around to see Song Yin walking towards her from the crowd, holding a brocade box. He stopped 3 steps away from her. He had a very refined appearance, with a scholarly air in his every move. Song Yin and his mother have lived here for many years, receiving much care from your honorable father. The kindness of providing a coffin back then, Song Yin has always remembered. Today, as we move, please consider this as a token of my appreciation. The brocade box was square and exquisitely made, looking quite substantial. It was unclear what was inside. Changyu almost laughed from anger. Since the Song family had broken off the engagement, they had distanced themselves from every issue the Fan family encountered. Today, on the day of their move, they brought out this brocade box in front of all the neighbors. Wasn't this just for show? She showed a mocking expression. "What is this?" Song Yin replied. "A small token from myself and my mother." Changyu swung her hand back, and the brocade box fell to the ground. Silver ingots rolled out, causing the onlookers to gasp. The people living in this alley were not wealthy families, and they might never have seen what a silver ingot looked like in their entire lives. Now, seeing these shiny silver pieces, they were truly eye-opened. Madame Song immediately shrieked, "What are you doing?" She had been trying hard to maintain the appearance of an official's wife and had endured enough flattery recently. Suddenly being embarrassed by Fan Changyu like this, her face was beyond just unpleasant to look at. Although she had changed into brocade clothes, years of hard work had left her thin and small. Her face had little flesh, and not only could she not fill out the clothes, but her high cheekbones, caused by her thinness, actually accentuated her bitter appearance. Fan Changyu sneered, "Young Master Song, this gift is too precious. I dare not accept it. You came to me with a fortune-teller's note to break off the engagement, and I didn't take a single coin from your Song family. On the contrary, it was my father who bought the coffin for old Mr. Song back then, and it was my father who paid for your tuition fees later. Some people who twist black and white and gossip can even say that my father used small favors to force young Master Song to marry me, a butcher's daughter." She let out a cold laugh. "My parents' bones are not yet cold, and they can't withstand such slander." Madame Song immediately retorted with a fierce look but a trembling voice. "What others say has nothing to do with us. Mother and son." Fan Changyu lowered her eyes to look at the silver ingots on the ground, her lips curling. "I didn't say you instructed those people to say such things. Why are you so anxious?" Madame Song couldn't withstand Fan Changyu's provocation, and being watched by so many neighbors, her face alternated between red and green. She shouted, "What exactly do you mean?" Fan Changyu said, "To avoid being slandered by those black-hearted people again, I ask all the neighbors here today to be witnesses. I dare not accept these silver ingots from young Master Song. But with my parents deceased, my younger sister weak, and my husband injured and ill, our family is indeed in urgent need of money. Today, let's settle an account with young Master Song. It shouldn't be difficult to repay me in full for the money my father spent on your family's coffin and the tuition fees he paid for you for those few years, right?" She smiled, not without sarcasm. "It will also save young Master Song and Madame Song from hearing some rumors and always feeling that my Fan family wants to use these favors for personal gain. Like last time when Fanda brought people from the gambling house to smash my home, and the neighbor's wife cried at young Master Song's door for help, but couldn't even cry open the Song family's gate. Others didn't mention these things, just giving the Song family a fig leaf to cover their shame. Now that Fan Changyu had directly torn it off, Madame Song's face could no longer be described as just unpleasant. She looked around at the neighbors' secretly contemptuous expressions, feeling her face burning hot and irritated. Fan Changyu's words were just short of pointing at her nose and accusing the Song family of being ungrateful. Her son was aiming for the top scholar position. If he was slandered by this crude butcher girl and it affected his future, it would be the death of her. Madame Song was trembling and about to speak when she heard her son, who had been silent all along, say to that butcher girl, "If you come to me, I won't remain indifferent." "Yenner." Madame Song's eyes rolled back, and she almost fainted. Fan Changyu also frowned, thinking to herself that Song Yin must be out of his mind to say such things in public. However, before she could say anything, a soft voice came from outside the crowd. "Brother-in-law, there are so many people." A man's voice responded coldly, "Don't wander off." Fan Changyu turned her head to see her younger sister standing on tiptoes at their doorway, trying to look this way. The man had probably followed her out, fearing she might get lost if she came to watch the commotion alone. His handsome brows were furrowed as if he found the child troublesome. He was wearing the same dark red clothes from their wedding day, his long hair simply tied up. The wide sleeves of his robe hung down, hiding most of his crutch. His eyebrows and eyes were cold, his complexion as white as snow. Half leaning against the doorframe, his posture was casual. It was unclear how long he had been out there, or how much of her conversation with the Song mother and son he had heard. Fan Changyu's eyes met his, and his face showed no emotion. Only the corner of his mouth seemed to be slightly raised, though not quite in a smile. Chapter 15. He protects his own. Is that Changyu's husband she took in? I caught a glimpse of him on their wedding day. After all these days, he looks even more handsome. A live-in son-in-law facing off against the former scholar's fiancé. This should be interesting to watch. The neighborhood women, upon seeing Yin Zheng and then looking at Song Yin, couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Changming also saw her elder sister and immediately tugged on Yin Zheng's sleeve, running over. Elder sister. The two little buns on her head bounced as she ran, her round face fair and tender. Wearing a thick padded jacket, she looked like a snowball that had grown short limbs. There was a thin layer of ice on the ground, making it easy to slip. Fan Changyu hurriedly said, "Don't run so fast. Your brother-in-law's leg is injured. Be careful not to fall." The words brother-in-law felt a bit unnatural as they left Fan Changyu's mouth. She looked at Yin Zheng's face to gauge his reaction. His face was refined and elegant, showing no particular response to her address, as if he was used to being called this way. Changming often calls him brother-in-law, but Fan Changyu wasn't quite used to teaching Changming to address him this way. Changming had already run to Fan Changyu's side. She stuck out her tongue guiltily and wrapped her short, chubby little hands around one of Fan Changyu's legs, looking somewhat hostilely towards the Song mother and son opposite them. She had deliberately pulled her brother-in-law over. If these two bad people dared to bully her elder sister, her brother-in-law could cripple their legs with one swing of his crutch. She just hadn't told her elder sister about this brilliant idea of hers. Fan Changyu was completely unaware of her little sister's scheming. She patted her head and turned to Yin Zheng, saying, "Your injury hasn't healed yet. It must be inconvenient for you to go out. There's no need to indulge Ninger's mischief." Her words were very polite, but in others' eyes, it appeared to be a wife showing consideration for her husband. Many people's gazes shifted between Song Yin and Yin Zheng. They thought that in terms of looks, Fan Changyu's husband was somewhat better, but in terms of ability, Song Yin was still superior. After all, not just anyone could pass the provincial examination. Yin Zheng lowered his gaze to look at her slightly reddened eyes, only saying, "It's no trouble." However, his beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. She had been crying? For her former fiancé? It seems she hasn't let go. How disappointing. The north wind raged, stirring the long hair that fell in front of him. He lazily raised his eyes to look at the blue-robed man behind Fan Changyu. His gaze was casual, but the pressure it exerted was extremely strong. As soon as their eyes met, Song Yin felt as if he was being stared at by a wild wolf. His hair stood on end involuntarily, and he instinctively avoided the other's gaze. Yet his chest still felt a series of constrictions, like prey trembling after narrowly escaping from the jaws of a wolf. Yin Zheng didn't waste many words with the mother and son pair, simply stating concisely, "Pay back the money." Not only the Song family and the onlookers, but even Fan Changyu was stunned for a moment. Yin Zheng extremely disliked having to repeat himself. Seeing that the mother and son pair hadn't reacted, his beautiful phoenix eyes already showed signs of impatience. Their parents are dead, so you think you can default on the debt? Changming nervously pressed her little lips together, but her expression couldn't hide her excitement as she looked at her brother-in-law's crutch. Was her brother-in-law going to hit someone? Song Yin and Madame Song, who had just reacted, suddenly heard the latter half of his sentence. Madame Song nearly fainted on the spot from anger. The mouths on this fan couple were truly one worse than the other. Her side hadn't even said anything yet, and the other side had already accused them of defaulting on a debt. Madame Song trembled with anger, only able to stand steady with the support of two women. "When did we ever say we wouldn't pay back?" She then called to Song Yin. "Yinner, count out the silver for them." Even when Madame Song was destitute years ago, begging on the street for a coffin after her husband's death, she didn't feel as humiliated as she does today. After saying this, she headed towards the alley exit, as if she couldn't bear to stay there a moment longer. The face is just like that. When you don't have it, no matter how much you're ground down, you don't feel anything. But once you have some status, and then lose face, the feeling in your heart becomes unbearable. Fan Changyu hadn't expected his few words to upset Madame Song to such an extent. She looked at him with some surprise. He only gave her a faint glance in return. Fan Changyu inexplicably read "You're disappointing. I'm collecting the debt for you," meaning from that glance, leaving her quite bewildered. When Fan Changyu's father provided a coffin for the Song family years ago, besides the coffin itself, there was also money for burial clothes and funeral expenses. The total given at that time was 10 taels of silver. For Song Yan's tuition, the teacher at the village school charged 2 taels of silver per year. Song Yin studied at the village school for 5 years before passing the exam for the county school. The teachers at the county school, knowing his family's poverty, had waived his tuition fees after discussion. So her father had only helped pay 10 taels for his tuition. When Song Yin handed the 2 silver ingots to Fan Changyu, a large hand with distinct knuckles directly took the silver for Fan Changyu. Song Yin looked up to see it was her husband. The man's expression was cold as he only said, "We're even now." Yes, from now on, they were even. Song Yin looked at Fan Changyu, the corner of his mouth bitter. But that man didn't give him and Fan Changyu a chance to make eye contact. As he handed the 2 silver ingots to Fan Changyu, he gave Song Yin a faint sidelong glance and directly said to Fan Changyu, "Let's go back." As a fellow man, Song Yin was certain that there was no hostility in that glance. It was purely disdain, like an old hen protecting her chicks. Fan Changyu, as the chick being protected, didn't quite react until they had entered their home. As soon as the front door closed, the man no longer concealed the disdain in the corners of his eyes and brows. This kind of person, is he worth you pining over for so long, even crying for him? Fan Changyu remembered the lie she had told and found it hard to explain. She said breathlessly, "When did I cry?" Yin Zheng disliked trouble the most and naturally didn't like meddling in other people's affairs. He had only intervened because this woman had saved his life, and he couldn't bear to watch her continue to act foolishly over such a man. Now hearing her quibble, he couldn't be bothered to say more. Just then, neighbor Madame Zhao rushed over. "I heard that before the Song family left, they put on an act of giving you silver. That must have been for a show in front of the neighbors, right? That mother and son pair are truly nauseating in their ways. On your wedding day, he even sent over a pair of those clay figurines." Halfway through her words, when she saw Yin Zheng, Madame Zhao regretted it and covered her mouth, swallowing the rest of her words. Yin Zheng didn't say anything, only sweeping Fan Changyu with those sarcastic and indifferent phoenix eyes, his gaze carrying a mocking, "Continue your quibbling" meaning. Fan Changyu felt too stifled to respond. She hadn't expected that a lie told in a moment of panic would become a laughingstock for this person to despise for so long. It wasn't until Yin Zheng went into the room that Madame Zhao looked at Fan Changyu apologetically. "This old woman's mouth has no filter." Fan Changyu looked somewhat tired and only said, "It's nothing. At most, she'd just be despised by that guy for a while." She invited Madame Zhao to warm herself by the fire pit. After sitting down, Madame Zhao couldn't help but say, "I hope that Song fellow's actions today won't affect your marital relationship." Fan Changyu thought to herself that it would be strange if she and that sharp-tongued, unforgiving fellow could have any feelings. She wanted to tell the truth, but considering that the lawsuit over the house and land hadn't been settled yet, to avoid unnecessary complications, she only said, "It won't." Madame Zhao suddenly asked, "Are you still sleeping with Ninger in the north room at night?" Fan Changyu made a sound of agreement, and Madame Zhao's brows furrowed as she said, "Why don't you let Ninger come sleep with me tonight?" Hearing the implication in her words, Fan Changyu nearly choked on her saliva and hurriedly said it wasn't necessary. Madame Zhao couldn't help but chide her. "You and your husband are a properly married couple who have bowed to heaven and earth. What are you being shy about?" Fan Changyu brought out her old excuse. "He's injured." Madame Zhao widened her eyes. "Didn't you read the booklet I gave you? There are many ways." As she continued speaking, even Madame Zhao herself became a bit embarrassed. She only sighed and said, "This old woman is anxious for you. Your husband is even more handsome than Song Yan, and he's educated too. Right now, he's injured and needs to rely on you. If you two don't cultivate a good relationship now, what if he thinks of leaving once his injury heals? Even if you can't keep him, you should at least have a child to rely on. Otherwise, your uncle's family will surely come to make trouble again." Fan Changyu knew Madame Zhao meant well, so she only vaguely said she understood. After Madame Zhao left, she let out a dejected sigh. She couldn't redeem the silver hairpin and had been nauseated by the Song mother and son pair. On the bright side, she had gotten back the 20 taels of silver her father had lent to the Song family years ago. With this large sum of money at home, it could be considered a good thing. It was just that being constantly looked at with a "are you blind" expression of disdain by that fellow, and it is a lie she had told herself, left her feeling quite stifled. Fan Changyu was about to go to the kitchen when suddenly, Her whole body froze. The booklet Madame Zhao had given her. She had been so busy with the wedding before that when Madame Zhao gave her the booklet that day, she had hastily flipped through 2 pages before quickly closing it and stuffing it under the pillow in the new room. So many days had passed, and she had completely forgotten about it. She didn't know if that person had seen it in the room. Changyu felt her scalp tingle just thinking about it. She quickly found a new set of bedding and, carrying it, went to knock on the door of the south room. A clear and cold "come in" came from inside. She pushed the door open and said, "The new year is coming soon, so I'm changing all the bedding in the house to wash it." Everything in this room had just been arranged for the recent wedding and didn't need to be changed and washed, so this reason didn't hold up. But Yin Zheng was sitting at an old, lame wooden desk, holding a writing brush, and didn't even glance at her as he nodded slightly. Changyu saw that he was focused on writing something and let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling like a thief. She quickly moved the pillow to look for the booklet, but found it was already gone. Changyu was stunned for a moment. She secretly glanced at the person sitting by the window, saw that he didn't seem to have noticed anything unusual on her side, and continued to strip off the sheets and quilt to search. But even after lifting the bottom mattress pad, shaking it out, and checking under the bed, she still couldn't find the booklet. Her heart sank. Suddenly, a clear and cold voice came from behind. "Do you need help?" Changyu's entire back stiffened. She said woodenly, "No need. I'm just dusting before making the bed." She threw the stripped sheets and quilt into the laundry basket and expressionlessly spread out the half-old sheets and quilt cover. The quilt cover had 2 layers. The bottom one was pure cotton cloth, and the top one was embroidered fabric. The cotton quilt was placed in between and needed to be sewn together with a needle and thread. Due to her nervousness, Changyu pricked her hand with the needle several times while sewing the quilt cover, but she kept a straight face and didn't make a sound. It wasn't until she left the room that Yin Zheng put down his brush. His gaze swept towards the booklet he was using to prop up the table leg, and his handsome brows furrowed involuntarily. This room was only separated from the main room by a wall, so he had naturally heard everything the old woman had said. Was she looking for this booklet? Chapter 16. Did I scare you? Changyu sighed as she left the house carrying a basket of dirty clothes. He must have seen the item, but since he had put it away, she decided to pretend nothing had happened. Noticing it was still early, she went out again to the tile market and bought 2 plump pigs and a chicken. The chicken had a more important mission before becoming a pot of nourishing soup. She intended to use it to catch the goshawk. Although her father was a butcher, he was also skilled at hunting. She had previously accompanied him to hunt wild boars and rabbits in the mountains, so she naturally knew how to set some traps. Changyu wanted to set a trap in the courtyard, but feared Changning might accidentally get hurt. After much consideration, she climbed to the attic and onto the roof, tying the old hen there. She also placed her father's trapping equipment up there before coming down satisfied. 1 pig was kept for slaughter the next day, while the other was to be killed today for making cured meat. As the name suggests, cured meat is typically made in the 12th lunar month. In winter, meat can be preserved longer, but as the weather warms, it spoils. Making it into cured meat allows it to last until the following year. The tutors at the academy accepted tuition fees in the form of silver or equivalent amounts of cured meat. Many scholars had to buy cured meat to pay New Year's respect to their tutors, and again in spring as tuition fees. In the past, to pay for Song Yan's tuition, Madame Song would use money earned from embroidery and laundry to buy cured meat from Changyu's father every year. Changyu now doubted whether there was an element of deliberate pitiful display before her parents. Back then, Madame Song's hands were covered in chilblains every winter, and her clothes had more patches than the original fabric. Because she often did embroidery at night but couldn't afford to light lamps, she would only use a tiny wick dipped in oil, providing barely enough light. After enduring this for a long time, her eyesight deteriorated, and she could hardly see anything at night. As neighbors and a widow with an orphan, Madame Song explained that Song Laoyi had spent his life taking imperial examinations without success. Song Yin was clever from a young age and showed promise. She wanted to help fulfill her husband's dying wish. Changyu's parents, unable to bear the sight, gifted cured meat to Song Yin for his tuition. Now, when Changyu thought of the Song mother and son, She only hoped heaven would open its eyes and make sure Song Yin failed the examinations. While harboring these resentful thoughts, she went to the backyard to boil water in preparation for slaughtering the pig. The piercing squeals of the pig reached the south room, causing the sheep hairbrush in Yin Zhang's hand to leave an ink stain on the paper. He crumpled the paper and tossed it into the charcoal brazier at his feet, then leaned back and pinched the bridge of his nose. Just as the noise was giving him a headache, the door suddenly opened. A small figure peeked around the doorframe, revealing half a head, and encouraged him. "Brother-in-law, want to watch pig slaughtering? My sister is amazing at it." Her black grape-like eyes sparkled brightly. Changyu usually slaughtered pigs before dawn. Due to his injured kneecap from falling off a cliff while fleeing, he rarely went out and naturally hadn't seen her slaughter pigs before. Today, the pig's squeals from the backyard lasted unusually long, with two pigs squealing together. The noise was enough to lift the roof off. After brief consideration, Yin Zheng nodded and stood up with his cane. However, contrary to Chang Ning's expectation, he wasn't going to watch the slaughter, but rather to end the pig's life quickly for some peace. Passing through the main hall led to the kitchen, which had a small door connecting to the backyard. The door was open, and Yin Zheng immediately saw the woman with one foot on the pig's back, holding a thumb-thick rope, tying the pig, whose limbs were already bound, to a heavy-looking stone bench. Little Chang Ning looked up at him proudly. "Isn't my sister amazing?" Yin Zheng didn't respond. As they got closer, the pig's squeals became more piercing, and its struggles appeared quite fierce. Yin Zheng had seen the fire brigade slaughter pigs before, but even they needed several men to subdue a fat pig. Although the woman before him was far from delicate, she was still just a girl and couldn't compare to those burly men. He frowned, about to step forward to help, when he saw the woman slap the pig's head and shout, "Behave." The slap was incredibly loud, and the pig's squeals instantly subsided, its struggles noticeably lessening. Yin Zheng's previously nonchalant eyes now showed unmistakable surprise. Stunned. How strong was her hand? His impression of this woman suddenly oscillated wildly between crying over a phoenix man and stunning a pig with one slap, causing him to furrow his brow involuntarily. After securing the pig to the stone bench, Changyu turned around and noticed Yin Zheng and her little sister peeking out from behind the door. She immediately said, "Ninger, how many times have I told you? Children shouldn't watch pig slaughtering." Chang Ning reluctantly pulled her head back behind the door, leaving only the two little buns on top of her head visible. Changyu was somewhat surprised to see Yin Zheng. She was wearing her special pig slaughtering outfit and had just wrestled with a pig, so her loose hair was messily falling over her forehead. She looked quite disheveled, but there was also an air of capability and vigor about her. Currently busy, she didn't have time to dwell on the previous awkwardness. After a brief moment of surprise, she said to Yin Zheng, "If you're not in a hurry to return to your room, could you help me watch the fire on the stove?" The water boiling in the large pot was for scalding the pig's hair later. Yin Zheng glanced at the temporarily set-up stove and, unusually compliant, walked over as told. After finding the wooden basin to collect blood, Changyu picked up the bleeding knife. With one swift stroke, she ended the pig's life. As blood gushed out, some inevitably splattered on her. Her gaze, fixed on the bleeding point, was cold and sharp, like a tiger or leopard eyeing its torn prey. It took a while for the killing aura around her to subside. When she looked up, she saw the man behind the stove looking at her with an indecipherable expression. His gaze was usually indifferent, but now his eyes held a depth that was hard to fathom, like a bottomless ancient well. Changyu put away the knife, simultaneously retracting her fierce aura, and asked in confusion, "Did I scare you?" Yin Zheng added a piece of firewood to the stove. His handsome face flickered in the firelight. Finding her question amusing, he lazily lifted the corner of his mouth. "Not at all." Changyu dragged the slaughtered pig over and glanced at him, saying, "You should go inside. When the boiling water hits the pig's hair, there'll be a strong smell." Yin Zheng remained seated, only saying, "I've smelled worse things." The stench of rotting corpses. This man was a bit strange today. Changyu decided not to mind him anymore. She drenched the pig's hair with scalding water before starting to scrape it off. Yin Zheng sat on a stool behind the stove, watching her work, the corners of his eyes slightly raised. He suddenly felt she looked more agreeable when slaughtering pigs. He asked, "Did your father teach you martial arts?" Fan Changyu's hand paused while scraping the pig's hair. After a moment, she continued, My father traveled extensively as a caravan guard and learned from many masters. He picked up various life-saving skills, and I learned a few moves from him." Yin Zheng didn't pursue the topic further and continued watching her scrape the pig's hair. His expression was somewhat lazy, but his features were undeniably handsome. Even sitting among the firewood, he was pleasing to the eye. Fan Changyu finished dividing the pork before dark, keeping a small piece of braised meat for dinner. The rest was evenly rubbed with coarse salt and arranged neatly in a clean stone vat in the courtyard with the meat facing down and skin facing up, covered with a winnowing basket. To make cured meat, it needed to be salted for 7 to 8 days before being smoked with cypress branches. In these times, salt was a scarce commodity outside, but Qingping County was rich in green salt, so the price wasn't too high locally. 10 or so one could buy a gene of salt. Salt merchants with salt licenses could buy salt and transport it elsewhere to sell at several times the price. It was said that in some places, salt merchants raised prices arbitrarily, charging up to 100 won per gene, causing great hardship for the local people. Taking advantage of the still hot water in the large pot on the stove, which was big enough, Fan Changyu directly blanched the cleaned pork bones, and offal in it. The pork belly was for tonight's braised meat rice, the large bones for making soup stock, and the offal and head meat were to be sold at the butcher shop tomorrow morning. After blanching, she scooped out the meat with 2 bamboo baskets, replaced the water with clean water, added various spices and seasonings, brought it to a boil, then added some old braising liquid from before, and put the meat and bones in to braise together. As the braising liquid in the pot came to a boil again over high heat, a rich meaty aroma escaped from the gaps in the lid. Fan Changyu had only eaten a steamed bun for lunch and had been doing physical labor all afternoon. Smelling this aroma made her stomach growl uncontrollably. Chongning sniffed and looked pitifully hungry. "Sister, I'm hungry." The only one seemingly unaffected by the aroma was Yin Zheng, who sat impassively watching the fire behind the stove. Fan Changyu covered her stomach, feeling embarrassed. She stood up and went inside. "The meat isn't ready yet. I'll go get some sweet potatoes to roast first." What she didn't know was that after she went inside, the man behind the stove, though still expressionless, slowly swallowed. Yin Zheng glanced impatiently at the steaming pot. Did this thing need to cook for so long? Little Chongning covered her mouth and giggled. "Brother-in-law, you're hungry too, right?" Yin Zheng didn't want to deal with this annoying child and closed his eyes. "No." Fan Changyu brought 2 sweet potatoes and buried them in the stove ashes. Yin Zheng sat on a stool behind the stove, and because of his leg injury, Fan Changyu didn't ask him to move. She crouched beside him, using fire tongs to cover the sweet potatoes with ash. The stove door was square and narrow, obstructing Fan Changyu's view. She had to lean slightly towards him to see if the sweet potatoes were properly buried. They were quite close, and Yin Zheng frowned, trying to move back, but the space was too small. Fan Changyu's hair bun lightly brushed his jaw. She didn't notice, but Yin Zheng's expression tightened. She had changed out of her pig-slaughtering clothes, and her clothes and hair carried an indescribable, faint, elegant fragrance, probably the scent her mother made that she had mentioned before. The spot where her hair bun had brushed felt slightly cool, with a tingling sensation that made one want to scratch it. Yin Zheng frowned and was about to speak when Fan Changyu finished burying the sweet potatoes and moved back. Seeing him move aside, Fan Changyu felt very embarrassed. "Did I crowd you just now?" His jaw, where her hair had brushed, still tingled. Yin Zheng avoided her gaze and simply said no. Snow began to fall again. Fan Changyu sat on a stool playing cat's cradle with her sister. The sisters' faces were illuminated by the firelight, and when they smiled, their eyes and brows looked extremely similar, as if they could melt away the chill of the entire winter night. Yin Zheng watched her for a while, then turned to look at the falling snow. When a sweet aroma mixed with the meat smell, Fan Changyu once again squeezed next to Yin Zheng, using the fire tongs to dig out the 2 sweet potatoes. The sweet potato's skin had been roasted to a charred gray color, soft and hot to the touch. Fan Changyu gave one to Yin Zheng, while she and her sister shared the other. Fan Changyu was quite voracious, immediately splitting the sweet potato in half to reveal the orange flesh inside. Steam rose from the tip in thin wisps, and the smell alone was sweet. Fan Changyu gave half to her sister, and they both ate while sucking in the air from the heat. It tasted even sweeter in their mouths, and they accidentally smudged a bit of the charred skin on their lips. Yanzheng peeled his sweet potato and took a bite. It was indeed much sweeter than the roasted sweet potatoes he remembered. The highlight of the evening was, of course, the meat that had been braising for over an hour in the pot. The pork belly, already infused with the braising flavors, was cut into cubes and stir-fried with diced shiitake mushrooms. After the mushroom aroma was released, a ladle of braising liquid was added. The meat was then scooped out and placed on top of white rice, finally topped with a halved braised egg. Yanzheng ate the most satisfying meal since his misfortune, and his mood remained quite good even before going to bed that night. Of course, if the sea eagle hadn't suddenly started screeching desperately on the roof, his good mood might have lasted a bit longer. Chapter 17. Persuading Hard. Xiejing put on his clothes with a grim face and got up. As soon as he stepped out the door with his cane, he saw Fan Changyu coming down from the attic, holding an oil lamp in one hand and a sea eagle with disheveled feathers in the other. Seeing Xiejing, she was a bit surprised. "Did I wake you?" The sea eagle, having been slapped a few times and looking dejected, immediately started whimpering pitifully upon seeing its master. However, this time it didn't dare to be hysterical. Its cry was as weak as a chick's, and the feathers on its head were all ruffled up, no longer sleek and glossy as before. Xiejing was silent for a moment before speaking. "This is—" Fan Changyu shook the sea eagle in her hand and revealed a big smile. "I've seen this goshawk around several times. I just happened to buy an old hen, so I tried setting a trap to catch it. I didn't expect to catch it. Ordinary hawks can only snatch small chicks, but this goshawk was exceptionally large. Its wingspan was nearly a meter long, and its strength was astonishing. While struggling on the roof, it had made a large hole. If Fan Changyu hadn't gone up in time after hearing the commotion, it might have escaped the trap. It only settled down after being slapped by Fan Changyu a few times. She said, "Tomorrow morning, I'll take it to the market and see how much silver I can get for it." The sea eagle continued to look at its master pitifully with its beady eyes. Xiejing couldn't bear to look at this stupid bird and lied with a cold face. "There's no market for live hawks and eagles. If killed, the meat is tough and sour. Ordinary families can't afford to keep them. Without proper training from a falconer, their wild nature is hard to change, and they're likely to harm people." "Is that so?" Fan Changyu was immediately greatly disappointed. She scratched her head, but this goshawk's leg was injured by the trap, and its wing was hurt on the roof beam while flapping. If released into the wild, it might not survive this winter. The sea eagle let out a weak and pitiful cry at the right moment. "Xiejing, I know a bit about falconry. I can try to train it. A well-trained hawk or eagle can sell for over 100 taels of silver." Fan Changyu was very surprised, but upon hearing that a well-trained large hawk could sell for several dozen or even 100 taels of silver, she became very happy. Even the thought of having to repair the roof tomorrow didn't seem like a big deal anymore. "Then let's keep it at home for now." She immediately found a chicken coop to put the sea eagle in and brought out medicine and bandages. The sea eagle huddled in the corner of the cage, its leg lifted by Fan Changyu to apply medicine and wrap bandages. Its beady eyes were full of terror, but it didn't dare to move. Xiejing watched as the sea eagle's foot was wrapped up like a zongzi, his eyelid twitching twice. After finishing all this, Fan Changyu squatted next to the cage, looking at the sea eagle with eyes full of love for the potential 100 taels of silver. "Tomorrow morning after slaughtering the pig, I'll give you some fresh offal to eat." The pork had to be saved for selling, but the offal could be used freely. The pig slaughtered today had all its offal made into braised dishes. Before returning to her room, Fan Changyu thought for a moment, felt that the main hall was too cold, and since she and her sister's room had a Kong bed, they hadn't lit a charcoal brazier. Worried about Xiejing's severe injuries and weak constitution, she had only lit a charcoal brazier in his room. It would be perfect to put the hawk there. That was potentially 100 taels of silver. It absolutely couldn't be allowed to freeze to death. So Fan Changyu turned on her heel, picked up the chicken coop with the sea eagle, and knocked on Xie door. Regardless of the expression on the room's occupant, she put the chicken coop in a corner of his room. It's cold at night. To avoid the goshawk getting too cold, I'll leave it in your room for now. Xie gave the sea eagle a gloomy look. All right. As soon as the door closed, the sea eagle's beady eyes met its master's narrow, gloomy phoenix eyes. Dragging its injured leg and drooping its wing that had lost many feathers, it trembled. Early the next morning, Changyu, true to her word, brought half a leaf of chopped pig lung to feed the sea eagle after slaughtering the pig. Today seemed particularly cold outside. The snow had piled up almost to the doorstep. When the door opened, a blast of cold air made one shiver. Looking out through the doorway, icicles had formed a row under the eaves. Changyu's hands were red from the cold. After putting the large bowl of pig lung into the cage, she rubbed her hands and said to the person sitting at the head of the bed, "Today is the great cold. It's freezing. Put on more clothes when you get up. I've made some mao shui wang to warm you up." Xie nodded to show he understood, but he didn't have many thick clothes. In no time, Changyu brought over a set of her father's thick padded jackets. When Xie put them on, his figure became somewhat bulky, but thanks to his tall stature, he still looked handsome. Moreover, these winter clothes were truly warm. No matter how cold the wind blew, his body remained warm. However, along with the padded clothes came a dark blue hair tie. Xie had seen this hair tie before. Last time, Changyu had angrily tied it on her head. He frowned. When Changyu came out of the kitchen carrying a large soup bowl, she saw that he had already gotten up and washed. She said, "You're up? Perfect timing to sit down for breakfast." The soup in her bowl looked bright red at a glance, and a very strong spicy aroma wafted through the air. Changyu noticed he hadn't used the hair tie she had brought, but she didn't say anything. She had seen how much he loved cleanliness. Bathing was inconvenient in winter, but he would often wipe himself down with hot water every few days. He also washed his hair tie frequently, and sometimes when it wouldn't dry quickly, he would dry it by the fire pit. That's why she had brought him the bought hair tie to use alternately. She wasn't that petty. How could she say she wouldn't give it to him, and then really not give it to him? The bowl was too full, and having just come off the stove, it was scalding hot. After putting the soup bowl on the table, Changyu hurriedly pinched her ears with her burned fingers. Phew, so hot. Little Changning came over. Let Ninger blow on it. Blowing will make it not hot anymore. Changyu, both amused and exasperated, held out her fingers to her sister. Changning puffed out her cheeks and blew several times before stopping. Changyu looked up to see Xie looking at her with a strange expression. She wiped her face, finding no charcoal smudges, and asked, "Is there something on my face?" He withdrew his gaze and only said, "No." Changyu eyed him suspiciously for a moment, then set out the bowls and chopsticks. "Try this mao shui wang. It's best eaten freshly scalded, but we don't have time for that today." The top of the soup was covered with a layer of Sichuan peppercorns and dried chili peppers that had been doused with hot oil. Underneath were cubes of pig blood, braised pork intestines from last night, pork stomach, and other offal-like pig lungs. Unfortunately, there were no bean sprouts at home, so there wasn't a layer of plump, crisp, and tender bean sprouts at the bottom. Changyu ladled a piece of pig blood into her sister's bowl. Little Changning sucked in air from the spiciness, but still looked eagerly at the soup bowl after finishing one piece. More. Changyu gave her 2 more pieces. This was the first time Xie had seen such a hodgepodge soup. Looking at the soup, it seemed that it couldn't be drunk, and the Fan family didn't have the habit of using serving chopsticks. For everyday stir-fried dishes, it was fine to pick from different sides, but with this stewed pot, it was almost impossible to use chopsticks. During his hesitation, the Fan sisters had almost finished half a bowl of rice. Changyu saw him only eating rice without touching the dish and asked in confusion, "You don't eat spicy food?" "It's not that." He finally abandoned his fastidiousness about dining and frowned as he picked up a piece of dark red cooked pig blood. The first sensation upon tasting was numbing and spicy. There was almost no need to chew. With a slight press, the blood curd melted between his lips and teeth. It was unexpectedly delicious. He gradually tried the braised offal in the dish. First braised, then cooked, the braised flavor perfectly combined with the numbing spiciness, making it hard to control the speed of one's chopsticks. By the end of the meal, Xie had almost forgotten his fastidiousness about food. As Fan Changyu had said, his body soon broke out in a sweat from the spiciness, and he no longer felt the severe cold outside at all. He asked, "Is this a local specialty dish?" Fan Changyu said, "I suppose so. It's a famous dish at the Yishiang Luan town. That female proprietress knows so many dishes." Xie only briefly considered promoting this dish in the military before giving up. Military meals were only concerned with being filling and couldn't be this elaborate. Moreover, spices like chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns would be a significant expense. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, Fan Changyu brought the sea eagle from his room to the fire pit. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him, "There's half a leaf of pig lung left in the kitchen. Cut it up and feed it to the goshawk later." She scratched her head, a bit embarrassed, and said, "If you have time, maybe try training it a bit?" Xie lazy glance was like a slow slicing. "All right." The sea eagle trembled and shrank its neck in the cage, looking like a giant quail. Fan Changyu then confidently pushed her cart to the shop. Today, with heavy snow, there were few people on the streets at this time. The street with the meat shops was also cold and quiet. Fan Changyu opened the shop door and cleared the accumulated snow from under the eaves, only to find that the stove she had built outside with bricks had been smashed. She was immediately amused and angered. How many days had she been selling braised meat in this shop? How quickly had she aroused jealousy to the point of having her things smashed? After experiencing the incidents with Fanda and the gambling house, she became known for her fierceness and shrewishness outside. Sometimes, such a reputation had its advantages. Fan Changyu immediately threw down her broom, put her hands on her hips, and cursed. "Which bastard smashed your Ani's things? Too cowardly to say things to my face, and only daring to do such things behind my back. Were your ancestors turtles?" Having practiced martial arts since childhood, her voice, powered by her dantian, could penetrate the entire street. The butchers in the neighboring shops didn't make a sound, but when her gaze swept over Butcher Gua, he immediately shouted, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't smash your things." Fan Changyu hadn't suspected him because, apart from schadenfreude, Butcher Gua's face showed no signs of a guilty conscience. A butcher's wife nearby seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Oh no, Changyu, your shop was closed for a month before. Did you forget to pay the protection fee?" Fan Changyu was hearing about this protection fee for the first time and asked in confusion, "What's that?" The butcher's wife sighed. "When we open shops for business, besides paying monthly taxes to the officials, we also need to give some money to please the gang leader who controls this street. It must be that your shop has been doing great business these days, and those people have heard about it. I bet they'll be coming over soon." Fan Changyu understood the situation. Those people had smashed the stove in front of her door last night as a warning, and they would come to collect the protection fee today. She thanked the butcher's wife, first arranged the fresh meat and braised meat on the chopping board, then placed a long staff behind the door. She continued selling meat while waiting for those thugs to come. At the third quarter of the Chin hour, a group of street ruffians came swaggering towards the meat market, their arrogance evident. People along the way avoided them. Fan Changyu heard the commotion from inside the shop and looked out. Oh, old acquaintances. Chapter 18. The True Nature of a Bully. The sun climbed high in the sky, and icicles under the eaves dripped water droplets. 7 or 8 burly men with fierce faces pushed aside the peddlers and porters blocking their way, advancing menacingly toward Fan Changyu's shop. The leader had a broad face with a short beard, his countenance particularly vicious, though he walked with a noticeable limp. This was none other than Jin Yi, the head enforcer from the gambling den who had repeatedly caused trouble at Fan Changyu's home. "I'd like to see who's got the guts to do business on this street without paying respects to all." Upon seeing Fan Changyu standing with her arms crossed at the shop entrance, Jin Ye's voice trailed off mid-sentence. The few underlings behind him, who had been beaten by Fan Changyu before, also simultaneously changed their expressions. Even his good leg began to ache faintly. This couple's brutality was unmatched. Would his other leg be broken here today as well? The underlings unconsciously took half a step back, dragging their lame legs. Seeing their large group, the nearby butchers felt anxious for Fan Changyu, who was just a young woman. Only Butcher Gua from across the street wore a schadenfreude expression. Jinyi struggled to force a fawning smile onto his face. Miss Fan, is this shop yours? The onlookers were dumbfounded by this scene. This turn of events seemed rather unexpected. Changyu casually picked up the staff behind the door, and the group of street ruffians immediately showed terror on their faces, frightened into retreating together. The leader, Jinyi, waved his hands repeatedly. A misunderstanding. Miss Fan, it's truly a misunderstanding. Had we known this shop was yours, how could we dare to disrespect you? Across the street, Butcher's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, seemingly unable to comprehend how these street thugs could be so afraid of Changyu. Changyu coldly eyed Jinyi, pointing her staff at the smashed brick stove in front of her shop. Did you break this? Despite the freezing weather, Jinyi's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He hastily wiped it with his sleeve and said repeatedly, "We were just doing a job for pay, working for someone else. We'll fix it for you. We'll fix it right away." He quickly signaled to the underlings behind him. Terrified by the staff in Changyu's hand and not wanting to experience the pain of being beaten until they vomited again, they tremblingly came forward to repair the stove. Changyu couldn't help but feel somewhat bewildered. She had originally thought these people were truly here to collect protection money, not expecting there to be this layer of intrigue involved. She directly asked Jinyi, "Who ordered you to cause trouble at my shop?" "Miss Fan this." Jinyi's face showed difficulty. They had taken money to do a job, so naturally, they had to keep their mouths shut. Changyu swung her staff around, pointing it directly at Jinyi's throat. Jinyi hadn't even reacted before he saw the staff aimed at his vital point. Cold sweat immediately beaded on his forehead and dripped down. All thoughts of professional ethics vanished as he stammered. It was the shopkeeper of Wang's braised meats on the main street. Changyu frowned slightly. She had no prior acquaintance with Wang's shopkeeper, and their shops were several streets apart, neither affecting the other's business. Her braised meat business had only been running for a few days, not enough to provoke such a response from the other party. She immediately barked, "Nonsense. I have no grudge against Wang's shopkeeper. Why would he send you to smash my shop?" Jinyi hastily replied, "Everything I've said is true. Yesterday, Wang's shop assistant personally came to us with money." Changyu's brow furrowed even deeper. Seeing that the underlings had already used clay to relay the bricks on the stove and that more and more onlookers were gathering, she thought that regardless of the situation, business couldn't be delayed. She withdrew her staff. Before Jinyi could catch his breath, he found himself being ordered around by Changyu again. "You, light the fire and warm up the stove first. The rest of you, go to the well at the street corner and bring back a few buckets of water for me." She prepared braised meat at the shop entrance, so naturally, she needed water on hand. However, this morning, to deal with the smashed stove issue, she hadn't had time to fetch water from the well. Having wasted nearly half a day, if she were to do everything herself now, it would likely be too late. So, she decided to put these readily available laborers, who had wasted her time, to use. The underlings hadn't expected to be ordered around like this and stood dumbfounded. With one glance from Changyu, they didn't dare hesitate and quickly took the water buckets to fetch water. As the small-time thugs left, the bystanders who had gathered outside Fan's shop, not understanding the situation, thought the matter was resolved and dispersed to go about their own business. Only the neighboring shopkeepers, seeing Changyu directly ordering around this group of troublemaking thugs, nearly dropped their jaws in shock, looking at Changyu as if she were some kind of freak. Changyu didn't notice at all. Seeing Jinyi standing at her shop entrance, preventing customers from coming in to buy meat, she quickly shooed him to the side. "Go stand over there, don't block my business. After I finish selling today's meat, you'll come with me to Wang's shop. I want an explanation. If you've been telling me lies." Her gaze swept over Jinyi's other leg. "I'll cripple this leg too." Jinyi recalled the man's sinister expression that day and the vicious blow that had fallen on his leg. The not yet fully healed leg sent a piercing pain through him, draining the color from his face. He quickly shook his head. "I, Jin Laosen, wouldn't dare lie to Miss Fan even if I lied to everyone else." Seeing him so frightened, Changyu maintained her fierce expression, but inwardly she couldn't help but wonder just how brutally that guy had beaten these men. Just mentioning crippling the other leg had scared this man so badly. The underlings quickly returned with water. Fearing they might have put something in it, Changyu gave them a ladle and made them each take a sip from their buckets before she felt safe using the water to clean the pork for braising. As for the water for cooking, she still had some left from yesterday in the water vat inside her shop. Once the large pot was set up, the aroma of braised meat began to waft down the entire street again. Those who had queued at Changyu's shop yesterday but failed to buy braised meat came early today and finally managed to make a purchase. However, most people, upon seeing Jin and his group crouching with bitter expressions beside Changyu's shop, still didn't dare to come forward to buy anything. Despite their miserable expressions, their rough features still made them look like fierce demons. Changyu also noticed this point. To prevent these people from affecting her business, and coincidentally as the first batch of freshly braised meat was almost sold out, she bought 6 pig heads and 3 buckets of offal from the neighboring butcher shop. She gave each of the men a pig head, instructing them to clean off all the hair, and had the remaining few wash the offal under her watchful eye. As they busied themselves with heads down, naturally, the customers coming to buy meat no longer noticed their fierce faces. Changyu alternated between butchering meat for customers and supervising the group. When she caught someone slacking off or not cleaning properly, she'd poke them with her staff. "There's still hair on this pig's head. Rub the large intestines with wood ash, wash them clean, then scrub them from end to end with rice straw." She was even 3 times more tyrannical than a real bully. The group of street thugs trembled, secretly regretting their bad luck in offending this young mistress again. Changyu, however, seemed to have mind-reading abilities and said sternly, "When you do wrong, you must be punished. Otherwise, what becomes of the law?" The group shrank like quails, nodding and agreeing repeatedly. Seeing their good attitude in admitting their mistakes, Changyu asked during a lull, "Aren't you supposed to be working at the gambling den? How come you're everywhere?" Mentioning this, the street thugs all looked somewhat embarrassed. Jean Lawson said in a muffled voice, "The brothers aren't working at the gambling den anymore." Changyu was somewhat puzzled and asked why. A small-time thug, hugging a pig's head, mumbled, "We followed third brother to work as bouncers at the gambling den just to make a living. This time, we failed to collect the debt for the gambling den on time. If we had cut off Miss Fan's hand to complete the job, the gambling den wouldn't have approved anyway. Besides, in all our years of debt collecting, we've never really made anyone lose an arm or a leg. Later, when our legs were injured, we were kicked out of the gambling den." Changyu frowned. "Aren't you still collecting protection money all over the streets?" Jean Lawson let out a sigh. "This protection money isn't ours to keep once we collect it. We're just collecting it for others." Seeing that Changyu didn't seem to understand his meaning, he spoke plainly. "For us to be able to openly demand money from merchants, the authorities must turn a blind eye. There are people in high places covering for us. If trouble arises, someone will take responsibility. Naturally, the bulk of the money collected goes to curry favor with those officials." Changyu remained silent with a grim face for a good while. Jean Lawson quickly added, "But this street never had anyone collecting protection money before. If we had known Miss Fan's shop was here, we wouldn't have dared to come." A fog of confusion settled over Changyu's mind. She suddenly asked, "When did they start collecting on this street?" Jean Lawson thought for a moment and said, "Just last month." Changyu's brow furrowed even deeper. Her parents had also died at the hands of mountain bandits last month. Could there be some connection? But she dismissed the idea almost as soon as it occurred to her. Her father had traveled to Jianghu for many years and was skilled in martial arts. It seemed unlikely that after living in Linan town for over a decade, he would suddenly be targeted and meet with misfortune. Changyu put aside her thoughts and maintained her fierce expression as she addressed Jean Lawson and his group. "As full-grown men, why can't you do honest work instead of living as hoodlums and ruffians? We'll change. We'll change. We'll be good people from now on." The group trembled like shrinking quails at the sight of her anger. Only then did Changyu stop berating them. With all the heavy work being done by others today, she found herself unexpectedly at leisure. The reputation of Fan's braised meat had already spread, and today's business was even better than yesterday's. Before noon, all the meat she had brought from home pre-braised, and what she had braised on-site today had sold out completely. Even the braised eggs in the shop were gone. She sent one of the small-time thugs to buy another basket of eggs, most of which also sold quickly. 2 braised eggs for just 3 won was indeed an enticing price. Changyu roughly calculated today's income, which amounted to over 4 taels. The butchers in the neighboring meat shops naturally envied her business, but seeing Jean Laosan's group bowing and scraping to her, they didn't dare utter a single sour word. In a good mood from earning silver, Changyu even found Jean Laosan and his group more pleasing to the eye. Since they had helped her with work all morning and shown a good attitude in admitting their mistakes, she gave each of them a braised egg. The small-time thugs, who had been ordered around all morning, were as wilted as little cabbages in the field. Suddenly being given a hot braised egg, they were dumbfounded. Changyu continued to face them with a fierce expression. "Hurry up and eat. Then come with me to confront Wang's shop." The small-time thugs, who had been smelling the aroma of braised meat all morning, had their stomachs growling fiercely. At this moment, they almost wanted to swallow the eggshells too. After eating, the group was still unsatisfied and cautiously asked, Miss Fan, can we come to work at your shop in the future?" Changyu thought with a stern face that this wouldn't do. These burly men would eat her out of house and home if they all came to work in her shop. She ruthlessly refused. No. The small-time thugs didn't dare say anything more and dejectedly followed behind her toward Wang's shop. However, due to their fierce appearances, they didn't look dejected at all. Passers-by on the street all made way for them. This scene looked to anyone like a female bully leading her underlings to cause trouble. In a restaurant along the street, a man in brocade robes personally rose to pour tea for the person sitting opposite him. In the rising white mist of steam, the embroidered patterns on his wide sleeves became blurred. The situation in Huizhou is not yet stable. While the Marquis lies low here, it's not convenient for his confidants to come. But Zhao is a businessman, and Wei's family's watchdogs can't trace anything to Zhao. As long as the Marquis trusts Zhao, Zhao is willing to lay down his life for the Marquis. The window lattice was half open. The man sitting opposite him had a profile like jade carving, with clear and handsome features. His long fingers, bearing dark scabs, tapped lightly on the table, showing casual indifference, yet carrying an air of authority that made one breathless. His narrow eyes were half closed as he gazed out the window, seemingly admiring the snowy scene along the street. Seeing that he hadn't responded for a long time, the man in brocade robes followed his gaze outside, only then realizing that he didn't seem to be looking at the snow scene, but at a young woman leading more than a dozen ruffians down the street. The man in brocade robes glanced at Yin Zheng again, his eyes flickering slightly as he smiled, and said, "That must be the Marquis's new wife, right?" Chapter 19. Didn't go to rob money. The north wind gusted through the window, dispersing the mist rising from the teacup and making the handsome, refined face of the man opposite even clearer. His cold, phoenix-like eyes were so sharp that one dared not look directly at them. Did Mr. Zhao go to such lengths to meet this Marquis just to say these things? The man in brocade robes knew that Yin Zheng was referring to his declaration of loyalty. Unsure if mentioning his wife had been taboo, he quickly said, "Of course not." He then handed over a brocade box. Seeing that Yin Zheng had no intention of opening it himself, he opened it for him to see, wearing the smile typical of merchants. "Is this sincere enough?" Yin Zheng merely glanced at it indifferently. "Gold and silver are of no use to me." The other party was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Yin Zheng. "I, Zhao Sun, am but a mere merchant, naturally unworthy of the Marquis's attention. However, last year during the Lantern Festival, my younger sister had just arrived in the capital when she was abducted by Wei Xian at the festival and died tragically in his tent." His eyes reddened, and he was almost in tears. "If I don't avenge this grudge, I won't be able to face my parents in the afterlife." Only then did Yin Zheng's gaze truly fall on Zhao Sun. "You were able to find me and know of my enmity with the Wei father and son. You do have some ability." Zhao Sun hurriedly said he didn't dare claim such praise. The Zhao family business is neither large nor small, but it spans several prefectures and has some dealings with officials. So we hear more rumors than others. Since Wei Xian took over Huizhou, Many of the Marquis's important generals have been demoted and sent to remote border regions. In the capital, the scholars under Wei Yan's command are writing articles denouncing the Marquis en masse. This is what made me notice something was amiss. I guessed that the Marquis had encountered difficulties and had my men secretly search for your whereabouts, but to no avail. Coincidentally, a few days ago, the main city of Jizhou arrested a large number of refugees. There were also soldiers from Huizhou carrying portraits, seemingly looking for someone among those refugees. I used some methods to obtain a portrait of those Huizhou soldiers. Looking at the person in the portrait, so vigorous and spirited, I guessed that the one they were seeking must be the Marquis. At this point, Zhao Sun's face showed delight. Heaven must have taken pity on me. Recently, our family's bookstore received a batch of contemporary essays. The bookstore manager praised one of them as a true gem. After reading it, I felt every word was like a pearl. I thought it must have been written by some talented scholar from a humble background and wanted to meet him. That's why I especially came to visit, not expecting to find the Marquis here. Yin Jing's long fingers continued to tap lightly on the red sandalwood table, making no sound. The talk of his fingertips meeting the wooden surface made one's heart uneasy. Zhao Sun's earnest explanation had clarified how he had found Yin Zheng. When writing the contemporary essay, Yin Zheng deliberately avoided using his handwriting. That Zhao Sun could find him did indeed seem to be a coincidence. He remained silent for a long time, and the other parties seemed to grow somewhat anxious, though he managed to keep his composure and didn't say anything more. He appeared to be someone capable of getting things done. Yin Zheng half raised his eyelids and finally spoke. Convert these banknotes in your brocade box into 200,000 sure of grain before spring arrives. Hearing this, Zhao Sun's face first showed surprise, then joy. Earlier, Yin Zheng had said that gold and silver were of no use to him, but now he was asking him to convert the banknotes into grain. This was giving him a clear direction. However, the court usually requisitioned grain in autumn, and rice merchants also bought grain at that time. After all, it was the harvest season, when people didn't lack grain and prices were cheap. Now it was the end of the 12th lunar month. People certainly had surplus grain, and buying now would be a few points more expensive than during the autumn harvest, but that wasn't a problem. But the Northwest wasn't a grain-rich region. Buying 200,000 sure before spring, with next year's autumn harvest still far off, if any military conflict arose in this area, the station troops would find it difficult to requisition grain locally. Realizing this, Zhao Sun felt his heart pounding. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Zhao Sun will not fail the Marquis's trust. Seeing Yin Jing's plain attire, he had a thought to curry favor. Shall I arrange another set of residences for the Marquis and his wife, and provide some servants? Yin Zheng gave him a cool look. The scrutiny and pressure hidden beneath his calm demeanor made Zhao Sun, already half bowing, lower himself even further. He said, Don't try to be clever. Zhao Sun dared not mention arranging residences or buying maids again, becoming even more cautious as he asked, Then, shall I send someone to escort the Marquis back? When he came here, he had personally gone to the western alley to pick up Yin Zheng. Yin Zheng recalled Fan Changyu walking down the street earlier with a group of ruffians. His brows furrowed slightly as he declined. No need. His beautiful, yet piercing phoenix eyes swept over the silk-clad merchant before him. Focus on doing what I've assigned you. Pretend you don't know I'm here. If any word leaks out. Zhao Sun hurriedly said he wouldn't dare. Zhao came to Linen Town today just to meet a talented scholar from a humble background. However, that scholar's whereabouts were uncertain, and Zhao didn't manage to meet him. As for buying grain, it's merely because Zhao saw that rice merchants were profiting greatly and wanted a share of the profits. The corner of Yin Jing's eye lifted slightly. This was indeed a clever person who understood with just a hint. He said, You may go. Only then did Zhao Sun bow and withdraw. After the door closed again, Yin Zheng slowly closed his eyes in the steam from the boiling water in the red clay stove. His exquisite features became blurred in the mist, leaving only his brows and eyes, which had shed their usual weariness and were now filled with a heavy, murderous aura. This Zhao Sun had appeared a bit too coincidentally. But what could be confirmed for now was that he wasn't one of the Wei father and son's people. Otherwise, it would have been people from the government who came, not someone coming to ingratiate himself with such words of loyalty. The 200,000 share of grain was a touchstone he had given. If this person could truly be of use to him, having that 200,000 share of grain would make his next arrangements much easier. If this person had other intentions, after the 200,000 share of grain, there would be an even bigger trap waiting for him and his master behind him. Voices came from outside the private room. Come on, let's go see the commotion. I heard that Wang's braised meat across the street was jealous of someone else's business and smashed up Fan's meat shop. Fan's people have gone to make trouble at Wang's. Someone sighed. Wang's is a century-old establishment. How could they do such a disreputable thing? What won't people do to steal business? Yinzheng stopped his train of thought, opened his eyes, and stood up. His legs were as nimble as a normal person's. Only when he left the private room did he lean on his crutch. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered at the entrance of Wang's braised meat shop. The shop assistant looked at Fan Changyu, then glanced at Jean Laosan and the others standing with folded arms behind her, their faces fierce. His legs went weak, and his voice trembled as he spoke. What can we do for you? Seeing the assistant's face turn pale with fright, Fan Changyu frowned slightly. She hadn't come to beat anyone. She had come to reason and demand an explanation. Why was the shop assistant so frightened? Could it be that they had a guilty conscience? She said, "Call your shopkeeper out. I've come today to demand an explanation." The assistant stammered, The shopkeeper isn't in the shop." Fan Changyu's eyes narrowed. He dares to order people to smash things in my shop, and now he's playing the coward? Behind her, Jean Laosan and the others let out a heavy humph from their nostrils at the right moment, frightening the assistant even more. Fan Changyu turned her head to look at Jean Laosan, her eye twitching slightly. She had brought these people to confront the shop, but how did it seem like she had brought them to smash the place? The assistant said tremblingly, "We've sent someone to notify the shopkeeper. Whatever you have to say, please wait until the shopkeeper arrives." After speaking, he brought out a large chair for Fan Changyu to sit on, still shaking, and brought out a brazier for her to warm herself. Fan Changyu swept her gaze over the expressions of the shop assistants and onlookers, feeling that something was a bit odd. How did it seem like she was the female bully coming to cause trouble? However, since they had brought out a chair and a brazier, and it was so cold, there was no reason not to sit down and warm up while waiting. Before long, Wang's shopkeeper arrived, his fat body covered in sweat. As a businessman, he always believed in being amiable for the sake of business. Seeing Fan Changyu, he first put on a smile and said, "Miss Fan, I've heard from the assistant about what happened at your shop. The Wang sign was passed down from my ancestors, and I, Wang, would never use such means to oppress a lone girl." As he spoke, he glanced at Jean Laosan and the others behind Fan Changyu. Though his tone was polite, his attitude was somewhat contemptuous. "Miss Fan, to accuse Wang based solely on the words of these people, isn't there some misunderstanding?" Fan Changyu sat motionless in the large chair, merely glancing sideways at Jean Laosan. "You speak." Jean Laosan immediately said, "Your Wang's has an assistant named Chunqing. Yesterday, he came to the tavern in the east of town with 5 taels of silver, asking us brothers to cause trouble at Fan's shop. The people at the tavern can all testify." Upon hearing the assistant's name, the shopkeeper's expression changed slightly, and his attitude softened a bit. He said to Fan Changyu, "That's my eldest son's attendant. Please wait a moment, Miss Fan, while I call my eldest son to clarify." The young master of Wang's was known throughout Linen Town as a profligate. Not content with a house full of concubines, he spent his days in brothels. This time, Wang's assistants had to dig him out of a brothel. When he returned, he was still drunk, his clothes not even properly fastened. His father had someone pour a bowl of sobering soup down his throat before he became somewhat clear-headed. In front of Fan Changyu, the shopkeeper angrily questioned, "You unfilial son, did you order someone to smash Fan's shop?" The young master of Wang's, his eyes puffy, looked Fan Changyu up and down several times before sneering. "Oh, she is quite a beauty. You stole business from our family and Yixiang restaurant by climbing into old man Li the cook's bed, and now you dare to come here? Your face is even thicker than a prostitute's." It was common knowledge that Yixiang restaurant often bought famous dishes from other places to serve in their establishment. The female proprietress had her unique way of doing business. Others said her methods were unprofitable, But by incorporating the best from various sources, Yixiang Restaurant's business far surpassed other stagnant restaurants. After all, those who could afford to dine at Yixiang Restaurant were wealthy gentry with ample means. There were only a few famous eateries in town, and normally one would have to send servants on several trips to get food from different places. At Yixiang Restaurant, not only could one enjoy their signature dishes, but a simple call to the waiter would immediately bring any local specialty one desired. Therefore, whether selling pastries and fruits or braised meats and cooked food, all vendors in town took pride in being associated with Yixiang Restaurant. Hearing the young master of Wang's words, the onlookers' expressions varied. Some were surprised, some disbelieving, and some simply enjoying the show. Their eyes kept scanning Fan Changyu. She was indeed beautiful, but with such a fierce temperament. If someone said she was a female bully extorting money, people might be more inclined to believe it. But to say she would have an affair for the sake of some business, everyone collectively shuddered. Who would dare to entertain such thoughts about her? Just seeing her butcher pigs and chop meat would be enough to discourage any such notions, wouldn't it? The shopkeeper of Wang's also widened his eyes and shouted, "Unfilial son, what nonsense are you spouting?" The young master of Wang's was unconcerned. He was used to bullying men and women in town and didn't take Fan Changyu, a mere woman, seriously at all. "Father, our business with Yixiang Restaurant is ruined anyway, so why not let me speak? Are you still afraid of offending that old manly the cook?" His gaze lewdly swept over Fan Changyu. "You stole a man, and such an old." A loud bang interrupted him. Jean Laosan and the others turned to look. They saw that the heavy chopping board used for displaying braised meat in front of Wang's shop had been kicked over by Fan Changyu with one foot. The board couldn't withstand the force, and a large hole was kicked through it. The braised meat was scattered on the ground, and the drunken young master of Wang's was half-trapped under the board. He and his underlings looked at the large hole in the ironwood board and collectively swallowed. They shrank back, thinking that when this young mistress had dealt with them before, she must have been holding back. If she had used this much force then, they would probably have had several broken bones and would still be better than now. The young master of Wang's howled in pain, ordering the two servants beside him, "Are you dead? Quickly pull your young master up." The two servants glanced at the black iron cleaver Fan Changyu had drawn, and at Jean Laosan's group behind her who were cracking their knuckles, seemingly ready to join the fight. They didn't dare approach, and even retreated 2 steps on legs that had turned to noodles. Seeing this situation, beads of sweat rolled down the shopkeeper's temples. Seeing Fan Changyu holding the knife, he was also terrified. "Miss Fan, my unworthy son spoke without thinking. I will certainly teach this unfilial child a lesson. Please don't be angry, Miss Fan." Fan Changyu ignored him completely. She stomped heavily on the chopping board again, creating another large hole in the board that usually required 2 people to lift. The young master of Wang's foamed at the mouth, and his eyes rolled back. The onlookers gasped. Some timid women even covered their eyes with their sleeves, fearing that Fan Changyu would bring the cleaver down on the young master's head the next moment. The shopkeeper of Wang's pointed at Fan Changyu with a trembling voice. You want to commit murder?" Fan Changyu glanced at him and sneered. "How could I kill someone? Killing would land me in prison. At most, I'll cut out your good son's tongue and make him chew it up and swallow it himself. That'll stop him from wagging it carelessly." The shopkeeper was so frightened by her words that he nearly lost his balance. Only with the support of several servants did he avoid collapsing to the ground. His face turned pale, and he pointed at Fan Changyu, stuttering "You?" for a long time without being able to form a complete sentence. The young master of Wang's, pinned under Fan Changyu's foot, now knew fear. His face was ashen as he cried and looked to his father. "Father, save me." The shopkeeper said in a trembling voice, "Call the officials, quickly call the officials." When Wang's servants tried to go report to the authorities, they were blocked by Jean Laosan's group. "So it's fine for you to bully others, but not for them to seek justice?" Fan Changyu heavily slapped the young master's repulsive fat face with the flat of her cleaver. "Tell me, when did I ever steal Yixiang Restaurant's business from you?" The cleaver in her hand was heavy and cold. Due to years of chopping bones and cutting meat, there was an indelible smell of blood on the blade. Half of the young master's face went numb where she had slapped him with the knife. His whole body shook like a sieve as he stammered, "Wang's." Wang's braised meat business with Yixiang restaurant stopped. I heard. I heard it was because Cook Lee recommended your family's braised meat. Fan Changyu sneered. Just for this, you fabricated such stories about me? The women in the crowd, hearing the young master's words, were surprised that after all his vulgar talk earlier, the truth was merely this. A woman's reputation was of utmost importance. This was deliberately pushing someone to the edge. They couldn't help but spit at him in disgust. He's truly worthless. Just because Fan's shop started selling braised meat and business is booming, he drags a young girl's reputation through the mud. I was wondering why we haven't seen Cook Lee buying meat from fans these days. So it was because of this black-hearted scoundrel's lies. He's avoiding suspicion. Wang's is such a big business, yet they bully a lone girl. They've truly lost all shame. He spends all his time in brothels, so of course that's all he can think about. If you ask me, Wang's has become too big for its boots. Not only is the taste getting worse, but I once bought spoiled meat from them. No wonder Yixiang restaurant doesn't want to continue buying braised meat from them. Hearing these discussions, the shopkeeper of Wang's became agitated, stamping his feet in anger. Unfilial son! Unfilial son! The young master of Wang's was crying so hard that snot bubbles formed. He begged, please spare me. I'll give you money. Lots and lots of money. I know your family needs money. Fan Changyu remained silent, her eyes fierce as she forcefully thrust her cleaver into the ground. Seeing this, the surrounding onlookers all gasped in shock. The shopkeeper of Wang's nearly fainted, while the young master screamed in terror. Crack! The knife didn't hit the young master's body. Instead, it cut through his hair ornament and a chunk of his hair, right next to his scalp. The blade sank into the bluestone floor tiles, its body still quivering. After a while, the young master finally came to his senses. His face was as pale as a corpse, and a foul odor emanated from beneath him as a yellowish puddle spread under the chopping board. The shopkeeper, supported by servants, was gasping for air. Feeling the coolness against his scalp, the young master was completely terrified, no longer caring about his face. He burst into loud sobs, his face covered in snot and tears. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The shopkeeper only had this one useless son. He was almost crying as he pleaded. Miss Fan, this unfilial son spoke without thinking and damaged your reputation. I will certainly teach him a harsh lesson. Another day, I will personally bring a small gift to your home to apologize. The ancients had the saying, cutting hair in place of beheading. You've already cut his hair, so please be magnanimous and spare him. Fan Changyu put away her knife and coldly looked at the young master of Wang's. Don't let me see you again. She left with her knife, no longer paying attention to the father and son. The young master of Wang's had been bullying men and women for quite some time. Fan Changyu's lesson today was deeply satisfying to many. The onlooking commoners even cheered and applauded, exclaiming, well taught. It's a good thing she's Fan the tiger's daughter. If it were any other family being bullied like this, they'd probably have no one to turn to. Indeed, in Lu village, there was a village girl, quite a beauty. She was impregnated by this young master of Wang's. The Wang family refused to acknowledge it, and in the end, the poor girl threw herself into the river. That's just one case we know about that blew up. Who knows how many more despicable acts he's committed in secret. Their braised meat isn't as good as Fan's. Fan's meat is freshly slaughtered daily. Who knows what kind of meat they use? Hearing the pointing and discussing of the onlookers, the shopkeeper's old face nearly fell to the ground. The chopping board was finally lifted off the young master of Wang's by two servants with great effort. This grown man looked at the shopkeeper and cried with snot and tears, Father! Instead of comfort, he received 2 more kicks from the enraged shopkeeper. You good for nothing. It's one thing to spend your days in brothels, but to cause such a scene. You've completely disgraced the old Wang family today. Fan Changyu, having vented her anger, was about to head home when someone suddenly called out to her from behind. Miss Fan, please wait. Fan Changyu turned back, puzzled to see a man with a small mustache approaching her. Miss Fan, you have impressive skills. I'm the manager of Huixian Money House. Would Miss Fan be interested in working for our establishment? Money House. Fan Changyu frowned. What could I do there? The Money House manager smiled and said, Debt collection. Fan Changyu was speechless. Jean Laosan and his group, however, were eager. Miss Fan, If you take on debt collection jobs, we'll work for you in the future. Fan Changyu glared at them. Didn't you say you wanted to do honest work? Jean Laosan and his group immediately shrank their necks and dared not speak. Fan Changyu declined the manager's offer, but he didn't say much. Before leaving, he gave her a piece of paper listing the various benefits of working as an enforcer for Huixian Money House. Miss Fan, there's no need to rush. You can think it over. Fan Changyu held the paper, her mood quite complex. What kind of image did she have in the eyes of the townspeople? She sighed and turned to leave, but saw someone standing at the end of the street. Snow was falling, and his wide robes were blown open by the wind. Behind him was the bustling market street. His cold, indifferent eyes were looking at her in a very subtle way. Fan Changyu glanced at the paper in her hand with debt collection written on it and instinctively said, I didn't go to rob money. Seeing Yin Zheng, Jean Laosan and his group immediately tensed up and said in unison, Greetings, son-in-law. A heavy, awkward silence filled the space between them. It seemed even harder to explain now. Chapter 20. Kidnap Him with a Sack? Fan Changyu turned to Jean Laosan and his group, snapping, What are you all yelling about? Jean Laosan replied sheepishly, Isn't this your recruited son-in-law? Fan Changyu choked for a moment, instinctively glancing at Yin Zheng. Seeing his expression remain impassive, seemingly unbothered by Jean Laosan's words, she breathed a sigh of relief before continuing. Yes, he is my recruited husband, but why are you all calling him son-in-law? Jean Laosan's group lowered their heads submissively, like a bunch of young wives unacknowledged by their stern mother-in-law. Fan Changyu's temple twitched at the sight. She waved her hand dismissively. I only brought you along to Wang's shop today to seek justice, and now that's done. Go home, all of you, and stop bullying others from now on. After Jean Laosan's group left with mumbled acknowledgments, Fan Changyu glanced at Yin Zheng standing nearby. She felt inexplicably guilty, but reasoning that she hadn't done anything truly wrong, she folded the paper in her hands and walked over to him with a straight back, asking, What brings you here? Fine snow settled in Yin Zheng's ink-black hair, making his features appear even more austere. The essays I wrote recently sold well, and the bookstore owner took notice. He invited me for tea. I heard you went to Wang's shop, so I came to check on you. Fan Changyu exclaimed in surprise. To earn a bookstore owner's recognition, your writing must be exceptional. Yin Zheng hadn't expected her to understand such matters despite her seemingly limited education. He lowered his gaze to hide his thoughts. Having fled from Changzhou, I simply know more about the wartime situation and people's hardships there. Even if my writing is basic, it's new to the people of Linen Town, which is why the bookstore owner took notice. How did things go with Wang's shop? That last question was meant to change the subject. Fan Changyu and Yin Zheng took an ox cart home. Along the way, she picked up winter clothes she had ordered from the tailor shop for the family's New Year celebration and bought some candy for Chongning. They finally made it back to their home in the western part of the city before dark. When they went to collect Chongning from Madame Zhao's house, they learned that constables from the county office had visited that afternoon. They summoned Fan Changyu to attend a court hearing in 3 days. The lawsuit filed by Fan De was finally going to be reviewed. Fan Changyu hadn't thought much of it, but Madame Zhao was deeply worried. The constable who delivered the message works under Chief Constable Wang. He leaked some information. Fanda has been frequently visiting the court advisor recently. That court advisor is Butchergua's uncle, and Butchergua had a grudge against your father years ago. Originally, since you've taken in a husband, the property should have been awarded to you, but with the court advisor involved, they'll likely split at least half with your big uncle. Fan Changyu hadn't expected these two troublemakers to work together. She frowned immediately. How could they give big uncle half? Madame Zhao sighed. Those officials can rule however they want. How could common folk like us understand the law better than them? Besides, since big uncle has the court advisor's support, even if you tried to hire a litigation master, none would dare take your case and risk offending the court advisor. Fan Changyu's brows furrowed deeply. Though the court advisor held no official position, he was effectively second in command at the county office. Combined with Butchergua's old grudge against her father, she stood little chance at the upcoming hearing. Even if she wanted to pull strings, she couldn't outrank the court advisor, unless she could somehow reach the county magistrate himself, but that was just a pipe dream. Not only did her family lack any connection to the county magistrate, but given that he had wanted to make Song Yan his son-in-law, and she was Song Yan's former fiancée, she'd be lucky if the magistrate didn't deliberately make things difficult for her. After thinking it through, Fan Changyu asked, "Auntie Zhao, do you know how the feud between Butcher Gua and my father started?" Fan Changyu only knew they were at odds, but had never heard the actual cause of the grudge Madame Zhao mentioned. Madame Zhao sighed. That happened over a decade ago. The shopkeepers on that street have all changed since then, which is why you haven't heard about it while doing business there. Back then, Butcher Guo was just a street thug. All the merchants on that street had to pay him protection money, or they'd face trouble from his ruffians. After your father bought his shop there, he refused to pay. When the thugs came to make trouble, your father taught them a lesson instead. They confessed to working for Butcher Guo, so your father reported him to the authorities. The county magistrate at that time was truly an upright official. He not only had Butcher Guo beaten, but also imprisoned him for over half a year. That's how the grudge between your father and Butcher Guo began. Now that the Guo family has a relative working as a court advisor, and you're facing a lawsuit, they'll certainly use this chance to make things difficult for you. With such an old grudge in play, the situation seemed truly hopeless. After returning home, Fan Changyu remained frowning. After dinner, once Chang Ning was asleep, she sat alone by the fire pit, poking at the ground with a burnt stick. The Haidong goshawk's cage sat near the fire pit, its feathers now a shade grayer after a full day of smoke exposure. The main hall was silent except for the occasional pop and crack of firewood sending up sparks. The hawk didn't dare make a sound either, its small eyes darting between the two people sitting by the fire. As another spark flew from the burning wood, Yin Zheng watched Fan Changyu's tightly knitted brows in the firelight and finally spoke. "Don't worry too much. I'm not worried. I've thought of a solution." Fan Changyu tossed aside the stick. Though her words were firm, her expression showed no relief. If anything, she looked more serious. Yin Zheng's half-lidded eyes grew cold. What solution? Was she planning to beg her former fiancé for help? That did seem to be her only viable option at this point. After their conversation that afternoon, Fan Changyu no longer saw him as an outsider. Her fingers intertwined tightly as she spoke, her lips pressed into a straight line. "If my parents knew what I was planning, they'd surely be disappointed. I used to look down on such tactics myself, but now I have no choice." Yin Zheng suddenly didn't want to hear more. His cold phoenix eyes reflected both the firelight and her shadow as he cut her off. "I'll help you." Fan Changyu looked up, confused. "How can you help me?" Yin Zheng explained. "No matter how biased the court ruling might be, they still have to base it on the Great Yin Dynasty law. Their ability to award part of your property to your big uncle after your marriage arrangement only comes from exploiting certain legal loopholes. We have 3 days. I'll break down all the relevant sections of the Great Yin Dynasty law and explain them to you thoroughly. When you face the court, you won't need a litigation master. You can handle it yourself." Fan Changyu was shocked both by his knowledge of the law and concerned about the feasibility of his plan. Will that work?" Yin Zheng's icy gaze swept over her, showing no mercy as he asked. "Better than begging your former fiancé?" Fan Changyu looked utterly bewildered. "Why would I beg him?" Yin Zheng frowned. "Wasn't that your solution?" Fan Changyu. "I was planning to disguise myself as someone from the gambling house and have Big Uncle kidnapped in a sack the night before the hearing." Feeling embarrassed about admitting to such a plan, she explained, "I heard Chief Constable Wong say that if Big Uncle doesn't show up on the court date, the case won't proceed." Chapter 21. He was avoiding her. The broken window, haphazardly patched with wooden boards, failed to keep out the howling wind that sounded like wailing ghosts. The flickering flames from the fire pit cast wavering shadows throughout the room. After an eerie silence filled the air, Yin Zheng spoke. "I was overthinking it. Let's proceed with your plan." Fan Changyu hastily shook her head. Earlier that day, when the money house collectors had sought her out for debt collection, he had witnessed it. If they went ahead with putting a sack over Fan Da's head, he might think she was some kind of violent criminal. She said somewhat awkwardly, "If there were any other way, I certainly wouldn't take this risk. If we're caught, we'll end up in court again." Yin Zheng lowered his eyes, his pitch-black pupils reflecting the firelight without warmth. He suddenly said, "If you're not afraid of trouble, dealing with Fan Da permanently would be simpler. His tone was cold and detached, as if he hadn't been the same person who had just offered to teach her law for a proper court case. Changyu immediately understood what he meant by dealing with, and goosebumps rose on her arms as she stared at him with wide almond eyes. A murder. Seeing her reaction, Yanjing's thick eyelashes swept a shallow arc in the firelight as he turned his gaze toward the blazing fire. In a tone that didn't sound at all like joking, he said, "I was just kidding." His voice was lazy and carried a hint of casualness. If someone had wronged him to this extent, that person's head would have long since been separated from their shoulders. When he offered to teach her the Great Code to help her, it was the best solution he could think of from her perspective. Though her temperament was stronger than he had anticipated, she still couldn't be called ruthless. As Changyu's suspicious gaze wandered over his handsome face, he half raised his eyes, meeting her gaze directly. "Shall I teach you the Great Code now?" Changyu immediately forgot about the embarrassment of being caught staring and nodded miserably with a frown. She had disliked studying since childhood and got headaches just looking at characters. The fact that she could read at all was thanks to her mother forcing her to learn with a bamboo switch. The writing materials were in the south room. Changyu went to Yanjing's room and turned up the oil lamp's wick on the desk for better lighting. Since there was no copy of the Great Code in the house, Yanjing recited several articles for her to memorize. This concerned whether she could keep her family property, so Changyu focused with all her might on learning. However, whether due to the late hour or the sleep-inducing nature of legal texts, she soon found herself nodding off as she recited. Yanjing sat in a bamboo chair nearby with his eyes closed, appearing to doze. But as if he had eyes on his forehead, he would lift his eyelids and rap his knuckles on the desk with a tock-tock whenever her head started bobbing like a pecking chicken. Changyu would jolt awake, clutching the papers while yawning repeatedly, struggling to keep her eyes open even as tears of exhaustion formed in the corners. She forced herself to continue reciting. Article 17 of the Great Code, Household Registry Section, Extinct Households Chapter. For extinct households, if there are sons, establish the eldest. If there are no sons, establish an heir. If the household is extinct, how could there be sons to establish? Changyu shuddered at his voice like a student caught dozing during morning lessons. She forced herself awake and reviewed the law he had written, continuing with half-closed eyes. For extinct households, an heir shall be chosen. If no heir is chosen, parents and siblings shall divide the property while providing for unmarried daughters. In cases of extinct households with adopted sons-in-law, the son-in-law cannot divide the property. It belongs to the daughter. Yanjing interjected at the right moment. According to this law, your parents' property should rightfully be yours entirely. However, with your grandparents still alive and ill, and your eldest uncle being idle, if they cite the filial piety chapter of the Great Code at the county court in 3 days, at least half of your parents' property would have to go to your grandparents. Since your grandparents haven't divided property with your eldest uncle, this money would ultimately end up in his hands. Changyu's drowsiness instantly vanished, replaced by irritation. She frowned and asked reluctantly, "What if I'd taken my grandparents to care for them?" Yanjing glanced at her. "Are you close to them?" Changyu shook her head. Even when her parents were alive, her family wasn't close with her grandparents. When her mother had difficulty giving birth to Changning, she nearly died along with the child. The physician had barely saved them both, but said she likely couldn't conceive again. The elderly couple had come to offer congratulations, holding the swaddled Changning while repeatedly hinting that her mother had failed to give her father a son. They suggested adopting a boy from Fanda's family, saying it would provide support in their old age. Her parents had ignored this suggestion, leading the elderly couple to spread rumors that her mother was jealous and unfilial, always whispering in her father's ear and trying to end the Fan family line. Her father had personally visited the old residents to address the matter, which finally quieted them down, but thereafter there was little contact. Only during festivals would her father bring them a piece of pork, but he never stayed for meals, leaving immediately after dropping off the gift. Yanjing then said, according to Article 11 of the Great Code Supplement, Household and Marriage Section, if you can find neighbors to testify that Fanda is a gambling addict, you can manage the half that would go to your grandparents yourself. Changyu, being straightforward by nature, struggled to understand such complexities. She asked in confusion. How is that different from me supporting the elderly couple? Yin Zheng paused, rubbing his brow before patiently explaining. If you take them in, you must support them. If you hold the money, whether to give it is your choice. Fan Changyu excitedly slapped the desk. That's brilliant. It's a bit underhanded, but perfectly suited for Fan Da's family. How do you know so much? Yin Zheng glanced at the desk that wobbled precariously from her slap, not doubting that with a bit more force, it would collapse right there. His long fingers turned to the next page of the book on his knee, lying smoothly without a hint of discomfort. When one travels extensively, one hears many interesting tales. There was a wealthy merchant's daughter who married a man into her family, only to have relatives try to seize her property. She hired a famous local lawyer who suggested this very solution. Fan Changyu praised sincerely. That lawyer was truly clever. Yin Zheng remained silent, though the corner of his mouth lifted imperceptibly. Fan Changyu sheepishly glanced at him. So, now that we have a plan, can I stop memorizing? Studying was truly headache-inducing for her. These abstruse laws were even more difficult than classical texts. Yin Zheng said flatly. If you can answer which specific law applies when they ask in court, then you can stop. Fan Changyu wanted to say that he could just accompany her to court, but remembering his leg injury and how he would have to kneel throughout the proceedings, which would likely worsen his condition, she swallowed her words. Her face scrunched up like a steamed bun as she resigned herself to continue memorizing. Yin Zheng casually flipped through the miscellaneous book in his hands, listening as her recitation changed from a mosquito-like buzz to intermittent mumbling, finally forcing him to look up. By then, her exhausted head had already dropped to the desk, her breathing becoming slow and even. He, the tutor, hadn't even fallen asleep, yet the student had dozed off first. It was his first time seeing her sleeping face up close. The candlelight cast long shadows from her eyelashes, a soft glow covered her fair cheeks, and her rouge lips were slightly pursed, altogether presenting a gentle appearance entirely different from her wakeful self. However, even in sleep she seemed troubled, her brows slightly furrowed, with scattered hair falling across her face as if hiding a cloud of worry between her eyebrows. Realizing he had been staring, Yin Zheng frowned and looked away. He was about to wake her and tell her to rest in her room when he heard her very faint sleep-talking. Mother! It came with a nasal tone as if she were crying. Yin Zheng frowned and looked at her again. Her head rested on her arm, pressing down several strands of black hair, making her face appear even smaller in the candlelight. He had thought her thin before, but it had been overshadowed by her vibrant energy. Now, seeing her figure half-sprawled across the desk, he realized she wasn't just thin, but rather fragile. A strange, unfamiliar emotion suddenly arose in his chest, causing Yin Zheng to stare at her, his handsome brows furrowing even deeper. At dawn, Fan Changyu woke as usual. The room was pitch black, and when she rose, both her arms and legs were numb. As her memory of falling asleep returned, she realized she must have been sprawled on the desk. After lighting a fire stick, she barely illuminated the room. The lamp oil on the desk had burned out, and as she prepared to find a candle, she turned to discover Yin Zheng had also fallen asleep nearby, pressing down on a section of her sleeve. She had to pull hard to free it. The movement woke him, and she found herself facing those pitch-black, cold eyes. Fan Changyu froze momentarily, thinking to herself that his morning temper must be quite severe. Did I disturb you? He looked at her, the ferocity in his eyes quickly fading, though his brows remained inexplicably furrowed, his fair face bearing a red mark where it had been pressed against the desk. Fan Changyu said awkwardly, "You fell asleep reading too?" He only gave a vague in response. Fan Changyu said, "I'll go find a candle." The fire stick wouldn't last long and provided limited light. However, as she stood up, her legs were still numb, and she suddenly toppled sideways. There was a loud crash as both of them fell to the ground with their chairs, and the fire stick dropped and went out. Fan Changyu's limbs were bruised in several places, making her wince in pain. Realizing there was someone beneath her who must be in an even worse state, she quickly felt around to get up and help him. "Are you all right? Did I aggravate your wounds?" "It's fine," he answered, though his tone suggested otherwise. It wasn't fine, as he remained bedridden for the next 2 days. Fan Changyu suspected Yin Zheng was annoyed with her, as he had become noticeably colder these past 2 days, avoiding conversation and her presence whenever possible. Even when they couldn't avoid meeting, he either wouldn't look at her or would face her with furrowed brows. Though Fan Changyu had apologized, and he had verbally dismissed it, he continued to subtly distance himself from her. Unable to understand why, she hesitated to ask him questions about the laws she was memorizing, even when she didn't understand parts. These past 2 days, she studied at home and reviewed the papers while free at the shop, finally memorizing most of it, and also found some neighbors to serve as witnesses. On the morning of the court hearing, after considering Yin Zheng's recent unusual behavior, she still went to the south room to say, "Since your handwriting is good, if you have time today, please draft the divorce papers. After I transfer my parents' property, I'll just need to sign them when I return. Once your injuries heal, you can go wherever you wish." He had made it clear from the start that he would leave once healed, and Fan Changyu could only guess that he feared she might go back on her word, transferring the property but refusing to fulfill her initial promise. Giving him the divorce papers to write might help ease his mind. Chapter 22. Seeking Revenge. Even after Fan Changyu left the room, the person sitting at the desk writing something didn't look up, only pressing his lips together more tightly. Listening to the fading footsteps, he set down his brush and leaned back in his chair, his pitch-black eyes dark and gloomy. Come when called, leave when dismissed. She truly dares. After instructing her younger sister not to wander around at home, Fan Changyu greeted the neighbor, Madame Zhao, and prepared to go to the county yamen. Madame Zhao said, "Your uncle and I will accompany you. That place is frightening. I've heard that if you're not careful, you might get beaten with the rod of discipline. With dozens of strikes, wouldn't your skin split open? If we're there, we can help you find a way out if anything goes wrong." It's said that commoners shouldn't fight against officials. Fanda had connected with the yamen clerk who had a grudge against Fan Changyu's family. For the past few days, the elderly Zhao couple had been so worried about Fan Changyu that they couldn't sleep. Although Fan Changyu had martial arts skills, this was her first time going to court in over 10 years. After brief consideration, she agreed. The three of them took an ox cart to the county yamen. They arrived early, but the entrance was already crowded with spectators. Fan Changyu knew the trial procedures. After the county magistrate ascended to the court, he would first summon her and Fanda. The magistrate would then ask Fanda to restate his complaint, with the chief clerk recording the testimony. If there were any disputes, witnesses might be called if necessary. The witnesses Fan Changyu had found were neighbors from the old Fan family residence. Most people wouldn't want to get involved in such matters, but the Fanda family was indeed unlikable, having conflicts with many neighbors. When Fan Changyu visited, several families, disgusted by Fanda's behavior, were willing to come and testify that Fanda was a gambler. As time passed, the crowd at the yamen entrance grew larger. Yamen runners had already placed the sign holder and the wooden attention clapper on the table at the front of the court, but there was still no sign of Fanda, the plaintiff. Fan Changyu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Being late for court would result in a beating. Could Fanda have forgotten about today's trial and overslept? Madame Zhao looked around and muttered, "Why isn't Fanda here?" Fan Changyu had an inappropriate thought. Had she studied the laws so hard these past few days that her resentment caused her to sleepwalk and kidnap Fanda last night? As the 3-drum beats sounded, her scattered thoughts instantly focused. The yamen runners entered the hall first, forming a goose-shaped formation on both sides, each holding a nearly person-high disciplinary staff and wearing fierce expressions. The spectators outside the court let out a murmur of discussion upon seeing these runners, clearly intimidated by them. Fan Changyu also noticed that these runners were all unfamiliar faces, with none of Captain Wang's constables present. She wondered if the yamen clerk had manipulated something, and her heart became slightly uneasy. The county magistrate, wearing his official robes, entered from the side door and sat behind the bench. His eyes, squeezed into slits due to his plumpness, scanned the courtroom before he picked up the wooden attention clapper and struck it hard, shouting, "Court is in session." The yamen runners simultaneously struck their disciplinary staff on the ground, shouting, "Respect and fear." The sound of the staff hitting the ground almost merged with the heartbeats of the spectators outside. The yamen clerk with a Fu Manchu mustache called out, "Bring forth the plaintiff and defendant." Although Fan Changyu was afraid, when the Yamen runners led her into the courtroom, she still gave the Zhao couple a reassuring look. However, even at this moment, Fanda had not arrived. Only she, the defendant, was kneeling alone in the court. The plump county magistrate had never encountered such a situation before. He exchanged a glance with the Yamen clerk, both unsure of what was happening. The spectators outside were also discussing among themselves. This standoff couldn't continue, so the county magistrate first asked Fan Changyu, "Who kneels before the court?" Fan Changyu answered, "This humble woman is Fan Changyu." The county magistrate looked at the complaint with his eyes narrowed to slits and demanded, "Where is the plaintiff, Fan Danyu?" No one in or out of the court responded. Amid the silence, even the deliberately lowered discussions of the spectators outside seemed particularly jarring. The plump county magistrate struck the attention clapper heavily. "This is outrageous. In all my years of judging cases, this is the first time I've encountered a plaintiff who simply doesn't show up to court. It's utter disregard for the law." The skinny Yamen clerk beside him glanced at Fan Changyu a few times and advised, "Your Honor, please calm down. Fan Danyu is but a mere commoner. He surely wouldn't dare to be late for court. There must be some underlying reason. Perhaps we should send Yamen runners to his home to inquire, demonstrating Your Honor's meticulous investigation." The plump county magistrate pondered briefly. "Approved." Soon, Yamen runners were sent to Fan Da's home to look for him. The county magistrate ordered a recess, so Fan Changyu no longer had to kneel in the courtroom. With this unexpected turn of events, the spectators not only didn't disperse, but became even more curious about why Fanda hadn't come to court today. They crowded at the entrance, refusing to leave. Fan Changyu was sitting on a small stool, massaging her knees, when suddenly a minor official came over. Captain Wang summons Miss Fan for a moment. Thinking that Captain Wang might have something to tell her, Fan Changyu followed the minor official through the side door to the duty room behind the Yamen. The minor official seemed to be Captain Wang's confidant. After Fan Changyu entered, he kept watch at the door. Upon seeing Fan Changyu, Captain Wang didn't waste words and asked directly, "Your uncle, did you kidnap him?" Fan Changyu thought to herself that she had initially considered it, but later came up with other methods and hadn't acted on that idea at all. She immediately shook her head. "How could I do such a foolish thing?" Captain Wang let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." He had specifically asked her in private because he remembered Fan Changyu had previously asked him what would happen if Fanda didn't appear in court. He lowered his voice and said, "Fanda has connections with Clerk He. Even if he used such a method, he would later turn it against you. With a charge of disregarding the law, you could even end up in prison." Fan Changyu said, "I understand." The Yamen had sent people to look for Fanda without using Captain Wang's men, which was already quite telling. Captain Wang couldn't help at all in this matter. After leaving the duty room, Fan Changyu returned to the courtroom to wait. But after a full half hour, the Yamen runners sent to find Fanda still hadn't returned. The county magistrate grew impatient and ordered someone to hurry them. Another half hour passed before the Yamen runners finally returned, carrying a person covered with a white cloth on a stretcher. Fan Da's wife, Lu Shi, and the Fan family elders followed, wailing loudly. The person under the white cloth was Fanda. Fan Changyu's face showed shock. Fanda was dead? The crowd at the Yamen entrance buzzed with discussion, their gazes constantly sweeping over Fan Changyu. Fanda had intended to seize her family property, yet he died at this critical moment. Anyone would be prone to suspicion. How did he die on the very day of the court hearing? Fanda was as strong as an ox. It wouldn't be easy for an ordinary person to take his life. Fan Changyu felt the various gazes upon her and slightly pressed her lips together, her heart equally filled with shock and doubt. Who killed Fanda? Her mind involuntarily flashed to Yan Zheng's words a few days ago about settling things with Fanda, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Not to mention that Yan Zheng's injuries had worsened and he had rarely left the room these past few days. The fact that he had already taught her all the laws she might need in court meant he couldn't have harmed Fanda. Moreover, he was only pretending to be married into her family and had no grudge against Fanda, so there was no reason for him to kill him. When the county magistrate heard that the plaintiff, Fanda, was dead, he hurriedly came out from the side room, his official hat barely on straight. His eyes, reduced to tiny slits due to his plumpness, revealed shock. He hadn't expected a case about dividing family property to turn into a murder case. What's going on here? Is there no law anymore? One of the constables who had gone to find Fanda respectfully answered, "Reporting to your honor, when we found Fandaniu, he had already been dead for some time. There were multiple knife and sword wounds on his body." The county magistrate ordered the white cloth covering Fanda's body to be lifted. Just one glance scared him so much that the fat on his face trembled. He hurriedly said, "Summon the coroner." Fanda's wife, Lu Shi, nearly fainted from crying beside Fanda's corpse. When she saw Fan Changyu, she lunged at her as if demanding her life. "Was it you who killed him? Was it you?" Fan Changyu stepped back to avoid her, coldly saying, "Sister-in-law, don't falsely accuse people. My uncle owed a pile of gambling debts outside. Who knows if he met his end at the hands of some debt collector? What does it have to do with me?" Lu Shi and old Mrs. Fan continued to wail. The county magistrate, annoyed by their noise, had the yamen runners take them away first. Before leaving, old Mr. Fan looked at Fan Changyu as if he wanted to say something but couldn't, his lips turning pale as if remembering something terrifying. Fan Changyu, being involved in the lawsuit with Fanda, was inevitably forced to stay. After examining the body, the coroner gave his findings. Fanda had likely died on his way to the yamen this morning. There were 11 wounds on his body, but only the sword thrust through his heart was fatal. The coroner said the first 10 cuts were extremely vicious, yet they all avoided vital areas. The killer must be someone accustomed to using knives and swords. These wounds, if not for revenge, look like they were inflicted during an interrogation. This answer made Fan Changyu frown. Interrogation? What could they interrogate Fanda about? Forcing him to repay debts? But if the purpose was to force him to repay debts, they wouldn't have killed him. For a moment, Fan Changyu felt shrouded in a heavy fog of confusion. However, since Fanda had been killed on his way to the county town, Fan Changyu could clear herself of suspicion. She had been on her way there too, and the elderly Zhao couple and the ox cart owner could testify to that. But the yamen clerk didn't intend to let Fan Changyu off so easily. He said to the county magistrate, "Your Honor, although Miss Fan has an alibi, what if she hired someone to kill? I've heard she's quite close to that group of street ruffians led by Jean Laosand in Linen Town. To be safe, shouldn't we send someone to search her house?" With a sudden murder case during the New Year period, the county magistrate also felt it was extremely inauspicious. Since this involved a murder, he no longer cared about his interests and pointed to Captain Wang, who had years of experience in handling cases. "You lead a team to search." Fan Changyu had nothing to hide, and it was Captain Wang going. She met the yamen clerk's weasel-like gaze without fear. A group of yamen runners arrived at the west side of the town in the civilian lane. The north wind was blowing strongly at this time. One yamen runner sniffed hard. "Is someone slaughtering pigs? There's a strong smell of blood." Captain Wang smelled it too, but Fan Changyu's family lived in this area, and she made a living by slaughtering pigs, so he didn't think much of it at first. When they opened the main gate of the Fan family courtyard and saw the dead bodies scattered on the ground, even the constables from the capital who had dealt with various murder cases all changed their expressions. The ground was covered with corpses, and fresh blood had dyed red the snow that hadn't been cleared from the courtyard. Captain Wang, being an old friend of Fan Changyu's father, knew she had a younger sister at home. Not seeing a child's corpse in the courtyard, he hurried into the house to check. As he stepped onto the threshold, he saw a person lying on their back at the entrance of the main hall, their throat torn apart as if by some hooked claws. A few feathers the size of goose down had fallen on the ground, and there were marks of knife and sword strikes on the door. Captain Wang's heart sank. He continued into the inner rooms. On the floor of the north room lay another person who was dead, with a kitchen knife embedded in their back. Judging from where it had struck, it seemed to have hit right on the spine. Surprisingly, almost 2/3 of the knife blade had pierced through, indicating the incredible strength of the person who had thrown it. Captain Wang searched all the rooms with a heavy heart, but couldn't find Fan Changyu's little sister or that son-in-law. He didn't know whether to feel relieved or worried. He said in a deep voice, "It seems someone came to seek revenge against the Fan family. Quickly return to the yamen and report this." The sky was gray and overcast, with goose feather-like snowflakes fluttering down. The accumulated snow on the pine needles occasionally shook off some snow powder. The front of Yin Zheng's clothes was completely soaked with fresh blood. Behind him in the dense forest, crows were startled into flight. The chaotic footsteps treading on snow were closing in like a net, but he seemed oblivious. Leaning against a pine tree, his bloodied long sword thrust 3 inches into the snow at an angle, he was bandaging his hand wound with a torn strip of cloth. There were a few spots of blood on his pale jaw, and the corners of his mouth were turned down as if his mood was terrible. Changning and the slightly graying Hai Dongqing were huddled not far from him. One of Hai Dongqing's claws still had some pale pink flesh hanging from it. Changning was sobbing intermittently, her little face pale with fright. He coldly raised his eyes. No crying aloud. Changning didn't dare to make even a sob, but tears still fell in large drops. What exactly did your Fan family offend? The child before him, nearly frightened out of her wits, naturally couldn't answer. Yin Jing's question seemed more like he was muttering to himself. When the chaotic footsteps finally approached, he had just finished tying the bandage by biting one end with his teeth. The taste of fresh blood dissolved on his tongue with a faint iron rust flavor. In his fierce and determined phoenix eyes, the reflection of a group of masked men wielding swords and approaching from the pine forest could be seen. Chapter 23. At the county yamen, Fan Changyu was confined in a temporary interrogation room. The doors and windows were tightly shut, and even the tables and chairs seemed to exude a chill. After sitting for a while, the cold crept up from her double-layered padded shoes, numbing her feet. Fan Changyu rubbed her hands together and breathed into them, stamping her feet slightly to try and warm herself up. 2 guards were stationed outside the interrogation room. Fan Changyu had attempted to speak with them through the door, but they were clearly not Captain Wang's men and ignored her completely. The wait was unbearable. Finally, the door of the interrogation room opened, letting daylight flood into the dark space. The guard at the door said, "You may go now." Fan Changyu thought Captain Wang had returned from the search and proven her innocence. Her heart lightened as she left the room. When she saw Captain Wang, he was frantically giving orders to his subordinates. Fan Changyu noticed that even the ordinary yamen runners who served tea and water were armed with swords, as if everyone in the yamen was prepared to go out at any moment. Seeing Fan Changyu, Captain Wang nodded to dismiss the yamen runners. His brow was deeply furrowed as he spoke. More people have come to report crimes. Today, besides Master Yan's tragic death, several other households have also fallen victim. The sword wounds on their bodies match those on Master Yan, suggesting the same group of perpetrators. But only your house was visited by the killers. I don't know if they extracted information from Master Yan. When I took my men to your house, we found bodies everywhere. As Fan Changyu heard the last sentence, her mind went blank, as if her ears were ringing. She could see Captain Wang's mouth moving, but couldn't make out what he was saying. After a while, she managed to steady herself and asked, "My sister?" Her voice came out hoarse, and she realized her hands and feet were ice cold. Captain Wang hurriedly replied, "We didn't find the bodies of your husband or your sister. We searched inside and outside the house. We don't know if those villains captured them or if they escaped. I've ordered my men to search, but the heavy snow has covered many traces. We haven't received any news yet." Fan Changyu felt only half relieved. She strode towards the yamen exit, saying, "I'm going to look for them too." Her parents were already gone. She couldn't let anything happen to her sister. Although Yin Zheng was injured, he was a trained fighter. Even with his severe injuries earlier, he had managed to fend off Jean Laosan's gang. If he had killed those people Captain Wang mentioned in their courtyard, he must have taken Changning and hidden somewhere. His injuries wouldn't allow him to last long. She had to find them before that happened. The wind carried fine snow, along with the scent of blood that permeated the entire pine forest. A flash of sword light and a spurt of hot blood gushed from a throat, spattering onto the frost-covered trunk of a pine tree. The man wielding the knife fell stiffly into the snow. The sticky blood on the tree trunk slowly dripped down, creating small, pale red craters in the snow beneath. Yin Zheng didn't even glance at the man. With a flick of his wrist, he shook the blood droplets from his long sword. Within 10 meters around his feet lay nothing but corpses. Little Changning huddled with the gerfalcon, her face pale, either from fright or cold. She was so terrified she couldn't even cry. Yin Zheng sheathed his sword and walked back. Seeing her condition, he frowned and knelt to touch the back of the child's hand with his knuckles. As expected, it was as cold as ice. He glanced at his jacket, which was almost completely soaked with blood, and offered little warmth. His gaze fell on a nearby corpse whose throat he had just slit. That coat looked clean. He walked over, used his sword to cut open the man's fur coat, kicked the dead body to roll it over like a sack, and with the tip of his sword, flipped the fur coat into his hand. He had taken this sword from one of the masked men. It felt good in his hand, so he kept it. Yin Zheng threw the fur coat to little Changning. His blood-stained face was even paler than the snow on the ground. He then leaned against a snow-covered pine tree, his eyes half closed, showing obvious fatigue. However, his tone remained icy cold. Put it on. Stay alive until your elder sister finds you. In the distance, footsteps were converging on the pine forest from several directions. It was unclear whether they belonged to the masked men's allies or other forces. Yin Zheng didn't plan to go any further. He was severely exhausted, and with a child in tow, he couldn't go far. Staying put to rest for a moment and regaining some strength might allow him to hold out longer. Zheng, is the osmanthus cake delicious? As his vision blurred, mixing the skylight with the pine forest, he hallucinated the gentle voice of that elegant woman. Yin Zheng's eyelids trembled. Little Changning, seeing him covered in blood and leaning against the tree trunk with closed eyes, feared he was dead. She called out in a tear-choked voice, "Brother-in-law, don't make noise." Regaining consciousness, Yin Zheng frowned. His eyelids felt heavy, and his limbs seemed filled with lead. This feeling wasn't unfamiliar to him. The last time he escaped from the Wei family's assassins, he had lost consciousness and collapsed in the snow. He forced his eyes open and gripped the sword blade with his hand, which was wrapped in bandages long since dyed red with blood. He pressed down hard. The sword's edge cut deep into his palm, fresh blood soaking through the bandages and dripping from his tightly clenched fist onto the snow like fallen plum blossoms. The pain finally cleared his mind somewhat. As the chaotic footsteps drew near and a cold blade flashed towards the little girl, his hand gripped the sword and parried with a crisp ding. The two swords scraped against each other, even sparking. Yin Zheng's eyes flashed fiercely. As his long sword slid to the hilt of the other blade, he flipped his hand and slashed a ghastly wound across the masked man's shoulder and arm, then kicked him more than 10 feet away. "Hide behind the tree," he ordered coldly. The whites of his eyes had taken on a bloodshot hue, like a lone wolf driven to desperation. The dozen or so masked men, seeing the corpses of their comrades strewn about, were shocked. They exchanged glances before raising their swords and rushing at Yin Zheng en masse, their attacks vicious and aimed at vital points. Little Changning hid behind the tree. Although Yin Zheng had scolded her many times not to cry, seeing this situation, she couldn't help but let tears fall. Almost instinctively, she pulled out the whistle hidden in her collar and blew it hard. This whistle was made for her by her elder sister long ago. Once, while playing hide-and-seek with the neighborhood children, she had accidentally fallen into a dry well. She cried until her voice was hoarse, but no one found her. When her family went to look for her, she couldn't call out because her voice was gone. Afterward, her elder sister made her a whistle, telling her to blow it if she ever encountered danger again, so her family could find her. Throughout this escape with her brother-in-law, she had been so scared that she blew it once, but it attracted bad people. After being scolded by her brother-in-law, she didn't dare blow it again. Now, with the situation so dire, little Changning no longer cared about his admonition. The shrill whistle echoed through the entire pine forest, like the cry of a blood-drenched fledgling. One of the masked men noticed Changning and walked towards her with his knife raised. Changning stood up to run, but the masked man's fur coat she wore was too long, and she tripped after just a few steps. The masked man was about to bring his knife down when a gray falcon swooped out of nowhere, flying straight at him. Its iron hook-like talons missed his neck, but tore his face to shreds, along with the black cloth covering it. In the dense forest in the distance, the barking of dogs could be faintly heard. It seemed to come from more than one dog, and the barking was extremely fierce. All the birds roosting in that part of the forest took flight, darkening the snowy sky. Changning's eyes brightened, and she quickly puffed up her cheeks to blow the bamboo whistle hard a few more times. The masked man swung his sword to fend off the falcon and was about to grab Changning when the sound of something cutting through the air came from behind him. He instinctively leaned back, narrowly avoiding the cleaver hurled at his head. The black iron blade buried itself halfway into the trunk of a pine tree behind him. The tree shook, and the snow accumulated on its cones fell in a shower, instantly obscuring vision. At that moment, the masked man felt a chill in his heart. As the blade was withdrawn, blood gushed from the wound in his chest. The masked man had killed many people before, but seeing the amount of blood pouring from the gash in his chest, he was stunned for a moment. Such a ruthless blade technique. This wound would drain a person's blood in the shortest possible time. Through the falling snow, he struggled to raise his eyes. His gaze fell on the black iron weapon dripping with fresh blood. A butcher's knife? Looking up further, his fading pupils could no longer make out the person's features. But it was a woman. The masked man slumped to his knees in the snow. The blood flowing from him melted away most of the snow beneath him, almost twice the amount of blood loss compared to the other masked men who had died there. It was Fan Changyu's first time killing someone with her butcher's knife, and she instinctively used the technique for slaughtering pigs, focusing solely on draining as much blood as possible. Extreme tension and a protective instinct caused all the blood in her body to rush to her head. Her fingertips tingled and burned, leaving no room for any other emotions about taking a life. Changning's lips quivered, ready to cry at the sight of her elder sister, but the urgency of the situation held her back. Seeing Yanzheng severely wounded and at a disadvantage, with another gash just opened on his arm, Fan Changyu had no time to say a word to her sister. She retrieved the cleaver embedded in the tree trunk and hurled it at one of the masked men. To her dismay, the man was pulled aside by a comrade and dodged. Behind him stood Yanzheng, and the heavy cleaver flew straight at him, terrifying Fan Changyu to her core. Fortunately, Yanzheng reacted swiftly, tilting his head just in time. The heavy cleaver embedded itself in the pine tree trunk behind him. When he looked over at her, Fan Changyu's expression was somewhat embarrassed. As another shower of snow fell from the tree, she had no time for further thought. Using the same technique, she quickly closed in and stabbed several men in succession with her pig-slaughtering method, while Yanzheng slit throats with a single sword stroke. Blood mixed with snow foam splattered on the ground, pool after pool. As the snow finished falling from the tree, Fan Changyu's eyes met Yanzheng's. She explained awkwardly, "I was aiming for that masked man just now." Yanzheng remained silent. More than half of the dozen or so masked men had fallen. He finally had a moment to catch his breath. Leaning on his sword, his hair disheveled and falling over his face, he was as pale as snow. Blood stained the corner of his mouth. Though he looked weak enough to collapse at any moment, the remaining masked men who were poised to strike dared not make a move. The sound of barking dogs drew closer. 3 or 4 hunting dogs leaped out from the dense forest, snarling fiercely at the masked men with bared teeth. These hunting dogs were borrowed by Fan Changyu from hunters in town. Thanks to them, she had been able to follow the scent of blood to this pine forest outside the city. After hearing Changning's whistle, she left the hunting dogs behind and rushed ahead. Fan Changyu intimidated the masked men. "The Yaman's officers will be here soon." The masked men exchanged glances, seemingly deciding that continuing to fight against Fan Changyu and Yanzheng would not end well for them. They hastily retreated. Yanzheng said, "Capture one alive." Fan Changyu charged forward almost instantly as he finished speaking. These people were dressed like bandits. They had killed Master Yan and invaded her home. They might well be the same group that murdered her mother. She untied a coil of rope from her waist, quickly tied a lasso while running, and forcefully threw it at the masked man running last. As the loop tightened around the man's neck, Fan Changyu put all her strength into pulling back, instantly constricting the noose. The masked man clutched desperately at the rope around his neck as Fan Changyu dragged him backward through the snow like a sack of grain. Yanzheng's expression changed upon seeing this scene. Fan Changyu braced one foot against a snow-covered pine tree, pulling the rope hard as if dragging a dead pig. She explained, "This is a lasso commonly used for catching wild horses or oxen. Once caught, it's almost impossible to escape because the more you struggle, the tighter the noose becomes." Fortunately, Captain Wang, fearing she might encounter danger while searching, had instructed his subordinates to give her a set of constable's weapons. A constable's equipment typically consisted of just a sword and a coil of rope. The sword was for self-defense, and the rope was for binding criminals. She found the Yaman's sword less comfortable than her own butcher's knife, but not wanting to reject Captain Wang's goodwill, she had taken the coil of rope. Yinzheng paused for a moment. Despite the life-threatening situation, it seemed that whenever she spoke, the tense atmosphere would suddenly relax a bit. Seeing their comrade captured, the masked men briefly exchanged glances. One of them raised his sword and threw it at his captured companion. The masked man caught in Fan Changyu's lasso was instantly showered in blood. Fan Changyu cursed coarsely in anger, immediately abandoning the rope and chasing after them with her butcher's knife. Yinzheng coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Worried she might be outmatched and disregarding his severe injuries, he was about to join the chase. As he lifted his foot, he stepped on something hard in the snow. Moving his black boot aside, he saw it was a waist token. Recognizing the emblem on it, his phoenix eyes instantly sharpened. He picked up the token and placed it in his bosom. When he looked again at the masked men being pursued by Fan Changyu, his gaze was as if looking at dead objects. The masked men were being chased and bitten by 3 or 4 hunting dogs, while also being pursued by Fan Changyu, that freakishly strong woman. They were quite overwhelmed. However, they quickly discovered Fan Changyu's weakness. She often relied on brute strength and speed, lacking real combat experience in life-or-death situations. When several of them surrounded her, she couldn't defend effectively and soon suffered injuries. The pain from sword cuts burned fiercely, slowing Fan Changyu's attacks significantly. Though she was trying to learn to parry, this small improvement was far from enough to instantly match several experts. As she saw another masked man's sword slashing directly at her wrist, Fan Changyu grew anxious. But her technique was too slow. She couldn't dodge in time. An injured wrist could mean losing grip on her weapon at best, or losing the entire hand at worst. She gritted her teeth, prepared for mutual destruction. At the critical moment, a large hand with distinct knuckles gripped her weapon hand from behind. Compared to the warmth of her hand, his was as cold as lake ice. Using some clever technique, he turned her wrist, instantly flipping her butcher's knife blade up. From below, it viciously chopped at the masked man's elbow. Then with a domineering force, the blade scraped along the bone and flesh upward, pressing against the tendons and cartilage under the armpit before forcefully flicking upward. The masked man's sword instantly fell from his hand, and his bloody arm hung limply. He let out a heart-rending scream. Fan Changyu, accustomed to scraping bones and trimming meat, still felt her scalp tingle at the memory of that knife technique. She couldn't help but look back, only catching a glimpse of the man's pale jawline before he gripped her hand again to parry the killing moves of the other masked men. His force seemed more like guidance, teaching her how to avoid the opponent's techniques. When attacking, Fan Changyu didn't hold back her brute strength at all. With her only weakness now covered, the masked men opposite suddenly found themselves unable to cope. Fan Changyu indeed had some talent in martial arts. While memorizing Yin Zheng's parrying techniques, she could still find openings to kick the masked men. One masked man, kicked hard by Fan Changyu, flew back and crashed into a snow-covered pine. The tree shook, and a whole tree's worth of icicles came crashing down, raising a cloud of snow spray. At the same time, the man behind her guided Fan Changyu's hand with a flourish, sending the butcher's knife into another masked man's heart. Fan Changyu felt the wound in his palm reopen. Warm blood gushed out, wetting the back of her hand where their palms touched, yet his palm remained cool. Looking at the chaotic flashes of swords before her, her heart seemed to tremble along with the fallen icicles. "Don't get distracted." His cold, hoarse voice came from beside her ear. Due to their knife-gripping posture, they were quite close. Fan Changyu could almost feel his faint, warm breath. Her entire ear tingled. Resisting the urge to rub her ear, she focused all her attention on attacking. When the butcher's knife, now red with blood, was pressed against the neck of the last masked man, Fan Changyu finally had a chance to catch her breath. She had noticed earlier that this man seemed to be the leader of the group. He was the one who had ended the life of the masked man she had lassoed. Fan Changyu pressed the blade down slightly, cutting a thin line of blood on his neck, and demanded coldly, "Who are you people?" What grudge do you have against the Fan family? The man didn't look at her, but kept staring at Yin Zheng standing behind her, as if trying hard to recognize something. When Yin Zheng raised his eyes to meet his gaze, the man seemed to finally recognize him. His pupils contracted violently, and his face showed a hint of defeat. Suddenly, he grabbed the butcher's knife Fan Changyu was pressing against his neck. Standing so close to Yin Zheng, Fan Changyu didn't notice the man was looking at him. Seeing his movement, she was startled, thinking he was trying to seize the knife. She hurriedly pressed down harder, trying to control him. To her surprise, the man was forcing her knife into his neck. A splash of fresh blood fell on the trampled snow. The masked man fell, his throat cut. Fan Changyu stared at this scene, too shocked to speak for a long while. Looking at the blood-stained butcher's knife in her hand, she murmured, "Why did he?" Preferring to take his own life rather than reveal anything. Who were these people? Could they be enemies her father had made during his years as a caravan guard? Looking at the dead leader, Fan Changyu thought of her parents' deaths, feeling her mind in turmoil. When Yin Zheng saw the masked man take his own life, he also frowned. But with all his injuries, holding out for so long had already pushed him to his limit. With the crisis resolved and no longer supported by that mental strength, he instantly felt the world spinning. He spat out the blood he had been forcefully holding back in his throat, and finally could no longer support himself with his sword. Fan Changyu heard the commotion behind her and turned around. Seeing him collapsed in the snow, his face and lips almost the same shade of white, she immediately forgot everything else and hurried over to check his injuries. Not only had his old wounds reopened, but he had also suffered many new ones. Thinking about how he had once again brushed with death because of her family's troubles, her sense of guilt deepened. She hadn't brought any medicine with her, but thought these bandit-like men might have some. She searched the dead leader's body and indeed found a bottle of medicinal powder. Unsure if it was a blood-stopping medicine, she first sprinkled a little on the leader's still bleeding wound. Seeing the blood congeal, she felt reassured enough to use it on Yin Zheng. The moment the potent medicine fell on his raw flesh, the burning pain like a knife cut or fire brought Yin Zheng back to some semblance of consciousness. But he was still extremely weak, unable even to open his eyes. After giving him a simple bandaging, Fan Changyu lifted him onto her back and walked back to get Changning. Her arms and hands had shallow cuts from her initial fight with the masked men. Though not serious, they now stung fiercely as she exerted herself. Wanting to say something to distract from the pain, Fan Changyu half-jokingly said to the man on her back, "This is the second time I'm carrying you back from the snow." The man on her back didn't respond, seeming to have passed out. The pain caused a fine sweat to break out on Fan Changyu's temples. She said softly, "Thank you. Thank you for helping me save Changning." If she lost her younger sister, she would have lost her last living relative in this world, truly not knowing where to go from there. The wind and snow raged as she carried him, leaving a trail of deep footprints in the snow. Little Changning waited with the gerfalcon under the pine tree where they had been earlier. Seeing Fan Changyu return carrying Yin Zheng, she quickly ran over, calling, "Elder sister." Carrying a person, Fan Changyu couldn't hug her sister. A drop of sweat slid down her temple, passing over a scrape on her face, stinging fiercely. She looked Changning up and down, asking, "Are you hurt, Ning Ning?" Changning shook her head. Seeing the unconscious man on her sister's back, her eyes reddened, and she choked out, "Brother-in-law got hurt protecting Ning Ning." The blood that had seeped from his palm while he guided her attacks remained on her hand, feeling as hot as if it had been seared by fire. Fan Changyu felt a twinge in her heart. She said, "Don't cry. We'll take him back to see a doctor." She always seemed calm and steady. But as long as Changning heard her elder sister speak like this, she felt at ease and no longer feared anything. When their parents passed away, she cried until she fell ill, almost unable to breathe. It was her elder sister who held her by the bedside and said, "Don't be afraid. You still have your elder sister." Little Changning looked at her elder sister's bent back, wiped her eyes clumsily with her sleeve, and followed Fan Changyu's footsteps through the snow, sometimes sinking deeply, stepping lightly, while hugging the gerfalcon. "This is the second time I'm carrying you back from the snow. Thank you." In his hazy consciousness, Yin Zheng heard someone speaking to him. The voice was familiar, but he couldn't recall who it belonged to. His eyelids were too heavy, his mind almost a complete blur, unable to think. His whole being seemed to be sinking into an endless darkness, a bone-chilling cold seeping into the marrow. Resisting this sinking force was incredibly difficult. Giving in would instantly make everything feel lighter. Zhunger, someone was calling him again. He could no longer remember that gentle woman's voice or appearance, but whenever he dreamed of her, he knew it was her. Why had she come into his dream? Hadn't she abandoned him? Yin Zheng didn't want to answer her, but his gaze involuntarily looked ahead. The woman stood in the rear garden of the Marquis's mansion, smiling as she held a child's hand, watching a martial man practicing boxing in the courtyard. Zheng'er's father is a great hero who can hold up the sky. In the future, Zheng'er must become a man like your father. Yin Zheng saw the woman looking at him with a gentle smile and suddenly realized he had become that child. He still didn't speak, just staring at the woman's face, so clear in the dream, but only a blurry outline in his waking memory. He missed her, but she had left too early, so early that he couldn't even remember her appearance clearly. The man practicing boxing in the courtyard disappeared, replaced by a coffin sent back from the Jinzhou battlefield. The woman, dressed in mourning clothes, prostrated herself before the coffin, weeping bitterly. A room full of maids and old women couldn't restrain her. The scene changed. She had changed into new clothes and sat before a bronze mirror, drawing her eyebrows. Her delicate brows, like distant mountains, were slightly furrowed. It was an extremely beautiful face, but anyone could see she wasn't happy. She said, "How could he break his promise? He said he would come back to draw my eyebrows for me, like a young girl in the inner chambers who had arranged to meet her sweetheart, only to be secretly annoyed when he failed to keep the appointment." She saw him and smiled, beckoning him over. Yin Zheng didn't move. A child about 4 years old, wearing a small golden crown, ran past him. She handed the child a plate of osmanthus cakes, her voice as gentle as ever. "Zheng'er, are the osmanthus cakes delicious?" He finally spoke, almost hatefully. "They're not good." The woman seemed unable to hear his words at all. She picked up the child and sat him on her knee. Her gentle voice became very distant. "In the future, Zheng'er must become a great hero who can hold up the sky like your father. Be good. Go outside to eat your osmanthus cakes." Then she applied makeup, wore her most beautiful clothes, leaving only her eyebrows bare, and hung herself from a beam with a white silk cord. Her general had broken his promise and hadn't returned to draw her eyebrows, so she went to find him. The servants broke down the door, a chorus of wails erupting. The child stood in the doorway, seeing only half of the gorgeous skirt hanging in midair. Once again struggling to wake from this nightmare, Yin Zheng found himself drenched in cold sweat. A numbing medicinal taste permeated his mouth. Opening his eyes, he saw a patched bed curtain, with a figure standing backlit by the bedside. Yin Zheng glanced sideways and saw Fan Changyu looking at him with a mix of shock and bewilderment, holding a medicine bowl in her hands. The medicine spoon she had been holding was nowhere to be seen. Lowering his gaze, Yin Zheng spotted the shattered porcelain spoon on the floor. Fan Changyu mumbled, "The medicine must taste awful." Yin Zheng was speechless. His breathing, which had been more rapid than usual after the nightmare, suddenly calmed. The unpleasant emotions lingering from the dream were miraculously suppressed by her words. Frowning, he gave the woman sitting by the bedside a peculiar look before struggling to sit up. He extended his pale, thin hand towards her. "Give it to me." Even in his sickly state, his face was still remarkably handsome. Fan Changyu hesitated for a moment before realizing he wanted the medicine bowl she was holding. She glanced at the bandages on his hand and kindly reminded him, "Your hand has 2 deep cuts from a sword, and the tiger's mouth is torn. The physician said you shouldn't strain it right now." He switched to his other hand, and Fan Changyu passed him the bowl. Yin Zheng downed the foul-smelling medicine in one gulp and returned the bowl to her. Fan Changyu recalled how earlier, when he was semi-conscious, she had forced the medicine down his throat, and he had growled through gritted teeth that it tasted awful. She thought to herself that this usually quiet man was afraid of bitterness. She rummaged in her sleeve pocket and pulled out a piece of candy she used to comfort Chongning. "Have some candy to get rid of the bitter taste." Yin Zheng had taken medicine many times, but this was the first time she had offered him candy. Even a fool could guess why, and his expression immediately darkened. He closed his eyes. No need. But in the next moment, Someone grasped his jaw with a clever force, making him open his mouth, and the candy was popped in. You. He glared at her angrily. Changyu sat back with a smile. Isn't it sweet? There's nothing shameful about disliking bitterness. You're always so stubborn for no reason. Perhaps it was the warm winter sunlight filtering through the window behind her, but her smile seemed exceptionally bright and warm. At least, it was much warmer than the smile of that woman in his dream, whose face he could no longer clearly remember. The sweetness of the candy melting on his tongue drove away the lingering bitterness like sunlight breaking through a gloomy place covered in patchy moss. Yanzheng suddenly fell silent, turning his head away and pressing his lips tightly together. It had been a long time since he had eaten sweets, not since that woman had coaxed him to go out and eat a plate of osmanthus cakes, only for him to return and find she had hanged herself with a white silk cord. For years, he had harbored a deep resentment and self-loathing. If only he hadn't gone out to eat those osmanthus cakes, if he had stayed by her side, perhaps she wouldn't have left. He despised osmanthus cakes and sweets. Over time, people around him stopped offering them to him. Changyu noticed his low mood but didn't know the reason. She only advised, "Your injuries this time are no less severe than before." The physician strongly emphasized that you must rest well and can't lift heavy objects until you've healed. Several people died in your household, and the authorities are investigating. You can't return home for now, so please stay in Madame Zhao's attic to recover. Yanzheng had already realized he was in the attic where he had previously recuperated at the Zhao residence. He nodded slightly in response. Changyu paused, then added, "Thank you for protecting Chongning." This sentence overlapped with what Yanzheng had heard before losing consciousness, confirming it wasn't just his imagination. At that time, she seemed to have said something else too. "This is the second time I've carried you back from the snow." During his first injury, Yanzheng had been completely unconscious. This time, although he was groggy, he retained some awareness. He could feel how thin the back carrying him was. Now, as he looked at Changyu again, noticing her slender shoulders and the glimpse of bandages visible beneath her sleeve, his chest felt clogged with damp cotton, suffocating and moist. She had been injured herself when she carried him back. He moved his pale, chapped lips and said, "You saved me first." He left it at that, seemingly reluctant to distinguish the debt of gratitude too clearly. When those men had broken down the door, he thought the Zhao family had been exposed and assassins had come. But those men, apart from trying to kill him and the child, had practically torn the Fan household apart, clearly searching for something. Thinking of the jade pendant he had picked up from the snow, Yanzheng's eyes darkened further. He asked, "Has the official investigation turned up anything?" Changyu shook her head and recounted how several other households had suffered similar fates that day. Fanda's death was now completely unrelated to her, and the county office had successfully transferred all the property deeds left by her parents to her name. With more money at her disposal, this was probably the only thing she could feel relieved about at the moment. At least she wouldn't have to scrimp and save to get a physician for Yanzheng anymore. Upon hearing that others in the county had also met with misfortune, Yanzheng furrowed his brow in thought for a moment before suddenly asking, "Do the people killed, like Fanda, have anything in common?" Changyu thought for a moment, then shook her head. A total of 7 households were affected. The victims included men and women, old and young. There doesn't seem to be any commonality. Yanzheng remained silent for a moment, his brow still furrowed. Those people had searched 7 households, but ultimately focused only on Changyu's family. They had started with a wide search for something and only zeroed in on the Fan sisters after getting information from Fanda. Based on the situation in the Fan household, he guessed at a possible reason and asked, were there people in those families who had worked elsewhere before returning to Linen Town? Changyu felt that if this were true, it was likely someone seeking revenge against her parents. But she couldn't understand why they wouldn't stop even though her parents were already dead. She said, "I'll ask Constable Wong about it later." After Changyu left the attic, Yanzheng forced himself to sit up and retrieve the jade pendant he had picked up from the snow from the pile of bloodstained clothes on the low stool by the bed. He held it in his hand, examining it with a frown for a while before clenching it in his fist. That pendant belonged to the Wei family's death squads. Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang. This time, it was the Xian-ranked death squad that had come. But these people weren't here to kill him. They hadn't even discovered him hiding here. The leader only recognized him at the last moment. But why did he have such an expression after recognizing him, and immediately take his own life? The mystery before him was growing larger, and the only thing that could unravel it seemed to be the true identities of that woman's parents. Given her own formidable martial arts skills, her father must have been no ordinary person. He likely didn't die at the hands of common bandits, but rather at the hands of Death Squad members disguised as bandits. Was there also some hidden meaning behind the nameless title on her mother's memorial tablet? Yin Zheng pressed his brow, wanting to send a message to his old subordinates to secretly investigate the background of that woman's parents. His peripheral vision caught sight of the gerfalcon, its wing wrapped in bandages, perched on the floorboards, devouring a bowl of minced pork. The minced meat had been prepared by Fan Changyu. The gerfalcon had saved Chang Ning, so its meals had been upgraded from pig offal to fresh meat. It had rolled in the snow several times, finally regaining its white plumage. Now, with its beak wide open, it had just picked up a large piece of meat when it looked up and saw Yin Zheng staring at it. The gerfalcon's beady eyes met its master's gaze. After a moment of standoff, the meat eventually fell back into the bowl with a plop, and it looked at him with a mixture of stupidity and innocence. Yin Zheng coldly averted his gaze. Never mind. The Wei family's dogs had already noticed this area, so there was no hope of using this stupid bird to send messages anymore. If that merchant surnamed Zhao truly came to seek refuge with him, he could use the shops under his name to send letters inconspicuously. There were still a few days until the new year. He had asked the man to exchange that banknote for 200,000 sure of grain before the new year. A reply should come soon. The candy in his mouth had dissolved completely, leaving only a faint sweetness on his tongue. Only then did he look out the window. He had finished the candy, but the person who had given it to him had not yet returned. Fan Changyu went to the county office and informed Constable Wang of Yin Zheng's thoughts. However, Constable Wang only shook his head silently and said, "This case has already been closed." Fan Changyu was surprised. The mastermind behind the killings hasn't been found yet. How can the case be closed? Constable Wang said. Those people who died in the pine forest were the culprits. They were bandits from Qingfeng Stronghold. Bandits committing robbery and murder during the New Year season is all too common. Fan Changyu thought to herself that they couldn't possibly be bandits. The attackers had come prepared. She wanted to argue, but upon meeting Constable Wang's eyes, she swallowed all the words she was about to say. It wasn't hard for her to guess why the county office was in such a hurry to close the case. The new year was approaching, and suddenly there were so many murder cases. Not only were the common people complaining, but it was also difficult for the county magistrate to report to the prefectural government. They needed to find a reason to close the case quickly. Conveniently, those masked men were dressed as mountain bandits, and now that they were dead and couldn't testify, saying it was bandits committing robbery and murder was the best explanation. The county magistrate only needed to post a notice saying that bandits were rampant recently and warn all the city's residents to be careful when going out. This would appease the public. Then, he could write a petition to the prefectural government requesting a campaign against the bandits, shifting all other responsibilities away. After all, the bandit problem at Qingfeng Stronghold had remained unresolved for years and was a major issue in Jizhou. Constable Wang was just a minor officer. With pressure from the county magistrate to close the case, what could he say? Fan Changyu bid farewell to Constable Wang with a heavy heart. As he escorted her to the door, he said, "Why don't you sell your family's pigsty and property in the countryside and go somewhere else to lay low for a while? I reckon someone your father offended during his years as a caravan guard might be behind this." Fan Changyu knew Constable Wang meant well and thanked him, saying she would consider it carefully. However, for a moment, she felt lost. Leave? She had lived in Linen Town for over 10 years. She was familiar with every stone on the east side of town and every tree on the west. If she stayed, she might still have had a chance to uncover the truth about her parents' deaths. But if there was another assassination attempt, she couldn't guarantee that she and her younger sister would survive. She wasn't afraid of leaving her hometown and making her way into the outside world. However, her parents were buried here, and her roots, along with Chang Ning's, were planted here. She would certainly feel reluctant to leave. After walking out of the county office gates, Fan Changyu's chaotic thoughts had already calmed. She looked at the vast sky after the snow and let out a deep breath. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will always be firewood to burn. When Yin Zheng's injuries improved, she would talk to him about leaving Qingshui County. If he wasn't afraid of enemies coming to seek revenge and was willing to go with her, she would take him along. If he had other plans, they could write a divorce paper, she would give him some travel money, and they would part ways. After returning to town, Fan Changyu went to the butcher shop to pack up some things. The period after the new year was the best time to transfer a shop. Since she had decided to leave, she would first sell the shop, the pigsty, and the farmland in the countryside. Fan Changyu planned to keep the house. If she ever returned, she would still have a place to come back to. She and her parents had lived there for over 10 years, and she couldn't bear to sell it. As she bustled about packing things in the shop, passers-by thought the Fan family butcher shop was reopening. Seeing no goods on the chopping board, some even poked their heads in to ask when they would reopen. Fearing complications, Fan Changyu didn't announce her intention to transfer the shop at this time. She only said she planned to reopen after the new year. As she was packing, someone knocked on the shop door. Without looking up, Fan Changyu said, "We're not doing business today." An old voice came from the doorway. "You won't do business with this old man either?" Fan Changyu looked up and saw it was Chef Li from Yixiang Restaurant. Feeling a bit apologetic, she said, "I'm sorry, Master Li. Some things have happened at home recently, and I don't plan to open the shop until after the new year." Chef Li waved his hand dismissively. "Our boss wants to see you." Chapter 24. Fan Changyu followed Cook Li to Yixiang Lu. Upon entering, she saw an impressive landscape screen. The floor was paved with exquisite carved blue bricks, and the doors and windows were adorned with various intricate floral and animal designs. It wasn't mealtime, so there weren't many guests in the restaurant. At a glance, the ground floor alone had over a dozen large round tables covered with fine silk. The chairs were also elaborate, not bare but furnished with matching embroidered cushions and backrests, exuding an air of grandeur. No wonder the townspeople called Yixiang Lu the finest restaurant. Cook Li led Fan Changyu to a private room upstairs and said, "The owner is inside. Just go in, miss." Fan Changyu hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open, finding herself face to face with a young woman who was enthusiastically gnawing on a braised pork knuckle with her sleeves rolled up. The table before the woman was laden with various delicacies. Fan Changyu glanced at the doorway again and asked uncertainly, "Are you the owner of Yixiang Lu?" The woman put down the pork knuckle, quickly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the oil from her face, and cleared her throat before saying, "You must be Changyu, right? Please, have a seat." With these words, Fan Changyu knew this was indeed the owner of Yixiang Lu. She thought to herself that the woman wasn't quite what she had imagined, but she seemed quite amiable. After sitting down, she asked, "You know me?" The woman smiled and said, "I've heard about you from Master Li. Your braised meats are exceptional." Perhaps having heard about Fan Changyu's confrontation with Wang Ji, she looked her over and smiled. "Before meeting you, I didn't know you were such a pretty and delicate young lady." Fan Changyu didn't know how to respond and only returned a faint smile. The woman smiled warmly. "My surname is Yu, and my given name is Qianqian. I'm a few years older than you, so I hope you don't mind if I call you Sister Changyu. I assume you know that Yixiang Lu has stopped doing business with Wang Ji for braised meat. I've had someone buy and taste the braised meat from your shop, and it's indeed better than Wang Ji's. If you're interested, I'd like to do business with you for braised meat." This unexpected opportunity would have been something Fan Changyu couldn't have hoped for in the past. Thinking of her current family situation, she pondered for a moment before politely declining. "Thank you for your interest, Madam Yu, but I'm afraid I can't take on this business." Yu Qianqian let out a surprised, "Oh," and asked, "Why not?" Fan Changyu replied honestly, "I plan to leave Lin in town after the new year." Yu Qianqian expressed her regret and asked, "Have you decided where you're going?" Fan Changyu hadn't thought this through yet, so she simply said, "I'm still discussing it with my husband." Yu Qianqian's slender fingers tapped lightly on the table as she said with a hint of disappointment, "Without your braised meats, this town will lose another delicacy." There was a touch of jest in her words. Although it was her first time meeting this female proprietor, Fan Changyu found her quite amiable. Thinking that she might not return for a long time after leaving with her younger sister, she said. If Madame Yu enjoys the braised meat, I can teach you the recipe for the marinade, and you can have your staff prepare it. Yu Qianqian, though now a restaurant owner, had once been a cook herself and knew how valuable a recipe could be. She hurriedly said it wasn't necessary and looked at Fan Changyu with some exasperation. You're too honest, girl. If you're going to a new place, you'd better be more cautious. Don't give yourself away with just a few words. Fan Changyu could sense the female proprietor's good intentions and smiled. I won't. I'm willing to give you the recipe because you seem kind-hearted. Yu Qianqian was amused by her response and thought for a moment before saying, How about this? My restaurant is busiest during these few days before the new year, with all private rooms booked. We need a large quantity of braised meat, and those gourmets are very picky, complaining that our braised meat doesn't taste as good as before. Wang Ji's business practices are unscrupulous. They backstabbed me before and are now collaborating with other restaurants using Yixiang Lu's reputation. I absolutely can't swallow this and go back to Wang Ji. Why don't you supply the braised meat for my restaurant before the new year, and I'll figure out how to fill this gap after the new year. Fan Changyu pondered for a moment, thinking that moving to a new place would require money for housing and other necessities. The money from selling the pigsties, fields in the countryside, and the shops in town might not be enough. If she could save some more money now, it would be for the best. So she nodded in agreement. Yu Qianqian was delighted. You're helping me out of a tight spot. Yixiang Lu used to cooperate with Wang Ji on a yearly contract, buying braised meat at 50 when per jean regardless of the season. With meat prices being high during the new year, I'll pay you 60 when per jean. Yixiang Lu sells at least 10 braised pig heads a day. If it's inconvenient to prepare at your home, you can use the kitchen here at the restaurant. Wages will be paid daily. As Fan Changyu's home had been sealed by the authorities, it was indeed inconvenient. She nodded. I'll prepare the braised meat in the restaurant's kitchen. It was already late afternoon. Fan Changyu went to the meat market, accompanied by a young servant from Yixiang Lu, to buy 10 fresh pig heads. Her family used to run a pork shop in that area, so most of the butchers on that street knew her. Seeing her buy so many pig heads, they couldn't help but ask, Changyu, is your shop selling braised meat again tomorrow? The quick-witted young servant from Yixiang Lu immediately said, Miss Fan's braised meat is now exclusively sold at our Yixiang Lu. Yixiang Lu was a big name in town. Even Wang Ji's reputation had suffered greatly after their business with Yixiang Lu fell through. Many acquaintances congratulated Fan Changyu. Since her family's pork shop had closed, other butcher shops' business had improved. When Fan Changyu came to buy pig heads from them, they all offered special discounted prices. In the market, a fresh pig head usually costs 20 won per jean, weighing about 6 or 7 jean. Fan Changyu could buy them for just 18 won per jean. Using Yixiang Lu's kitchen facilities and seasonings, their custom-made large pot could braise 4 or 5 pig heads at once. 2 pots were enough to braise all the pig heads, and the cost of seasonings for an entire pot was only about 31. Fan Changyu did a rough calculation. After braising these 2 pots of pig heads, she could make a net profit of about 2 taels and 5 qian of silver. She felt a bit dazed for a moment. When she was selling at her shop, she would work from dawn to dusk, haggling with the aunties buying vegetables, and after deducting costs, she would only make about 2 taels of silver for an entire day's work. Now, she only needed to spend an hour or 2 selecting good pig heads at the market and braising them at Yixiang Lu to earn this amount of money, which was incomparably easier than before. Remembering that the female proprietor had offered her 60 won per jean, she suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. She found Cook Lee, who was preparing soup in the kitchen, and said, Master Lee, could you please tell the owner to just pay me 50 won per jean for the braised meat? Cook Lee frowned and asked, Why's that? Fan Changyu scratched her head embarrassedly. The owner is kind, but I feel the pay is too much. I'm not comfortable with it. Cook Lee gave her a look. If the owner offered you this price, it means she thinks your braised meat is worth it. What's there to be uncomfortable about? Don't let the owner's youth fool you. She has a sharp eye for business. Although she was tricked by Wang Ji this time, her previous cooperation with them was always profitable. Put your mind at ease. Fan Changyu curiously asked, What happened with the business between Wang Ji and the restaurant? Cook Lee had nothing good to say about Wang Ji. That greedy, unscrupulous old bastard. The owner was planning to open another restaurant in the county town to expand Lu's business. She ordered 12 pig heads from Wang Ji for good luck. Wang Ji agreed readily, but on the opening day, they didn't deliver the pig heads on time. When the owner sent someone to urge Wang Ji, they hadn't even bought the pig heads yet. The originally ordered pig heads had been bought by another restaurant in the county town at a higher price, and they had also signed a multi-year contract with Wang Ji for braised meat. Missing the auspicious time for delivering the pig heads on the opening day was a huge taboo. The owner was furious and immediately stopped all business with Wang Ji. Fan Changyu hadn't known that this was the reason Lu had cut ties with Wang Ji. Thinking of the young master of Wang Ji's attitude, she couldn't help but say, Wang Ji is unethical. Cook Li snorted coldly. They're just ungrateful villains. He then changed the subject. I heard Wang Ji hired people to vandalize your shop? Fan Changyu said. It was his son who hired people to do it, but I went to seek justice myself. Cook Li suddenly smiled at her. No wonder the owner said she likes you, girl. Your personality is quite similar to hers in some ways. Fan Changyu felt a bit embarrassed. The owner is a capable person. How could I compare to her? Cook Li sighed. The owner has had her share of hardships too. When she first came to Linen Town, she was heavily pregnant and all alone, in a situation worse than yours. Fan Changyu had mostly heard about how formidable the owner of Lu was, and this was the first time she had heard about her past. She asked curiously, what about the owner's husband? Cook Li just shook his head. I heard he passed away. Fan Changyu couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Cook Li looked at her again. The restaurant is busy these days, and the owner has countless matters to attend to. She probably hasn't even thought about those 10-won differences in the braised meat price. Don't bother the owner with this. She's a straightforward person, and being overly courteous might annoy her. With Cook Li putting it this way, Fan Changyu naturally gave up the idea of approaching Yu Qianqian about it. After finishing braising the meat and leaving Lu, it was already quite late. Fan Changyu remembered that the packet of maltose candy she had bought for her younger sister was almost finished. With the 2 taels and 7 qian of silver she had earned that day, she generously entered a candy shop and bought 2 packets each of maltose candy, pine nut candy, and orange peel candy. Thinking of how Yin Zheng was afraid of bitterness, she couldn't help but smile slightly. He wasn't afraid of pain, yet he was afraid of taking bitter medicine. When she got home, Madame Zhao had already started cooking dinner. Chong Ning was like a little statue by the door, stretching her neck to look out into the alley. Seeing Fan Changyu return with bags of goods, she immediately bounced over like a little round ball to greet her. Sister is back. Taking the paper bags and discovering several large packets of candy inside, she looked up with bright, round eyes and asked, Are these all for Ning? Faced with her younger sister's expectant gaze, Fan Changyu felt a bit guilty for some reason. Your brother-in-law is afraid of bitterness when taking medicine. How about you share half with him? Previously, just saying the words brother-in-law made her feel uncomfortable, but now, as she coaxed Chong Ning, these 2 words didn't feel so strange anymore. Chong Ning generously agreed with an and then scrunched up her round face, saying, The black goo is so bitter. Black goo was her special term for medicine. Madame Zhao came out to pour water and overheard the conversation between the sisters. She smiled at Fan Changyu and said, So you know how to care for your husband now. Even Fan Changyu's thick skin couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed at the teasing. As the medicine was ready, Fan Changyu took the packets of candy upstairs along with the bowl of medicine. The person inside wasn't asleep. As soon as she entered, he looked over and asked, Why are you back so late? It was a casual question, but somehow it felt a bit odd. Is there any new information from the county office? He quickly added. The awkward atmosphere dissipated a bit. Fan Changyu handed over the bowl of medicine and said, The case has been closed. Yin Zheng raised his eyebrows in surprise, and seeing her expression, he immediately understood most of the situation. Fan Changyu shared her speculation. I guess with such major homicide cases happening during the new year, the county magistrate feared losing his position and hurried to pin the murders on the mountain bandits. Yin Zheng remained silent. The waste token belonged to the Wei family. If they wanted to quickly suppress this matter, it's possible they pressured the county magistrate through the prefecture to close the case. Regardless, The Wei family had set their sights on Linen Town, making it unwise to stay much longer. He looked at Fan Changyu. If it's someone seeking revenge, they might come again. What are your plans? Fan Changyu had planned to wait until his wounds healed before discussing leaving. But since he asked directly, she said, I'm planning to sell our property after the new year and take Ning to hide somewhere else for a while. After hearing this, Yinzheng said, if you're going to leave, sooner is better than later. He was well aware of that person's methods. With so many Xian-ranked assassins dying in a small town like Linen, it would draw that person's attention. Fan Changyu said, it's only a few days until the new year. I've taken a job at Yixianglu to help them make braised meat before the new year. I can earn some money these days, and selling the property and transferring the documents will also take time. It's just right to wait until your wounds are better before we set out. Since the conversation had come this far, she had to ask about his plans as well. What are you thinking? Yinzheng thought she was asking for his opinion and was about to advise her to leave as soon as possible. But just as he was about to speak, he realized she was asking about his plans to stay or go. Leave? Before he could weigh any pros and cons, he unconsciously hesitated for a moment. Fan Changyu said, my parents probably made some enemies years ago. If you come with me, you might be targeted by those enemies too. I was thinking of writing you a divorce paper and leaving you some money for future expenses. Aunt Zhao and Uncle Zhao are good people, and I'll ask them to take care of you until you're healed. Aunt Zhao and Uncle Zhao had no children of their own. Years ago, they had a son who was conscripted into the army, but he never returned and was said to have died somewhere. Fan Changyu planned to leave some of the rural fields to them, making it convenient for them to collect rent from tenants, thus ensuring the old couple's future. As for leaving Yinzheng here, it was purely to prevent him from being implicated in her family's affairs again. Listening to her plans for him, Yinzheng felt an inexplicable irritation rising in his heart, and his voice unconsciously turned cold. I have my plans. You don't need to worry about me. Fan Changyu didn't know what had upset him and stared at him in confusion. Yinzheng also realized his tone had been off. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, his expression had calmed. If you're leaving, it's best to do so in the next day or two. There's no need to specially apply for travel documents. It's safest to travel with a merchant caravan. When passing through city gates and such, try not to leave any household registration information if possible. Even if Fan Changyu wasn't very clever, she knew this was to conceal their whereabouts. She asked him, so do you plan to leave with me, or stay here temporarily to recover? After she asked so directly, Yinzheng was visibly stunned for a moment. His dark eyes reflected the image of the young woman and the candlelight. After a while, he averted his gaze and said, I'll leave with you for now. Linen Town wasn't safe for him either, and he was genuinely curious about what the Wei family's assassins had been searching for so thoroughly in her house. This choice was based solely on these two reasons. When Fan Changyu heard him say for now, she understood his meaning. He would still leave after he recovered. She said, all right, I'll go to the county office again tomorrow to sell the shop and the pigsty in the countryside to the government at a discount. For land transactions, selling directly to a buyer would naturally fetch a higher price, only requiring a fee for transferring ownership at the government office and issuing a deed. Only those in urgent need of money would sell at a discount to the government. The government would then resell the cheaply acquired property at market prices to those who needed it. As for Yixianglu, she might as well just give the recipe to the proprietress. Yinzheng felt that the assassins probably hadn't found what they were looking for yet, so he asked, do you have any family heirlooms that you need to take with you? Fan Changyu replied almost matter-of-factly, of course. A barely noticeable flicker passed through Yinzheng's eyes. Then he heard Fan Changyu say, I have to take that set of butcher knives wherever I go. With those tools, I can continue to make a living by butchering pigs. And if we encounter any thieves on the road, they can be used for self-defense. However, his words did remind Fan Changyu of something. She said, the county office has closed the case, but for some reason, the seal on my house's front door hasn't been removed by officials yet. Later, I'll climb over the wall to get the property deed. Yinzheng's eyes moved slightly, and he said, those masked men who broke into your house that day pried up several blue bricks from your floor as if they were looking for something. Fan Changyu couldn't think of anything valuable in her house. She frowned and said, Surely they weren't looking for the property deed? Yin Zheng. Probably not. Fan Changyu looked at the sky outside the window. I'll climb over the wall to look for it when it gets dark. Climbing over the wall in broad daylight would be easy to spot. Her house could now be considered a haunted house, and after being sealed, no one except government officials was allowed to enter. If someone reported her for climbing over the wall, she'd be in trouble again. Yin Zheng asked, "Didn't your parents ever tell you if there was something you had to take with you even if you were fleeing for your lives?" Fan Changyu said, "My younger sister." Yin Zheng was speechless. He pressed his long fingers to his brow and suddenly didn't want to speak anymore. Fan Changyu noticed he hadn't drunk his medicine yet and urged him, "The medicine will get cold if you don't drink it soon." Indeed, the medicine had cooled down by now. Yin Zheng picked up the bowl and drank it all. Immediately, someone smiled and offered him a piece of orange peel candy. "I've tried this. It's sweet and sour and can also help with the bitter taste." Her hand was very fair, with long fingers. Unlike the weak and boneless hands of pampered women or the prominent knuckles of men, it was like how flowers and trees have their distinct structures. Hers was a different kind of beauty, somewhere in between. The orange-colored dried tangerine peel candy lay in her palm, still covered with a light layer of white sugar frost. In the warm candlelight, the phrase "a feast for the eyes" inappropriately popped into Yin Zheng's mind. Using this phrase for Fan Changyu, even he fell silent. Not wanting these strange thoughts to linger in his mind, he picked up the candy and popped it into his mouth, saying stiffly, "Thank you." Fan Changyu thought he was embarrassed about being afraid of bitterness, and found his awkwardness rather amusing. She stood up with the empty bowl. "I'll go down first, then bring you some food later." After the curtain swayed and she left, Yin Zheng frowned and glanced at his fingertips that had brushed her palm when taking the candy. It tingled intensely, with a slight numbness. When Fan Changyu went downstairs, she saw her younger sister feeding something to the falcon, saying, "Here, eat this." The falcon had been cornered, hunching its bandaged wings and refusing to open its beak. It stared with terrified beady eyes, looking very much like a virtuous young lady being harassed by a bully, but unable to resist. Fan Changyu asked, "What is Ning feeding it?" Caught red-handed by her sister, Changming guiltily hid her hands behind her back. "No, nothing." Fan Changyu just looked at her without speaking. Changming feared her elder sister's silent stare the most, and immediately brought out her hands, lowering her head and saying softly, "I gave Falcon a piece of candy." Candy was a rare treat, and giving it to this big falcon would surely earn her a scolding. Seeing her younger sister like this, Fan Changyu couldn't bear to scold her. She said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "Falcons don't eat candy. They eat meat." Changming's round grape-like eyes widened. "Really?" Madame Zhao, who had witnessed this, laughed and said, "These wild creatures can be quite fierce. The falcon that crashed through the East Room's window before was just as big. That one was particularly vicious. The one you caught, Changyu, is well behaved. It doesn't hurt people and even knows how to protect its master." She paused before adding, "It just eats a lot. A big bowl of meat every day. If she and her old man had to feed this creature, they'd be penniless in a few days." Fan Changyu looked at the falcon with growing fondness. Maybe Yin Zheng trained it. She had originally planned to keep the falcon and have Yin Zheng train it to sell for money, but the falcon seemed quite intelligent and had even saved Changming. Fan Changyu thought it would be better to release it once its wounds healed. In the evening, after dinner, Madame Zhao carried the yawning Changming to her and Uncle Zhao's room. When she returned and saw Fan Changyu still by the fire pit, she couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going upstairs to sleep?" The Zhao family's house was like Fan Changyu's, with 3 rooms downstairs. The main room was for eating and had a fire pit. The south room was where the old couple slept, and the north room originally had a bed too, but after a falcon crashed through the window, Uncle Zhao had temporarily stored his wood materials and the cabinets and chairs he made for others there. Now only the loft was habitable. Fan Changyu was still thinking about climbing over the wall to her own house, so she said, "Aunt, you go to sleep first. I'll warm myself by the fire a bit longer." Madame Zhao, having lived most of her life, could see that the young couple still hadn't consummated their marriage. Before, when they were at Fan Changyu's house, they each slept in separate rooms. Now, This girl was probably planning to spend the night by the fire pit. Madame Zhao put on a stern face and said, "It's late at night. Not going to your room to sleep, and keeping the fire pit going just wastes firewood." Fan Changyu hadn't expected Madame Zhao to be so forceful in making her go upstairs. She thought she could still return to her own house from the loft's roof, so she slowly got up. "I'll go upstairs to sleep now." At the foot of the stairs, she asked, "Do you have any extra quilts?" She still needed to make a bed on the floor for the night. Madame Zhao refused bluntly. "No." Fan Changyu wanted to explain the truth about the fake marriage. "Actually, Yin Zheng and I." Madame Zhao wouldn't let her finish. "I don't care what you're thinking, but I can see that Yin Zheng is a good boy. Look at how he carried Chang Ning and ran despite his injuries when your family had such a big incident. Now he's all wounded. Are you looking down on him?" Fan Changyu couldn't defend herself. "I'm not looking down on him." Madame Zhao pushed her towards the stairs. "Then why are you still thinking about sleeping on the floor? If I were Yin Zheng, I'd be heartbroken. He risked his life to protect your sister, and in the end, you don't even care about him." Fan Changyu felt like a philandering son being lectured by his mother not to mistreat a good girl. She was forced to go up to the loft. As soon as the door closed, Madame Zhao's scolding stopped. She took a deep breath, turned around, and met Yin Zheng's calm and indifferent eyes. Realizing that he must have heard everything she and Madame Zhao had said, her face showed not only embarrassment but also discomfort. She walked towards the chair. "I'll take a nap at the table first. When uncle and aunt are asleep, I'll climb back from the loft roof." There was also a bed in the loft of her house. After finding what she needed, she could make do there for the night and climb back over the wall before dawn. Fan Changyu didn't intend to let uncle and aunt know about climbing over the wall. After all, it was against the law, and if they knew, they might be charged with failing to report a crime. Yin Zheng didn't say much. When the candle was extinguished, the entire room fell into darkness. Fan Changyu rested her head on the table, closing her eyes for a short nap. Yin Zheng, lying down, breathed softly, also not making a sound. But whether it was the night catalyzing fear or Fan Changyu's delayed reaction, as she thought about returning to her house, where many people had died in the courtyard and rooms, and where she had killed many people that day, the horrific images of those people's deaths slowly emerged before her eyes. The north wind howled outside the window, sounding like ghostly wails and wolf howls. Fan Changyu tried many positions but couldn't get comfortable at the table, so she simply sat up. There was no sound from the bed. Fan Changyu tentatively asked, "Yin Zheng, are you asleep?" "Not yet." "What's wrong?" His voice sounded particularly crisp in the darkness. Fan Changyu bit her lip, trying to make her voice sound normal. "When you woke up at noon, you were sweating profusely. Did you have nightmares about killing people?" There was silence for a while before a soft came in response. Fan Changyu felt like she had found an ally. She swallowed and said, "It was my first time killing too." After a pause, she asked again, "Are you still afraid now?" The room was quiet for a long time. Finally, a calm voice came from the bed. "Come over here." Fan Changyu was momentarily stunned, then slowly stood up. "You don't need to be too scared. Just imagine you're butchering a pig. Do you know how to butcher a pig? I'll teach you in the future. This way, even if you don't work as a caravan guard anymore, you'll have a way to make a living." As she was saying this, she had already felt her way to the edge of the bed. Sitting by the headboard, she coughed lightly, her voice gaining confidence. "You sleep. The elders say that people who butcher pigs have a strong aura of death, and even ghosts don't dare to come near. I'll sit here, so you won't have nightmares." Chapter 25. The night was deep, and the north wind made the worn window shutters creak and rattle. Such weather always stirred a desire to burrow into bed covers, especially when the bed was already warm and inviting from someone sleeping in it. Fan Changyu hugged her arms, leaning against the bedpost with her eyes closed for a brief rest, but her ears remained alert to the movements downstairs. Once Madame Zhao and Carpenter Zhao had gone to bed, she would quickly go home to fetch the land deed and return with a cotton quilt to sleep on the floor. Since Fan Da's incident yesterday, she had barely closed her eyes. Her body was exhausted, but her mind remained tense, not daring to relax for a moment. The person beside her was breathing shallowly. Perhaps due to the orange peel candy he had eaten, Fan Changyu could faintly smell a light citrus fragrance from him. She unconsciously recalled the moment in the pine forest when he had held her hand to teach her moves, his breath falling on her ear as he spoke. Her ears inexplicably grew hot, but thankfully, nothing could be seen in the darkness of night. Changyu was about to rub her ears when the person beside her suddenly sat up silently. Before she could react, a slender finger, carrying only a hint of warmth, was pressed against her lips. His long hair fell forward, brushing against the back of her hand, causing a slight tingling and coolness. He was very close to her, and the citrus scent from his body grew stronger. Changyu was startled at first, but upon hearing the light, cat-like footsteps on the roof tiles, she immediately pricked up her ears. Seeing this, Yinzheng withdrew the finger he had pressed to her lips without a word. The side of his finger had touched something red, moist, and soft, as delicate as flower petals with morning dew. He slightly furrowed his brow, rubbing the hot and tingling skin on his fingertip forcefully, suppressing all the unusual feelings in his heart. The footsteps on the roof were light and chaotic, seemingly more than one person. After a moment, some footsteps stopped not far away, judging by the distance, on the roof of the Fan family house. Others continued forward, stopping on the roof of the Zhao family house. Soon, there was a faint sound of tiles being moved, and a very thin bamboo tube was inserted through the gap in the tiles, emitting a wisp of blue smoke. The two covered their noses and mouths with their collars and exchanged a glance in the darkness, illuminated only by the faint light from the window. There was a commotion at the dilapidated window, and a dark shadow silently crept in. Changyu and Yinzheng stood on either side of the bed curtain, initially gesturing silently about how to deal with the intruder unnoticed once they approached the bed. However, as 7 or 8 more people crept in through the window one after another, they no longer had any plan. The room was small, and the intruders would soon discover them. Changyu's lips were pressed tightly together as she discreetly reached for the boning knife she kept on her person. A black-clad figure swung a knife fiercely towards the bed. The dull feeling of the knife sinking into the bedding made him instantly change his expression. "It's a trap." Immediately after, he felt a chill at his waist, and a figure quickly darted out from the side of the bed curtain, making a desperate lunge towards the window with a loud bang. A black-clad figure outside, who was still sliding down a rope tied to the roof and hadn't yet entered the room, was directly knocked flying by the figure rushing out from inside, using him as a cushion as they crashed into the courtyard. Several of the blue bricks on the ground cracked. The person quickly got up, and it turned out to be a woman. Taking advantage of the black-clad man's dazed state from the fall, she quickly delivered a hefty slap, knocking him unconscious. She then picked up the black-clad man's sword and ran towards the courtyard exit. All this happened in an instant, leaving the black-clad intruders inside the room stunned. When they finally reacted, they shouted, "Chase her!" A group of them jumped out the window like dumplings being dropped into water, giving chase. Yinzheng, hiding on the other side of the bed curtain, hadn't expected Changyu to risk herself alone. He quickly realized she was deliberately drawing away these black-clad men to protect him and the elderly couple downstairs, along with her younger sister. His heart sank for a moment. As the last few black-clad men in the room were about to jump out the window, he flicked a crystal-clear orange peel candy from his fingertips. The black-clad man who had just jumped out the window was hit in the back of the knee, losing balance in midair and falling directly. Hearing the commotion behind them, the remaining few suddenly realized there was still someone in the room. They were among the elite of the death squads, yet they hadn't detected his presence for so long after entering the room. How extraordinary must his ability to hold his breath be? They didn't dare to be careless and turned to slash at him with their knives. A few more orange peel candies flicked from Yinzheng's fingers, striking their elbows, knee hollows, and waist acupoints, slowing their movements by a beat. This slight delay was enough for him to seize their weapons and take their lives. After dealing with 2 black-clad men, the sword he had seized was now at the throat of the injured black-clad man. That black-clad man was clutching his side, his hand covered in blood. The weapon that had slashed across his waist earlier was sharp and slender, unlike a dagger, an unknown type of weapon. Now, with a blood-stained blade at his throat, he dared not move. Yinzheng was about to knock this man unconscious, temporarily keeping him alive to help Changyu. Suddenly, There was a blaze of torchlight on the main street outside the alley, and the sound of horse hooves shattered the silence of the night. The clanking of armor and footsteps of infantry intertwined like a net, and the whoosh of arrows sent chills down one's spine. The black-clad men chasing Fan Changyu were directly shot into sieves by the barrage of arrows. Yin Zheng frowned slightly, his mind filled with doubts. There was no garrison in Qingping County, so how did these official troops appear so quickly in a small town under Qingping County? Seeing that Fan Changyu was safe, he abandoned the thought of going after her. He pressed his 5 fingers against the jaw of the black-clad man he had subdued, forcing him to spit out the poison sac hidden between his teeth. Pressing the blade down, he asked in a cold voice, "What did Wei Yin send you to find?" The black-clad man, seeing how familiar he was with the location of the Wei family's death squad's poison sac, carefully assessed his voice and asked uncertainly, "Marquis?" The sharp knife pressed down a bit more. Firelight from the broken window reflected off the blade onto Yin Zheng's face, cutting a bright arc in the thick, cold darkness. His slightly downturned mouth was cold and impatient as he said, "Answer me." The cold wind carried snowflakes into the room, falling on the black-clad man's neck. Colder than the flying snow was the sharp blade that had already cut through a thin layer of skin on his neck. Fear and pressure washed over him like a tide. The black-clad man swallowed hard and pleaded, "Marquis knows the minister's methods. Why trouble this lowly one?" In the next instant, the knife had already stabbed directly into the gash on his waist. The black-clad man let out an extremely pained groan, his entire body curling up. Yin Zheng lowered his eyes, his pale fingers covered in dark scabs twisting the knife handle, almost literally tearing a chunk of flesh from his abdomen. His tone was casual yet cold. "The mouths of military spies are tougher than yours." Minister of Justice Zhang Su once watched a military interrogation and nearly vomited bile after leaving the camp. He even fell seriously ill afterward. "Do you want to try the military's torture methods?" Minister of Justice Zhang Su was known throughout the court for his harsh punishments. It was said that those who fell into his hands, if not dead, would be flayed alive. Everyone called him the living king of hell. The black-clad man couldn't suppress his screams, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. All his senses seemed to be concentrated on the mangled flesh in his abdomen. His clothes were soaked through, but it was unclear whether with blood or sweat. No longer hoping to live, only wishing for a quick death, he said exhaustedly, "A letter. The minister told us to find a letter." Yin Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. "What letter?" The black-clad man just shook his head, his entire body collapsed on the ground, begging, "This lowly one truly doesn't know anymore." The sword blade slashed across his throat, and the black-clad man bled out on the ground. "A letter?" Yin Zheng frowned. What letter in that woman's home could make Wei Yin so wary? He looked out the window at the torchlit street. The woman was standing by the roadside, seemingly explaining the situation to the officials. The elderly couple, probably feeling safe now but still worried about Fan Changyu, had come to the courtyard gate with the child to watch. The officials were dragging away the bodies of the black-clad men. A few who weren't quite dead quickly bit into their poison sacks and took their own lives. The commander on horseback shouted, "Find a live one to take back." Yin Zheng's gaze, which had only lightly swept over this person, narrowed when he saw his face. Zheng Wenchang. He was a favored general of Ha Jingyuan, the governor of Jizhou, who was also part of the Wei faction. Was tonight's event a case of mistaken identity, or was Ha Jingyuan also helping Wei Yin look for that letter, arranging this scene to intercept it? But judging by the actions of those black-clad men, they hadn't found anything. The timely arrival of the Jizhou officials was indeed intriguing. Yin Zheng suddenly felt that the seemingly unremarkable butcher's family in Linen Town might be hiding more than he had imagined. The commander on horseback was directing his subordinates to quickly take away all the bodies of the black-clad men when he suddenly felt a cold gaze fall upon him, as if he were being watched by a wolf on a snowy night in the wilderness. His entire back involuntarily straightened. Zheng Wenchang looked around, but could no longer see that chilling gaze. He noticed that the window of the Zhao family's loft was empty and asked, "Is there still someone upstairs?" Fan Changyu had earlier jumped out the window to lure away most of the black-clad men to protect the Zhao couple and her younger sister, prepared to sacrifice herself. She hadn't expected a squad of officials to suddenly appear on the street, saying they had received a report from the county magistrate yesterday about bandit issues in Qingping County and had specially dispatched a troop to inspect. Night scouts had discovered unusual activity, so a squad had come to investigate, coincidentally saving her. Now, hearing the military officer's question and thinking of Yin Zheng's injuries, not knowing if any black-clad men had discovered him inside, she hurriedly ran towards the loft. My husband is seriously injured, still upstairs. Zheng Wenchang didn't send any of his subordinates, but decided to go himself, one hand on the sword at his waist, following her up to the loft. This general will go and see. When Fan Changyu rushed into the loft with a torch, she saw several dead black-clad men sprawled across the room, and Yin Zheng lying in a pool of blood. His clothes were slashed in several places, and half of his face turned upwards and was covered in fresh blood, making his original features almost unrecognizable. Fan Changyu hadn't expected so many black-clad men to remain in the room. Seeing Yin Zheng covered in blood, and fearing he might be dead, her heart clenched. She rushed over to check his injuries. Yin Zheng, how are you? In her panic, she reached out to feel for his breath, only relaxing when she found he was still alive. She called out loudly, Uncle Zhao, please come and check on Yin Zheng. Zheng Wenchang, who had entered the loft with 2 soldiers, swept his gaze over the dead men in the room. His eyes fell on Yin Zheng's blood-covered half-face, seemingly trying hard to recognize something. He frowned and asked, Were all these men killed by your husband? Chapter 26. Fan Changyu had already witnessed Yin Zheng killing people in the pine forest, so she didn't find it strange. She nodded and said, My husband used to be a caravan guard. His martial arts skills are quite good. Having grown up seeing few caravan guards, with her father being highly skilled in martial arts, Fan Changyu naturally assumed that all caravan guards had excellent kung fu skills. After all, they had to deal with desperate bandits who attempted to rob their caravans. Zheng Wenchang stared at Yin Zheng with an inscrutable expression. Carpenter Zhao had already squeezed into the loft. Upon seeing the room full of dead bodies, he immediately exclaimed, Aya? Though frightened, he and his wife had experienced warfare in their earlier years. Back then, 9 out of 10 houses in the countryside were empty, and people dying by the roadside was a common sight. Now, he remained relatively calm. Fearing to aggravate Yin Zheng's injuries, he didn't rashly move him but instead crouched down to check his pulse by holding his hand. Only half of the blood-stained face was visible, and it wasn't very clear. Zheng Wenchang suddenly said, Turn him over and take a look. Carpenter Zhao didn't understand why this military officer would make such a request, but he dared not disobey his order. Thinking that these were military men, with the leader wearing armor and carrying a sword, looking quite imposing and seemingly of higher rank than the county magistrate, he hoped they might help Fan Changyu investigate her enemies. He immediately began to pour out his woes. Officers, please help us seek justice. This girl has had a hard life. She lost her parents just last month, and finally took in a husband. Now her husband has been injured like this by these villains. If we don't find out who these criminals are, how will they live their days to come? When Zheng Wenchang heard that this man was a live-in son-in-law, most of his suspicions instantly dissipated. Knowing that man's temperament, even if he fell on hard times, or if the emperor forced him to marry a princess and become a live-in son-in-law, he would never agree to it. Just then, a cry came from downstairs. Sir, there's a survivor here. Before Carpenter Zhao could turn Yin Zheng over, Zheng Wenchang felt his earlier suspicions were absurd. He lost interest in examining the man closely. Remembering his general's instructions, he hurriedly went downstairs, only ordering 2 of his guards to drag the corpses from the loft down as well. Fan Changyu was unaware of how dangerous the situation had been moments ago. With soldiers watching downstairs, she wasn't worried about her younger sister and Madame Zhao's safety. She asked Carpenter Zhao, Uncle Zhao, how is he? After checking the pulse, Carpenter Zhao doubted his skills. He hadn't practiced veterinary medicine for over a decade and suspected his medical skills might be lacking. The man before him was covered in blood, appearing to be severely injured, yet his pulse showed no signs of danger. His already wrinkled forehead furrowed even more as he concentrated on checking the pulse again. His grave expression frightened Fan Changyu, who thought Yin Zheng was beyond saving. She sat dejectedly on a low stool. I should have written him a divorce letter earlier and let him go elsewhere to recover. Otherwise, how could he suffer like this? Carpenter Zhao checked the pulse once more, finding it still steady. He fell into deep self-doubt, his old face growing increasingly serious. Just as he was about to examine Yan Zheng's wounds, the man lying on the ground slowly regained consciousness. Fan Changyu's eyes were already rimmed with red. Seeing him awake, her emotions swung wildly, and she couldn't help but break into a delighted smile, exclaiming, "You're awake." Yan Zheng noticed her reddened eyes and that overjoyed smile, momentarily stunned. Was she about to cry because she feared something might happen to him? The strange feeling in his chest grew stronger. He lowered his gaze, coughed weakly twice, and a few words escaped his blood-stained lips. "I'm fine." Most of the blood on his body was from the men in black, and the cuts on his clothes were self-inflicted to feign injury, only breaking the skin superficially. Although Zheng Wenchang wasn't under his command, they had met a few times. If he had recognized him, tonight would have ended with either Zheng Wenchang taking him back to hand over to Wei Yin, or with him killing Zheng Wenchang and his soldiers before fleeing elsewhere. Fortunately, he had managed to avoid detection, and neither of those worst-case scenarios had played out. He said he was fine, but Fan Changyu and Carpenter Zhao, having seen him seriously injured twice before, were still very worried. After helping him lie down on the Kong bed, they found some medicine to dress his wounds. When they removed his outer robe, Fan Changyu noticed that his inner garments weren't soaked in blood like before. They looked much cleaner than his outer robe. As she was puzzling over this, Madame Zhao called her downstairs, saying the soldiers wanted to take a statement. The man lying on the Kong bed, his face only lightly cleaned of blood, appeared almost beautiful in the candlelight with the remaining bloodstains. He opened his eyes slightly to look at her, his voice unusually gentle. "You should go." Fan Changyu thought it must be because he was so weak that he looked so frail and pitiable now. Before leaving the room, she looked back at him worriedly. "I'll be back soon." The dead men in black had already been dragged into a row by the soldiers. People in the alley, hearing the commotion and seeing the street full of soldiers, came out in their night clothes to watch the excitement. After the soldiers finished counting the bodies of the men in black, they found only one survivor. The one Fan Changyu had knocked unconscious earlier with a slap. The soldiers, having seen several men in black commit suicide by biting into poison capsules hidden behind their teeth, were now experienced. Finding him still breathing, they first removed the poison capsule from his mouth. Now he was bound tightly, with his mouth stuffed full of cloth, making suicide impossible. The personal guard of the high-ranking officer asked Fan Changyu some questions, and she answered honestly, mostly with basic information about her household. After finishing the questions, the high-ranking officer told her, "Just wait for news for now. Once we have results from the interrogation, the government office will notify you." Having experienced tonight's events and witnessing how ruthless these people were, Fan Changyu feared they might come back for revenge and involve Madame Zhao's family. She asked, "Sir, what should we do if these people come back seeking revenge?" The high-ranking officer almost said something but stopped himself. After frowning and thinking for a moment, he said, "This general will leave a few soldiers hidden nearby to keep watch. They won't withdraw until the interrogation results are out." Only then did Fan Changyu feel reassured, and she praised the high-ranking officer profusely. As the high-ranking officer was leaving, he glanced at her, his expression somewhat peculiar. After the soldiers left, Fan Changyu first went to the well at the end of the alley to fetch water and clean up the blood in the courtyard and the loft. However, a faint smell of blood still lingered. Fan Changyu thought about climbing over the wall to her own house to get some of the incense her mother used to make to freshen the air, but remembering what the high-ranking officer said about leaving people to monitor the area secretly, she didn't dare move rashly. The shock of the night's events had left the elderly Zhao couple wide awake. They rekindled the fire in the main hall's hearth and sat there with Chang Ning, warming themselves and sighing from time to time. Chang Ning, being young, didn't understand what the adults were worried about. With the danger gone, she carefree went back to watching the gerfalcon in the chicken coop. The coop had become the gerfalcon's nest. Fan Changyu asked her younger sister, "Ninger, are you still tired?" Chang Ning shook her head and pointed at the coop holding the gerfalcon. "Elder sister, Junian is very well behaved. Can we not keep Junian caged anymore?" The last time she and her brother-in-law were at home, it was because she mischievously opened the chicken coop door that the large falcon was able to kill one of the villains when the group of bandits burst in. In her little mind, she thought that if the large falcon hadn't been caged, it might have been able to injure the bad guys tonight as well. The coop wasn't locked by Fan Changyu. Madame Zhao said, "A piece of meat hanging by the hearth was pecked off last night. I was afraid this big falcon would steal meat to eat, so I casually closed it before going to bed." Fan Changyu then said, "We'll have Yin Zheng train it again later." Mentioning Yin Zheng inevitably made her think of his injuries again. She asked Carpenter Zhao, "Uncle Zhao, how are his wounds?" Carpenter Zhao wanted to say that this time they all seemed to be superficial wounds, but fearing he might have misdiagnosed and delayed Yin Zheng's treatment, he sighed and said, "You know that this old man used to treat pigs, cows, sheep, and horses. Treating people is somewhat a matter of luck. I don't think it's too serious, but to be safe, let's invite a doctor from the medical hall to take a look tomorrow morning." Fan Changyu agreed. When she went upstairs to check on Yin Zheng, she saw that the blood on his face had been cleaned off, and he was lying on the Kong bed with his eyes closed, resting. Probably hearing her footsteps, he opened his eyes as she entered and asked, "How is it?" Fan Changyu said, "I think these soldiers are more reliable than the county magistrate. I heard that the county magistrate wrote a memorial to the prefecture government. When the prefectural officials learned of the rampant banditry here, they sent troops to suppress the bandits. Coincidentally, they encountered them tonight." Speaking of this, Fan Changyu was somewhat happy. The bandit problem in Jizhou has persisted for years. It seems the government is truly determined to deal with those mountain strongholds now. That military officer said they would thoroughly investigate these 2 assassination attempts and assign soldiers to protect us secretly. You should rest easy and focus on recovering for the next couple of days. No need to rush to leave. Yin Zheng's expression was far from pleasant. Secret protection? Fan Changyu nodded. Yes. Yin Zheng almost couldn't catch his breath. He had just barely managed to deceive them temporarily, and now the Jizhou government was directly watching him under his nose. However, the sudden actions of the Jizhou government truly left him unable to guess their intentions. "Never mind. The most dangerous place is also the safest place," he said. "Bring that falcon up to the loft for these 2 days. Don't let it out. That creature is hard to tame and might hurt someone if not properly trained." Fan Changyu said, "No wonder. Grandmother just said that falcon stole meat hanging above the hearth last night." Fan Changyu had already stood up. "I'll go get it now." Yin Zheng could only weakly respond with a soft, "All right." By daybreak, Zheng Wenchang had already ridden swiftly back to Jizhou. He walked quickly through the winding corridor, carrying the confession obtained from interrogating the man in black. In the courtyard full of snow cedars, the armored guard saw it was him and let him pass. Zheng Wenchang entered the study and stood at attention below. Whether from excitement or from walking too quickly, his voice was somewhat breathless. "Sir, as per your orders, I led men to guard Linen Town early on, and indeed captured those who committed multiple murders in Qingping County last night." However, his hand, presenting the confession, trembled slightly. "Please review the confession, sir." The man sitting at the desk, his hair and beard graying, seemed to already know the identity of those men in black. He calmly said, "Wenchang, you were just going to catch mountain bandits and thieves. What is there to fear?" Zheng Wenchang lowered his head. "This subordinate is afraid." "All right, put down the confession." He Jingyuan put down his brush and looked up. Despite being a military man, he had the refined face of a scholar. Knowing his beloved general's concerns, he said, "Just pretend you never saw this confession. You may go." Zheng Wenchang saluted. This subordinate obeys the order. Just as he turned to leave, he heard another question. "Was anyone in that household injured?" Zheng Wenchang thought for a moment and said, "That woman took in a husband, and her husband was injured by those people." He Jingyuan merely nodded. Zheng Wenchang gathered his courage and asked, "Does that household have some connection to you, sir?" "Wenchang, what principles of officialdom did I teach you?" With just one sentence, Zheng Wenchang broke out in a cold sweat. This subordinate spoke out of turn. "You may withdraw." He Jingyuan picked up a memorial from the desk and began reading it, seemingly uninterested in what was written in the confession. After Zheng Wenchang left the study, his aged eyes finally turned to that confession. After some hesitation, he ultimately opened it. Upon finishing, he let out a sigh. He stood up and opened a hidden compartment in the bookshelf, taking out a brocade box. However, he didn't open it. Speaking as if to someone unseen, he said, "When you originally entrusted this item to me, you must have anticipated a day like this, wanting me to protect those 2 children for you." Chapter 27. Fan Changyu went to the market early in the morning and bought an old hen to nourish Yinzheng. In the alley, she greeted familiar faces as usual, but they seemed to avoid her, barely responding. Women who were now close to the Song family directly rolled their eyes at her, avoiding her like the plague. She's truly a bringer of misfortune. Her uncle-in-law visited her home a few times and ended up dead because of her. Her live-in husband is always sickly. It's fortunate that the Song family's elder sister specially checked their compatibility. Otherwise, if Song Yin had married her, who knows how the Song family would have been cursed. Some people who originally had good relations with the Fan family, upon hearing this, quietly distanced themselves from her. If people hadn't taken the Song family's claim that she was born under an ill-fated star seriously before, the continuous killings at her home over the past few days, and the fact that if the soldiers hadn't arrived in time last night, the elderly Zhao couple might have met with misfortune too, made the neighbors inevitably wary. In the past, Fan Changyu would have retorted immediately, but the fact that the Zhao family was nearly implicated last night and Yinzheng was indeed injured was undeniable. She pressed her lips together and silently walked towards the Zhao residence, carrying the chicken she had bought. As she passed the door of the woman who had spoken so acidly earlier, just after she walked by, the woman poured a basin of rice-washing water outside her door. The cold water splashed onto Fan Changyu's embroidered shoes and the hem of her skirt. Fan Changyu paused and raised her calm eyes to look at the woman. The old woman's surname was Kong. She used to be neighbors with the Song family and had always curried favor with them after Song Yin passed the provincial exam. To please Madame Song, she would often visit and chat, speaking ill of Fan Changyu. Probably because she still had some use in keeping Madame Song company. After the Song family moved to the county town, she was the only one in the entire alley who had been invited to dine at their new residence. Old Lady Kong took pride in this. After returning, she naturally boasted to everyone about how beautiful the Song family's new courtyard was, and how there were servants at Madame Song's beck and call, praising Song Yan's abilities, while taking the opportunity to put down Fan Changyu. Seeing Fan Changyu looking at her now, Old Lady Kong directly poured out the remaining half basin of rice-washing water outside her door again, cursing, "What bad luck so early in the morning. I'll have to hang some dried pomelo leaves at the door later." It was a folk belief that rice-washing water and pomelo leaves could ward off bad luck. Fan Changyu's lips moved, but seeing how other neighbors either remained silent or discreetly distanced themselves from her, she finally just pressed her lips tighter and quickly walked towards the Zhao residence with her purchases. The rice-washing water had soaked her shoes and socks. The cold dampness clung to her ankles, seeping from her skin into her bones, sending a chill to her heart. After Fan Changyu entered the Zhao family's courtyard, Madame Zhao was sweeping snow in the yard. Seeing Fan Changyu's wet skirt, hem, and shoes, she hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Fan Changyu walked straight to the kitchen, saying, "The snow on the road hadn't melted completely. I stepped in it and got wet." Madame Zhao frowned as she watched Fan Changyu's back, knowing she must not have told the truth. Fan Changyu's mind was in turmoil. After killing the old hen and putting it in an earthen pot to stew, fearing Madame Zhao would question her further, she made an excuse to bring medicine to Yinzheng upstairs. "Time for your medicine." Her voice lacked its usual energy, sounding somewhat muffled instead. As Yinzheng took the medicine bowl, he couldn't help but examine her expression. Though her face seemed unchanged, he immediately noticed something was off about her mood and asked, "What happened?" Fan Changyu only said it was nothing. "Drink your medicine while it's hot. If it's too bitter, there's dried tangerine peel candy by the pillow." She sat on a low stool, hugging her knees and warming herself by the charcoal brazier. With her head lowered, exposing a slender neck, her expression was hidden. Yinzheng noticed that the lower part of her skirt and shoes seemed damp. He said, "The snow fell quite heavily in the latter half of last night." Fan Changyu mumbled a vague mm. Yinzheng frowned slightly. There hadn't been any snow in the latter half of last night at all. She was acting too strange today. She remained silent. After Yin Zheng finished his medicine and placed the bowl on the round stool beside the bed, he didn't speak either. After a long silence in the room, Fan Changyu suddenly said, "I'll find you an inn. I'll pay the attendants extra to take care of your meals and daily needs." "How's that?" Yin Zheng's fingertips pressed harder on the edge of the bed as he asked her. "Why?" Fan Changyu said, "The authorities haven't closed the case yet. I'm afraid those people might come back for revenge." Yin Zheng said, "Didn't you say there were soldiers secretly guarding this area?" After a few moments of silence, Fan Changyu looked up at him and said solemnly, "Then you should stay here to recover for now. Once you're healed, leave." After she went downstairs, Yin Zheng picked up a piece of dried tangerine peel candy. His lips tightened, and the candy instantly crumbled to powder between his fingers. It wasn't until noon, when old lady Kong from the alley suddenly came cursing at the Fan family to demand an explanation, that Yin Zheng finally understood the reason for her unusual behavior today. "Fan Changyu, come out here." Old lady Kang's voice was loud, her skill at cursing unparalleled. With this shout, many people gathered at the Zhao family's door to watch the commotion. Madame Zhao heard the door being pounded as if it were being kicked and hurried to open it. Seeing old lady Kong standing at the door with her grandson, looking furious, she asked, "What's the matter?" Old lady Kong pushed her grandson forward, put her hands on her hips, and cursed. "Tell Fan Changyu to come out here. Her sister pushed my hooded down the steps, and he broke a front tooth. What do you think is the matter?" Fan Changyu was stewing chicken in the kitchen. Hearing the shouting outside, she came out to the courtyard. She saw old lady Kang's chubby grandson crying with swollen eyes, snot hanging from his nostrils, occasionally sniffing it back only for it to fall out again a moment later. His chin was swollen, and indeed, a front tooth was missing. She said, "My sister has always been frail, and your grandson is several years older than her. How could my sister have pushed him?" Hearing Fan Changyu seemingly trying to deny responsibility, old lady Kong immediately sprayed spittle as she yelled, "Am I trying to frame you? Just call your Chongning out here and ask her. Then we'll know if she pushed him or not." Madame Zhao saw many people in the alley peering in to watch the excitement. She tried to mediate. "Let's talk about this inside. Children often get bumps and bruises when playing. There's no need to make a scene at the door for the neighbors to laugh at." But old lady Kong wouldn't have it. "I'm here to seek justice for my grandson. Why should I care if others laugh?" Fan Changyu knew that old lady Kong was notorious in the alley for her shrewishness and pettiness. She had even driven away her daughter-in-law with her torment. Even now, whenever old lady Kong mentioned her daughter-in-law, she would curse her as a cheap whore who ran off with another man, shamelessly, never realizing how wrong it was to treat her daughter-in-law like a beast of burden. Later, when her son fell for a widow, she objected because the widow had been married before, and her dead husband might bring bad luck. She made such a fuss that the widow, seeing the situation, quickly broke things off with her son. To this day, her son remains a bachelor. Fan Changyu didn't want to waste words with this woman. She said coldly, "Whether you get justice or not, I'll talk to my sister first." Fan Changyu called out, "Ninger, come out." Little Chong Ning shuffled out of the room, standing behind Fan Changyu like a little shadow. Fan Changyu bent down and asked her, "Did you push Hoodoo?" Chong Ning pressed her lips together, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. She nodded, then shook her head. Old lady Kong screeched, "Look at that! Such a small child already knows how to lie. What fine family values does your Fan family have?" She nodded herself, and now she's shaking her head. "Shut your mouth." Fan Changyu's cold shout suddenly drowned out old lady Kang's shrill voice, like a sudden snowstorm. Old lady Kong, who had poured that basin of rice-washing water this morning and thought Fan Changyu was easy to bully when she remained silent, was momentarily stunned by Fan Changyu's sudden outburst. She immediately started screaming even more shrilly. "Is there no justice in this world? Everyone look. The Fan family is so arrogant. They injured my grandson like this and still act righteous." Upstairs in the loft, even Yin Zheng was annoyed by the sharp cursing, frowning in irritation. Were all common old women this noisy? Just as he was getting frustrated, he heard that girl's cold and sharp voice. "Keep yelling, and see if I don't throw you upside down into the swill barrel." Fan Changyu's eyes and brows were filled with coldness. She had tolerated old Lady Kong this morning out of genuine guilt for the trouble her enemies had brought, but now that old Lady Kong was trying to take advantage, she wouldn't let it slide. Old Lady Kong, feeling inexplicably frightened under Fan Changyu's gaze, quickly looked toward the onlookers. She opened her mouth as if to say something more, trying to use the crowd to pressure Fan Changyu. Fan Changyu seemed to have anticipated this tactic. She said coldly, "You and that old witch from the Song family gossip about me behind my back every day, thinking I don't know? My reputation has already been ruined by your gossip. You don't think I still care what others think, do you? If I wanted to act, how many of these people do you think would step in to stop me?" These words dispelled the last of old Lady Kang's intentions. She swallowed hard. Her mouth, which could curse for an entire day without taking a breath, now seemed sewn shut, unable to utter another word. Fan Changyu then crouched down to ask her sister, "When I just asked if you pushed Hutu, why did you nod and then shake your head?" Chang Ning's round, black grape-like eyes were already rimmed with red. Her white, plump, delicate fingers clutched at her clothes as she said, "I did push him, but he was too fat. I couldn't move him. He came to chase me, slipped, and fell down the steps himself. That's how he broke his tooth." Old Lady Kong immediately started shouting again. "My hood has said it was you who pushed him." Fan Changyu swept a cold gaze over her, and Old Lady Kong fell silent again. Fan Changyu continued to question her sister. "Ninger, why did you push him?" Little Chang Ning lowered her head, and bean-sized tears instantly rolled from her eyes. "He pulled my hair, took my pine nut candy, and splashed water on me. He said his grandmother had poured rice-washing water on elder sister this morning to ward off bad luck, that I was the sister of a Death Star, and they needed to splash water to ward off bad luck from me too." After hearing this, Fan Changyu's face had turned frighteningly cold. Madame Zhao's eyes reddened with anger. She had wondered why Fan Changyu's shoes and skirt were wet when she returned this morning. So it was because this old hag had poured rice-washing water on her. That rice-washing water was used to ward off evil spirits after groundbreaking. For her to pour it after Fan Changyu passed by, how malicious could she be? Madame Zhao gritted her teeth and cursed. "You rotten old thing who won't even have a coffin board when you die. If you can't use your mouth to accumulate virtue for yourself, at least accumulate some for your children and grandchildren. Aren't you afraid of having your tongue hooked when you face the king of hell?" Old Lady Kong was a bit guilty at first, but having been sharp-tongued for decades, she couldn't help but retort aggressively, raising her chin. "How am I not accumulating virtue? Did I kill her parents? Did I kill those people in her house these past 2 days? Who in this town doesn't know she's a bringer of death? Only you and your old man, with no one to attend your funerals, would foolishly take in this family of disaster bringers. Aren't you afraid of being killed by her curse one day? If you ask me, the Fan family should have left this alley long ago. Who knows when their enemies might come looking for them again?" "You?" Madame Zhao was so angry she trembled. Fan Changyu wiped away her sister's tears with her thumb, slowly stood up, and said with an icy gaze, "If I'm to bring death to anyone, it'll be to an old hag like you who won't die." She coldly smiled. "You want me to move out of the alley? On what grounds? Because your rotten mouth is good at gossip? If you're so afraid, why don't you move away yourself?" Old Lady Kong was at a loss for words. She pointed at Fan Changyu, wanting to curse back, but Fan Changyu continued. "Also, keep your grandson in check. If he dares to touch a single hair on my sister's head again, whichever hand he uses, I'll chop it off." Old Lady Kang's grandson, faced with Fan Changyu's fierce gaze, immediately burst into tears, snot and tears flying. Old Lady Kong shielded her grandson behind her, trying to sound tough but afraid. "Threatening a child? What kind of?" Fan Changyu's lips curled coldly. "Threatening? This is no threat." She glanced coldly at Old Lady Kang's grandson's arm. "I can chop through a pig's knuckle with one strike. An arm would be even easier." Old Lady Kang's grandson instinctively covered one of his arms, crying and pulling his grandmother back. "Grandma, let's go home. I want to go home." Seeing her grandson so frightened, Old Lady Kong was both anxious and angry, but she didn't dare to confront Fan Changyu directly. She had no choice but to leave with her grandson, cursing all the way. As she stepped down from the Zhao family's doorstep, her knees suddenly hurt for no apparent reason. She cried out in pain and fell down the steps, her chin hitting the last step. She lay there unable to get up, crying out in pain, her mouth full of blood. The onlookers in the alley looked at each other in bewilderment. Changyu was also stunned for a moment. She instinctively looked up at the Zhao family's loft and, as expected, saw a flash of dark blue clothing disappear. After the initial shock, Madame Zhao quickly said, "Instant karma." Everyone saw it. Neither Changyu nor I left the doorway. This old hag fell on her own. This is instant karma. Old Lady Kong, being elderly, lost several teeth from the fall. She sat up on the ground, crying loudly and pointing at Changyu. It was her. This bringer of death must have kicked me. The neighbors who had been watching the commotion for a while indeed hadn't seen Changyu do anything. Seeing Old Lady Kong making such a fuss, they couldn't help but speak up. "Enough, Old Lady Kong. We were all watching. Changyu didn't move from where she was standing. You just slipped and fell on your own." Old Lady Kong wanted to argue further, but then heard Changyu snort coldly. "You've done too many bad deeds. It must have been a ghost that pushed you." As people age, they become more susceptible to superstitions and the supernatural. Kang's heart skipped a beat at those words. She indeed felt as if something had violently struck her knee before she fell, and recalling Changyu's reputation as a harbinger of doom made her lips tremble. Pointing at Changyu, she shouted, "It's you, you calamity star, that's cursed me." Changyu crossed her arms and replied, "If you don't get out of here quickly, you might just lose your life due to my bad luck." At this moment, Old Lady Kong was genuinely frightened. Covering her bloodied chin, she left the Zhao family's gate, dragging her grandson along in disgrace. She brought this upon herself. Who in this alley hasn't been hurt by her tongue? This is truly retribution. The onlookers chuckled and exchanged a few casual remarks before shaking their heads and dispersing. Once the gate closed, Changyu squatted down to meet her younger sister's gaze, speaking earnestly. "From now on, if Ninger encounters any trouble outside, you must tell me immediately, understood?" Little Chong Ning obediently nodded. Madame Zhao recalled the harsh words Kong had hurled at them and couldn't help but shed a few tears for Changyu in secret. Changyu comforted Madame Zhao for a moment, her gaze landing on the dried orange peel candy at the entrance before finding an excuse to head upstairs. Upon entering, she found Yin Zheng indeed absent. Instead, he sat on a bamboo chair by the window. Although his complexion was still somewhat pale, he looked much better than he had 2 days prior. Before she could speak, his gaze brushed over her lightly. "Did you say those things to me this morning just because of a few words from others?" Chapter 28. The window lattice was half open, with the sun hanging in the sky as just a pale shadow without much warmth, casting a few faint golden rays. Half of Yin Zheng's face was illuminated by sunlight, while the other half remained hidden in shadow, his eyes calm and unperturbed. Changyu wanted to deny it, but upon meeting his gaze, she couldn't open her mouth. She hugged her knees and sat on a nearby stool, her voice somewhat muffled. "The misfortunes of my family have indeed entangled you twice now. You no longer owe me anything. If you distance yourself from my family, perhaps you'll be safer." Yin Zheng asked her, "Do you believe the words of that ignorant old woman?" Changyu pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Of course, she didn't believe it, but with her parents gone, Fanda was killed, and Chong Ning and Yin Zheng were nearly harmed. If the soldiers hadn't arrived in time last night, who knows if Madame Zhao and Carpenter Zhao would have been implicated as well. Perhaps it was true as Song Mother and Madame Kong had said, that she was indeed born under an ill-fated star, and those close to her would never come to a good end. Seeing her silence, Yin Zheng understood. His handsome brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "You think it's for my good to distance yourself from me, but what about your sister? Will you distance yourself from her too?" Changyu's hands, clasped in front of her knees, tightened, her heart a tangled mess. Yes, she could try to stay away from the Zhao couple and Yin Zheng to avoid implicating them. But what about Chong Ning? Chong Ning was only 5 years old, with only her family left in this world. As she remained silent, Yin Zheng slowly said, "In this world, what's more terrifying than talk of ghosts, spirits, and fate is the human heart." Changyu raised her almond eyes, seeming somewhat confused. The corner of Yin Zheng's exquisite mouth twitched slightly, his voice tinged with mockery. "There aren't that many supernatural occurrences in this world. Even talk of national fate is just to fool people, let alone talk of personal destiny. Fan Changyu still didn't understand. What do you mean? Yin Zheng raised his eyes and said, some people do evil and like to use supernatural excuses to cover for themselves. Just like how you scared that old woman earlier, saying she fell because she was possessed. Not knowing the truth, she became anxious and half believed it. But you and I know clearly that she fell because she was hit by the pine nut candy. Fan Changyu lowered her eyes, and after a while, she said, of course, I know that the Song family's talk of fate was just an excuse to break off the engagement, but the frequent misfortunes in my family are also a fact, which is why I feel uneasy. Yin Zheng said, your parents made enemies in their early years. They didn't offend any spirits. What are you uneasy about? Fan Changyu stared at him blankly, feeling that this man's words were indeed harsh, but the heaviness in her heart had indeed eased somewhat. She sighed and said resignedly, I understand everything you're saying. I just felt upset after hearing those words, but once this feeling passes, I'll be fine. Yin Zheng said without mercy, whoever makes you upset, you should teach them a lesson. It's fine to say those things to me, but if you distance yourself from this old man's family too, see if they're sad or happy about it. Fan Changyu lowered her head and said in a muffled voice, I'm sorry, I was impulsive earlier. Yin Zheng's eyelashes swept out a beautiful arc at the corner of his eyes, his expression finally brightening a bit. He said, you're not usually one to take things lying down. This morning when you came back and got splashed with water, instead of teaching them a lesson on the spot, you came back to sulk. How disappointing. Fan Changyu was silent for a moment before saying, I've heard a saying called, the law does not punish the masses, meaning that if many people break the law, the authorities won't punish everyone together. Now, everyone in town fears my ill-fated star, and the entire town is gossiping about me behind my back. I might be able to teach one person a lesson, but can I teach everyone a lesson? Yin Zheng was slightly stunned, a hidden corner of his heart stirred by her words, awakening some buried memories. He had been orphaned at a young age and lived in the Wei mansion. Naturally, his path to today hadn't been smooth sailing either. He still remembered the taste of having his ribs broken by that person's son and his gang, his face pressed into a bloody mud puddle under their embroidered boots. Fighting on the battlefield, facing life and death countless times, exchanging military merits for a back full of scars from swords and axes, only to be secretly cursed for disgracing the Xie family name and being someone's lapdog just because his uncle was Wei Yin. He raised his eyes slightly, his thin lips uttering a few words. Have you ever heard of the phrase, killing the chicken to scare the monkey? Human nature is inherently evil. If you appear weak and easy to bully, no matter how kind you are, few people will lend you a helping hand. If you rise to power and success, even if you truly commit heinous acts, there will be a bunch of people rushing to flatter you. Isn't that what your former fiancé is like? Listening to these words, Fan Changyu fell silent again, hugging her knees and staring at the red coals burning in the iron basin without a word. Yin Zheng's fingers, which had been lightly tapping on the bamboo armrest, paused. His eyes half closed, his words carrying an acidity he wasn't even aware of. Still not over your former fiancé? Feeling upset again at the mention of him, Fan Changyu raised her head and stared at him for a moment, feeling puzzled. Then she remembered that she had previously lied about not being over Song Yin to avoid misunderstanding her intentions towards him. Lying indeed comes with a price. She opened her mouth, but in the end, only sighed and said, I am a bit upset. He's a man who has achieved scholarly honors. The entire Qingping County only produced one Jiren this year, and it was him. Even the county magistrate treats him with respect. You can't blame others for following the trend. He has indeed risen to success. How can I compare to him? Yin Zheng snorted lightly. It's just a Jiren title, nothing more. How many Jiren does the great Yin dynasty produce each year from its capital and 17 prefectures? What does your former fiancé amount to? Fan Changyu couldn't help but look at him and say, It's fine for you to say these things to me, but don't say them in front of others. You'll be laughed at. Yin Zheng frowned. Laughed at for what? Fan Changyu felt that this man had no self-awareness. She said helplessly, You don't even have a Shotsi degree, yet you speak this way about someone who has passed the Jiren examination. She paused, then added, I know you're saying these things to cheer me up. Fan Changyu felt that saying these things was a bit affected, so she scratched her head and said, Actually, I was just talking casually. I'm not that upset about it. Life is always lived for oneself. His success as a jiren is his business. What does it have to do with me? Those who follow the trend and step on me, saying a few words about me, can't get any benefits from the Song family. It's nothing more than idle gossip. Yan Jing's expression was strange as he said, Why would I need to cheer you up? Being a jiren truly doesn't amount to much. Fan Changyu choked. You think you're some high-ranking official? Fan Changyu found it amusing in her heart. Remembering that he could read and write, and even compose essays, she started planning for him. I think you're quite smart, and your handwriting is good. Your injuries keep recurring, and the doctor said that if they don't heal properly, you'll likely have chronic issues in the future. Being an escort is dangerous. Why don't you study for the imperial examinations? Who knows? You might even pass the jiren exam and become an official someday. Yan Zheng, my ambitions don't lie in officialdom. Fan Changyu sighed. That's a pity then. She half-jokingly said, If you ever have the chance to become an official, and your rank is higher than that Song fellow's, I'm counting on you to give him a hard time for me. Yan Jing's eyebrows imperceptibly raised, and he said, All right. With this banter, the previous unpleasantness had completely dissipated. Fan Changyu remembered that she had been stewing chicken soup, and said, I have chicken soup stewing in the clay pot. It should be ready by now. I'll go serve some for you. As she stood up, she noticed that the sugar packet by his bed had deflated. She said with a pained expression, I'll find you some small stones. In the future, don't use candy to hit people. This stuff is expensive, it's not worth it. After she went downstairs, Yan Zheng stared at the paper packets containing the candy, his brows furrowed. He didn't like sweet foods, and in the past, his daily needs had always been taken care of by his guards. He indeed didn't know the price of these things. She was always frugal, yet she bought this expensive candy for him, just because she misunderstood that he was afraid of the bitterness of medicine that day. Yan Zheng closed his eyes, his mood somewhat complex. 2 days later, Zheng Wenchang led the soldiers back to the small town of Linen. Fan Changyu, upon receiving the news, went to the front door to greet them. Zheng Wenchang, sitting high on his horse, said, The cause of several murder cases in town has been determined. They were indeed committed by mountain bandits. Hearing this answer, Fan Changyu's heart sank. She said, But my home was invaded by criminals twice. Zheng Wenchang interrupted her words. The 2 attacks on your home were due to an escort job your father took years ago. It's rumored that he was transporting a treasure map belonging to the former imperial family. More than a decade ago, everyone in the escort agency was killed by people trying to steal the treasure map. Your father escaped death and returned home, only then living peacefully for these years. Recently, with the unrest in Changzhou, the matter of the treasure map was brought up again. Some mountain bandits traced your father's whereabouts, which is why they came to your home several times looking for the treasure map. This reason could indeed explain all the strange events that had happened in Linen Town recently. Fan Changyu asked, Were my parents also killed by these mountain bandits? Zheng Wenchang frowned slightly, avoiding Fan Changyu's gaze as he said, Naturally. Learning the true cause of her parents' death, Fan Changyu still felt heavy-hearted. She thought that this must be why her father had taught her martial arts, but forbidden her from using them in public, fearing it would attract these criminals. She said, I've never heard my parents mention anything about a treasure map. Could there be some misunderstanding? Zheng Wenchang said, The news that the treasure map was in your father's possession was, of course, false. A few days ago, the rebels in Changzhou released information saying they had obtained the treasure map. The mountain bandits won't come to town anymore, so you can rest assured. As he spoke, he made a gesture, and a subordinate brought forward a tray with silver tails. He looked at Fan Changyu with a subtle, almost imperceptible strangeness in his gaze. Lord He, the governor of Jizhou, is considerate of the people's plight and has specially ordered me to bring 50 taels of silver as condolence money. Fan Changyu expressed her sincere gratitude. The neighbors and townspeople also praised. Lord He is truly the blue sky of Jizhou Prefecture. For those who suffered at the hands of those mountain bandits and lost family members, the government has provided condolence money. Someone asked, I heard that other families only received 25 taels. but the Fan family got 50 taels? Immediately, someone explained, those families only lost one person, but both Fan heir and his wife were killed, so naturally, they received more silver. With the case concluded, the seals on the Fan family's door were removed. Fan Changyu thoroughly cleaned every corner of the house, especially the courtyard and rooms where blood had been shed. Besides washing them several times with water, she also sprinkled water boiled with pomelo leaves, saying it could ward off evil and harm. After everything in the house was properly arranged, Fan Changyu finally brought Chang Ning and Yin Zheng back from the neighbors' homes. She lit an incense stick and placed it in front of her parents' memorial tablets, the corners of her eyes slightly sore. "Father, Mother, you can rest in peace now." Only Yin Zheng remained frowning. He had long known that those people were Wei family's death squads, and naturally couldn't be the mountain bandits Zheng when Chang spoke of. What they were looking for was not some nonsensical treasure map. However, the authorities had gone to great lengths to concoct a plausible lie to close the case, and even sent silver to the affected families, which indeed took some effort. Yin Zheng couldn't understand it. If he Jingyuan also wanted to get that letter for Wei Yin, he should have sent soldiers to seal off the Fan family's house and search it thoroughly. Now, however, he had returned the house to Fan Changyu and gone to great lengths to settle several murder cases, as if he didn't want to disrupt her family's original life and wanted her to continue living in this town. What was he Jingyuan's intention? Or was it that he did this because the letter that the Wei family's death squads were looking for was no longer in the Fan family's possession? Yin Zheng looked at the two memorial tablets on the altar. He Jingyuan should know the true identities of this couple, and perhaps he also knew the secret of that letter. Chapter 29. With the threat of the black-clad assassins gone, Fan Changyu no longer needed to hurriedly sell off her belongings and leave Lin in town. She finalized a long-term business arrangement with Yixiang Pavilion. After reopening the meat shop, with Yixiang Pavilion's reputation backing it, the braised meat business was even better than before, seemingly outshining Wang's shop. On the day before New Year's Eve, as she was returning home from the shop, she saw a rather grand carriage parked at the entrance of the alley. At first, she thought the Song mother and son had returned, but upon entering the alley, she saw many people gathered in front of her house. Fan Changyu thought something had happened at home again and squeezed through the crowd, saying, excuse me. A neighbor asked, "Changyu, do you have any wealthy relatives?" Fan Changyu was puzzled and simply replied, "No." The person then asked, "Could it be relatives of your husband?" The carriage parked at the alley entrance looks even grander than the one the Song family used when they moved. Fan Changyu finally realized that the owner of the carriage at the door had come to see her family. Someone nearby chimed in. The carriage the Song family used on a moving day wasn't even theirs. It was rented from a carriage shop. There was already a hint of disdain for the Song family in their words. Madame Kong stood at her doorway, showing her teeth as she said, "You lot are just fawning over the powerful and looking down on the weak. When young Master Yin passes the imperial examination in the capital and becomes the top scholar, he'll have any carriage he wants." Fan Changyu was confused but didn't bother with the neighbor's trivial questions. She entered the house and closed the courtyard gate, only then noticing a noble young man in brocade robes and a jade belt sitting at the square table in the main room. Seeing her, he nodded with a smile and greeting. Not knowing his identity, Fan Changyu simply mimicked his gesture and nodded back. "It's getting late today, so I won't disturb Master Yin and Madam any further," he said as he stood up and bowed to Yin Zheng. Turning to Fan Changyu, the smile on his face deepened slightly. Yin Zheng sat on the other side of the square table, his expression indifferent. Although he wore ordinary cotton clothes, his demeanor still subtly overshadowed that of the noble young man. "Take care, no need to see me out." Fan Changyu knew Yin Zheng had that sour temperament. Even though he remained seated, she still walked the guest to the main gate as a gesture of politeness. After closing the door again, blocking out the prying eyes of the neighbors, Fan Changyu asked Yin Zheng, "Who was that?" Yin Zheng replied, "The owner of the town's bookstore." Fan Changyu picked up the teapot on the table and poured herself some water. "I remember the owner of the town's bookstore was an old man with a beard, wasn't he?" Yin Zheng said, "That's the shop manager. The real owner has always lived in the main city of Jizhou. The last time Zhao Sun came looking for him, The people in this alley were out working to make a living and didn't see him. Today, being the end of the year, with every household at leisure at home, the news spread quickly, causing such a commotion. As she poured the tea, Changyu realized it was cold. She took a sip of the cold tea and noticed that the noble young man's half-empty teacup was still where he had been sitting. She couldn't help but say, "You served cold tea to a guest?" Zheng raised his eyes to look at her. Changyu read a "what else" meaning in his gaze, leaving her momentarily speechless. Zheng noticed she had bought another pack of dried tangerine peel candy. He pushed a red paper-wrapped package on the table towards her. "I earned some silver writing essays. You keep it." Changyu unwrapped the outer layer of red paper and looked inside. Her almond eyes showed an expression of utmost surprise. Inside were 4 silver ingots. Before she started selling braised meat, the meat shop couldn't even earn this much in a month. Changyu was dumbfounded. Is writing essays really this profitable? Zheng picked up his coarse porcelain cup and took a shallow sip. His finger joints, where the dark scabs had fallen off, were like slender bamboo, with distinct tendons and bones. "The essays I wrote earlier sold well. The bookstore gave me some dividends. Among these 40 tales, there's also a down payment for the next batch of essays." The few essays he had authored had indeed stirred up a storm throughout the capital. Although Zhao Sun was a merchant, he had some skills to maintain his family business amidst fierce competition. While mass-printing the essays to sell to scholars in various prefectures, he also concealed the origin of these essays. During the days when the Fan family met with disaster, his uncle was still conducting a carpet search of all bookstores. Otherwise, the death squads that came to this small town would have been more than double in number. These silver tales weren't given by Zhao Sun just to curry favor with him. Judging by those few essays alone, if they were to be sold, they would be worth thousands in gold. All the bookstores under the Zhao family had made a fortune in recent days by reprinting his essays. Fearing she might become suspicious, he had deliberately asked for only 40 tales, but he didn't expect her to still think it was too much. Changyu looked at the shiny silver ingots in her hand, then looked at Zheng. "The owner came to find you specifically because he was impressed by your essays?" Zheng nodded. "The war in Changyu hasn't been won, and there's constant factional strife in the court. Although my depiction of the Changyu war situation is rudimentary, it's an experience other scholars haven't had, so it sells better." Seeing that Changyu didn't look happy upon seeing the silver, but instead fell silent, he unconsciously furrowed his brow. The next moment, he heard Changyu say, "Actually, you don't need to lie to me. I know everything." Zheng's fingertips pressed slightly harder on the cup wall as he asked, "What?" Changyu raised her eyes to look at him. "For you to gain the favor of the bookstore owner, you must be truly talented in writing. You must have studied a lot before. You've been lying to me all this time, saying your knowledge was mediocre because you were afraid I would resent you after my former fiancé passed the examination and broke off the engagement, right?" Hearing that this was what she was talking about, Zheng's fingertips relaxed their grip on the cup wall. Before he could respond, Changyu continued with a frown. "I'm not as petty as you think. There are many scholars in the world. Just because my former fiancé was heartless doesn't mean all scholars in the world are heartless. I understand this logic. You don't need to worry about those unnecessary things." Zheng lowered his eyes and said, "I'm sorry." Changyu waved her hand to show it didn't matter. She had also hidden from the neighbors that she knew martial arts before. This was his skill, whether he told her or not didn't harm her interests, so she had nothing to mind about. Changyu only curiously asked him, "Since you've studied so much, why didn't you take the imperial examinations and instead became an escort?" Zheng said, "What I want to do, studying literature can't help me with." They had been living together for almost a month, and this was the first time Changyu asked in detail about his affairs. Since the conversation had come this far, she continued to ask, "What do you want to do?" A gust of wind blew through the hall, lifting a strand of Zheng's hair at his temples. He looked at the thick layer of snow on the courtyard wall and the misty horizon, his eyes becoming deep and unfathomable. "Just like you want to continue running the meat shop your father left behind, I also want to finish what my father didn't complete." Changyu thought silently for a while, then widened her eyes in surprise. "Don't tell me your family runs an escort agency?" Only those with difficult lives would risk their lives for that little money as escorts. He had good knowledge, high martial arts skills, and was working as an escort. Fan Changyu thought about it, and concluded that only the young master of an escort agency would fit his identity. Yin Zheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Fan Changyu suddenly understood. No wonder you've always said you'd leave once your injuries healed. She pushed the 40 taels of silver back to him. Keep this money for yourself. Rebuilding an escort agency will cost a lot. When you're about to leave, I'll see if I have enough to spare. If I do, I'll give you some more. This wasn't the first time Yin Zheng had heard her talk about them parting ways. Except for the ghastly scars from his external injuries that still looked unhealed, his internal injuries had mostly recovered. Zhao Sun's visit today was also to inform him that he had already purchased 200,000 stones of grain. Before long, he would indeed have to leave. Hearing her speak of these things again at this moment, some inexplicable emotions arose in his heart. He raised his hand to press down on a silver ingot, stopping her from pushing it towards him. His tone carried a hint of firmness. It's for you. For the medicine. Fan Changyu still refused. When you agreed to the fake marriage arrangement, we had already agreed. I would treat your injuries. How can I take your money now? That would be going back on my word. You've been writing essays in the cold room while injured these past days. Earning this silver wasn't easy. He didn't lessen the pressure on the silver ingot at all. His dark eyes locked on her. For the candy then? Fan Changyu was stunned for a moment before realizing he was talking about the money for buying him candy. She said honestly, but buying candy wouldn't cost this much silver. Then keep it for buying more in the future. Even if I buy candy until your injuries heal and you leave, it wouldn't cost this much silver. Fan Changyu stopped mid-sentence and suddenly fell silent. Buying more in the future. Did that mean they still had a future together? The firewood burning in the fire pit made a crackling sound, sparks flying, finally breaking the silence in the room. He repeated, "You keep it." Fan Changyu didn't look at him, but stared at his hand pressing on the silver ingot for a while before asking, "What kind of candy do you like?" Hearing her ask this, Yin Zheng withdrew his hand. "You choose." That night, when Fan Changyu went to bed, she who usually slept well found herself staring at the canopy, unable to sleep. Although she was easygoing, she wasn't a blockhead. Yin Zheng, despite his bad temper and sharp tongue, had a good heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Chong Ning and run when the mountain bandits broke into the house earlier. He was good-looking, literate, and had excellent martial arts skills. She knew he was only staying here temporarily and would eventually leave, so she had always treated him as a passing guest. But today he gave her such a large sum of money and told her to buy him candy in the future. Fan Changyu suddenly felt her heart in a bit of a muddle. She tossed and turned like a pancake being flipped, only falling into a hazy sleep as dawn was breaking. The next day, unsurprisingly, she woke up late, with faint dark circles under her eyes. Fortunately, the meat shop wasn't open on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, so it didn't matter that she had overslept. Fan Changyu got up yawning to make Tangyuan. Outside in the alley, she could hear children playing with firecrackers. The entire town was immersed in a peaceful New Year atmosphere. Just one province away, Changzhou had just experienced a devastating defeat. In the capital city, the neighborhoods were decorated with lanterns and festoons, full of New Year's atmosphere. An urgent war report traveled 800 li to pass through the Yongding Gate, but instead of being sent to the Imperial Palace, it was rerouted to the Wei Chancellor's mansion. Swift horses galloped through the narrow streets, with frost and snow weighing down the branches of the elms and poplars on both sides. The front of the Wei mansion was austere. 2 stone lions with fierce expressions guarded jewels, while armored guards with sharp weapons stood in formation like wild geese. Snow covered the tops of the walls, and even birds were unwilling to perch on the bare branches here. The courier rolled off his horse, took out the war report from his bosom, and held it high above his head, shouting, "Urgent report from Changzhou." The guards at the gate changed expression, took the war report, and hurried into the mansion. After handing it over to the soldiers inside, one of them finally hastily delivered the report to the study. "My lord, urgent report from Changzhou." In no time, the study attendant opened the door and came out to take the war report. The entire process was tight and swift. All letters and reports sent to the Wei Mansion study were delivered in this manner. The study attendant closed the study door, walking almost soundlessly, and respectfully presented the war report to the long-bearded old man reviewing memorials behind the red sandalwood desk. Chancellor, an urgent report from Changyu, delivered over 800 li. A strong hand with distinct tendons and bones took the war report. After reading it, he slammed it heavily on the desk. I should have known that an unfilial son couldn't stabilize the Changyu war situation. It hasn't been long since the autumn harvest. Why can't the entire Northwest collect enough grain? The attendant dared not respond. The old man stood up. Surprisingly, he wasn't wearing brocade robes, but ordinary cotton clothes. With his hands behind his back, he gazed at the deep snowy landscape outside the window. His phoenix eyes were narrow and long, his figure tall and straight. This was Wei Yan, the Chancellor of Great Yin who had controlled state affairs for over a decade. The attendant was first stunned, then said, "Chancellor, you are the pillar of the state. Even the Marquis couldn't touch you, let alone now that the Marquis is gone." Wei Yan closed his eyes and remained silent. When he turned back to sit behind his desk, the hint of melancholy had disappeared from his face. He asked, "Has the item I sent people to retrieve from Jizhu been brought back?" The attendant's voice lowered a few degrees. "The Shin-rank death squads have not sent back any news to date." Wei Yan's expression suddenly sharpened. "What about He Jingyuan?" The attendant replied. The informant placed next to He Jingyuan previously sent word that he seems unaware of the existence of those items. Just then, a voice came from outside the study, announcing, "My lord, the governor of Jizhou has sent a brocade box via express courier." Chapter 30. The attendant cautiously observed Wei Yan's expression. Wei Yan spoke in a deep voice, "Bring it here." Only then did the attendant go to the study door and carry the brocade box to the desk. Wei Yan's aged yet still piercing phoenix eyes examined the box before him. It was quite old, with the brocade fabric adhered to its surface having turned yellow. He unlocked it and opened the box. Upon seeing its contents, a shadow immediately clouded his eyes. Noticing his change in expression, the attendant quickly glanced at the items inside and exclaimed in shock, Has He Jingyuan seen this letter?" Inside the brocade box were a letter and a dark iron token. Wei Yan picked up the letter, noting that while the envelope was old, its seal remained intact with no signature. It appeared as though someone had long ago placed the contents in a new envelope. He said in a grave tone. He didn't dare open it. He tore open the envelope. As expected, inside was another letter that had been opened. Both the paper and envelope of that letter had yellowed and were stained with dried, oxidized blood that had turned light yellow. On the envelope were written the powerful, vigorous characters, "To be opened by Meng Shuyuan." Though Wei Yan's rule by imperial decree had been criticized at court for many years, his calligraphy still ranked among the great masters of the era. Anyone who had seen his handwriting could recognize that the characters on the envelope were his. Upon seeing the letter inside, Wei Yan's cold expression finally softened somewhat, though his eyes remained as sharp as a hawk's. "The item I sent the Xian-rank shadow guards to retrieve, how did it end up in He Jingyuan's hands?" The attendant bowed his head, cold sweat forming. "This old servant will order an investigation immediately." Wei Yan waved his hand, indicating it wasn't necessary. He noticed another memorial from Jizhou sent along with the brocade box. After opening and reading it, he tossed it onto the desk, saying, "He's asking me to spare the 2 daughters of that traitor." Having served Wei Yan for many years, the attendant was naturally adept at reading people's thoughts. Glancing at He Jingyuan's memorial mentioning bandits attacking Qingping County and killing many innocent civilians, with the bandits now executed, he understood Wei Yan's meaning. He Jingyuan had found what Wei Yan wanted and hoped Wei Yan would cease his actions, sparing those 2 girls. The attendant's eyes flickered slightly as he said, "General, he must be acting out of loyalty to his former comrade. You previously tested General He's loyalty by ordering him to kill those 2, which he did. It seems, General, he has always been loyal to you, merely showing misplaced compassion." Wei Yan laughed coldly. "Do you think he obtained this item earlier, or as he claims in his memorial, mistakenly thought it was the Qingping County bandit problem, sent troops to suppress the bandits, accidentally captured the Xian-rank shadow guards, and only then learned what I was seeking?" The attendant pondered carefully. "After you ordered him to kill those 2, Didn't you already send people to watch him? He Jingyuan doesn't seem to have known about this item, so it's likely the latter. Wei Yin said coldly. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one escape. Though he didn't open this letter, the fact that he thought to use it to ask me to spare that traitor's daughters means he must have guessed what it was. The attendant cautiously asked, Do you mean to deal with him like the Marquis? He made a throat-slitting gesture. Wei Yin stared at the memorial on the desk, pondering for a long while before shaking his head. It's been over 16 years since the Battle of Jinzhou. Only a few months ago did rumors about the deaths of Crown Prince Chengde and Xia Linshan suddenly resurface among the people. Zheng's investigation into the battle records must have been guided by someone with ulterior motives. That person behind the scenes hasn't revealed themselves yet, but has already forced me to break my best sword. At this point, Wei Yan's tone suddenly became sharp. Now the battle in Changzhou is at a stalemate, perhaps also due to that person's secret interference. If we lose He Jingyuan's blade now, we might as well hand over the southwest. That traitor was wise enough not to tell his 2 daughters anything about the past. 2 inexperienced girls are not worth fearing, so we'll spare their lives for now. The attendant praised. The chancellor is wise. In his heart, he understood that Wei Yan's compromise to spare He Jingyuan's life was only because He Jingyuan remained useful even after learning the truth about the Battle of Jinzhou. The man who had betrayed him only had 2 daughters, and what revenge could women seek? There was no need to worry about hidden dangers. But Xiezheng was different. The revenge for a murdered father could not be forgiven. That's why the man before him had acted preemptively, setting a trap in the Changzhou battle to bring down this great Yin war god, who had been in theft as a marquis at just 20 for his military exploits. Wei Yin ignored the attendant's flattery and took a final glance at the yellowed letter paper that had weathered 16 years. He tossed it into the charcoal brazier beside the desk. The red-hot silver charcoal instantly burned a large hole in the letter. As the dark brown hole in the paper grew larger, the entire letter was gradually consumed by flames. The weapons and bloodshed of 16 years ago seemed to turn to smoke and ash in this firelight, with no one left to know the truth of those days. Firelight reflected in Wei Yan's eyes as he said gravely, Let He Jingyuan handle the Changzhou battle for now. The person who wants to bring the Battle of Jinzhou from 16 years ago into the open won't give up. Have the D-rank shadow guards watch closely. If there's any more unusual activity, I must see that rat hiding in the dark, stirring up trouble. The attendant asked, Could it be Grand Tutor Li's faction? Wei Yin shook his head, his aged face showing the composure of one standing at the edge of an abyss. If that old fool had noticed any clues about the Battle of Jinzhou back then, he wouldn't have waited 16 years to bring it up again. He continued slowly. After Crown Prince Chengde died in battle, the Eastern Palace caught fire. The Crown Princess and the young prince both perished in the blaze. Half of the Crown Princess's face was still recognizable, but the young prince was burned to a crisp. Let's hope the one who died truly was the young prince. The attendant understood his implication and broke out in a cold sweat, saying, The child who died with the Crown Princess must have been the young prince. Besides him, what other young boy would have been in the Eastern Palace? Wei Yin simply said, Let's hope so. In Jizhou, it was New Year's Eve, but with the Imperial Army's defeat in Changzhou and Jizhou bordering Changzhou, not a single official of the 7th rank or higher in all of Jizhou could enjoy a peaceful New Year. They had all been summoned to the Jizhou government office to discuss countermeasures. A letter was delivered to He Jingyuan's desk. After reading it, he sighed. The Chancellor's eldest son seems to think the fire in Changzhou isn't burning hot enough. Standing below, Zheng Wenchang asked, What do you mean, sir? He Jingyuan handed the document bearing the Northwestern Military Commissioner's seal to his subordinate. After the officials in the study passed it around and read it, discussions erupted. Zheng Wenchang angrily said, In the entire Great Yin dynasty, with 1 capital and 17 prefectures, the Northwest occupies 4. Changzhou has already rebelled, leaving only Huizhou, Jizhou, and Taizhou. Huizhou is a military garrison, and to weaken the military commissioner's power, the court has always strictly forbidden garrisons from storing grain or farming. Now only Jizhou and Taizhou in the entire Northwest can supply grain. Yet Wei Xian demands that our 2 prefectures each provide 100,000 sure of grain within 3 days. Isn't this an impossible demand? Another official said. I hear Taizhou couldn't raise the grain, so yesterday the military commissioner sent troops to forcibly requisition it. The farmer's seed grain for next year was all taken by the soldiers. Forget about spring planting. The common people will be lucky not to starve to death this harsh winter. Those soldiers under Wei Xian don't treat the common people as humans at all. I heard they even beat several peasants to death for refusing to hand over grain. This hasn't spread yet, but once it does, it'll add another black mark to the Wei family's reputation. He Jingyuan listened to the officials below arguing more and more heatedly without speaking. When their disputes reached a crescendo, he finally asked, why couldn't the Northwest raise grain this year? The grain for the 100,000 troops in Huizhou garrison had always been allocated by the imperial court. It was only because of the Changyu rebellion blocking the supply routes that provisions were delayed in arriving. If the Changyu battle had ended earlier, it wouldn't have come to this. But the great Yin war god, Marquis Wuan, had fallen there, greatly impacting the army's morale. The new military commissioner Wei Xian was an ambitious glory seeker. To quickly gain control of Huizhou's 100,000 troops, he demoted or transferred away Marquis Wuan's important generals. His people were unfamiliar with the northwestern battlefields, suffering several consecutive defeats that further damaged morale. He forcibly extended the battle lines, exhausting Huizhou garrison's existing provisions. With Huizhou in dire straits, normally the other three prefectures in the west could have provided supplies first. Even with only 2 prefectures left now, it shouldn't have been impossible to raise any grain at all. Zheng Wenchang, who had been arguing like a firecracker, bowed and said, this subordinate ordered an investigation. Recently, a merchant surnamed Zhao bought up a lot of grain at high prices in Jizhou and Taizhou. The common people only kept coarse grains for their own consumption and seed grain for spring planting. They sold all other grain in exchange for silver to celebrate the new year. He Jingyuan said, investigate this merchant Zhao. Zheng Wenchang acknowledged the order. He Jingyuan said, it's New Year's Eve today. Let's end the meeting here. You should all head home early. The officials, who had been looking gloomy, brightened at his words. Still, they maintained their composure, bowing formally before leaving one by one. Only Zheng Wenchang remained, his brow deeply furrowed. With everyone else gone, he stood alone in the room. He Jingyuan rose from behind his desk, and, seeing Zheng still standing there, asked, why aren't you going home? Zheng Wenchang said worriedly, Sir, since Wei Xian has explicitly ordered our Jizhou prefecture to gather 100,000 share of grain within 3 days, what shall we do if we can't produce it in time? He Jingyuan replied, didn't I tell you to investigate that merchant Zhao? Zheng Wenchang remained silent. The merchant had started buying grain early on. Even if they tracked him down, if the grain had been sold elsewhere, it wouldn't solve their immediate problem. He Jingyuan suddenly stopped and looked at the young man before him, his gaze both gentle and firm. Do you want me to do as Wei Xian does and have our men seize grain from the common people? Zheng Wenchang quickly denied this, though his face still showed hesitation. Then, how will you explain this to the Wei family? He Jingyuan said, there's always a way, but that way isn't putting a knife to the people's throats. Wenchang, it doesn't matter what faction the court officials say we belong to. What's important is that we know in our hearts that we serve as officials for the people of Great Yin. Zheng Wenchang bowed his head in shame. This subordinate understands. He Jingyuan said no more. Outside, heavy snow was falling like goose feathers. As he walked out of the study, He Jingyuan thought about what he had sent to the capital after learning of the defeat in Changzhou. Wei Yin must have seen it by now. The transfer order from the capital had arrived before Wei Xian could cause trouble, so Wei Xian was no longer a threat. Wei Xian's current rush to requisition grain was likely due to his fear of punishment from Wei Yin, making him eager to achieve quick results. With no one else left in the northwest, He Jingyuan was the only one Wei Yin could use. His risky method of exchanging that item for the lives of those 2 sisters might just work. This was all he could do. Hearing the distant sound of firecrackers in the streets, a complex, melancholic emotion flashed in He Jingyuan's eyes. During festivals, we should make offerings to those who have passed. There's an old friend for whom no one will burn spirit money anymore. I'm not worthy to face him. Wenchang, come with me outside the city. Burn some spirit money for my old friend on my behalf. Zheng Wenchang agreed. A carriage drove out of Jizhou's main city, stopping at a hillside. The mountain wind howled as Jingyuan personally lit incense, bowed 3 times towards the north, and planted it in the soil. He then stepped back, letting Zheng Wenchang burn all the spirit money there. The wind fanned the flames, scattering unburned spirit money everywhere. White paper mixed with falling snow creates a desolate, bleak scene. When Zheng Wenchang finished making the offerings and walked down the low hill, he saw Jingyuan standing with his back to the hill, a sorrowful expression on his face. On the return journey, Zheng couldn't help but ask, "Sir, you've always been kind-hearted. Why do you say you're not worthy to face your old friend?" Jingyuan sat in the carriage with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Hearing the question, he only replied, "In times like these, there are things one must do, even if reluctantly." In Linen Town, the snowy ground was covered with soggy spirit money. When the wind blew strongly, more spirit money scattered into the air. The melted snow made the road difficult to traverse, turning it into a muddy mess. Fan Changyu carried Changning along the field ridge, while Yanzheng followed behind with an expressionless face, carrying a bamboo basket full of incense, candles, and spirit money. It was a local tradition to visit ancestors' graves on New Year's Eve to burn incense, light candles, and offer spirit money. Fan Changyu's parents were buried on a hill with excellent feng shui just outside town. Being a new grave, there was hardly any grass in front of it. Upon arrival, Fan Changyu set Changning down. It had been nearly 2 months since their parents passed away. Seeing the 2 graves, tears immediately welled up in Changning's grape-like eyes. "Father, mother." Fan Changyu stroked her younger sister's head, comforting her. "Don't cry. It's the new year. We should be happier. Our parents can see us now, and they'll be at peace in heaven." Little Changning tried hard to sniff back her tears, holding them in. After lighting the incense and candles, Fan Changyu had Changning kowtow before the graves, while she took out the spirit money from the bamboo basket and burned it in an iron basin specially meant for paper ashes. After kowtowing, Changning also squatted down to burn spirit money with Fan Changyu. Seeing Yanzheng standing aside, she gave him a large portion of her spirit money, saying, "Brother-in-law, burn some paper." Yanzheng hesitated briefly before taking the spirit money and burning it. The smell of burning paper was somewhat acrid, and the rising smoke made Changning's eyes water. She had to step aside for a moment. Only Fan Changyu and Yanzheng remained by the fire basin. Yanzheng noticed that she had divided the spirit money in the basket into 4 portions and asked, "Who are the other 2 portions for?" Fan Changyu replied, "My maternal grandfather and grandmother. In the past, my parents would make offerings to them. Now that my parents are gone, we might as well burn offerings for them all together." Yanzheng frowned imperceptibly. Her mother didn't even know her original surname. So how could she know her parents' birth dates and times? He increasingly felt that the surname on her mother's ancestral tablet had been deliberately concealed. As for why her father's surname wasn't hidden, either Fan wasn't her father's original surname, or her father had previously used another surname. Those suspicions arose in his mind. He had no intention of asking about her grandfather's surname. He could already guess the result, and if he asked, she would know nothing about it anyway. Seeing his silence, Fan Changyu thought he was remembering his deceased parents and generously said, "We have extra spirit money at home. Later, you can burn some for your parents too." Yanzheng's long fingers pinched a piece of spirit money curling in the flames, his eyes showing a hint of indifference in the firelight and smoke. Does burning these things work? Fan Changyu couldn't answer this question. After some thought, she said, "Maybe it does. The elders say that people need money in the afterlife to bribe the underworld officials, or they'll suffer. Even if it doesn't work, it's a way of remembering them. Burning spirit money during festivals means there are still people in this world who remember the deceased." Yanzheng said no more, only occasionally throwing more spirit money into the basin. His eyelashes were half lowered, making it impossible to discern the meaning of his gaze. He threw in too much spirit money at once, causing it to pile up unburned and create thick smoke. Fan Changyu was almost brought to tears by the smoke. She closed her eyes and turned her face away, saying, "Don't put in so much at once." She reached out to feel for spirit money in the bamboo basket, but instead touched a cool, large hand. Fan Changyu quickly let go as if electrified, opening her tear-filled almond eyes, both embarrassed and flustered. I'm sorry. The warmth of her touch still lingered on the back of his hand. Yin Zheng lightly pressed his lips together, about to say, it's all right, when he looked up and saw her embarrassed state, with tears in the corners of her eyes and reddened eyelids. He was momentarily stunned. Chapter 31. Fan Changyu finally managed to endure the smoke, blinking to squeeze out the tears caused by the fumes. Feeling somewhat better, she looked up to find Yin Zheng staring at her with an inexplicable expression. She patted the top of her head and asked, "Is there ash in my hair?" The wind was strong at that moment, and indeed, quite a bit of joss paper ash had settled on her head and shoulders. Yin Zheng averted his gaze, lowered his eyes, and nodded. Fan Changyu haphazardly patted herself, but as she did so, the ash spread and stuck to her body. Chang Ning, seeing this, ran over on her short legs and puffed out her cheeks, saying, "Let Ning blow it off for you." Fan Changyu lowered her head to let her younger sister help blow away the ash from her hair. However, Chang Ning was small and lacked the strength to blow it clean. She tugged at Yin Zheng's sleeve, tilted her head up, and said, "Brother-in-law, please blow it off." Yin Zheng looked at Fan Changyu, who was half squatting on the ground letting her sister help remove the ash from her hair. From his angle, he could just see a glimpse of her fair nape and half of her beautiful profile. As she spoke to her sister, there was a gentle smile on her lips. When Fan Changyu heard Chang Ning ask Yin Zheng to help blow away the ash from her hair, she had already raised her head and said, "It's almost gone. Let's go back." The last word caught in her throat. Yin Zheng raised his hand and gently brushed away the smoke and ash from the top of her head. His touch was very light, barely grazing her hair, but the slight tickle caused by the movement of her hair made Fan Changyu stiffen for a moment. It felt completely different from when she did it herself, though she couldn't quite explain how. After removing the last trace of ash from her hair, Yin Zheng withdrew his hand and said, "It's done." Fan Changyu met his dark, inscrutable eyes and said dryly, "Thank you." By the time they returned home from the ancestor worship, it was nearly noon. Fan Changyu stewed a pig's trotter, sliced some Chinese sausage, reheated a previously steamed pork belly, and finally stir-fried a plate of dried vegetables to cut through the greasiness. The three of them made do with this for lunch. The dried vegetables were made during the green vegetable harvest season. After boiling and sun-drying the vegetables, they were stored away. Every household in town knew this technique, which was said to have been invented during the famine years as a way to store as much food as possible. Compared to fresh greens, the dried vegetables had a richer aroma. After rehydrating and chopping them finely, they were stir-fried with ginger and garlic, resulting in a dish even more fragrant than meat. After the meal, nearly half of the meat was left, but the plate of dried vegetables was finished. The large bowl of minced meat mixed with offal next to the gerfalcon's cage was also emptied. The bird was now squinting its small eyes and using its beak to groom its feathers, which had turned a dingy gray from being placed near the fire pit. After clearing away the bowls and chopsticks, Fan Changyu took out the red paper for the spring couplets and lanterns she had bought earlier and began to work on them. Hanging spring couplets and big red lanterns on New Year's Eve was an essential custom. The brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were all in Yin Zheng's room. Fan Changyu, carrying a stack of spring couplet paper, knocked on his door. On the writing desk, the paper was spread out, and the chipped inkstone was already filled with ground ink. As expected, he was sitting at the rickety desk writing something. As his cool gaze swept over her, Fan Changyu scratched her head and asked shamelessly, "Do you know how to write spring couplets?" Chang Ning, like a little shadow, also peeked out from the doorway, her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. "Brother-in-law writing spring couplets." Yin Zheng put aside the half-written paper, making room on the desk, and said, "Bring them here." Fan Changyu then squeezed into the room with the spring couplet paper and Chang Ning, her little shadow. After Yin Zheng laid out the spring couplet paper on the desk and dipped the brush in thick ink, there wasn't much ink left in the inkstone. He turned his head slightly towards Fan Changyu and said, "Help me grind some more ink." Fan Changyu seemed to want to say something, but held back. Seeing that he had already started writing the first powerful and graceful character on the spring couplet paper, she didn't want to disturb him. She glanced at the inkstone and began grinding ink vigorously. When Yin Zheng's brush ran low on ink and he was about to dip it again, he saw the black mess in the inkstone and fell silent for a moment before saying, "That's too much." It wasn't just too much. She had nearly ground half a block of ink for writing one pair of couplets. He couldn't help but glance at her hands. Thinking of her strength, he resigned himself to the situation. Changyu said sheepishly, "I was going to ask you how much to grind before I started." She could read and had been forced by her mother to learn how to write, albeit poorly. The 4 treasures of the study were precious, and she rarely ground ink herself. In the past, when her mother forced her to practice writing, her mother would prepare the ink and watch her write. She had no idea how much ink to grind. Yin Zheng seemed to be used to such situations and said, "It's not a problem to grind too much, just a waste if we can't use it all." Changyu stared at the ink stick she had ground down by more than half, feeling quite regretful. She thought that old lady Zhao's family probably hadn't bought spring couplets either, and said, "Then let's write a pair for old lady Zhao's family too. We can use the leftover ink to write a few more pairs and hang one on each room's door for good luck." This was the first time Yin Zheng had heard of such a way of hanging spring couplets. His handsome brows furrowed slightly, but then he found it somewhat amusing. A feeling of clarity that he couldn't quite explain arose in his heart. When he first met her, he only thought this woman was coarse, but now he felt that within that coarseness, there was a vigorous life force. She was like wild grass in an untended field, growing upwards with sheer tenacity. She could break through frozen earth, split rocks, endure harsh winters, and survive scorching summers. No matter whether the emerging sprout faced frost or rain, the roots below continued to burrow deep into the thick soil, constantly providing nourishment for the sprout to grow upwards. He glanced at the woman sitting at the side of the desk, resting her chin on her hand as she watched him write. Then he dipped his brush in thick ink and continued to write the second line of the couplet. Snowflakes drifted in through the half-open window. The wind moved his wide sleeves and fanned Changyu's long hair. As he finished writing, Changyu leaned in to look at the couplet he had written, and a strand of her hair brushed across the back of his hand. He paused in the act of lifting his brush, and a drop of ink fell onto the bottom of the couplet. Changyu let out a small "ah" and said with some frustration, "Did I disturb you?" Yin Zheng withdrew his gaze. "No, I just dipped too much ink." Changyu looked at the couplet with some regret. "What a pity, the calligraphy is so beautiful. But it's all right, we can hang it on my and Chang Ning's door." Yin Zheng looked up and asked, "Do you like it?" Changyu nodded. She examined the couplet and read out the characters. "Ice melts, spring water flows, snow clears, grass sprouts grow. I like the imagery of ice and snow melting to make way for spring grass." She smiled at Yin Zheng as she spoke. "When my mother used to write spring couplets for our family, she also didn't like to write the kind of auspicious phrases sold in the market." Yin Zheng was momentarily dazed by her smile. He didn't respond, but lowered his gaze and picked up his brush. With a few strokes, he turned the ink drop that had ruined the entire couplet into a small, evocative sketch of wild grass. Changyu and her sister both exclaimed, "Oh," in unison, their eyes unable to hide their delight. Changyu picked up the couplet and examined it repeatedly. "You can paint too?" Yin Zheng said. "Just a little." Changyu stared at the vibrant wild grass at the bottom of his spring couplet. "It's more than enough." She looked up at Yin Zheng several times and said, "If you sold your calligraphy and paintings on the street, I think you could make a lot of money." With his looks and brush skills, surely many young women would be willing to buy his paintings. Yin Zheng's mouth, which had curved upward slightly at her earlier praise, flattened again when he heard her last 2 sentences. He said, "I don't create art that doesn't please me." Changyu knew that he had always been ill-tempered, so such an answer didn't surprise her. She watched as he continued to write the horizontal scroll. He wrote 4 characters meaning, "Endure until spring arrives." His calligraphy was strong, seeming to carry the vigor and tenacity of wild grass breaking through the soil. Changyu already loved the couplet very much, and seeing this horizontal scroll made her even more satisfied. To make it match, Yin Zheng also drew a few strokes of wild grass on the horizontal scroll and the upper scroll of the spring couplet paper. Changyu happily placed the completed couplet on the nearby cabinet to dry. This couplet no longer had the ink stain, and the spring couplet paper they bought was only enough for 3 pairs. Changyu still wanted to write a pair for old lady Zhao and her family, so she immediately decided to hang this pair at the main door. The spring couplet Zheng wrote for the 2 elders was a pair of auspicious phrases wishing for blessings, longevity, and good health. When writing the last spring couplet, Changning placed both hands on the desk, stood on her tiptoes, and said, "Ning wants to write too." Changyu thought that since this couplet was just for their own home, she took out the paper for the horizontal scroll. She asked Zheng to come up with a pair of verses, which he wrote on the paper. Then she guided her sister's hand to copy them. She helped Changning write the horizontal scroll, and then wrote the first line of the couplet in her scrawl. Although the characters were ugly, Changyu was quite satisfied with the result. She handed the brush back to Zheng. "You write the second line." Zheng looked at the characters that were so large they almost spilled off the entire spring couplet paper. After a moment of silence, he wrote the second line in wild cursive script, which made it look less incongruous. All the calligraphy styles he used deliberately avoided his usual handwriting, so that anyone familiar with his script wouldn't recognize it. Changyu was about to finish up, but Changning had slipped out of the room at some point and brought back the gerfalcon from its cage in the main hall. Her eyes shining brightly, she looked at Changyu and said, "Let's add Xian's footprint too." Her way of holding the bird was quite particular. One chubby hand held its belly, while the other gripped its neck, clearly implying that if the gerfalcon didn't cooperate, she would simply grab it by the neck. Zheng met the gerfalcon's terrified and helpless gaze, feeling somewhat bemused. These sisters must be blood-related. Changyu stroked the feathers on the gerfalcon's forehead, thought for a moment, and said, "All right." She took the inkstone, lifted one of the gerfalcon's claws, dipped it in the ink, and pressed it onto the horizontal scroll after Changning's writing. Still haunted by the memory of being tapped on the head, the gerfalcon kept its wings tucked in and didn't dare move throughout the process, its small eyes wide open, looking bewildered and pitiful. After making the print, Changyu used a damp cloth to clean the ink off the gerfalcon's foot before telling Changning, "Take it back now." Changning happily carried the gerfalcon back to its cage in the main hall. Changyu went to the kitchen to find the leftover rice porridge from lunch. She first pasted the spring couplet created by the 3 of them and the gerfalcon on the door frame of the main hall, then took the rice porridge paste outside to hang the endure until spring arrives couplet. When the elderly Zhao couple heard that Zheng had written a couplet for them too, they came out to see Changyu helping them paste the new couplet, smiling from ear to ear. Other neighbors passing by in the alley saw this and asked curiously, "Changyu, your husband can write couplets too?" Old lady Zhao had always been unwilling to let people look down on Changyu because of Song Yan's affair. Hearing this question, she immediately said, "Of course. That young man is well educated. Look at this calligraphy. It's even better than the spring couplets sold on the street." In this small town, being able to read and write a few characters was considered a skill. Even if one couldn't pass the county-level imperial examinations, just passing the child-level exam would significantly improve one's status when arranging marriages. The woman looked and nodded repeatedly. It's no worse than the spring couplet song Yin used to write for everyone in previous years. Changyu knows how to pick a husband. She smiled at Changyu and said, "Would your husband write a pair for your aunt too?" In previous years, when the new year approached, Song Yin would set up a stall in the market to write spring couplets for extra income. He wouldn't charge the neighbors in the alley, as long as they brought their red paper. However, most people would still give him something as a gesture of gratitude when asking for his help. This year, with Song Yin's family having moved away, people would have to spend more than 10 copper coins to have someone write spring couplets, and even ready-made ones weren't cheap. Most families in the alley hadn't prepared spring couplets. Changyu thought about Zheng's ill temper and politely declined. "I'm sorry, Aunt. We don't have extra spring couplet paper at home." The woman replied directly, "I still have spring couplet paper from previous years at home." Zheng appeared at the gate at some point. Seeing him, the woman asked with a smile, "Changyu's husband, do you have time to write a pair of spring couplets for your aunt?" What kind of address was Changyu's husband? Changyu was afraid he might say something harsh with his sharp tongue and was about to refuse on his behalf again when she heard him say, "Please bring the paper." Seeing Fan Changyu, they all smiled and said, "We heard your husband is writing spring couplets for people. Grandma's family hasn't written spring couplets this year either, so we shamelessly came along." Knowing that the 4 treasures of the study were precious, they naturally didn't come empty-handed. Those who had made tofu at home brought a bowl of tofu. Those who had made rice candy wrapped up a few pieces and gave them to Changning as snacks. Fan Changyu, seeing the people bringing gifts, couldn't refuse outright, nor could she accept on Yin Zheng's behalf. Fan Changyu felt awkward all over and squeezed out a dry thank you. For dinner, they had the leftover stewed pig's trotter from lunch, along with some homemade New Year's dishes brought by neighbors who had come for spring couplets. Fan Changyu selected a few dishes to reheat and set up a small pot over the fire pit. Yin Zheng looked at the woman sleeping soundly on the low table. Half of her face, illuminated by the firelight, was flushed red. Just looking at her made one think that the temperature of her skin, if touched, would be extremely warm and soft. He gazed at her quietly for a while, then averted his eyes. He picked up the wine jar from the table and poured himself a cup. With one leg half bent and one hand resting on his knee, he sat in a relaxed posture, taking a small sip from the cup as he looked out at the snowy scene beyond the door. Perhaps it was because he was close to the fire pit, or perhaps it was the warm light from the lanterns under the eaves, but at this moment, his heart felt unprecedentedly peaceful. 16 years after the Battle of Jinzhou, he finally understood again how the new year should be celebrated. Half a jar of wine found its way into his stomach, sip by sip, yet his eyes showed no sign of intoxication. At the stroke of midnight, fireworks exploded over the town. He looked towards the woman at the other end of the low table, who only mumbled in her sleep at the sound before sinking back into deep slumber. He said softly, "Happy New Year." Chapter 32. In the distant alleys, the sound of firecrackers continued to echo intermittently after the fireworks display. The night air carried occasional barks of dogs. Xiezheng lightly rapped his half-clenched fist on the table where Fan Changyu was slumped. "Wake up." Under the influence of alcohol and fatigue, Fan Changyu only mumbled a response, adjusting her head to a more comfortable position on her arm before falling back into a deep sleep. Seeing that he couldn't wake her, Xiezheng hesitated for a moment before walking over to lift her, intending to carry her back to her room. This movement caused Fan Changyu to open her eyes drowsily. Her cheeks were still flushed, leaving Xiezheng unsure whether she was awake or still intoxicated. He supported her with one arm to prevent her from falling and asked, "Can you return to your room on your own?" Fan Changyu tilted her head to examine him. Her hair was disheveled from her sleeping position, making her look both dazed and docile. Her gaze was vacant, as if she couldn't recognize who was in front of her. Xiezheng was taken aback at first, then averted his gaze and frowned, saying, "You shouldn't drink recklessly if you don't know your alcohol tolerance." He tugged at her hand, intending to help her up when he heard her mumbling something incoherently. Unable to make out her words, Xiezheng leaned in closer. "What?" Fan Changyu was barely conscious. As her head bobbed, it happened to dip just as Xiezheng leaned in to listen. Her lips lightly brushed his cheek, and her head nestled into the crook of his neck. Her already drowsy eyes closed completely, unaware of what she had done. Xiezheng froze entirely. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The sound of wind, snow, and the crackling bonfire all ceased. Her fluffy hair rested against the side of his neck, her breathing long and shallow, indicating she had fallen into a deep sleep. Xiezheng remained motionless for a long while until a weak voice came from nearby. "Sister." Xiezheng turned his head to see Changning, who seemed to have just woken up. She was still clutching her red envelope in one hand while rubbing her sleepy eyes with the other, looking at him and Fan Changyu with confusion. His long, slender finger lightly pressed against his lips, making a shu gesture. His bangs fell across his forehead, and his eyes were dark and calm in the lamplight. "Your sister is asleep. Don't disturb her." Changning nodded obediently. Xiezheng pointed to the oil lamp nearby and asked, "Can you carry the oil lamp?" Little Changning nodded more vigorously. She carried the oil lamp with both hands, walking in front. Xiezheng slipped one arm under Fan Changyu's armpits and the other under her knees, lifting her horizontally. He walked steadily behind Changning. Fan Changyu had carried him back from the wilderness twice before, but this was the first time he had carried her. She was even lighter than he had imagined. Of course, in just 2 short months, she had experienced the death of her parents, her childhood sweetheart breaking off their engagement, and her uncle seizing her family's property. More recently, these 2 assassination attempts were enough to terrify an ordinary person for life. On the surface, she acted as if nothing was wrong, going out early and returning late every day to earn money to support her family. At the dinner table, she never seemed to lose her appetite, and when comforting her younger sister, she would still play and joke around with the child. In the past, Xiezheng had thought she was simply carefree, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that perhaps she wasn't carefree at all. She simply knew that she couldn't afford to remain grief-stricken and depressed. So she worked hard to earn money, ate well every day, slept well, and didn't dare to let herself fall ill or become discouraged. Because her sister had only her to rely on, she couldn't afford to falter. The path from the main hall to the north room wasn't long, but in the interplay of darkness and lamplight, a surge of complex emotions welled up in Xiezheng's heart. Upon reaching the north room, Changning, being too short to place the oil lamp on the table, set it on a round stool instead. Xiezheng laid the sleeping Fan Changyu on the bed. Changning scurried over, grasping her sister's shoes with both hands and tugging hard, trying to remove them. The child struggled with all her might, but still couldn't manage it. Xiezheng said, "Let me." He helped remove both shoes and was about to cover Fan Changyu with the quilt when Changning said, "Sister hasn't taken off her coat yet." Xiezheng's fingertips paused momentarily. He placated the child, saying, "Your sister is asleep. Taking off her coat might wake her up. Let her sleep like this." Changning finally relented. As he covered Fan Changyu with the cotton quilt, the little girl kicked off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, tucking in her sister's blanket corners like a little adult. Xiezheng waited until the child had also lain down before placing the oil lamp on the nearby wooden table. He glanced back at the bed curtains. In the dim lamplight, Fan Changyu's face bore a light flush from the alcohol, her sleeping posture both docile and graceful. He suddenly recalled the night he had taught her grading law. She had fallen asleep while reciting legal codes, slumped over the desk, and in her sleep, she had choked out a cry of "Mother." That strange and unfamiliar emotion rose in his heart once again. Brother-in-law, Changning, noticing him staring in their direction, blinked and called out to him. Xiezheng snapped back to reality and said, "Don't tell your sister about what happened in the other room earlier." Little Changning looked very confused. What happened? Xiezheng was silent for a moment, thinking that she had just woken up then and might not have seen anything. He said, "Nothing." As he prepared to extinguish the oil lamp, the child asked, "Brother-in-law, don't you need a lamp to return to your room?" "No need." With those words, the oil lamp was extinguished, and the room plunged into darkness. Xiezheng left the room with steady steps despite the darkness, carefully closing the door behind him. Before returning to his room, he took the gerfalcon from its cage by the fire pit. Once in his room, he lit an oil lamp, ground some ink, and finished writing the letter he had left incomplete earlier that day. He then placed it in a bamboo tube and tied it to the gerfalcon's leg. The gerfalcon's wing and leg injuries had mostly healed. In the past few days, since it hadn't been able to fly, it had been fed a large bowl of minced fresh meat or offal daily, causing the entire falcon to become noticeably plumper. When Xiezheng raised his arm for the gerfalcon to perch on, he felt the weight on his forearm and his brow furrowed imperceptibly. After delivering the letter, fly around outside until dark before returning. The gerfalcon's beady eyes instinctively glanced toward the large bowl of minced meat in the main hall. Sensing the sudden chill in the person behind it, it hastily flapped its wings and flew into the deep night sky. Even after the gerfalcon had flown far away, Xiezheng didn't go back inside. Instead, he stood under the eaves with his hands behind his back, watching the snow fall like willow catkins for a long time. When he had Zhao Sun by grain, he had anticipated that the officials would eventually take notice. A few days ago, when Zhao Sun came to see him, he had already instructed Zhao Sun to first send the grain to a place he specified. The letter the gerfalcon was delivering was to instruct his former subordinates to transport the grain. The Wei family thought they could eliminate him without expending any troops or effort, and then take over his 100,000 troops in Huizhou. Their plan was excellent, but since he hadn't died, The good days of that father and son duo were coming to an end. The rumors about the Battle of Changyu 16 years ago that suddenly spread a few months earlier. He hadn't believed them at first. But when his dear uncle learned that he was secretly investigating the Battle of Changyu and directly set a trap on the battlefield to attempt to take his life, it undoubtedly confirmed that rumor. Before reclaiming command of the Huizhou troops, he still needed to use the Wei family to first remove the spies they had planted around him. Thinking about how he had mistaken the enemy for his father for 16 years, Xie Zheng's raised corner of his mouth was full of mockery. If that woman, upon learning of his father's death, hadn't chosen to follow his father, would he have avoided being raised by Wei Yan's hand and mistaking the enemy for his father for 16 years? He closed his eyes heavily, the lantern under the eaves casting a shadow across his high, straight nose. Somehow, his thoughts turned to the two Fan sisters again. For a moment, Xie Zheng felt a bit envious of that child. When he encountered misfortune in his youth, he was about the same age as her. But when the Xie family fell, there was no one left behind him to shelter him from the wind and rain. How fortunate that child was. Even without parents, she still had a sister who could hold up the sky for her. When he opened his eyes again, all emotions had settled in the depths of Xie Zheng's eyes. He turned back to his room, took off his outer robe, and had just lain down when he felt something amiss under his pillow. He sat up, removed the pillow, and was startled for a moment when he saw a red envelope placed underneath. New Year's money. The character for age was the same as for evil spirit, and people believed that New Year's money could ward off evil and ghosts, bringing blessings of peace. Had that woman placed this for him? Xie Zheng opened the red envelope. Inside were several small silver ingots. Each weighed less than one tael, but held in his hand at this moment. They felt incredibly heavy. Xie Zheng couldn't remember how long it had been since he had last received New Year's money. After his parents passed away, the only time he received New Year's money was when his grandmother was still alive. Wei Yan had lived a life of cold-bloodedness and rigidity. Let alone his nephew. He had never shown kindness even to his son, naturally never preparing red envelopes for them during the new year. Xie Zheng lay back on the bed, one hand pillowing his head, the other holding up a silver ingot to examine in the candlelight. His beautiful brows and eyes held several other emotions. Her parents had passed away, so no one would give her New Year's money anymore either, right? The next day, when Fan Changyu woke up, she felt a slight throbbing in her head. Due to her drunkenness, she had woken up quite late. Changming was already not in the room. She slowly crawled up, finding that her clothes were still properly on her body. She tried hard to recall the events of the previous night, but her memories after getting drunk were a complete blank no matter how she tried to remember. However, since she had made it back to her room, either she had walked back herself or Yin Zheng had helped her back. Fan Changyu felt her face heating up just thinking about the latter possibility. This was truly embarrassing. She had gotten drunk on clear wine. If word got out, wouldn't people laugh at her? She pressed her slightly aching temples. After getting up and quickly washing up, she heard Changming crying in the main hall. Fan Changyu walked out and asked, "What's wrong?" Changming was crouched by the chicken coop, crying with snot and tears. Xian is gone. Fan Changyu, seeing the empty chicken coop, was also stunned for a moment. She said, maybe the cage door wasn't closed last night, and the gerfalcon flew away once its wing injury had healed. Changming cried, even more heartbrokenly. Fan Changyu had no choice but to bring out the explanation about the gerfalcon having to return to find its falcon father and mother. Only then did Changming slowly stop crying. Yin Zheng, probably having heard the crying from his room, came out. Seeing Changming still guarding the chicken coop and shedding tears, he said, "It will fly back again." Changming raised her tear-filled eyes. Really, Fan Changyu thought he was just comforting the child. Fearing that after telling such a lie, Changming would be even more upset when she found out it wasn't true, she ignored her embarrassment about possibly making a fool of herself while drunk last night and gave Yin Zheng a look. At first, Yin Zheng didn't understand her glance. Later, after Fan Changyu had coaxed Changming away, she said to him, "You don't need to lie to her like that. Changming is probably just too lonely. I'm planning to raise a brood of chicks in the spring. Once she has new playmates, she'll forget about that gerfalcon." Yin Zheng said, "I wasn't comforting her." This time it was Fan Changyu's turn to look completely baffled. He couldn't be frank about sending the gerfalcon to deliver a letter at this point, so Yanjing lied without batting an eye. When training hawks and falcons, they are eventually released to fly. If they return, it means they've been fully tamed. Hearing this, Fan Changyu realized it was still an unknown. She eyed Yanjing suspiciously. "You're so certain it will fly back?" Yanjing nodded calmly. Although Fan Changyu still had some doubts, she didn't understand falcon training herself, so she didn't say anything more. She had smoked quite a bit of cured meat recently, which was still hanging above the fire pit. Most of it was kept for sale, with only a small portion reserved for eating. In the past, when her parents were still alive, her father would take a piece of meat to visit the Fan family elders on this day every year. Now that her parents were gone, although Fan Changyu wasn't close to the old couple, they were still elders, and she had to keep up appearances. After breakfast, she planned to take a piece of cured meat to give to the old couple and then return. She entrusted Yanjing to keep an eye on Changming before leaving with the cured meat. Fanda had died not long ago, so the new year at the Fan family's old home was rather bleak. When Fan Changyu arrived, only the old couple was at home. Madame Lu had taken her 2 children back to her maiden home for the new year. Perhaps because they had lost 2 sons in 1 year, the old couple had suffered quite a blow. Old Mrs. Fan was bedridden, and old Mr. Fan's already graying hair had turned almost completely white. Even on New Year's Day, his clothes were dirty and wrinkled. It was unclear whether he had no heart to tidy up, or if life had become difficult now that his daughter-in-law was managing the household. Seeing Fan Changyu, he invited her to come in and sit by the fire to warm up. But Fan Changyu only wanted to give the gift and leave. She said, "Changming is waiting for me at home, so I won't stay long." Old Mr. Fan looked at the cured meat she had brought, probably reminded of how his younger son used to bring a piece of meat every new year. His eyes reddened as he said, "Come in and sit for a while. There are some things about your father's past that I think I should tell you." Fan Changyu was startled to hear this. What things about her father's past did she not know? Seeing old Mr. Fan hobble into the house after saying those words, Fan Changyu hesitated briefly before following him inside. Chapter 33. The old residence was even more dilapidated than Fan Changyu's home, clearly neglected. Objects were strewn haphazardly around the room. Due to the winter fire pit, tables and chairs were covered in a layer of soot that hadn't been wiped clean. If one sat down without wiping the seat first, their clothes would be stained with black smoke upon standing. The furnishings in the room were all inexpensive earthenware pots. Both Fanda and his son were fond of gambling, and any valuable items in the house had long been pawned for money. The elderly Fan couple lived in the west room. Fan's father said at the door, "Old woman, Changyu is here." The old Mrs. Fan, lying on the Kong bedstove, simply turned her back to the door, clearly unwilling to say a word to Fan Changyu. Fan's father looked a bit embarrassed and explained to Fan Changyu, "She's been like this since Danyu's death." Fan Changyu didn't take it to heart at all, nor did she bother to pay her respects, as Mrs. Fan had never shown them a kind face since she could remember. She used the handkerchief handed to her by Fan's father to wipe the bench, then sat down directly by the fire pit in the main hall to warm herself. As Fan's father hung the cured meat she had brought over the fire pit to continue smoking, Fan Changyu noticed the unwashed bowls and chopsticks on a nearby table. It seemed the elderly couple had cooked rice porridge for breakfast. Even on New Year's Day, there wasn't a trace of meat on their table. Fan Changyu frowned and asked after Fan's father sat down, "After Uncle's incident, didn't the government give you 25 taels of silver as compensation? Haven't you used that money?" 25 taels was not a small sum. For an ordinary family, if used frugally and without anyone needing medical treatment, 10 taels would be enough for a year's expenses. Fan's father stammered, "That money needs to be saved for your cousin's marriage." Fan Changyu raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me he gambled it away at the casino again?" Fan's father said, "The money is kept by your aunt. She's worried that the mourning period will delay your cousin's marriage, so she plans to have him wed during the mourning period. She's already looking for potential brides." Hearing this, Fan Changyu said nothing more. Everyone lives their own life. In the past, the elderly couple had always favored Fanda with the best things. Now that their son was gone, naturally, they would favor their grandson with the best. As long as the old residents didn't have any ill intentions toward her family's home, She was willing to maintain the status quo of the two families not interfering with each other. She asked, "You mentioned earlier that there was something related to my father. What is it?" Fan's father's wrinkled face was illuminated by the firelight, making him appear even more gaunt. He sighed slowly. "Daniyu's misfortune might also be my retribution." Fan Changyu found these words rather strange, but remained silent, waiting for Fan's father to continue. "Although your father wasn't my biological son, he was my brother's child. That year, during the famine, your real grandfather went with the villagers to raid the government's granary and was killed by the soldiers. Your grandmother left all the remaining food for your father to eat and starved herself to death. Before she died, she entrusted your father to me." As Fan's father spoke of these things, tears glistened in his cloudy old eyes. "I wanted to raise that child as my flesh and blood, but it was a year of famine. People were even cooking and eating those who died by the roadside, and even the Guanyin soil was fought over. With one more mouth to feed in the family, everyone had to give up a portion of their food for their father. Your two aunts, whom you've never met. The older one was only 13 when she was sent to be a concubine for a wealthy man, in exchange for half a bag of white flour." Fan's father's voice trembled, tears streaming down his face. Later, that wealthy man went to another prefecture. Decades have passed, and neither the old woman nor I have seen that child again. We don't know if she's alive or dead. The younger one was only 8 when she was sold to a slave trader for 301, and we've heard nothing of her since. At that time, only Daniyu, Erniyu, and your father were left in the family, but we still couldn't fill our stomachs. Your father was the same age as my Erniyu, but Erniyu was also weak. He fell gravely ill on the way to escape the famine. To get treatment for Erniyu, we had no choice but to sell your father to the slave trader as well. Your father was sensible from a young age. When the slave trader took him away, he kowtowed to me 3 times. At this point, Fan's father choked with emotion, unable to continue. Those 501 have haunted me with guilt for a lifetime. Erniyu was ill-fated, and even after several doses of medicine, we couldn't save him. I thought I'd never see your father again. But who would have thought that 16 years ago, he would return to this town with your mother? He had been helping to search for news of the 2 girls who were sold all those years. He couldn't find the older one, but he did find the younger one. I heard she had married a military household but later died in the war. In times of famine and war, human life is as cheap as grass. Fan Changyu hadn't expected there to be so many hidden stories behind her father's disappearance. Her emotions were complex, and it took her a while before she asked, after my father returned, "Why did he use your second son's name?" Fan's father said, "When your father came back, he told me he had made enemies while working as a caravan guard outside. He asked if he could live in the town under Erniyu's identity. How could I not agree? So I told everyone he was Erniyu, who had gotten lost during the famine years. The old woman has been resenting your father all these years, believing it was because of him that our 2 daughters were sold. After your parents came to town, she often went to cause trouble, repeatedly saying it was for your father that she sacrificed her 2 daughters and took quite a few things from your parents. Later, when your mother fell ill after giving birth to your sister, seeing that your family had no male heir, she thought of adopting Daniyu's second son to your father, so he could inherit your father's property in the future." Fan's father sighed heavily, his face full of shame. She was just obsessed. During that year of famine, even if we hadn't adopted your father, the 2 girls probably couldn't have been kept anyway. The children were lost one by one, and in the end, only Daniyu was left. She repeatedly indulged him, which spoiled Daniyu. It's also my fault. In the early years, I couldn't support this big family. Later, even though I knew she was wrong, whenever she cried about the 2 girls, I couldn't bring myself to discipline Daniyu properly. Fan Changyu had originally disliked Mrs. Fan, finding her sharp-tongued and harsh towards her family. After hearing Fan's father's account of past events, she felt that pitiable people must have detestable aspects, but her opinion of Mrs. Fan remained unchanged. As Fan's father said, in the end, they couldn't save Fan Erniyu even after selling her father. How could Mrs. Fan be certain that if they hadn't adopted her father, her 2 daughters and younger son wouldn't have left her? It was just that her father happened to become a target for Mrs. Fan to vent her resentment. Fan Changyu said, "What's past is past. As long as you don't cause any more trouble for my family, I'll treat you the same way my father did before. Fan's father said, I'm not telling you this for that reason. Before your parents' incident, your father came to see me. Fan Changyu looked surprised. Fan's father, both guilty and embarrassed, said he had arranged how to divide the family property and shops. He even wrote a will, saying the pork shop could be given to your uncle, and everything else would be left to you and your sister. I asked him if the enemies he made years ago had come looking for him, but he wouldn't say more. He only asked me to look after your sisters in the future. Who would have thought that the old woman was a gossip? After your parents passed away, she revealed this to Dainyu. Dainyu has developed a gambling addiction over the years and has become increasingly unruly. He directly stole that will and burned it, wanting to seize all of your family's property. These old bones of mine are useless. I couldn't control him at all. When Fan Changyu heard that her parents might have prepared everything before going to their deaths, her hands and feet became uncontrollably cold. Her hands, resting on her knees, unconsciously clenched into fists, her lips turning white as she pressed them together. Are you saying that before that, my father might have known that he and my mother didn't have long to live? Fan's father hesitated, then nodded. Fan Changyu felt a chill throughout her body, her mind in chaos. According to the official story, it was bandits looking for a treasure map who found her father and came to demand it. Then why would her father think that if he died with her mother, the bandits wouldn't come to kill her and Changning? Unless the bandits had already obtained the treasure map. But later, her family still encountered bandits twice, clearly showing they hadn't gotten what they wanted yet. However, these later two groups of bandits didn't know about her family and only targeted them after learning something from Fanda. Fan Changyu could only think of one possibility. The bandits who killed her parents and those who came to her house looking for the treasure map were not the same group. The former got the treasure map, but still had to kill her parents, perhaps because her parents knew some secret. Did they have to be silenced? Fan Changyu had originally thought that after the government's bandit suppression, her parents' revenge was considered settled. But now she suddenly felt that the murderers of her parents might not have been brought to justice yet. After all, news had just come that the treasure map had appeared in the hands of rebels in Changzhou, and those rebels had recruited many nearby mountain bandits and outlaws. The bandits who killed her parents might well be under the rebels' command. On the way home, Fan Changyu was lost in thought. As she entered the house, she heard Yin Zheng's calm voice. Wood, Yao, wood, with a big character below, combined to form the character Fan. Changning said pitifully, I don't want to learn characters anymore. I want to learn how to butcher pigs like sister. Your sister can read while butchering pigs. Changning sniffled, as if about to cry. Hearing the door open, she immediately ran out on her short legs and hugged Fan Changyu's leg, looking up with her face scrunched up. Sister, why do I need to learn characters to butcher pigs? Fan Changyu, her mind still preoccupied, simply patted Changning's little hair bun. Mother used to say that after learning to read and write, one understands the big picture and great principles. Only then can one navigate life without making mistakes. Changning looked a bit dazed, clearly not understanding the meaning of these words. Yin Zheng raised his eyebrows slightly and added, I haven't seen you fond of reading either. His words carried a hint of teasing. Usually, Fan Changyu would have bantered back, but today she only said tiredly, I'll read more in the future. Yin Zheng finally noticed the unusual expression on her face and asked, You went out for a while and came back looking like frostbitten crops. What happened? Fan Changyu sat by the fire pit and sighed lightly. After telling him what Fan's father had said, she said dejectedly, If my parents weren't killed just because of the treasure map, I need to find out the real reason for their deaths. After listening, Yin Zheng's eyes also darkened. If her father had anticipated this and even prepared for the aftermath, it suggested that those who took her father's life might have met him beforehand. Her guess wasn't unreasonable. However, what those people were looking for wasn't a treasure map, but a letter that Wei Yin considered extremely important. The people who killed her parents got the letter. She and her sister knew nothing about her parents' past, so they were spared. Yin Zheng, having previously worked as an assassin for Wei Yin, knew that Wei Yin's usual approach was to eliminate all potential threats. The fact that they spared the sisters might be because they had some connection to her parents. Considering that they had met her father before killing him, this guess seemed even more plausible. Later, When Wei Manor's assassins came to her house to kill and search, and Governor He Jingyuan of Jizhou suddenly deployed troops to Linen Town, it was indeed worth pondering. Most importantly, given his uncle Wei Yan's iron-fisted style, it was uncharacteristic of him to remain passive after losing so many assassins in Linen Town. If He Jingyuan wanted to protect these two sisters, and given the current situation in the northwest, Wei Yan could only rely on He Jingyuan. Perhaps an agreement between the two would explain everything. Fan Changyu looked up to see Yanzheng staring at her with deep, pensive eyes. She asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yanzheng answered indirectly, "Do you want to avenge your parents?" Fan Changyu nodded. "Of course." She then noticed that the hair tie Yanzheng was wearing was the one she had bought for him earlier. It seemed to be the first time he had worn it. The dark blue color accentuated his cold, sharp features, giving him an air of detachment. Yanzheng said, "What if everything the officials said in closing the case was false?" Chapter 34. Fan Changyu asked in confusion, "Why would the officials lie?" Yanzheng frowned slightly, considering that she had lived in this small place all her life, and the highest-ranking official she had ever seen was probably just a county magistrate. He found himself more tolerant of her current display of naivety. Her parents might have taught her many principles for navigating life, but they hadn't told her about the intrigues of officialdom. He explained to her with unusual patience, even giving an example. Just like when your uncle wanted to seize your family's property and sought out that legal advisor. Even in the small world of a country yamen, there are power dynamics. Moving up to the prefectural level and the imperial court, the relationships only become more complex. Factions, colleagues, in-laws, teachers, and students. Every official is entangled in a vast web of power. Some cases involve the interests of high-ranking officials. What seems like an injustice to common people can become a battleground for those in power. After pondering for a long while, Fan Changyu said, "Are you saying that my parents' deaths might be tied to the interests of many high-ranking officials?" A hint of surprise flashed in Yanzheng's eyes. She wasn't so foolish after all. He lowered his gaze. "I'm just giving an example. The officials might have told only half the truth, or it could all be lies. These details aren't important. What matters is, if the officials gave you a false truth, what would you do?" This question indeed exceeded Fan Changyu's understanding. In the minds of common people, officials were like the heavens above them. A single corrupt official was enough to make people's lives miserable. After hearing Yanzheng's words, she suddenly felt that perhaps not all officials were upright judges. If all the officials in the great Yin dynasty protected each other, then what was above them wasn't the sky, but a net tightly ensnaring them. Fan Changyu was bewildered for just a moment before her eyes quickly regained their determination. "When Fan sought He helped to scheme for my family's property, I thought about finding a higher-ranking official to pull strings. The highest official in Qingping County is the county magistrate, but the magistrate and He are cut from the same cloth. I couldn't count on the magistrate, so I thought about kidnapping my uncle. No matter how vast the officialdom of the Great Yin dynasty is, it just means there are more officials higher up. If I knew a high-ranking official, in my uncle's case, I would probably seek help from a prefectural official. If Fanda also found the highest official in the prefecture, and if I had the connections, I would go to the capital to seek justice. Following this chain of relationships to the end, it would ultimately lead to the emperor. The highest official in Qingping County is the magistrate, and the highest official in the Great Yin dynasty is the emperor. When it comes to seeking justice, there's not much difference between the two. In the end, what's used to judge right from wrong are evidence and ironclad laws." She looked at Yanzheng, her gaze clear and fearless. "No matter what my parents' deaths involve, I will investigate. There's nothing to fear about that web of countless connections in the Great Yin officialdom." Her ability to say such things truly surprised Yanzheng. He asked, "How will you investigate?" Fan Changyu looked towards Changning, who was still playing in the snow in the courtyard. "I'm not afraid of danger, but Changning is still too young. If those who killed my parents notice us sisters again, I can't guarantee I can protect Changning. So before that, I'll send Changning to a safe place." Yanzheng's face showed approval. And then, Fan Changyu said, "If I were a man, I might choose to take the imperial examinations or military exams to enter officialdom, personally investigating everything involved in my parents' deaths." But I'm just a woman. I can't enter officialdom, nor do I know any high-ranking officials. The only path left is probably that money can make things happen. Yin Zheng rested his chin on his hand and said, "That's a good method, but it sounds like it would take quite a few years. The amount of money needed to make those high officials work for you is no small sum." Fan Changyu faltered slightly and said, "It's the only method I can think of right now. As for dressing up as a man to take the imperial exams like in opera stories, firstly, I don't have the brains for studying, and secondly, I don't have a brother's identity to borrow. Unless," she scratched her head and said, "I could sponsor a few poor scholars. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to sponsor one with a conscience. When he passes the exams and enters officialdom, I'd have someone in the system, which would probably make investigating my parents' deaths much easier." This time it was Yin Zheng's turn to be taken aback. He raised an eyebrow and said sarcastically, "What if you encounter someone like your former fiancé again?" Fan Changyu noticed that he had been acting a bit strange lately, often bringing up Song Yin. She said, "Can we not mention him during the new year?" Yin Zheng glanced at her sideways, pressing his lips together and saying nothing more, as if his bad temper had flared up again. Fan Changyu muttered, "As if I'm not unlucky enough already." Yin Zheng's good hearing caught this mutter. His previously straight lips suddenly curved up slightly, and he said, "You can wait a while on your parents' case." Fan Changyu was very confused. "What do you mean?" Yin Zheng said, "If your parents' deaths involve a lot of people, there will be some in the officialdom who want to cover up the truth, but there will also be those who want to investigate thoroughly. What you need to do now is to protect yourself and your sister while waiting for those who want to uncover the truth to come to you." Fan Changyu said, "But I know nothing about my parents' past. Even if they come to me, they won't be able to get or find out what they want from me." Yin Zheng thought to himself that if they could pry open He Jingyuan's mouth, the truth about her parents' deaths would surface. However, if Wei Yin knew he wasn't dead, even if it meant sacrificing the entire Qingping County or even Jizhou, he would try to kill him again. Before the situation was settled, revealing his identity would only invite trouble. He said, "You underestimate the officialdom. Someone will come looking for you." Fan Changyu was still confused. After pondering for a while, she felt that Yin Zheng was probably just trying to comfort her, so she didn't think too much about it. She only said, "I'm starting to feel more and more that reading a lot of books can make people smarter. Yin Zheng, you've read a lot, so you're very smart." Yin Zheng had heard all kinds of compliments before. When it came to praise, no one could surpass those scholars in coming up with flowery words. But he had never taken those praises to heart. Now, her straightforward smart actually stirred some unusual emotions in him. He still corrected her. "It's not that reading a lot makes you smart. Reading helps you understand principles, increases your knowledge, teaches you when to advance and retreat, and broadens your perspective. That's enough for dealing with people and situations in life." Fan Changyu nodded. "My mother used to say the same thing, but I was too foolish then. Asking me to read was like trying to herd pigs for the New Year feast. Now that I want to learn, it's too late." She felt the usefulness of reading now. Not to mention other things. When Fanda tried to seize her family property, Yin Zheng didn't need to use underhanded methods. He could think of ways to win the lawsuit through legal means. If she were more knowledgeable, she might even be able to sell pork in different ways. She used to think sugar-coated cucumber was just sugar-coated cucumber, but when she helped make braised meat at Yixiang restaurant, she learned that they called sugar-coated cucumber green dragon lying in snow there. With an elegant name, the price of the dish doubled. Fan Changyu remembered that he seemed to be teaching Chang Ning to recognize characters when she came back, so she boldly asked, "If you have time, could you teach me to read some books? It won't take up too much of your time. You can just tell me what to learn, and I'll read on my own. If there's anything I don't understand, I'll come and ask you." Yin Zheng raised his eyes slightly, quite surprised by her request. He then asked, "What books have you read?" Fan Changyu thought for a moment and said, "I can recognize all the characters in the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character classic." She saw Yin Zheng's face darken after she spoke. Afraid that he might think teaching her would be troublesome, Fan Changyu pressed on. "I've also read some of the Analects and Great Learning," Yin Zheng said in a low voice. "You mean de Shui, right?" Fan Changyu was so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She confessed honestly, "I just flipped through these 2 books when I saw Song Yin reading them before. I couldn't understand the books, and he treasured them so much, so I gave them back to him. I didn't dare ask him what the texts were about. After her honest confession, Fan Changyu felt a chill all around her. She looked at Yin Zheng and felt that his handsome face was now both gloomy and cold. Fan Changyu didn't understand why. Yin Zheng spoke in a voice that could almost drop ice shards. Since you've already studied the Analects and Great Learning, you can read Mincius next. Fan Changyu looked bewildered. Had she said she had studied them? She clearly said she had only flipped through them briefly and hadn't even understood their meaning. Moreover, during lunch, she noticed that Yin Zheng had changed back to his original hair tie. Fan Changyu didn't know what she had done to offend him. At the dining table, she cleared her throat lightly and asked, "This afternoon, I plan to take some cured meat to sell in the county town, and also bring a piece to pay a New Year visit to Constable Wang. Is there anything you want to buy?" The person who had been eating without speaking finally said, "The paper is used up. I used up the ink writing Spring Festival couplets yesterday. Buy some paper and ink. Get 5 chi pure skin Xian paper and pine smoke hui ink." Fan Changyu was overwhelmed by all this. What kind of Xian? What kind of ink was it again? Yin Zheng frowned slightly and said, "Never mind, I'll go buy it myself." Fan Changyu felt he was being a bit cold and distant. Thinking about his injury not being fully healed, she asked another question. "I'll hire an ox cart this afternoon. Do you want to come along?" When Changning heard this, her 2 chubby hands started patting the table. Changning wants to go to the fair too. Both the big one and the small one stared intently at Yin Zheng. After a moment of silence, Yin Zheng finally said, "Then let's go together." Changning was so excited about going to the fair that she couldn't contain herself. She ran a lap around the courtyard, and it wasn't enough. She went out of the courtyard and chased Madame Zhao's dog to the entrance of the alley before stopping. Fan Changyu's decision to go sell cured meat in the county town today wasn't a sudden whim. In previous years, her father would also take time to bring a cart of cured meat to sell in the county town on this day. Some families visiting relatives and friends who hadn't prepared New Year's gifts in advance, and with the meat market closed for these 2 days, would often buy from roadside vendors. When they reached the county town, Fan Changyu, with great experience, parked the ox cart on the main street in front of the county school. Many students were coming and going here, and quite a few families had rented houses nearby to take care of their studying sons. When students went to pay New Year's visits to their teachers, ordinary tea and wine weren't good enough gifts, while expensive ones were too costly. Buying a piece of cured meat as a New Year's gift was most appropriate. As soon as Fan Changyu set up her stall, she made several sales. Yin Zheng was about to go to the bookstore, but Changning kept standing on tiptoes, looking around, and asked Fan Changyu eagerly, "Sister, can I go with brother-in-law to watch the flower drum performance?" Fan Changyu said, "Your brother-in-law isn't going to watch the flower drum." Changning then looked expectantly at Yin Zheng. Yin Zheng glanced at Fan Changyu's stall, where only a small portion of the cured meat had been sold, and said, "Let's wait until your sister finishes selling and go together." Fan Changyu estimated that it would take some time to sell all the cured meat she had brought, so she said, "It'll be a while before I can pack up here. If you're not in a hurry to buy paper and ink, why don't you take Changning for a walk? She's just curious. After a round, she won't be so restless anymore." Yin Zheng nodded. Excited by Fan Changyu's words, Changning tugged at Yin Zheng's sleeve, walking ahead with the energy of a young calf. Feeling the pull on his sleeve, Yin Zheng thought to himself that if this child hadn't been born weak, she might have grown up to be as fierce as her sister. Perhaps because the county was planning to hold a lantern festival this year, most of the students from the county school hadn't returned home, making the streets lively. Fan Changyu sold the 20 or so pieces of cured meat she had brought half an hour earlier than she had expected. As she was packing up, Yin Zheng returned with Changning, who had finished exploring the nearby area. Changning had a candied ha stick in her left hand and a colorful pinwheel in her right, her face smeared with syrup. Fan Changyu looked at her rather helplessly and said to Yin Zheng, "You're just spoiling her." Changning smiled, her eyes narrowing. "Brother-in-law bought a candied ha stick for sister too." Fan Changyu said, "I'm not a child anymore. Why would I eat candied ha?" Before she could finish speaking, a candied ha stick was already held in front of her. Yin Zheng's expression was indifferent. "Your sister said she wanted to buy one for you too." Fan Changyu was about to refuse, but then she noticed he was holding another one in his hand. Thinking that he seemed to like sweets and wasn't taking medicine now, he must have been too embarrassed to eat it openly, which was why he had included her. So she didn't refuse, took it, and said thank you. Fan Changyu and Changning ate in the same way, biting one haw at a time, their eyes squinting and cheeks puffed out like hamsters. After eating one haw, Fan Changyu noticed that Yin Zheng was still holding his candied haw stick without eating it. She asked curiously, "Why aren't you eating?" Yin Zheng shifted his gaze from the sugar residue on the corner of her mouth, hesitantly looked at the candied haw stick in his hand, and bit off half a haw. The sugar coating outside was sweet, while the haw inside was slightly sour. Chewed together, it had a unique sweet and sour flavor. Changning, who had just bitten another haw, smiled widely at this scene, her teeth showing. She thought to herself how clever she was. By asking her brother-in-law to buy one for each of them, her sister hadn't scolded her. At this street corner, there were not only vendors selling things, but also a poor student from the county school who had set up a stall to draw portraits for people. The family of 3 eating candied haw sticks across the street was quite eye-catching. The man was extraordinarily handsome, the woman had a radiant smile, and even the child they were with was adorably cute. The scholar kept glancing in their direction and quickly sketched on his paper. Fan Changyu finished her candied hawthorn and was gathering her things, preparing to take Yin Zheng to buy paper and ink. Suddenly, she noticed his expression change. He strode purposefully toward the street corner opposite them. Curious, Fan Changyu glanced in that direction and saw only a scholar selling calligraphy and paintings at a small stand. Concerned that trouble might arise, she quickly motioned for Changning to follow her. "Where are you going?" Just as the scholar finished the last stroke of his brush, a large hand suddenly reached out and snatched the painting away. The man who had been across the street, enjoying candied hawthorn, had approached without her noticing. He grabbed the scholar by the collar, his face as pale as white jade, exuding an intimidating coldness. "Who permitted you to draw this?" Under the weight of that pressure, the scholar stumbled over his words. I only painted it because I found it so delightful to see you, sir, and madam, with your lovely family. If I've offended you, I beg your forgiveness." At that moment, Fan Changyu and Changning arrived, seeing the man's aggressive stance. She quickly pried his hand off the scholar's collar. "What are you doing?" Yin Zheng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the painting he held. The scholar's brushwork was meticulous, yet it was the lifelike depiction that truly captivated him. In the painting, Fan Changyu squinted her eyes while enjoying her candied hawthorn. Her gaze locked on her face as if he had been watching her every move. Changning, with a candied hawthorn in hand, looked back at the two with a wide grin, her eyes sparkling with mischief. When Fan Changyu finally caught sight of the painting, she gasped in surprise. "Is that us?" she asked the scholar. Fearing the imposing man beside her, the scholar nodded eagerly, words spilling out like a stream. "Madam and sir, you are indeed a match made in heaven. Even your little daughter is so adorable. If you like, consider this painting my New Year's gift to you both. I wish you harmony and happiness, and may you welcome another little son next year." Fan Changyu nearly bit through the stick of her candied hawthorn in astonishment. Chapter 35. Changning stood on tiptoes to see the figures in the painting. Her grape-like eyes filled with delight as her chubby little finger pointed at her image in the picture. "There's Ning. Ning likes this." Before Fan Changyu could speak, Yin Zheng asked the scholar, "How much are you selling your paintings for?" The scholar was taken aback for a moment before realizing that this formidable-looking, handsome man was inquiring about the price of his painting. He hurriedly replied, "No charge, no charge. Consider it a gift from this humble scholar to you and your wife." Fan Changyu was still embarrassed by the scholar's earlier words, but she did find the painting quite appealing. Seeing that the scholar refused to name a price, she thought for a moment and chose a smaller piece from the 2 cured meat strips she had intended to give to Constable Wang. She handed it to the scholar, saying, "This cured meat is a gift for you. Consider it a New Year's present." Then, with a stern face, she pointed at Changning and said, "This is my younger sister." The scholar, delighted by the unexpected gift of cured meat, was more than willing to offer pleasant words. "It was my mistake for not recognizing her. I wish you and your husband a pair of dragon and phoenix twins in the coming year, with a house full of joy and children always at your knees." She wanted to say something more to the scholar, but telling an unrelated person that she and Yin Zheng were fake spouses seemed unnecessary. Even after leaving the scholar's stall with the rolled-up painting, Changyu still felt uneasy, occasionally glancing at Yin Zheng walking beside her. Noticing his usual composure, she felt a little less uncomfortable. They returned to their previous stall position, packed up their things, and prepared to go to the bookstore to buy paper and ink. The owner of a nearby New Year's goods shop, who had noticed that Changyu had sold over 20 strips of cured meat in less than an hour, envied the business. He dragged his corpulent body over, calling out, "Young lady, please wait." Changyu turned at the sound and saw the chubby shopkeeper from the New Year's goods store approaching with a smile plastered on his face. He asked, "Young lady, will you be selling cured meat here again tomorrow?" Tomorrow would be the second day of the new year. Changyu not only had to open her pork shop, but also supply marinated meat to the Yisheng restaurant. She feared she wouldn't have time to come here to sell cured meat again, so she shook her head and said, "I probably won't have time to come back in the next few days." The chubby shopkeeper smiled and said, "Well then, this old fellow would like to do business with you, young lady. However much cured meat you have at home, just bring it all here. We'll sell it in my New Year's goods shop. For the cured meat sold, we'll split it 60-40, with you taking 60 and me 40. What do you think, young lady?" Changyu pondered, realizing this was what manager Yu had called reaping without sowing. He wanted her to bring the cured meat without investing a penny, yet he'd still get half the profit when it's sold. Cured meat, unlike fresh meat, could be stored in a cool, well-ventilated place at home for a year or more without issue, naturally making it more expensive than fresh meat. During these New Year days, Changyu was asking for 65 won per jean. If bargaining occurred, it could go down to just above 61, but below 65 won. According to the chubby shopkeeper's proposal of a 60-40 split, even if all the meat sold at 65 won per jean, she would only earn 39 won per jean, which was less than if she sold it in her shop. Changyu said, "I don't want to split. If you want to buy, we can settle the accounts directly, selling by weight." The chubby shopkeeper chuckled, "Young lady, one look at you, and I can tell you're not experienced in business." As Changyu was about to speak, Yinjing suddenly interjected, "Selling on commission is fine." Both Changyu and the chubby shopkeeper turned to look at him. Changyu wore a puzzled expression, while the shopkeeper's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. This young man seems to know the business, with a long-term vision. Before he could finish his sentence, Yinjing gave him a cool glance and said, 80-20 split. The smile froze on the chubby shopkeeper's face. "Young man, you're asking for too much." Changyu mentally calculated how much money she would get from the cured meat sales with an 80-20 split. At 65 wins per jean, she would get 52 wins. At 60 wins per jean, she would still get 48 wins. But Changyu truly had no intention of doing this business. She said, "Why split it all? Let's just sell by weight and make it a one-time deal. The market price for cured meat is around 50 wins per jean. I'm not comfortable sending the meat over without getting any money up front. Let's go. We need to go to the bookstore to buy you paper and ink, and then we still have to rush to Constable Wang's house to pay our New Year respects." She was about to leave with Chong Ning when the chubby shopkeeper, seeing this, hurriedly said, "All right, 80-20 it is." He smiled somewhat ruefully. "You and the young man play good cop, bad cop well. I just thought the cured meat you sold today looked well smoked and of good quality. That's why I wanted to do business with you." He then invited the three of them into his New Year's goods shop. "Let's draft a contract, and then you can send the meat over later." When Changyu met Yinjing's eyes, she still looked a bit dazed, as if she hadn't expected this deal to be concluded so quickly. Yinjing's expression remained calm as he said to her, "Let's go sign the contract." The chubby shopkeeper was not new to this kind of business. He quickly drafted a contract and handed it to Changyu to review. Changyu, still cautious about such matters, read it word by word and then passed it to Yinjing. "Does this look all right to you?" After Yinjing nodded, she signed her name with a flourish. The chubby shopkeeper gave her one tael of silver as a deposit and saw them out with a broad smile. As they walked down the street, Changyu muttered to Yinjing, I'll have to open the meat shop in the morning and deliver the marinated meat to Yixiang restaurant. I'm afraid I won't be able to deliver the cured meat until the afternoon. Yanzheng said. If you're too busy to get away, I can hire a cart and help you deliver it. Fan Changyu felt a bit embarrassed and said, should I pay you wages then? Yanzheng glanced at her, and Fan Changyu was sure she hadn't imagined it. He seemed displeased again. Changning, carefree as always, skipped ahead of them. When she saw something she liked, but didn't dare ask Fan Changyu to buy, she would look at Yanzheng with pleading eyes. Yanzheng bought her various small items, and Changning's arms were soon full, her chubby hands barely able to hold everything. Fan Changyu scolded her. Ning, if you keep wanting to buy everything you see, I won't bring you to the county town for the market next time. Changning lowered her head, looking at her toes as she was reprimanded. From beside them came the man's cool, clear voice. I wanted to buy these for her. Fan Changyu felt like he was trying to compete with her somehow. She pressed her lips together and said, children don't understand these things. We can't always indulge them. She likes everything she sees on the street. We can't buy it all, can we? We need to teach her some principles so she understands. Yanzheng said no more. As the three continued walking, even Changning could sense the strange atmosphere between Fan Changyu and Yanzheng. She looked at both of them, then at the pile of things in her arms. Suddenly, she stopped, turned around, and stuffed all the small items into Yanzheng's arms. Her chubby little hands clutched at her clothes as she said, Ning doesn't want them anymore. Brother-in-law, please return them. Fan Changyu saw that her grape-like eyes were already brimming with tears. She sighed, crouched down, and patted her head. We've already bought them this time, but you can't do this again in the future, understand? Changning nodded, tears in her eyes, and reached out her chubby hands for Fan Changyu to pick her up. Fan Changyu hugged the child and gently patted her back, her tone half indulgent, half exasperated. Why are you crying? I didn't even scold you. Changning, with a nasal tone, said, Sister, don't be angry with brother-in-law. Ning knows she was wrong. Fan Changyu looked at Yanzheng standing to the side, holding a pile of small toys, her tone even more helpless. I'm not angry with him. Changning said, You're not talking to brother-in-law. Fan Changyu asked amusedly, How am I not talking to him? Changning's tears were about to spill over. You're not speaking to brother-in-law anymore. Fan Changyu thought to herself that she didn't usually talk much with Yanzheng anyway, but seeing her little sister on the verge of crying, she coaxed, Weren't we just talking a moment ago? We just haven't spoken for a little while. Finally, a large teardrop fell from Changning's grape-like eyes, landing on the ground with a plop. Sister is angry. Fan Changyu surrendered and asked, What would make you think I'm not angry? Changning thought for a moment and said, Hold hands. Holding hands means you've made up. Fan Changyu paused for a moment and said, How about if I talk to him from now on? Changning insisted on the children's way. Only holding hands means making up. Fan Changyu exchanged a glance with Yanzheng. His face showed no emotion, but she felt quite uncomfortable. She coaxed the child. Look, your brother-in-law is carrying so many things, and I'm also holding bags. If we both use one hand, won't that be too heavy? Changning finally gave in, but as she walked ahead, she kept looking back at them. Fearing that Changning might come up with more strange requests, Fan Changyu started talking to Yanzheng. Children can be so troublesome. Don't take it to heart. Yanzheng said, I don't find her troublesome. I'll probably be leaving after the new year, so I just wanted to buy her more little gifts. Fan Changyu hadn't expected this to be the reason he bought so many things for Changning. Hearing that he was going to leave, she felt a strange emotion rise in her chest. She said, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. Yanzheng turned to look at her. Why are you apologizing? Fan Changyu said, I misunderstood you and spoke harshly to you. Of course, I should apologize. She pressed her lips together and asked, Are you leaving so soon? Wouldn't it be better to wait until your injury has healed completely before setting out? Yanzheng was about to answer when a group of mounted officials came charging towards them from the front, knocking down many pedestrians and merchant stalls along the street. As the war horses approached, Fan Changyu instinctively crouched down to protect Changning, while Yanzheng raised his cloak to shield them from the mud splashed up by the horses' hooves. After the officials had galloped away, many of the pedestrians who had been knocked down or splattered with mud were cursing angrily. Fan Changyu looked up to see half of Yan Zheng's cloak covered in mud. She frowned and asked, "Are you hurt?" Yan Zheng shook his head, but his gaze still followed the distant group of officials, his eyes hiding a dark, cold anger. A peddler whose stall had been overturned spat viciously in that direction and cursed. "These dog officials, they can't even let us have peace during the new year." Fan Changyu asked, "Why are there officials in Qingping County again? Are they here to suppress bandits?" The peddler said, "Suppress bandits? These are debt-collecting King Yamas, here to rob grain. Haven't you heard about what happened in Taizhou? The frontline troops are short on grain, and since the army can't levy enough, they're forcibly taking it from the common people. If you don't give it up, they'll beat you to death." A middle-aged man nearby added, "By the looks of things, it won't be long before they start conscripting soldiers too." Chapter 36. Over the past 16 years of the Great Yin Dynasty, although there had been numerous conflicts, few had reached Jizhou. Fan Changyu had only heard about the cruelty of war from the elders. After all, war not only required grain requisitions, but also conscription. Madame Zhao and Carpenter Zhao's son had been drafted years ago and never returned. An old man said, "King Chongxin has rebelled in Chongzhou. The court has sent troops to suppress it, but the battle remains unresolved. I reckon the Great Yin's fate is sealed, and a change of dynasty is imminent. With Marquis Wuan dead, how can Wei Yin hope to stabilize the Northwest?" Someone added. Another chimed in, "It doesn't matter who becomes emperor, as long as they don't steal our grain or force us onto the battlefield." Many shook their heads and sighed. These soldiers have already started forcibly requisitioning grain from nearby villages. By the end of this war, the officials will have both money and power, while we commoners will be left homeless and destitute. Listening to this, Fan Changyu felt a heaviness in her heart. She turned to Yan Zheng and asked, "Shouldn't the court supply military provisions for the Chongzhou campaign? Why are they requisitioning from the people?" Yan Zheng's voice carried a hint of mockery. "The supply lines are cut. Some are merely making desperate moves." Huizhou had once been his territory. In retrospect, Wei Yin had likely been wary of him for some time. The military provisions for his garrison were usually allocated by the court every 3 months, and the prefecture itself had no granaries. As it was a military outpost, the geographical conditions were not naturally advantageous for grain production. Once the supply lines were cut, it would be a fatal blow. The current rebellion in Chongzhou, just south of Huizhou, had severed the supply route from the court to Huizhou. As the battle lines between Chongzhou and Huizhou extended, he had anticipated that Huizhou would eventually run out of provisions. The quickest solution, of course, was to requisition from the civilians. After surviving the assassination attempt, he had planned to contact his former subordinates and have them secretly buy up the civilians' grain reserves. When Zhao Sun appeared, buying grain became a test for Zhao Sun. Now that the grain was in hand, Wei Xian had suffered defeats on the Chongzhou battlefield and failed to requisition grain from the civilians. Knowing Wei Yin as he did, Wei Yin would surely be displeased with his son. Letting Wei Xian face punishment from Wei Yin first was his gift to his cousin before formally exacting his revenge. With the Northwest unattended, Wei Yin could only let He Jingyuan take over the Chongzhou campaign. He Jingyuan, known as a scholarly general, wouldn't stoop to letting his troops forcibly take grain from civilians. Moreover, given the current reputation of Wei's faction, allowing subordinates to rob civilians of their grain would undoubtedly hand Wei Yan's political opponents another weapon. With his 200,000 stone of rice, he had enough time to begin the next phase of his plan. The sudden forced grain requisition by the officials was likely another foolish idea from his glory-seeking cousin, trying to make some achievements before officially handing over military authority. Ordinary civilians, unaware of these inner workings and sharing Fan Changyu's confusion, discussed among themselves. 16 years ago at the Battle of Jinzhou, it was that great traitor Meng Shuyuan who delayed the supply delivery, leaving Crown Prince Qingde and General Xie's 100,000 troops starving in Jinzhou for 5 days. When the soldiers finally climbed the city walls, they were too weak to stand, allowing the northern Yu to breach the gates. What's gone wrong with the supplies this time that they need to squeeze us? Regarding the culprit behind the defeat at Jinzhou 16 years ago, everyone in the Great Yin Dynasty cursed Meng Shuyuan's name. Someone immediately began cursing. That Meng Shuyuan deserved worse than death. To think General Xie trusted him so much, entrusting him with the crucial task of delivering supplies. If he hadn't delayed the battle, how could Crown Prince Chengde have died in Jinzhou, allowing that Wei dog to control the court for so many years? The Meng family's extinction is karmic retribution. Let's hope there's no mishap with the supply officer for Changzhou this time. 16 years ago, Yanzheng had known that the fatal flaw in the Battle of Jinzhou was the delayed arrival of military supplies. Back then, the person responsible for escorting the provisions was his father's old general, Meng Shiyuan. His father's former subordinates had told him that while anyone might betray his father, Meng Shiyuan never would. Meng Shiyuan's delay in transporting supplies wasn't an act of betrayal, but rather an attempt to rescue 100,000 refugees trapped by the northern Yu in Luo City. In the end, he failed to save the refugees, and Jinzhou fell. When Meng Shiyuan learned of his father's death, he knelt towards Jinzhou and took his own life with his sword. The tragedy of Jinzhou concluded with Meng Shiyuan's death, yet even after more than a decade, people still cursed his name vehemently. The group of officials had already walked far away. Yanzheng turned back to Fan Changyu and said, "Let's go." He noticed Fan Changyu seemed lost in thought, staring at the people discussing Meng Shiyuan. He asked, "What's wrong?" Fan Changyu, holding Changning's hand, pressed her lips together and said, "Meng Shiyuan delayed the battle to save 100,000 refugees. Perhaps he's not as despicable as people say." Yanzheng's voice turned cold. His orders were to transport supplies. Failing to deliver the provisions to Jinzhou within the deadline is a dereliction of duty. If he had been capable enough to save the 100,000 refugees without delaying the supply delivery, he would indeed deserve praise from all. But he neither saved the refugees nor delivered the supplies, resulting in the fall of Jinzhou and the deaths of 100,000 soldiers within the city. This is an unforgivable crime. He raised his eyes to look at Fan Changyu. "Do you sympathize with such an incompetent?" Fan Changyu shook her head. She didn't understand military tactics or regulations, but felt that while Meng Shiyuan might indeed have been the main culprit in the Battle of Jinzhou, he didn't deserve to be labeled a great traitor by the people. At most, he was incompetent, as Yanzheng had said. As the three passed a ready-made clothing shop, she asked Yanzheng, "Your cloak is dirty. Why not buy a new one to wear?" Yanzheng had already removed his mud-splattered cloak and had been carrying it folded over his arm. He glanced at the colorful fabrics in the shop and said, "No need. The sun's out now, and it's not cold anymore." Fan Changyu said, "Then how about a hair tie? I noticed you don't seem to like the one we bought earlier. I rarely see you use it." As she finished speaking, she noticed Yanzheng staring at her with a peculiar expression. Fan Changyu didn't think there was anything wrong with what she'd said. She met his gaze with her almond-shaped eyes, their reflections mirrored in each other's pupils. One pair clear and bright, the other deep and obscure. After a moment, Yanzheng looked away first and said, "It's not that I dislike it." Fan Changyu felt his words were like a riddle. If he didn't dislike it, why didn't he use the hair tie? She said, "You bought so many things for Chongning. Why don't you choose a New Year's gift for yourself? I'll buy it for you." The corners of Yanzheng's mouth straightened slightly. "Didn't you already give me a red envelope?" Fan Changyu replied. "How can New Year's money be the same as a New Year's gift?" Yanzheng stared at her for a while and said, "They're the same to me." Fan Changyu took this as his refusal to let her buy him a New Year's gift and didn't insist further. She glanced at the sun and said, "If we accompany you to buy paper and ink at the bookstore and then go to Constable Wang's house, we might be late. Later, we might worry about the bookstore closing. How about this? You go to the bookstore alone to buy things, and I'll take Chongning to pay New Year's respects to Constable Wang first. After you finish shopping, wait for us at the bookstore. Once I've delivered the goods to Constable Wang's house, I'll bring Chongning to meet you." Yanzheng nodded. The two parted ways at the intersection. Before leaving, Chongning waved vigorously at Yanzheng. "Brother-in-law, be careful on your way. My sister and I will buy some snacks for you too." Yanzheng raised an eyebrow and looked at Fan Changyu, saying, "No need. You two enjoy them." Fan Changyu thought to herself that his words made it sound like she had deliberately sent him away to eat snacks with Chongning. As Yanzheng walked away under her conflicted gaze, Fan Changyu crouched down to wipe the Tonghulu residue from Chongning's mouth, asking with a mix of exasperation and amusement, "You little glutton, What do you want to eat now? Changning's plump, fair finger pointed toward a vendor selling brown sugar cakes on the street. Fan Changyu helplessly rubbed her forehead. All right, let's go. After buying the brown sugar cakes, Fan Changyu also bought a jug of good wine from a nearby tavern. She had originally planned to give the cured meat to Constable Wang, but had given one piece to that scholar. She felt embarrassed to bring just one piece of cured meat as a gift. As Constable Wang was fond of drinking, buying a jug of wine seemed appropriate. Constable Wang's home was in the southern part of the county town. While not in the best location, it was a two-courtyard residence. In a small place like Qingping County, it was the kind of house only people of some standing could afford. After Fan Changyu and Changning knocked on the door, an old woman came to open it. Upon hearing they were here to pay New Year's respects to Constable Wang, she quickly invited them in. It was already afternoon, and most of the morning visitors who had come to pay respects to Constable Wang had finished their meals and left. When Fan Changyu entered, she saw only Constable Wang, his wife, and the old Mrs. Wang sitting on the Kong in the east wing. Old Mrs. Wang appeared to be in her 80s or 90s. Unlike the wrinkled faces of rural old women, hers had a kind of wealthy roundness, looking quite benevolent. Madame Wang had a robust frame but didn't appear burly. It was said that her father had also been a constable, and she knew some martial arts. Her face looked extremely kind, with a hint of heroic spirit between her brows. So this is Changyu? Madame Wang smiled upon seeing Fan Changyu. What a good child. Look at that sturdy build, perfect for martial arts training. Fan Changyu smiled and greeted her and old Mrs. Wang. Qingping County once had a famous courtesan known as Madame Yu. In the county, girls whose names ended with Yu were never directly called Yunyang by others. Instead, they were addressed by their full names. Calling someone Yunyang directly was akin to indirectly calling them a courtesan. Changning clutched Fan Changyu's skirt, hiding behind her and peeking out with doe-like eyes, shyly looking at Madame Wang. Seeing her, Madame Wang's smile brightened. She grabbed a handful of candies from a colorful lacquered dish and beckoned to Changning. Little Changning looked so adorable. Come, take some candy. Changning didn't dare go directly. She looked up at Fan Changyu. Fan Changyu said, Madam is giving you candy. Go ahead and take it. Only then did Changning trot over to accept the candy from Madame Wang's hand. Being small, her hands were also tiny and couldn't hold so many. Madame Wang helped stuff many candies into the pocket of her jacket. Changning said in a crisp voice, Thank you, madam. Madame Wang and old Mrs. Wang exchanged glances, grinning from ear to ear. Madame Wang couldn't resist pinching Changning's chubby pink cheeks and said, How can such a tiny person be so well-behaved? She smiled at Fan Changyu. Is it because her sister taught her well? Fan Changyu smiled bashfully. You flatter me. She wasn't skilled at casual conversation and spoke frankly. This straightforward nature greatly endeared her to Madame Wang and old Mrs. Wang. Even Fan Changyu's occasional responses made them laugh heartily, leaving Fan Changyu herself bewildered as to why they found her so amusing. Madame Wang wanted to invite the two sisters to stay for dinner and spend the night. Fan Changyu declined, explaining that Yin Zheng was waiting for her at the bookstore, thus politely refusing the kind offer. As they bid farewell, Constable Wang personally saw her out. Regarding your parents' case, now that the prefecture has taken over, it's officially closed. I was worried your parents might have made enemies years ago, but since it was mountain bandits looking for a treasure map, and the map is no longer in your home, you have nothing to fear. Feel free to stay in town, and if you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to come to me. Fan Changyu expressed her thanks and then asked, Do you know which official at the prefecture is reviewing this case? Constable Wang, being just a small-town constable in Qingping County, truly didn't know and shook his head before asking, Why are you inquiring about this? Fan Changyu, fearing that her parents' deaths might involve many behind-the-scenes players as Yin Zheng had suggested, didn't want to say too much and bring trouble to Constable Wang. She simply replied, Nothing, just curious. She wanted to uncover the true cause of her parents' deaths, and the best way was to start with the official handling of the case. That night, when the soldiers brought back a survivor, if she could find out what that person had confessed, she might be able to solve the mystery surrounding her parents' deaths. When Yin Zheng asked her what she would do if the authorities lied, She had considered secretly finding the official in charge of the case. Wasn't this how it always happened in stories and novels? Catch a corrupt official's weakness, sneak into their mansion on a night, catch the official alone, and negotiate, either for money or for the clues she needs. She just needed to know which official was handling the case, and she would have plenty of time to slowly investigate their weaknesses. As Fan Changyu was about to reach the main gate with Chongning, Madame Wang hurried after them with 2 red envelopes. Take these New Year's red envelopes. One of the envelopes wasn't even properly folded, looking as if it had been hastily prepared. Fan Changyu couldn't refuse and was forced to accept them into her arms by Madame Wang. After leaving the Wang family's gate, Chongning immediately opened her red envelope and poured out its contents, excitedly showing Fan Changyu. Sister, it's silver ingots. The red envelope, given to Fan Changyu, also contained 2 silver ingots. Fan Changyu held the first red envelope she had received since her parents' passing, looking back towards the Wang family's house. She felt a mix of emotions regarding the care shown by Constable Wang and his wife. Chongning handed the silver ingots to Fan Changyu. Sister, keep them for me. Her jacket pocket and small purse were already full of the candies Madame Wang had given her, leaving no room for the silver ingots. Fan Changyu accepted them. Then I'll keep them for you for now. When we get home, I'll put them in your little box. Chongning had a special small box for keeping New Year's money, but 2 months ago, to pay for their parents' funeral, she had contributed the box as well. Now she was starting to save again. Hearing Fan Changyu's words, Chongning happily responded with an There were few open shops on this street, and even fewer peddlers passing by. Only some children were playing on the street. Perhaps because news of the grain requisition had already reached Qingping County, people in tea houses and taverns discussing the current Changzhou campaign inevitably mentioned the Jianzhou battle from 16 years ago. The children, having heard adults talk about it often, made Meng Shuyuan the villain to be caught in their game of catching bad guys. In these games, usually, the leader of the children played the hero, while the child who was often bullied and ostracized played the role of Meng Shuyuan. Once caught, they would be pushed around and bullied by the leader and other children. Hearing the children shouting as they chased the child playing Meng Shuyuan, Chongning also looked up at Fan Changyu and said, Meng Shuyuan is a great traitor. Fan Changyu squeezed her sister's hand slightly and said, Chongning, you're not allowed to play such games, understand? Chongning asked, why not? Fan Changyu patiently explained, those children are just using the game as an excuse to bully the child playing Meng Shuyuan. Chongning shouldn't learn from them. Chongning nodded in understanding. Fan Changyu smoothed the soft wisps of hair on her forehead. Your parents didn't like seeing children play like this either. Chongning immediately said, I won't learn from them. Fan Changyu smiled and rubbed her round little head, her thoughts drifting. She had always been tough as a child, and among her peers, she was famous for her strength. She had even made boys 3 or 5 years older than her cry and run home to complain to their parents. Her parents always believed in reasoning. If she did something wrong, they would punish her. If she was in the right, they would argue on her behalf. But there was one time when she played a game of catching bad guys with other children. A child playing Meng Shuyuan was pushed down by another child who didn't know his strength, hitting his forehead on the ground. The injured child's parents went door to argue. Fan Changyu hadn't pushed anyone that time, nor had she joined the other children in bullying the child playing Meng Shuyuan. But when her mother heard she had participated in this game, she suddenly cried. Her father was also very angry and made her kneel in the courtyard for an entire afternoon. Fan Changyu reflected for a long time, thinking her parents must have disliked her joining in bullying the weak. That night when she returned to her room, her mother's eyes were still swollen. She made Fan Changyu promise never to play the game of beating the great traitor Meng Shuyuan again. Fan Changyu had always felt very guilty. She had never seen her mother cry so sadly before, and she must have deeply disappointed her. So when she heard her little sister echoing those children calling Meng Shuyuan a great traitor, she feared Chongning might join the neighborhood children in playing such games and decided to teach her in advance. As luck would have it, after leaving Constable Wang's house, Fan Changyu, unfamiliar with the county town's roads, asked for directions to the bookstore. After taking a roundabout route, she passed by the Yixiang Lu in this part of the county and ran into Yuqianqian. Yu Qianqian wore a large coat trimmed with white fox fur, its front and sleeves embroidered with intricate patterns in gold thread. Her forehead sported evenly cut bangs, making her face look like a white jade plate, not much different from an unmarried young lady. She seemed about to leave by carriage, with several steward-like people standing before her, bowing and listening to her instructions. As soon as Yu Qianqian finished giving orders, she looked up and saw Fan Changyu walking from the street corner with a porcelain doll-like little girl. Her eyebrows lifted in delight. "I was just about to go back to town to find you. I didn't expect to run into you right at the shop door." Fan Changyu smiled and wished her a happy new year before asking, "Did the proprietress need me for something?" Yu Qianqian said, "I have a big business deal tomorrow, and I can't do without your help." The largest bookstore in the county town was open for business, as usual on New Year's Day. As Yin Zheng entered the store, the bookstore owner, fiddling with an abacus, asked, "What would you like to buy, sir?" Yin Zheng's fingertip dangled a jade ring with an attached cord. Seeing the jade ring, the owner's attitude instantly became respectful. He bowed and gestured please with his hand. "Sir, please come upstairs for a private word." The owner led Yin Zheng to a refined room upstairs. On a yellow pearwood table by the window sat a slender-necked white porcelain vase with a sprig of red plum blossoms about to bloom. Against the backdrop of fine snow outside the carved wooden window, it truly created an artistic atmosphere. "Esteemed guest, please wait here for a moment. I'll go call the proprietor right away," the bookstore owner said as he left, just as a servant entered with tea. Wei Yin was highly skilled in the art of tea, and Yin Zheng, having been raised by him for 16 years, understood tea to some extent. The fragrance of this tea alone was comparable to imperial tribute teas. He lowered his gaze to the red plum blossoms in the white porcelain vase on the table, his long fingers lightly tapping the tea lid twice. Before long, Zhao Sun pushed open the door and entered, his refined face wearing a fabricated smile. "I didn't know the Marquis was visiting. My apologies for not welcoming you from afar. Mr. Zhao is too kind," Yin Zheng said, sitting casually in the armchair, his tone carrying a hint of dominance, as if he were the host rather than the guest. Zhao Sun said, "The matters the Marquis entrusted to me have all been secretly carried out. The Marquis can rest assured that even if the officials investigate, they won't find anything." Yin Zheng looked up. "There's one more thing I need your people to do." "What is it?" "Immediately leak the news of Wei Xian allowing troops to plunder grain in Jizhou to Heijingyuan. In the capital, use this grain plundering incident that resulted in the deaths of innocent civilians to create a big stir and denounce Wei's faction. The louder the public outcry, the more effective the impeachment from court officials would be." Hearing it was another matter of suppressing Wei's faction, Zhao Sun hurriedly bowed. "I'll have my people do it right away." As he raised his head, he saw Yin Zheng looking at him with a faint smile. Zhao Sun hesitated for a moment and asked, "Why is the Marquis looking at me like that?" Yin Zheng picked up the teacup in front of him and took a small sip. Ching snow buds, only one bud and one leaf picked, offered as tribute to the royal family. "I didn't expect to drink such fine tea in a small place like Qingping County." Zhao Sun said, "I'm a businessman. I spent quite a bit of silver to get such a good thing. Knowing the Marquis was coming, of course, I had to bring it out to show my respect." The corners of Yin Zheng's mouth turned down. An ordinary merchant couldn't manage to buy 200,000 stones of rice without alerting local officials. With your family's immense wealth, if you truly wanted revenge on Wei Xian, you could still rely on Minister Li's faction in court. You went to great lengths to find me, not so much to use me to help you get revenge, but because you coveted my influence over the 100,000 soldiers in Huizhou. His phoenix eyes locked onto this unqualified merchant before him, like a wolf facing off against a hyena. "What you're after is the military power in my hands. Since we're cooperating, I don't like an ally who hides things." Zhao Sun was silent for 2 breaths, then suddenly laughed loudly. Gone was his previous modest demeanor. He sat down opposite Yin Zheng. Indeed, nothing escapes the Marquis's keen eye. Chapter 37. "My master also has a blood feud with Wei Yin," said Zhao Sun. His naturally smiling eyes gave people a false sense of approachability, yet they held a distinct detachment. Getting close to the Marquis wasn't about using your influence. My master believes that once you learn the truth about the Jinzhou battle from 16 years ago, you too would want to kill Wei Yin. We didn't deliberately conceal our identity earlier. My master was simply waiting for the right moment to reveal it to you. Marquis Yin Zhang's eyes turned sharp as steel, and though he had already formed a guess in his mind, he still asked, "Who is your master?" "The one who survived the Great Fire in the Eastern Palace 16 years ago," Zhao Sun replied. Yin Zhang's lips curved into a cold smile. The imperial grandson? If he were still alive, shouldn't he have sought an alliance with Imperial Tutor Li's faction? Why wait until now to seek out a defeated dog of Pingyang like myself? Zhao Sun's expression grew troubled. You've investigated the traces of the Jinzhou battle from 16 years ago. You must know that old traitor Wei Yin always cuts off loose ends, leaving no evidence behind. When the crown prince died and the Eastern Palace burned, even though the late emperor ordered both the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicial Review to investigate thoroughly, they couldn't uncover the truth. How much harder would it be now, when everything has changed? Imperial Tutor Li may lead the honest officials at court, but he wouldn't risk everything to oppose Wei's faction for my master's sake. You're different, Marquis. General Xie died in battle, and his corpse was displayed on the city walls for 3 days by the Northern Yu. Wei Yin had a hand in that too. Don't you want revenge? Yin Zhang's fingers clenched, and a murderous aura seemed to seep from his very bones, making the spacious private room feel suffocating. Tell me what happened 16 years ago. Zhao Sun replied. My master has been lying low for years, but hasn't found a single clue about the Jinzhou battle. When the Eastern Palace burned, the Ministry of Justice and Court of Judicial Review blamed it on palace servants accidentally knocking over candles while sleeping on duty. But according to my master's loyal servant, assassins infiltrated the Eastern Palace that night. The crown princess ordered the servant to flee with the young prince while she stayed behind with the prince's playmate. The body found in the sleeping chamber by the Court of Judicial Review was that of the prince's childhood companion. Crown Prince Changyu died. The late emperor passed away, and only Wei Yin has been manipulating the court for over a decade. It's hard not to suspect the Jinzhou battle was his doing. General Xie's death alongside them was merely to clear Wei Yin of suspicion. Yin Zheng raised his dark eyes, impatience creeping into his brow. I want evidence, not speculation. Zhao Sun smiled slightly. When Prince Chongxin rebelled in Changzhou, one of his strategists was my master's man. He suggested raising the banner of cleanse the court, eliminate Wei's faction, and spreading rumors that Wei Yin orchestrated the Jinzhou tragedy to gain popular support. The aftermath, as your lordship knows, was that merely investigating the Jinzhou case files made Wei Yin want you dead. Yin Zheng narrowed his eyes sharply, letting out a cold laugh. So I too was part of your plan. Zhao Sun's face stiffened. Your lordship speaks too severely. My master merely wished to gain you as an ally. Seeing Yin Zheng's displeasure, he quickly added, that old traitor Wei truly showed his hand when provoked. His death squads crossed 17 prefectures to kill over 10 people. My master has identified some of them. All former retainers who once served Wei Yin before retiring. What about the Butcher Fan's family? I assume you've identified them too. Zhao Sun's face showed shame. That Butcher Fan's identity is too well concealed. My master's people investigated thoroughly, but whether in his ancestral home or this town, everything checked out. Even the official records show his caravan guard work from over a decade ago. It seems someone in the government deliberately helped cover up his past. Yin Jing's mind flashed to Fan Changyu's expression when speaking of her parents' past. He was momentarily lost in thought until a snowflake landed on his hand, its melting coolness bringing him back to the present. He leaned back slightly, resting one arm on the Wong Wallywood armchair. His most casual pose carried the most intense pressure. Expecting me to believe your master is the imperial grandson who supposedly died in that fire 16 years ago based on your words alone is laughable. As Zhao Sun's face changed, and he was about to speak, Yin Zheng continued. I'll investigate the truth behind the Jinzhou battle myself. I don't care if your master is the real imperial grandson or an imposter. If you don't want this alliance to end here, better have him meet me in person. Zhao Sun's face darkened, but he could only bow and reply. I will relay your lordship's message. As Yin Zheng rose, he looked down lazily. Also, have him consider what he's willing to exchange for those 200,000 sure of grain. Zhao Sun bowed even lower. Yes, my lord. As Yin Zheng left, he placed the jade ring, originally meant as a token of alliance, on the Wang Wallywood table. He had played along with this Zhao person for so long merely to determine which faction he represented. The imperial grandson's answer was truly unexpected. He wasn't worried about tracking their movements. When he sent Zhao to purchase grain, he had already had his people monitor Zhao's family's intelligence network. By investigating these threads, he could soon expose the mastermind even if they didn't show themselves. While he indeed had a grudge against Wei Yin, for someone to dare manipulate him before everything was settled, merely to gain his support, they truly thought him too kind. Leaving the bookstore, Yin Zheng saw that the Fan sisters hadn't returned yet. His brows furrowed slightly as he walked toward Constable Wang's residence. He hadn't gone far when he encountered Fan Changyu and Changning. Changming's cheeks were stuffed with candy as she bounced along, her small chubby hand held by Fan Changyu, whose face bore a bright, spirited smile. Seeing Yin Zheng, her smile didn't diminish at all. She waved from afar, and when closer, said, "We're not returning to town tonight." Looking at her smile, the gloom and displeasure in Yin Zheng's heart lessened. "Why?" Fan Changyu explained. "Manager Yu has another Yixiang restaurant in the county seat. A wealthy merchant's son is getting married, and they've booked the banquet here. They need lots of braised meat tomorrow, and Manager Yu worried about time, so she asked me to help with the marinades early tomorrow. Plus, there's a lantern festival in town this year. We can visit it tonight. Shall we find an inn first?" Yin Zheng asked. Fan Changyu shook her head. "Manager Yu has already arranged accommodation. The kitchen helpers at Yixiang restaurant get not only meals, but free housing. Manager Yu rented a neighborhood nearby for them to live in." Yin Zheng raised an eyebrow. "This manager seems quite remarkable." Fan Changyu smiled. "Indeed. Manager Yu is wonderful, and all the restaurant staff trust her completely. I heard from Chef Li in the kitchen that when other restaurant owners in the county were jealous of Yixiang's business and tried to poach the restaurant manager you had personally trained, offering twice the salary, the manager didn't leave." Yin Zheng merely said, "Sometimes, loyalty indeed works better than money." Fan Changyu enthusiastically told him more about Yu Qianqian, but seeing his tepid response, she stopped. Noticing his empty hands, she asked, "Weren't you buying paper and ink? Why are you empty-handed?" Thinking of one possibility, her expression grew complex. "Don't tell me you spent all your money buying things for Ning? You should have told me if you needed money." Yin Zheng smiled slightly. The gloom from the bookstore largely dissipated. "That's not it." Under Fan Changyu's suspicious gaze, he said, "Things in the county bookstore were too expensive. We'll buy them when we return to town." "Then why did you stay in the bookstore so long?" Fan Changyu asked. "I was reading books and lost track of time," Yin Zheng answered. Fan Changyu asked curiously, "You read for so long without buying anything. Didn't the bookstore owner give you attitude?" Yin Zheng glanced at her. "Who told you that?" Fan Changyu wanted to say that Song Yin had been like that before. Only reading at the bookstore without buying anything, getting attitude from the owner, and coming back sulking for days. Even later when mentioning it, he would mock the bookstore owner's money-grubbing nature. But remembering how Yin Zheng would turn venomous at the mere mention of Song Yin, she swallowed her words and muttered, "Just guessing." Yin Zheng gave her several looks, making Fan Changyu's neck instinctively tense, fearing he would say something cutting the next moment. Fortunately, he didn't mock her the entire way. Though it was late, since they decided to stay in the county for the night, Fan Changyu still wanted to take Yin Zheng and Chang Ning to see the lanterns. Instead of going to the lodgings Yu Qianqian had arranged, they first went to get some late-night food. On New Year's Day, those eating out were usually from relatively well-off families. At a neighboring table, a young couple appeared to have finished their meal. When the waiter went to settle the bill, he smiled at the man and said, "Young master, that'll be 1 tael and 2 qian." The man looked scholarly and frail, his manner somewhat timid, appearing quite ill at ease. The woman beside him said, "He has no money. I'll pay." The woman's voice was quite loud, drawing the attention of many diners. People whispered among themselves. A grown man having a woman pay for his meal? How shameful. TSK, must be a kept man. I know him. He's the live-in son-in-law of the family. Just a parasite. Wonder what that daughter saw in such a weakling. The man's face burned red with shame, wishing he could sink into the ground. After the woman paid, He practically fled the restaurant with his head down. Yin Zheng had already finished his meal and watched the scene with a cold expression. Sitting across from him, Fan Changyu finished her third bowl of rice. The dishes on the table were clean, spotless before she finally set down her chopsticks contentedly and called out, "Waiter, bill please." Fan Changyu had a big appetite, and since it was New Year's Eve, they had ordered generously. Though they hadn't ordered any alcohol, it wasn't an outrageous amount. The waiter counted and said, 8 qian of silver. As Fan Changyu was about to pay, Yin Zheng, sitting like a jade statue across from her, said, "I'll pay." Both he and Fan Changyu were exceptionally good-looking, already drawing attention in this small restaurant. When he spoke, even more people cast glances their way. Seeing his offer to pay, Fan Changyu remembered the earlier couple's incident and stopped reaching for her money pouch. As Yin Zheng reached into his robes to search, his expression changed slightly. Seeing this, Fan Changyu quickly shot him a questioning look. After a moment, Yin Zheng withdrew his hand and looked at Fan Changyu. "You pay?" Chapter 38. As the waiter waiting to collect payment and other diners in the restaurant stood dumbfounded, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Even the men who had been mocking the Yin family's son-in-law moments ago were caught off guard. Fan Changyu was stunned at first, then asked in confusion, "Did someone steal your money pouch on the way here?" She then called out to the waiter, "I'll pay." During festivals, the streets were crowded, making it easier for pickpockets to strike. With Fan Changyu's loud exclamation, the roomful of people who had been staring at them resumed their meals. Some commented, "When we go to see the Lantern Festival later, the streets will be even more crowded. It's easier for valuables to be stolen then. We must be vigilant." Someone whispered, "I think that man looks even better than the woman. Could he be a kept man?" Another person refuted, "How is that possible? He was just trying to pay earlier. Anyone can put on an act after seeing the Yin family's son-in-law embarrassed. But with a face like that, he could certainly make a living as a kept man." Before Yin Zheng could react, Fan Changyu quickly scooped up Chong Ning with one hand and pulled him out of the restaurant with the other. Once they were on the main street, she caught her breath and asked Yin Zheng, "Was your money pouch stolen?" Yin Zheng's cold expression froze for a moment, and he gave a slight nod. With his skills, it was unlikely that someone could have pickpocketed him without him noticing. As Fan Changyu had mentioned earlier, he had indeed bought too many things for the child and hadn't realized he was out of money. After all, in the past, when he went out to buy something, he never had to worry about not having enough money. Fan Changyu remembered that he had visited the bookstore earlier and thought the items there were too expensive to buy. He should have known how much money he had left. She sighed. "It must have been stolen by a pickpocket when we were in the crowded street earlier." She took out her money pouch, counted out 2 silver pieces and a handful of copper coins, and handed them to Yin Zheng. "Keep this money. It'll be convenient if you want to buy something at the Lantern Festival later." Chong Ning also generously said, "Sister, give my New Year's money to brother-in-law too." Her beaming smile made it seem as if they were truly a family. Yin Zheng felt a strange sensation in his heart and frowned, saying, "No need. I won't be buying anything. Why are you being so difficult? It's convenient to have some money on you, just in case." Fan Changyu thought he was just being shy about taking her money. She grabbed one of his hands and placed the coins in his palm. Her hands were always warm, and as she grabbed his hand, that warmth seemed to seep through his skin and into something deeper. After she withdrew her hand, Yin Zheng looked at the copper coins and silver pieces in his palm. His fingertips curled almost imperceptibly before he closed his fist as if to hide something. Dusk had fallen, and lanterns were lit throughout the streets and alleys. The warm yellow light carved out the lines of his profile as he looked at Fan Changyu. The expression in his dark phoenix eyes became even more unreadable. "Thank you," he said. "What are you thanking me for? You've already bought so many things for Chong Ning, and besides, I'm still holding on to those 40 taels for you." Fan Changyu didn't think much of it. Yin Zheng listened silently, and only after she finished did he say, "Candy money is candy money. It's different." Fan Changyu was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the crowd in the distance, drawing their attention. They saw a street performer breathing fire. It was unclear how the performer managed it, but he held a small burning bamboo stick in his hand. When he blew on it forcefully, the flame instantly turned into a large burst of fire, startling the onlookers. As the flames swept near them, they cried out and stepped back, then applauded and cheered. Changning found this very intriguing and immediately tugged at Fan Changyu's clothes. "Sister, Ning wants to see the big fire." By now it was completely dark, and the streets were crowded. Fan Changyu, worried that Changning might trip or be bumped into, picked her up. She said to Yin Zheng, "The Lantern Festival seems to have started. Let's go over there and take a look." Yin Zheng glanced at the group performing the fire-breathing trick, the thoughts in his eyes fading away. He said to Fan Changyu, "Let me carry her." Fan Changyu, with her great strength, immediately refused. "No need. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet." Yin Zheng said, "Carrying a child is no problem." He paused, then added, "I've noticed that other children on the street are being carried by their fathers or elder brothers." Fan Changyu looked around and realized that among families out to see the lanterns, if both parents were present, it was indeed usually the father carrying the child. With her and Yin Zheng accompanying Changning, people might mistake them for a family of three. Yin Zheng was tall and strong, and with her carrying Changning, they had already attracted glances from passers-by. Those who didn't know the situation occasionally pointed and whispered about Yin Zheng. Fan Changyu recalled the incident at the restaurant earlier. After a moment's hesitation, she handed Changning to Yin Zheng to carry, cautioning, "If your arms get tired, give Ning back to me to carry." Yin Zheng nodded slightly in agreement. He was nearly a head taller than Fan Changyu, so Changning, perched on his shoulder, could see even further. She kept pointing here and there along the way, asking them to look, her excitement uncontainable. Fan Changyu walked alongside Yin Zheng, still holding the painting the scholar had drawn for them, a rare contented smile on her face. Many passers-by who saw them sincerely praised what a fine couple they made. A middle-aged couple was out with their young son to see the lanterns. The wife, carrying their little boy, spotted Fan Changyu's group and immediately handed the child to her husband. She frowned, saying, "Look how considerate that young man is to his wife. You heartless man, can't you see my arms are about to fall off?" The husband, now holding the child with both hands, had his ear pulled as his head was forced to one side. He kept apologizing. "Ouch, ouch, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Fan Changyu was both amused and slightly uncomfortable with the woman's words. She glanced up at Yin Zheng secretly, only to find him turning his head towards her at that moment. Their gazes met in the soft lantern light, and he asked, "What's wrong?" Fan Changyu coughed dryly and, spotting a distant tower adorned with colorful lanterns, said, "I think there's a lantern riddle game over there. Let's go solve some riddles." Changning had also spotted the various lanterns in the distance and excitedly said, "Ning wants to buy a piggy lantern." Fan Changyu laughed. "All right, let's go take a look first." Yin Zheng asked, "Is she born in the year of the pig?" Before Fan Changyu could answer, Changning was already nodding vigorously. She counted on her chubby fingers, "Sister is tiger, Ning is pig." Yin Zheng gave Fan Changyu a strange look. "You're only 9 years older than your sister?" Fan Changyu said, "To be precise, it's 10 years. I was born in the first month of the year of the tiger, and my sister was born at the end of the 12th month in the year of the pig." She looked at Changning, her gaze softening. "Last year, as soon as the 12th month passed, Ning turned 6. According to our town's customs, to avoid shortening a child's life, birthdays aren't openly celebrated during the mourning period for parents. We only made her a bowl of noodles for her birthday." She turned to Yin Zheng. "You've had it too. It was the intestine noodles I made that time." That wasn't exactly a pleasant memory. But if her birthday was in the first month, she would be turning 16 this month? Yin Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Fan Changyu suddenly asked him, "What's your zodiac sign?" Yin Zheng didn't answer. She guessed wildly, "Are you a dog?" This sounded a bit like an insult, and a passerby couldn't help but glance back at them. Yin Zheng shot a glance at Fan Changyu, who tried very hard to suppress the smile on her face, but failed. She said, "If you were born in the year of the dog, it would suit your personality." The smile on her face was truly unrestrained and radiant. Yin Zheng turned his head to look at her and asked, "What do you mean?" Fan Changyu coughed lightly. "I've heard that people born in the year of the dog are particularly good at holding grudges and are very sharp-tongued." Before she could finish, she received a cold glare. Fan Changyu felt inexplicably guilty. "Don't you know how venomous your tongue is?" Yin Zheng's lips curled slightly. I haven't said much about you in other matters. Only that your taste in men is somewhat lacking, with you still pining for someone like Song Yin until now. Fan Changyu realized what it meant to reap what one sows. Back then, to prevent him from misunderstanding her intentions towards him, she fabricated a lie about her undying love for Song Yin. Now, he seized every opportunity to mock and despise her for it. She couldn't help but say, "When have I ever been pining for him?" A snicker came from behind the lantern wall adorned with banners and flower lanterns. Fan Changyu looked up and saw several young gentlemen pushing aside the banners and emerging from behind the lantern wall. Among them was Song Yin. Brother Song is truly a hidden talent. Not only has the magistrate's daughter been captivated by your scholarship, but even your married ex-fiancé is at odds with her husband because of you. A man wearing an apricot yellow robe and a cap pointed his folded fan at Fan Changyu, his face bearing a frivolous smile. He was also the one who had snickered behind the lantern wall earlier. Fan Changyu's expression instantly soured. She never expected Song Yin and his classmates to be behind that lantern wall. Her lips tightened. Nothing irritated her more than letting that Song fellow misunderstand that she still had feelings for him. Yin Zheng, who had met Song Yin before and had some impression of him, cast a cold and oppressive gaze towards those flirtatious scholars, lingering a few moments longer on Song Yin. Song Yin wore an indigo robe and held a folded fan despite the cold weather. Upon meeting Yin Zheng's gaze, he instinctively avoided it after a brief moment of eye contact. His classmates, however, were unfazed. They believed that as scholars with academic titles, they didn't need to kneel even in court. So why should they fear the son-in-law of a butcher's daughter? The man in the yellow robe immediately mocked. "Sir, don't lose your temper. Brother Song is the only one who passed the county-level imperial examination in Qingping County. It's understandable that your wife still thinks of him." Another man beside him, after observing Fan Changyu for a while, suddenly clapped and laughed. "I remember now. One year, this young lady specially came to the county school to deliver winter clothes to Brother Song. I asked Brother Song who she was, and he said she was his younger sister. It seems this young lady is indeed deeply in love with Brother Song. No wonder that Sir gets so upset at the mention of Brother Song." The Lantern Festival was in full swing, and the back and forth between these men drew the attention of many passers-by. Busybodies pointed and whispered at Fan Changyu. "So this is Song Yin, the scholar's ex-fiancée whose engagement was broken off. She's quite pretty, but she's already married. Why is she still pining for Scholar Song? Only a live-in son-in-law would tolerate such behavior. What a coincidence to run into each other here. Could it be that she knew Scholar Song would be at the Lantern Festival tonight, and came specifically to see him?" Hearing all this, Song Yin glanced at Fan Changyu, then withdrew his gaze and said to his companions, "Let's go. These lantern riddles are nothing special, not worth solving." Fan Changyu, hearing the whispers and catching Song Yin's glance, felt anger burning from her heart through her blood into her limbs. Her whole body felt sick. Yin Zheng gave her a look, then turned to the group and said, "Stop." His tone was lazy but a command. With these words, the onlookers' faces grew even more intrigued. Song Yan's group halted, and his classmates turned back with looks of mockery and arrogance on their faces. The man in the yellow robe teased, "Does this sir intend to use force against us? We all hold academic titles. If you lay a finger on us, you'll never have a peaceful day for the rest of your life." Yin Zheng's mouth curled into an even more disdainful sneer as he coldly said, "You've studied the classics for 10 years, and all your propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame have gone to the dogs. Is slandering a woman the conduct of scholars?" The group suddenly looked sheepish. His thin lips uttered 2 cold words. "Apologize." Only the man in the yellow robe persisted. "When did we slander anyone? We merely stated the truth." Yin Zheng lazily raised an eyebrow, his words biting and cold. "Is your examination paper filled with gossip about women too? You've forgotten the etiquette of a gentleman, but you're quite skilled at wagging your tongue. Did you come from a brothel?" The crowd burst into laughter. Someone even shouted, "Well said." A group of scholars acting like gossiping old women. Aren't you ashamed? Even the male prostitutes in brothels don't gossip as much as you do. Hearing the jeers, the man in the yellow robe's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. He pointed at Yin Zheng, sputtering, "You." His companion chimed in, Such shameless and vulgar words. A disgrace to scholars. Yin Zheng let out a light snort. Scholars? Are you worthy of that title? You've read a few books and think you're above everyone else. How would you know that when wild geese fly north, phoenixes find no place to land? As he said this, his indifferent gaze fell directly on Song Yin, clearly directing these words at him. The scholars, shocked to realize that Yin Zheng was also educated, instantly looked furious. His last sentence was an insult to them, but they couldn't think of a retort, leaving their faces extremely unsightly. After Yin Zheng spoke those words, Song Yan's expression became inscrutable. Finally, he bowed and said, "Earlier, it was my two friends who spoke out of turn and offended Mrs. Fan. I apologize on behalf of my friends." Seeing Song Yin take a stance, the others, though unwilling, also bowed and said, "We were in the wrong earlier and hereby apologize to both of you." Yin Zheng remained silent and looked at Fan Changyu. Fan Changyu, briefly surprised by Yin Zheng's ability to outwit these scholars single-handedly, quickly composed herself and said coldly, "I was just joking with my husband. What right do you scholars have to gossip? My husband is handsome and talented. I'm neither stupid nor blind, so why would I be pining for someone else?" This statement made many onlookers laugh. Song Yan's face flushed red and pale, his clasped fingers stiff with tension. Yin Zheng lazily raised his eyes. Although he knew most of what she said was to save face, he still found it pleasing to hear. After all, he didn't think it was a lie. Having regained her composure, Fan Changyu took Changning's hand and snorted lightly. "Let's go." Yin Zheng cast a cool glance at the scholars standing still, then followed at a leisurely pace. Song Yin and his classmates felt their faces burning with embarrassment. The onlookers continued to whisper and point. They say scholars are often heartless. Song Yin broke off the engagement after passing the exam, and now he even mocks the fangirl in public. How despicable. I think that live-in son-in-law seems more eloquent than these scholars. I wonder if he'll take the imperial exams. If he passes too, the Fan family's future will be bright. Hearing this, Song Yan's face, hidden in the shadow of the lanterns, darkened. His classmates, trying to save face, shouted, "A pretty boy who married into his wife's family. If he could take the imperial exams, he wouldn't have become a live-in son-in-law. In my opinion, he probably couldn't even pass the lowest level of the exams." Listening to this, Song Yan's cold expression didn't soften at all. He merely said, "Let's end it here for today. We'll meet again another time." With him speaking up, the others, having lost so much face, didn't feel like continuing their Lantern Festival tour. They each headed home. Yin Zheng walked a few steps behind Fan Changyu, the two moving in silence for a moment before he suddenly said, "About what happened earlier, I spoke out of turn first." If he hadn't mentioned Song Yin first, those people wouldn't have overheard behind the lantern wall and mocked her. Fan Changyu paused slightly and said, "It's nothing. You've already helped me, and besides, I lied to you first." Yin Zheng looked up. "Lied about what?" Fan Changyu tugged at her hair, a bit embarrassed, and said, "Earlier, I was afraid you'd misunderstand that I had feelings for you, so I deliberately said I hadn't gotten over him." Hearing this, Yin Zheng's eyes showed a hint of other emotions. He said, "I thought you were upset." Fan Changyu gave him a "how could that be possible" look. The two had already left the street with the lantern exhibition. Suddenly, the surroundings became quiet, with occasional dark, gloomy alleys passing by. Yin Zheng asked, "Is this the way to Yixianglu?" "No," Fan Changyu said, then handed Changning to Yin Zheng to hold. In a moment, cover Ning's eyes and take her far away. Yin Zheng was silent for a moment, then asked, "What are you going to do?" Fan Changyu found a dark corner and crouched there with him, pulling out a large burlap sack and a cloth-beating stick she had bought when leaving the market. She bared her small canine teeth and said, "That yellow-robed guy has such a foul mouth. Of course, I need to beat him up to feel better." Chapter 39. The moon had set in the frosty sky, leaving only scattered stars. A man in apricot yellow robes left the Lantern Festival Street, his mood dark as he headed toward the pleasure district. While the festival area was bustling with noise and light, the other streets beyond its glow lay like predators lurking in the darkness, their quietness holding an eerie danger. Fortunately, it was only one street over to the Red Lantern District, where warm lights once again lit the way. As the yellow-robed man walked along the inevitable path from the festival, something suddenly dropped over his head, blocking his vision. Just as he was about to cry out in fear, a heavy blow struck his abdomen. The pain was so intense it made him curl up, the scream dying in his throat. A fierce kick to his rear sent him tumbling into a pitch-black alley, where clubs rained down on him like hailstones. The yellow-robed man wailed pitifully, curling into a ball inside the sack with his hands protecting his head. "Please stop. I have money. I'll give you all the silver I'm carrying. Just please spare me." No one responded. Instead, several more punches landed on his face through the sack. His cries grew even more miserable. Passers-by who heard the screams from the dark alley, fearing trouble, dared not help. Only after running far away did someone shout, "Quick, report to the authorities. Someone's being beaten in that alley." Hearing this, Changyu, worried about leaving evidence, put away her club and carefully yanked off the sack covering the upper half of the yellow-robed man's body. However, she pulled too forcefully. The man was dragged face first into the ground by the momentum, breaking one of his front teeth. His agonized scream was so sharp it could be heard by the pleasure district. Changyu froze for a moment. Hearing hurried footsteps approaching from the street entrance, she had no time to think further and ran toward the other end of the alley. She had deliberately chosen an alley with exits on both ends to make escape easier. Yinzheng was waiting at the far end with Changning. They exchanged glances without a word, tacitly agreeing to quickly leave the scene. After walking 2 streets away, Yinzheng finally asked, "What did you do to him?" The man's horrific screams suggested more than just a beating. Changyu said, "I didn't do anything special. He was just stupid. When I pulled off the sack, he stumbled and fell face first, breaking a tooth." Yinzheng glanced at her sideways, seemingly doubting her explanation. "Changyu, I'm not lying." Yinzheng asked, "Are you going to teach the others a lesson too?" Changyu wondered what he took her for, and said, "No, beating all of them in one day would point to me as the culprit. This one had a foul mouth, so I taught him a lesson first to vent my anger. I'll deal with the others when opportunities arise." Meanwhile, the yellow-robed man, still wailing in the alley, was finally helped up by the arriving constables. Both his eyes were bruised, his broken front tooth left his mouth full of blood, and 2 streams of blood ran from his nose. In the torchlight, he finally saw his broken tooth on the ground and cried out, "My tooth is broken. How can I take the civil service examinations now?" As the county magistrate's nephew, he shouted at the constables, "Hurry up and investigate. Arrest the thugs who beat your young master." The duty constable, wiping sweat from his brow, asked, "Young master, have you made any enemies recently?" The yellow-robed man thought carefully, wincing in pain as he spoke. "A few days ago, that good-for-nothing Wang tried to compete with me for a courtesan at the brothel. I humiliated him. It could be him. And that Lu fellow, who acts so noble but failed the metropolitan examinations, I mocked him too. Could be him as well. Then there's the Li family." The constable's head spun as he listened to the long list of potential enemies. Finally, the yellow-robed man remembered the incident at the Lantern Festival tonight and said, "Tonight, I also mocked Song's former fiancée on his behalf." This wasn't something to be proud of, given how many people had watched their county's top scholars being rendered speechless by a live-in son-in-law. He stopped mid-sentence to ask, "Was Brother Song Yin hurt by the thugs?" When the constable shook his head, he immediately said, "A butcher's daughter and her sickly live-in husband. They wouldn't dare. You should investigate the families I mentioned earlier." As the constables left to investigate, he was helped to a nearby physician's shop, moaning all the way. When Changyu arrived at the temporary lodgings arranged by Yixiang Restaurant, the matron was still awake. She smiled and asked, "Was the Lantern Festival nice?" Changning had already fallen asleep on Yinzheng's shoulder on the way back, and Changyu, still feeling guilty about the beating, only vaguely replied, "Yes, it was crowded and lively everywhere." The matron led them to a room and opened the door with a smile. "This is the only room left. You'll have to make do for one night." Changyu thanked her and asked for a pot of hot water for washing. After briefly washing Changning's face and hands, she put the child to bed. After washing her face, she noticed there wasn't much hot water left in the pot. Not wanting to trouble the matron to boil more water so late at night, She poured the face-washing water into a foot basin and made do with that for soaking her feet. When Yin Zheng finished washing his face with the remaining hot water, she still had both feet in the basin. Seeing him about to take the washing water out to dispose of it, she quickly said, "You can pour it in the foot basin." Yin Zheng hesitated for a moment before walking over to the wooden basin. Changyu lifted her feet and rested them on the basin's edge to make it easier for him to pour the water. Perhaps because they rarely saw sunlight, her feet were extremely white, taking on a warm jade-like glow in the candlelight. There was a small black mole at her ankle that caught the eye strangely. Yin Zheng only glanced once before lowering his gaze to hide his vision. In the capital, a woman's bare feet being seen by others was tantamount to losing her virtue. In this frontier town, customs were more relaxed than in the capital. Women washing clothes by the river often went barefoot, seemingly unconcerned about bare feet. She had always been forthright by nature, and this wasn't improper, but Yin Zheng still felt somewhat unsettled. Changyu saw him sit far away after pouring the water and asked, "Won't you soak your feet?" Yin Zheng said, "You go first. I'll rinse mine with cold water outside later." Changyu glared at him. "In this cold weather, you want to wash with cold water? Won't you catch a chill tomorrow?" In their month or so together, she had noticed that Yin Zheng was quite particular about cleanliness. Thinking he didn't want to use the water she had used, she said, "In our home, we all used to share the foot-soaking water. I forgot about your cleanliness habits. Let me ask the matron to boil you some fresh water from the kitchen." Yin Zheng frowned slightly but finally said, "No need. This water is fine." The Fan family was very clean, changing shoes and socks frequently. The used water didn't look dirty. It was his own heart that was in turmoil. As he put his feet in the basin, seeing the watermarks on its edge, his mind involuntarily recalled her pair of feet resting there. Yin Zheng's frown deepened instantly. His foot had barely touched the water before he hurriedly stood up to dispose of it. Changyu sat at the table, opened her mouth to speak, then closed it. When he returned, she said with complex emotions, "It's fine if you're particular about cleanliness. I don't think you're looking down on anything. You don't need to force yourself like this." Yin Zheng looked at her sincere and clear eyes in the candlelight, her beautiful brows showing traces of self-loathing, and said only, "It's not what you think." There was only one bed and one blanket. After putting the wooden basin back inside, he walked toward the door. "You should rest early." Changyu felt something was odd about him and asked, "What about you?" He couldn't sit outside all night, and the matron had just said this was the only room left. Yin Zheng said, "I'll ask if I can share space with the restaurant staff for the night." Even after he left and the door closed again, Changyu still looked bewildered. Why did he suddenly treat her like some fearsome beast? Had the sack incident scared him? Or was the foot-washing water too traumatic? Chapter 40. Snowflakes drifted down beneath the eaves, forming a thin layer on the steps. Xiezheng leaned against a corridor pillar with his arms crossed, his eyes half-lowered in thought. The lantern above cast a warm glow on the ground, drawing shadows from his perfectly proportioned eyelashes onto his lower eyelids. He had seen many beauties before, including Western region dancers performing barefoot at Wei Yan's banquets. While he could no longer remember the exact appearance of those dancers' feet, he still recalled their golden ankle chains adorned with bells that chimed with their movements, like silent invitations. When he saw Changyu's exposed feet, for some inexplicable reason, he was reminded of those dancers jingling golden bells. The thought immediately struck him as absurd, and he felt a surge of self-disgust for having violated her dignity. Xiezheng irritably rubbed his brow. Since childhood, he had lived under others' roofs. To honor his father's dying wish, he devoted himself to studying military strategy and practicing martial arts. Wei Yan had strictly regulated both his and Wei Xian's conduct, forbidding them from becoming entangled in matters between men and women. Even their servants were exclusively male attendants, with no female maids. After joining the battlefield, he focused solely on defeating enemies, never considering such matters. Wei Xian, either deliberately defying Wei Yan's rules or purely out of rebelliousness, frequently visited brothels and kept mistresses, earning numerous punishments from Wei Yan. Back then, Wei Xian had mocked him for being an obedient dog, asking if he knew the pleasures of romance. Xiezheng had shared Wei Yan's opinion, believing Wei Xian would never amount to anything significant. Though reluctant to admit it, he had indeed been deeply influenced by Wei Yan, who believed that those in power must learn to control their desires, with carnal desires being the most basic of all. After returning from military service, he occasionally attended unavoidable banquets where he would see delicate dancers earning thunderous applause, feeling only contempt. Like Wei Yan, he looked down on the capital's nobles' ways, believing such decadence would only weaken one's resolve. When he eventually married, he would only choose a wife worthy of the Xie family's status, not someone fragile like his mother. The battlefield showed no mercy. Perhaps one day he would meet the same fate as his father, dying in battle. He didn't need someone to die of grief for him. He needed a matriarch who could uphold the Xie family's dignity after his passing. This was the standard by which all noble sons in the capital chose their wives from prominent families. But these days, what was wrong with him? Images of Fan Changyu kept appearing in his mind, butchering pigs, fighting men, enduring hardships silently. She was admirable, even more resilient than many noble ladies, but her simple upbringing meant she couldn't navigate the complex politics of high society. She could never be the Xie family's matriarch. Realizing the direction of his thoughts, Xie Zheng was startled. The elderly housekeeper, making her rounds with a lantern, noticed him standing in the corridor and asked, "Young sir, why aren't you resting in your room?" Xie Zheng collected his thoughts and replied, "I was looking for you. Might I share a room with one of the Yisheng Tower's workers?" The housekeeper asked, puzzled, "Your lady Fan's husband, why not share her room?" Xie Zheng made an excuse. "She's with her younger sister. It wouldn't be appropriate." The housekeeper thought to herself that Chang Ning was just a child, but considering that she was still a young girl, she nodded and said, "It was thoughtless of this old woman. Our workers usually share rooms two to a room, and we don't have extra rooms. However, there is one worker whose snoring is so loud that others can't sleep near him. If you don't mind, you could stay in his room for the night." Xie Zheng agreed, and the housekeeper led him to that worker's room. They could hear the thunderous snoring even from outside. Xie Zheng fell momentarily silent. The housekeeper opened the door, its hinges creaking without disturbing the worker's sleep at all. She showed Xie Zheng in, lit the oil lamp, and pointed to an empty single bed. "You can sleep here tonight." Xie Zheng thanked her, and she left with her lantern. He removed his outer robe and lay down with his arm as a pillow. Already having little inclination to sleep, the thunderous snoring from the opposite bed made even closing his eyes impossible. After enduring for a quarter hour, Xie Zheng rose and approached the worker's bed. With a precise strike to the back of the worker's neck, he rendered him unconscious, instantly silencing the snoring. He returned to his bed, but still couldn't sleep. He had never thought about a future with Fan Changyu before, but tonight's thoughts of marriage left him inexplicably troubled. He knew Fan Changyu wasn't suitable as the Xie family's matriarch, but the idea of returning to the capital to marry a well-educated noble lady who could manage the Xie household affairs made him instinctively resistant. It was as if he had found a wild grass with extraordinary vitality in the wilderness. He had grown fond of it, but if he were to transplant it home among exotic flowers, others would only mock that wild grass. Wild grass could only be free and resilient in its native wilderness. Placed in a precious porcelain pot and carefully tended, it would cease to be wild grass at all. He raised one hand across his eyes, resting it on his brow bone, his lips pressed tightly together in the darkness. The next morning, before dawn, Fan Changyu rose while Chang Ning was still sleeping. After dressing, she quietly left the room, asking the housekeeper to watch over Chang Ning while she went to Yisheng Tower. The county town's Yisheng Tower had a similar layout to the one in Linen Town, but was more magnificent. The errand workers hadn't arrived in the main hall yet, but the kitchen staff was already complete. The pig heads for braising had already been prepared by others, so Fan Changyu didn't even need to tend the fire herself, only prepare the braising seasonings. Yu Qianqian was personally discussing with several head chefs about which dishes should be served first, which later, and what would be the finale. Though Fan Changyu was an outsider, she could tell this required exquisite planning. After all, some dishes would lose their flavor if left too long. If too many main dishes were served consecutively and the kitchen couldn't keep up, delayed service would be embarrassing. For ordinary households, late dishes weren't a problem, But at these officials' and nobles' private banquets, late service would embarrass the host. Not only would the host confront Yixiang Tower, but it would also damage the restaurant's reputation. After Yu Qianqian finished instructing the chefs on various procedural details, she noticed Fan Changyu sitting by the stove and squeezed over to warm herself beside her, showing no airs. It's only the second day of the new year, and I'm already having you help at the tower. It's truly troublesome for you. Fan Changyu replied. Manager Yu has so much to handle. You seem far more troubled. Yu Qianqian smiled. There's no easy way to make money. If we handle this banquet well, Yixiang Tower's reputation in the county will be firmly established. Previously, when Yixiang Tower opened in the county, they were sabotaged by Wang's shop, and business had remained lukewarm. The county's elite even joked about the lack of auspicious signs on opening day. Yu Qianqian had sent many exotic and expensive gifts to those noble ladies to elevate Yixiang Tower's status in the county, finally securing today's private banquet. She seemed to remember something and asked Fan Changyu, by the way, does your braised meat have a design emblem? Fan Changyu looked puzzled. What's that? Yu Qianqian slapped her forehead. It's my fault for being too busy these days and forgetting to tell you earlier. It's like Wang's braised meat shop's custom trademark. Fan Changyu shook her head. Yu Qianqian said, your braised meat in my tower competes with Wang's from Zuaishan Tower. Without an emblem, we should at least have someone write some characters to make it look proper. Fan Changyu didn't understand. Isn't braised meat just sliced, plated, and served? An emblem shouldn't matter. Yu Qianqian explained. You must have seen when you came in that I have several shops downstairs for rent. The Fong family's tea and Li family's wine are sold there. I've reserved a spot for your braised meat too. You can prepare extra to sell there, and all the profits will be yours. The main thing is to build a reputation. Without a proper source for the braised meat used in my tower, wouldn't we seem inferior to Zuaishan Tower? She was about to get up. I'll have someone find a talented scholar to write a banner for you temporarily. Fan Changyu thought of Xie Zheng and quickly said, my husband can write. I'll ask him later. Yu Qianqian hesitated. How good is your husband's writing? Fan Changyu declared. His writing is beautiful. With her repeated assurances, and Yu Qianqian truly being busy with other matters, she told her, then go find your husband now. If it doesn't work out, I'll still send for a scholar. The braised meat was already cooking and only needed watching, so Fan Changyu didn't dawdle. She immediately agreed and went to find Xie Zheng in the alley behind Yixiang Tower. Xie Zheng had been unable to sleep all night, only dozing off at dawn. However, he was soon awakened by the housekeeper calling for the worker. The housekeeper muttered while waking the worker. He never seemed lazy before. How is he still sleeping at this hour? The awakened worker opened his eyes in confusion, saw it was already light out, and hurriedly got up to dress. But as soon as he moved, he cried out in pain, rubbing his neck. I seem to have slept wrong. My neck hurts. The housekeeper scolded with a stern face. That's what happens when you oversleep. The worker, feeling guilty for being late, dressed quickly with a grimace, hastily washed his face and hurried to work in the front of the tower. With all the Yixiang Tower workers moving about the courtyard now, Xie Zheng had no desire to continue sleeping. After a sleepless night, blue-black stubble had emerged on his jaw. Just as he finished washing up, Fan Changyu found him, and, noticing the dark circles under his eyes, asked worriedly, You didn't stay up all night, did you? The housekeeper happened to pass through the courtyard and, hearing Fan Changyu's words and seeing Xie Zheng's exhausted appearance, said, I mentioned last night that the workers' snoring might be disturbing. The youngster must have had trouble sleeping because of it. Unsure how to respond to Fan Changyu, Xie Zheng hesitantly nodded at the housekeeper's explanation. Fan Changyu looked at him sympathetically. After the housekeeper left, she said, Get a good rest when we return home tonight. Right now, I need to ask for your help with something. Perhaps due to lack of sleep, Xie Zheng found himself staring at her moving red lips, not quite hearing what she said. Instead, he recalled the brief dream he'd had during his short sleep. In the dream, they had divorced as agreed, and she married another man, wearing the same wedding clothes from their wedding day. Though he couldn't see the face of the man she married, her smile was dazzlingly bright and uninhibited, as if she had found a husband who truly suited her. He couldn't quite identify the feeling in his heart, but it was decidedly unpleasant. Looking at Fan Changyu now, his lips unconsciously turned downward. Fan Changyu finished speaking and saw that Xie hadn't responded at all, instead staring at her with a gloomy expression. She waved her hand in front of his eyes. Did you hear what I said? Xie snapped back to reality, quickly composing himself. Go ahead. Fan Changyu eyed him suspiciously. What were you thinking about just now? Xie replied. Nothing. I just woke up. My mind isn't quite clear yet. Fan Changyu had her own experiences with grogginess from poor sleep, so she didn't doubt his words and got to the point. Could you write some characters for me? Xie asked. What do you need written? Fan Changyu explained. Manager Yu says today's business is competing with Zhuyu Tower, so we can't appear inferior. Our braised meat needs its trademark like Wang's shop. Manager Yu has reserved a space for us to sell braised meat outside the downstairs hall. There's no time to order a proper signboard, so we'll make do with a cloth banner for now. Xie nodded, asking, Are the brushes, ink, and cloth ready? Fan Changyu replied, Manager Yu has prepared them. Xie said, Let's go then. The workers' quarters behind Yixiang Tower were made for convenient access. The back alley was used for buying ingredients and transporting kitchen waste, with the tower's back door opening directly onto it. As Fan Changyu and Xie were leaving, they happened to encounter someone collecting kitchen waste. The waste collector had been home celebrating New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, so Yixiang Tower's accumulated waste hadn't been dealt with, leading to this early morning collection. Thankfully, the severe winter meant the waste hadn't developed much odor over 2 days. However, the alley was narrow, requiring them to press against the wall when the waste cart passed to avoid contact with the filthy buckets. Fan Changyu and Xie moved aside, but just as the cart was about to pass, its wheel hit a stone, causing it to jolt. The lid of the nearest bucket jumped, spilling some waste. Xie brows furrowed as he quickly pulled Fan Changyu toward himself. She crashed into his firm chest as the waste splashed where she had been standing moments before. The elderly waste collector turned back, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry, the wheel hit a stone. Did any splash on you? Xie glanced at Fan Changyu's skirt hem and replied, No, it didn't. You may go, elder. Only after the old man departed with his horse did Xie notice Fan Changyu's silence and his grip on her wrist. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately released her hand, moving it behind his back as his palm seemed to burn. You? He began but stopped after one word. Fan Changyu kept her head down as 2 drops of blood fell onto the frost-covered stone ground, her expression utterly dejected. She had hit his chest too hard, causing a nosebleed. After a moment's silence, Xie said, I apologize. Fan Changyu mumbled, It's fine, through her nose, but the pain had brought involuntary tears to her eyes, making her look rather pitiful. She pulled out her handkerchief and wiped haphazardly, but the bleeding continued. As she tilted her head back to stop it, a large hand pressed against the back of her head, pushing it forward. Xie instructed, Don't tilt your head back when your nose is bleeding. Fan Changyu could only press the handkerchief to her nostrils, saying dejectedly, Seeing blood first thing in the morning. I must be in for bad luck today. Xie apologized again, but Fan Changyu replied with resignation, I'm joking. How could I have bad luck? I'm blessed with good fortune and wealth. The bleeding seemed to stop, though her nose still felt uncomfortable. Removing the handkerchief, she sniffed and said, I suppose it's a balance of fortune. I avoided being drenched in waste only to get a nosebleed from colliding with you. A nosebleed is better than being covered in waste, so I came out ahead. Worried he felt guilty, she wiggled her nose forcefully. See, the bleeding has already stopped. The last word caught in her throat. Xie took her handkerchief and gently wiped near her nose. There's still some blood here. The bleeding just stopped. Don't breathe too hard. Even through the handkerchief, she could feel the pressure of his fingertips. The man before her must have been greatly favored by heaven at birth. With his sword-like eyebrows and star-bright eyes, his features were refined yet thoroughly masculine. A gentle breeze from behind him stirred his sleeves and the loose strands of hair at his temples as a brown withered leaf fell unsteadily from the wall. Fan Changyu felt like a lobster that had been proudly brandishing its claws, suddenly unsure how to wave them. Xie withdrew his hand and, seeing her lost in thought, asked, Still hurting? Fan Changyu shook her head and half-joked, With such a gentle temperament, you won't have trouble finding girls who like you in the future. Xie eyes suddenly turned cold as he gazed at her sideways, still holding her handkerchief between his thumb and forefinger. With a mirthless smile, he replied, "I'll take that as a blessing then." Changyu was bewildered. She had complimented him. Why had his words suddenly turned sharp? They entered Yixiang Tower through the back door. While Xie rode on the triangular cloth banners Yu Chanqian had prepared, Changyu, remembering he hadn't eaten breakfast, went to get him some steamed buns and porridge from the kitchen. When she returned, several workers had gathered around the table where Xie was writing, and even the tower's accountant was praising his calligraphy. Once the ink dried, workers helped hang the banners. Changyu looked up at them. Though they merely spelled out Fan's braised meat, his writing made them remarkably beautiful, with vigorous strokes and graceful flourishes. The 4 triangular banners looked even more impressive than gilded signboards. In high spirits, Changyu brought the porridge and buns to Xie. "Have something to eat first." Yu Chanqian, passing through the hall, saw the characters written on the temporary red silk banners and couldn't help but praise them, commending Changyu on finding such a talented husband. She also suggested to Changyu, "Sister Changyu, you should order some paper bags printed with your husband's calligraphy. When people buy your braised meat, package it in these bags. Your reputation will surely surpass Wang's shop." Most cooked food vendors used oiled paper, as did Changyu's shop. The oiled paper was water-resistant, with the smooth side wrapped around the food and the rough side facing out. Changyu had noticed that Yixiang Tower's soup base was sold in printed paper boxes decorated with birds and flowers, tied with fine hemp rope in knots she'd never seen before. Yu Chanqian had specifically asked her to prepare extra meat for selling in the shop. A sudden inspiration struck Changyu, and while Xie ate his porridge, she went out briefly, returning with a stack of oiled paper and a roll of fine hemp rope. She tried wrapping half a jean of pig head meat in the oiled paper and securing it with a knotted hemp rope. It looked quite presentable, though the paper lacked the Fan shop name. Xie had just finished his plain breakfast of steamed buns with pickled vegetables and porridge when he noticed Changyu's intense gaze. "Yin Zheng, would you mind writing a few more characters?" Before Yixiang Tower opened for lunch, he had written characters on the rough side of about 100 sheets of oiled paper. When Yu Chanqian passed by again and saw Changyu's improvised solution, she smiled. Truly, husband and wife thinking as one can accomplish anything. Noticing Changyu's slightly crooked knots, she taught her how to tie them properly. "Loop the rope this way before tying for a better look." Changyu thanked her, and Yu Chanqian clapped her shoulder firmly. "No need for thanks. We're in this together today. If Wang's shop outshines your braised meat, it would be my loss of face." As noon approached, Yixiang Tower became busy with arriving guests. Over 10 servants handled reception, with male attendants for male guests and uniformly dressed maids for female guests. Both male and female servers carried themselves with dignity, maintaining pleasant but not fawning smiles, quite different from other restaurants. The restaurant even provided hand warmers for cold, sensitive female guests, showing remarkable thoughtfulness. Changyu couldn't help telling Xie, "Yixiang Tower is the most impressive restaurant I've ever seen." Xie replied, "It's adequate. The capital's finest restaurants surpassed this one, but for a small town, this female manager showed considerable skill in establishing such an establishment." Changyu glanced at him sideways. "Why is it so hard for you to give a simple compliment?" Xie said, "Once you've seen better, you won't praise everything you see." Had she just been snubbed? Surely she had. She decided to stay quiet, though they weren't idle for long before someone came asking, "How much is your braised meat?" Changyu learned that day that Yu Chanqian's selling price was 100 won per jean, nearly double the usual price for braised meat. When she nervously quoted the price, the servant didn't even haggle before ordering 3 jean. Changyu was stunned but quickly cut and packaged the meat. She remained somewhat dazed, wondering if doing business under Yixiang Tower's reputation was this easy. After the servant left, she whispered to Xie, "I've never sold braised meat this expensive before. My conscience feels a bit uneasy." Xie said, "Look at the wine cellar next to you. That family owned a famous old winery in the county and was doing better business than them." Changyu watched for a while but couldn't see anything special, asking Xie, "What about the wine cellar?" Xie looked up at her. Haven't you noticed they're selling small jars of wine for nearly one tael of silver? Fan Changyu nodded rapidly like a pecking chick. Yes, but wine is always expensive. Xiezheng snorted softly. Expensive why? Wine is just fermented grain and yeast. The cost might not even be as high as your meat. Fan Changyu considered the prices of pork and grain, finding his logic quite sound. Xiezheng continued. The value of things, whether high or low, depends on whether people will buy them. If many people are willing to pay a high price, the item becomes expensive. Conversely, if everyone only offers a low price, then the item becomes cheap. Fan Changyu nodded, somewhat understanding. After several more sales, she began to grasp the concept herself. The customers at Yixiang Tower were wealthy, and such affluent families often held the notion that expensive means good. The concept of good value for money didn't apply to them. When consumable items were priced lower than what they usually paid, their first reaction wasn't finding a bargain, but worrying about the safety of the product. Thinking this way, she understood why everything at Yuqianqian's Yixiang Tower was more expensive than ordinary restaurants. While quality was part of the reason, another factor was status consciousness. Yuqianqian had created a place where only officials and nobles would dine. Spending large sums to eat here bought not just delicious food, but also a sense of belonging to the upper class. Before the meal service, Fan Changyu's business had been moderate, with occasional customers buying meat to take home as New Year's dishes. After the first round of diners finished their meal, having tasted the braised meat during their feast, her business suddenly boomed. Many maids and servants queued up to buy, and Fan Changyu couldn't handle cutting meat and packaging alone, so she delegated the packaging to Xiezheng. His striking appearance, combined with the growing queue outside the shop, caught the attention of passers-by, attracting many young women to line up for braised meat. Later arriving guests, seeing this scene in the hall, inevitably asked, "Why are so many people buying braised meat?" The attending servants would smile and reply, "The earlier guests tasted Fan's braised meat during their meal and found it excellent. They're buying some to take home for their families to try." Upon hearing this, a guest immediately instructed his servant, "With so many people buying it, this Fan Ji braised meat must be more than just a name. Buy some for the old madam at home." Another guest, fond of calligraphy and paintings, noticed the large character Fan Ji braised meat as soon as he entered. He sighed. Such fine handwriting wasted on this sign. Looking closer, he saw that the oiled paper packages carried away by the servants in line also bore the words Fan Ji braised meat in vigorous calligraphy. Lamenting even more, he didn't buy the meat but instead sent his attendant to purchase a sheet of the oiled paper used for wrapping. Fan Changyu was a bit stunned by this request, but as long as they paid, it was fine. She realized that wealthy people's pursuits differed from those of ordinary folks. She took the money and generously gave the attendant several sheets of oiled paper. The Song family had produced a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, now considered a person of importance in Qingping County. Madame Song was eager to mingle with the wives of officials and wealthy men, as if trying to reclaim the glory she had missed for over a decade. Naturally, she attended today's banquet. Seeing a group of servants queuing to buy braised meat and many wealthy ladies sending their maids to make purchases, she initially wanted to join in. However, upon noticing the words Fan Ji braised meat on the sign, her expression changed. When she carefully observed Fan Changyu busy in the shop, her face fell completely. How did she end up here? A woman acquainted with her asked, "Madame Song, do you know that young lady?" Madame Song heaved a long sigh, speaking with an air of pity. "She's an unfortunate child, born under an ill-fated star. Not long ago, she caused the death of her parents, and later her uncle. I suppose she was ostracized by the townspeople and came to the county to make a living. Businessmen and officials were most wary of such things." As soon as Madame Song spoke, the women at the table all changed their expressions. During the New Year celebrations, how could the Yixiang Tower manager let just anyone into the building? One woman left the table, deeply uncomfortable. Another official's wife called over a waitress serving their table and said sternly, "Summon your manager for me." The waitress dared not delay and immediately went to call Yuqianqian. Though young, Yuqianqian was adept at handling such situations. She approached with a smile. "Madam Qian, what seems to be the matter? If there's any shortcoming in our service, I sincerely apologize. Yu Qianqian knew all the notable figures in Qingping County and was well aware of their businesses. Madame Qian dared to be so assertive at this table because her family ran a money house. Madame Qian coldly gestured towards Fan Ji's braised meat shop downstairs. We're here to celebrate, but you're letting that harbinger of misfortune do business in your building. Aren't you bringing us bad luck? With a queue of people lining up to buy braised meat at Fan Ji's shop, Yu Qianqian guessed Madame Qian was referring to Fan Changyu, but she feigned ignorance. What harbinger of misfortune? Madame Qian, speaking of such things during the new year isn't auspicious. Seeing her response, Madame Qian softened her expression. You're unaware? I heard the fan girl has an ill-fated destiny, causing the death of her parents and then her uncle. Don't let her work in your building. Be careful she doesn't bring misfortune to you. Yu Qianqian covered her mouth and exclaimed, pretending to be frightened. Oh my, who told you this? Madame Qian immediately pointed to Madame Song. Madame Song used to live in Linen Town and knows all about that harbinger of misfortune. Yu Qianqian said, oh, so Madame Song said this. I heard that young Master Song and the Fan family were engaged for years. After young Master Song passed the examinations, they consulted a fortune teller and discovered that the Fan family's eldest daughter had an ill-fated destiny. They quickly broke off the engagement. Fortunately, the marriage was called off early. Otherwise, Scholar Song might have missed the opportunity to become the county magistrate's son-in-law. The shrewd ladies present immediately looked at Madame Song with subtle expressions upon hearing Yu Qianqian's words. Madame Song glared. Yu Qianqian blinked innocently. I'm not familiar with fortune-telling, but the half-immortal in the south of the city said that the fan girl has a destiny that brings prosperity to her husband. Her husband writes beautiful calligraphy. I heard that at last night's Lantern Festival, he silenced Scholar Song with the phrase, Northern geese fly south. Phoenixes descend across the land. His scholarship must be exceptional. Who knows, he might win a title in next year's imperial examinations and earn her an official title. Someone who heard the couplet couldn't suppress a low chuckle. Madame Song was unaware of her son's embarrassment last night, but recalling how he had returned home and silently entered his study to read, she now felt her face burning under the scrutiny of the merchant and official wives at the table. Without a word of farewell, she hurriedly left with her maid. An official's wife led the laughter, and soon the entire table of noble ladies joined in, all scornfully remarking, she truly lacks class. To break off a girl's engagement and still dare to spread such rumors. Did you see that jade bracelet on her wrist? It's fake. I'd rather go barehanded than wear such a thing. This scholar's mother truly knows no shame. Seeing that the ladies had moved on to other topics, Yu Qianqian smiled and said, Please enjoy your meal, ladies. We're quite busy today, so please forgive any shortcomings in our service. The noble ladies became agreeable again, and some who had tasted the braised meat and found it delicious even sent their maids to buy some from downstairs. Fan Changyu was completely unaware of how Yu Qianqian had resolved this situation on her behalf. After selling out the braised meat, she sent the exhausted Xiezheng home to rest while she went to help in the Yixiang Tower's kitchen. It wasn't until the hour of the goat that the day's private banquet at Yixiang Tower concluded. Fan Changyu cleared out the drawer of silver fragments and copper coins earned from selling braised meat, counting a total of over 15 taels. For the first time, she understood the meaning of windfall profits. Although Yu Qianqian had told her she could keep all the earnings when she invited her to sell braised meat here, Fan Changyu didn't intend to keep all the money for herself, as the shop belonged to Yixiang Tower and the customers were Yixiang Towers. She went to find Yu Qianqian to share the profits. Yu Qianqian was amused when she heard her intention and asked, How much did you sell in total today? Fan Changyu honestly replied, 15 taels and 301. This price surprised Yu Qianqian. She smiled and said, I heard that some of it includes silver tips given to your husband by noble guests. These are all earned through your hard work, so you should keep it for yourself. Fan Changyu said, It was only by borrowing your valuable space that we could sell so much braised meat. Moreover, the capital for buying meat and the spices for braising were provided by you, manager Yu. Even the packaging method was taught by you. I wouldn't feel right if you didn't take a share. Yu Qianqian tapped Fan Changyu's forehead lightly. You're too honest for business. The reason your braised meat sold well today is fundamentally because your family's recipe is truly excellent. Why else would there be no business at first, and then guests sending their servants to buy after finishing their meals? I may have given you some ideas, but it was you and your husband who brought them to life. How many paper wrappers did your husband write today? If you want to feel sorry for someone, feel sorry for him. She continued earnestly. Your braised meat business thriving is also beneficial for me. You don't need to be so formal with me. Let's consider this a long-term favor. There might come a time when I need your help. Fan Changyu finally relented, but still insisted on paying Yu Qianqian for the cost of meat and ingredients. Yu Qianqian, realizing her sincerity, had no choice but to agree. After deducting 3 taels of silver for expenses, Fan Changyu exchanged all the copper coins for silver with the accountant, planning to split the 12 taels of profit equally with Xiezheng. The cooks and helpers in the restaurant were just having their meal. Yu Qianqian said, "Sit down and eat first. I'll send someone to call your husband and old lady Fong and the others." Fan Changyu guessed that the old lady Fong she mentioned was the housekeeper from the back alley. Remembering that Chang Ning was still with the housekeeper, she said, "I'll go fetch my sister and call them on the way." As soon as she left through Yisheng Tower's back door, she saw that Xiezheng hadn't returned to their room, but was standing at the entrance of the alley, observing something with his hands behind his back. Fan Changyu walked over and followed his gaze, only to see a squad of soldiers jogging away in the distance. Judging by their uniforms, they were from the military camp, not the local constabulary of Qingping County. She frowned. Are they soldiers collecting grain taxes? Xiezheng nodded, his expression notably cold. Most merchants living in towns bought their grain, so officials couldn't collect grain taxes from them and had to find ways to make them pay more money instead. Grain tax collection had to be done by farmers in the countryside. Fan Changyu had already heard about farmers being beaten to death during grain collection in Taizhou. Her heart was now filled with concern. She said, "They say the high official in our Jizhou prefecture is a just and upright man. I hope it won't be like Taizhou, where they push the common people to their deaths just to collect grain taxes." Xiezheng said, "We'll have to see how Jizhou prefecture handles it. As long as Zhao Sun and the people behind him weren't fools, they should have already reported to He Jingyuan about Wei Xian coming to Jizhou to collect grain taxes." When he turned back, he noticed Fan Changyu's bulging pocket and frowned slightly. "What's that?" Fan Changyu took out 12 taels of silver fragments and several hundred strung copper coins, dividing half and handing it to Xiezheng. "This is yours." A single tael of silver wasn't eye-catching, but 12 taels together were quite substantial. Xiezheng watched her pull out the money like a rural nouveau riche, his eyelid twitching slightly. He said, "You keep it." Fan Changyu insisted. "No, we should split it evenly. You wrote hundreds of paper wrappers." He paused for a moment and said, "It's easy to lose if I carry it. You keep it for me for now." With the previous incident of him losing money at the small restaurant as a precedent, Fan Changyu couldn't refuse his reasoning. She had no choice but to put it all back in her pocket, making it bulge even more. The couple went back to their room to find Chang Ning. Before they even entered, they heard 2 children talking inside. "My sister is amazing. She can eat 3 bowls of rice in one sitting." It was Chang Ning's voice. "My mother is even more amazing. She can eat 2 braised pork knuckles and a bowl of spicy soup, all by herself." The boy's voice seemed quite competitive. "My sister's rice bowl is as big as a soup tureen." The tone suggested she was making a gesture to demonstrate. "Well, your sister is more impressive then." The boy seemed to have conceded. Outside the room, Fan Changyu. A rice bowl as big as a soup tureen was their father's. Chapter 41. Fan Changyu's temple throbbed as she heard this. She pushed open the door and said, "Ning. Sister." Chang Ning, who had been so spirited just a moment ago, immediately adopted a docile expression, her grape-like eyes darting around, not daring to look at Fan Changyu. Yanzheng followed her into the room, a slight curve to his lips. Noticing the boy in satin clothes, his gaze paused as he asked, "Whose child is this?" The boy's face still had baby fat, looking no more than 5 or 6 years old. His eyes were large and round, with slightly drooping corners, like a puppy's. His clothes were embroidered with gold thread, and his small belt was inlaid with gemstones. Standing next to Chang Ning, He looked honest and simple, like the foolish son of a rich country bumpkin. After Yin Zheng's question, the boy puffed out his little chest and said, "All these rooms belong to my family." Fan Changyu remembered that Cookly had told her Yu Qianqian had a child. Since this child claimed these rooms were his family's, could he be Yu Qianqian's son? Just as she had this thought, a housekeeper's voice called from outside. "Young master, where have you hidden?" The child called out, "Madam Fong, I'm here." The housekeeper quickly found them. "How did the young master end up hiding here? You had this old woman searching everywhere." Seeing Fan Changyu and Yin Zheng, she apologized. "The young master is young and wandered into your quarters by mistake. This old woman begs your pardon." Fan Changyu said it was no matter, then asked, "Is this manager Yu's child?" The housekeeper smiled and confirmed it was. Fan Changyu learned from the housekeeper that the boy was named Yu Baoer, and everyone in the building called him Little Master Bao. Fan Changyu was quite surprised. In her experience, even moderately wealthy families would give their children names that sounded cultured. For Yu Qianqian's child to be simply called Baoer was unexpected. Thinking of Yu Qianqian's personality, she suddenly felt it all made sense. As they walked together to the main hall of the Yixiang building, Chang Ning grew bolder again, occasionally bantering with Yu Baoer. Yin Zheng walked at the back, his brow furrowed as he gazed at Yu Baoer's back, his eyes dark and unreadable. Reaching the main hall, Yu Qianqian learned that Yu Baoer had hidden in Fan Changyu's room during hide-and-seek, which amused and exasperated her. As she asked Yu Baoer about his lessons, she noticed Chang Ning and casually asked Fan Changyu, "Has Ning started her education yet? If not, you can send her here. I've hired a tutor for Baoer, and teaching one or several is the same. Some of the staff with children have sent them to study together. We're not aiming for them to become top scholars, but it's good to know a few characters." Fan Changyu's admiration for Yu Qianqian grew even more. Though tempted, she knew the distance from town to the county seat was considerable, and Chang Ning was still young. If Chang Ning were to study here, someone would need to escort her morning and evening. Moreover, she wasn't an employee of the Yixiang building and had already received much kindness from Yu Qianqian. She couldn't rightfully accept this offer. She said, "Thank you for your kind offer, manager. She's learned a few characters from her brother-in-law, but it's not a formal education yet. She's still young and doesn't like studying much. Perhaps when she's a bit older." Chang Ning immediately chimed in. "Ning can write her name." She demonstrated in the air with chopsticks. "Wood, cross, wood big. Fan." Yu Qianqian laughed and praised her. "Ning is so clever." She turned to Fan Changyu with a teasing look. "I forgot, you have a highly educated husband at home. Ning doesn't need anyone else to teach her." Fan Changyu had said those words to politely decline Yu Qianqian's offer, so she just smiled without responding to the teasing. Yin Zheng glanced at her, but remained silent. Yu Qianqian changed the subject. "I can rent you the shop outside my restaurant long-term. If you're too busy, I can have my staff help sell your braised meat. Other tenants either pay a year's rent up front or give me a double share of the profits. If you're interested, I can even give you a discount on the rent." Fan Changyu had seen today how bustling the business was in the shops outside the Yixiang building. She said, "Manager, you're being too kind to me." This comment made all the staff at the Yixiang building laugh. The accountant said, "Our manager has the heart of a bodhisattva. She's good to all the staff here. Don't be shy, Madam Fan." Yu Qianqian added, "I make friends based on intuition. I like your character from the moment I saw you. Don't be so reserved with me. Just say whether you want to set up shop in my Yixiang building or not." Fan Changyu replied, "I do. There's no need to reduce the rent, but I truly can't manage the shop myself. If I could use your staff, I'd pay them extra wages." Yu Qianqian smiled and asked her staff, "Did you all hear that? Those willing to earn extra money can step forward now and introduce yourselves to Manager Fan." Hearing herself called Manager Fan, Fan Changyu felt embarrassed yet intrigued. Unlike the townspeople who simply called her Changyu, it felt as if she had gained a new identity. Though small now, this identity was like a little boat that could take her to farther places. After some discussion among themselves, a capable-looking woman spoke up. "I'm willing to sell braised meat in the front shop." Fan Changyu recognized this woman as the one who usually received female guests. She was efficient and had a sweet tongue. Yu Qianqian told her, "This girl is called Fulling. She was sold as a servant when young, but saved money to buy her freedom. She came to work here when we were hiring. She's capable. What do you think? Fan Changyu nodded. She'll do. Fuling was quick to ingratiate herself, immediately saying, Thank you, manager. I hope Manager Fan will take good care of me in the future. Yu Qianqian pointed at her and smiled at Fan Changyu. See how glib she is. Fan Changyu couldn't help but smile too. After the meal, Fan Changyu bid farewell to Yu Qianqian. Having rented the best shop in the county town, she now needed to supply braised meat regularly. She had to consider whether to hire a cart or buy an ox cart outright. She also needed to deliver the cured meat to the chubby shopkeeper at the county school that afternoon. Yu Bauer followed his mother to see Fan Changyu's group off at the restaurant entrance. While the adults talked, the children had their conversation. Yu Bauer said to Chang Ning, Next time you come, I'll show you my study. There are many books, clay figurines, wood carvings, and coral ornaments. They're beautiful. Chang Ning, clutching Fan Changyu's clothes tightly, pursed her lips. After thinking hard, she finally found something to boast about. When you come to my home, I'll show you my sister's pig slaughtering knives. There are more than a dozen, big and small. If you're lucky, you might even see my sister slaughter a pig. Have you ever seen a pig being slaughtered? Yu Bauer shook his head, his eyes full of envy. Chang Ning gestured with both hands. My sister can knock a pig out with one slap. Faced with the shocked looks of Yu Qianqian and her son, Fan Changyu quickly coughed and said, Ning, let's go. Chang Ning followed her with small steps, but with her head held high, like a victorious rooster. Although Fan Changyu tried to keep a straight face, her ears turned red, as if she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Yanzheng caught sight of the sisters from the corner of his eye, a barely noticeable smile tugging at his lips. As the three rode the ox cart back to town, Fan Changyu couldn't stop praising Yu Qianqian's kindness. Yanzheng just snorted lightly. Fan Changyu frowned and asked, Did I say something wrong? Yanzheng looked up coolly. Even if someone sold you, you'd probably count the money for them. Fan Changyu, displeased, said, Manager Yu is a genuinely good person. Why are you slandering her? Yanzheng responded mercilessly. Don't forget, she's a merchant. You're doing business with her, and you haven't received that many benefits from her. Yet here you are, endlessly grateful to her. His gaze cooled. You'll probably never learn her skill at winning people over. Fan Changyu liked Yu Qianqian very much and was unhappy hearing Yanzheng speak of her this way. Why do you always think the worst of people? Manager Yu has indeed helped me a lot. Yanzheng interrupted her. How has she helped you? Faced with his sharp gaze, Fan Changyu was momentarily speechless, then said, I've just started selling braised meat. If it weren't for Manager Yu giving me a chance, I wouldn't have been able to do business with Yixiang Building so quickly. Yanzheng asked, You're not the only one selling braised meat in all of Qingping County. Why did she choose you? Fan Changyu replied. Masterly helped introduce me. Yanzheng looked at her without speaking, and her voice gradually trailed off. After a moment of silence, Yanzheng finally said, It's true that the cook introduced you, but if what you made wasn't good enough, they wouldn't have chosen you. A merchant won't choose an inferior product out of sentiment. They'll only do a favor among products of equal quality. Fan Changyu's clasped hands tightened as she continued. Manager Yu initially didn't want to take money for today's braised meat sales. Only after my insistence did she accept the cost price. Yanzheng asked her, How much did you even earn? Probably not as much as she makes from a single table. Fan Changyu pressed her lips together. It's not about the amount of money. It's the thought that counts. Yanzheng frowned. I'm not saying you shouldn't accept her kindness. I'm telling you that the benefit she's giving you doesn't match your gratitude. You can remember her favor, but there's no need to lower yourself at every turn because of it. Besides, today you both got what you needed. Her support for you is also to suppress Wang's business. Fan Changyu fell silent. Yanzheng knew her pure-hearted nature. If someone showed her a bit of kindness, she always wanted to return tenfold. He paused for a moment, then said, I'm not trying to slander the manager. If you see things clearly, you might become true friends in the future. If you only remember gratitude and favors, you're no different from her obedient staff. Fan Changyu had never been taught these things in her life. After her parents passed away, except for Madame Zhao's family's help, she shouldered everything herself. Suddenly receiving so much kindness from Yu Qianqian was like a person nearly frozen to death in winter finding warmth. instinctively drawn to that source of comfort. After a long while, she said, "Thank you." Her voice was a bit muffled, but not dejected. She knew she still had a long way to go and much to learn. It wasn't too late to understand things she hadn't before. When she looked at Yin Zheng again, her eyes were full of eagerness to learn. "Yin Zheng, teach me more. I want to become as capable as manager you in the future." Yin Zheng smirked. "Forget about doing business. I've told you, her most praiseworthy quality is how she manages people." Fan Changyu adopted a posture of attentive listening. Yin Zheng was reluctant to say more, but continued. "Like how she lent you a female staff member today? You're surely grateful for that. But she's just giving you what you need when you need it. Setting aside all personal feelings, you don't owe her anything. You paid rent for her shop and wages for her staff. On the contrary, using her staff to manage the shop you rented is all benefit and no drawback for her." His eyes darkened. "If she wanted to know your accounts, it would just take asking." Fan Changyu said, "I believe manager you isn't that kind of person." But the shock made her fingertips go numb. She had previously thought Yu Chanqian was just kind, but now she realized Yu Chanqian was both kind and clever. She admired Yu Chanqian more and suddenly understood why Yu Chanqian, a lone woman, could open 2 such large restaurants in just a few years. Yin Zheng said sharply, "This is just her method of managing subordinates. Her techniques for dealing with merchants and officials' wives. You might not learn them in a lifetime." Although Fan Changyu was criticized, considering how much he had taught her, she didn't take offense. Instead, she said, "Yin Zheng, teach me to read." Yin Zheng looked at the person before him, hands propping up her chin, sighing. She was like a young lion, dejected after its first setback, yet stubborn at heart. He responded with a cool, "All right," just as he had agreed before. When the ox cart reached town and passed by the bookstore, Yin Zheng bought not only paper and ink, but also 5 books. Fan Changyu was stunned. "So many." Yin Zheng handed her 4 thick books and gave a thin one to Changning. "The 3-character classic is for your sister. The 4 books are for you." Fan Changyu flipped through them and found that although he had said he wouldn't teach her the Analects and the Great Learning, he had bought these 2 books anyway. She couldn't help but grin, realizing that most of the time, he was just sharp-tongued. She happily hugged the books, saying, "I'll start studying hard tonight." Changning, clutching the 3-character classic with a frown, was about to say she didn't want to study but swallowed her words seeing her sister's excitement. At home, Fan Changyu unlocked the door. Changning, eager to be the first one in, pushed open the gate and started cheering. "Xian Xian is back." The Saker falcon, which had flown all day and returned at dusk, found not a bowl of meat scraps as a reward, but a cold, hard lock on the door. It poked its head out of the broken bamboo basket, a few fine feathers sticking up, as it saw the 3 who had finally returned. Changning rushed over and hugged the falcon's neck, her face red with excitement. Brother-in-law didn't lie to Ning. Xian came back. Fan Changyu was quite surprised too, having thought Yin Zheng was just comforting the child that day. She looked at Yin Zheng. "Are you that skilled at training birds?" Yin Zheng calmly deflected. "Is it possible you've been feeding it too well?" Fan Changyu's almond-shaped eyes widened. "Can it be like that?" She turned to look at the Saker falcon. Though being hugged and petted by Changning, its beady eyes were fixed on Fan Changyu, as if asking when dinner would be served. Fan Changyu, skeptical, went to the main room. The falcon pecked at the ground a bit, then followed her leisurely, and then stood guard by the large bowl where its meat scraps were usually placed. Yin Zheng observed this scene, and as he turned away, the corners of his mouth curved up almost imperceptibly. Fan Changyu resigned herself to going to the kitchen to find a piece of meat, chopping it up, and putting it in the bowl for the Saker falcon. Then she went to rent a cart from the town's carriage service to deliver the cured meat to the chubby shopkeeper. The chubby shopkeeper was well informed. Learning that Fan Changyu had rented a shop at Yixiang building to sell braised meat, he smiled and asked, "This cured meat is also from Madame Fan's family. This old one intends to use the Fan's brand to sell this cured meat as well. What does Madame Fan think?" After hearing Yin Zheng's explanations of various intricacies, Fan Changyu had become more astute. She said, "That's fine, but if you sell it at a higher price than before, you can't show me false accounts." The chubby shopkeeper hurriedly assured her he wouldn't. Since Fan Changyu and the chubby shopkeeper were splitting the profits, as long as he didn't sell at a low price, she wouldn't lose out. So she didn't say more. On her way back, she encountered a troop of soldiers. Fan Changyu recognized the leader as the commander who had helped her family through the assassination attempt. He was mounted on a tall horse, and below him, the soldiers were escorting more than a dozen bound men. Judging by their attire, those bound were also soldiers, but their uniforms were different from those of this troop. Fan Changyu looked carefully and realized they were the soldiers she and Yin Zheng had seen collecting grain taxes at noon. Many common people watching from the fields along the road cheered and applauded. Our Jizhou has a great, upright official. Minister, he is truly a good official who sees the suffering of us common people. Fan Changyu recalled what Yin Zheng had said at noon, and seeing these bound tax-collecting soldiers being taken away, she couldn't help but feel happy. Back home, she told Yin Zheng about what she had seen on the road. Yin Zheng's eyes paused for a moment, and then his long fingers turned to the next page of the book. Continue your studies. Tomorrow night at this time, I'll test you on the Shui Air chapter. Fan Changyu's neck shrunk, and like Chong Ning, she frowned as she went to study. She truly wanted to study seriously, but she couldn't help but get a headache looking at all the classical expressions. She could only force herself to read. The window wasn't closed, and the cold wind occasionally gusted in, making them shiver, which kept the Fan sisters from dozing off while reading. Yin Zheng seemed impervious to the cold. He paced to the window, holding a scroll behind his back, gazing into the distant night sky. His long hair and robes fluttered in the wind, his eyes dark and deep. He Jingyuan openly arresting Wei Xian's men meant he wasn't planning to give Wei Xian a face. Given Wei Xian's vengeful nature, he would surely lash out at He Jingyuan before Wei Yan's transfer order arrived. It was time for his people to make their move as well. Chapter 42. The snow had just cleared, and fine bamboo curtains hung from the eaves of the Jizufu government office to block the wind. Through the gaps, one could faintly see 2 or 3 branches of winter plum blossoms budding in the courtyard. Muffled voices of conversation drifted from the hall. On the steps of the corridor, guards in armor stood in a row like geese, their faces stern. Suddenly, the sound of weapons clashing came from outside the main gate. Who dares to intrude upon the Jizufu office? Hearing the sounds of fighting outside, some of the inner courtyard guards remained to strictly guard the meeting hall, while others rushed to the gate with swords and halberds to provide support. However, the intruders were also a squad of armored guards carrying spears and halberds. A Jizufu soldier was sent flying by a kick from the leading general in scale armor. He raised his eyes, full of anger. He Jingyuan, get your ass out here. The Jizufu officials who came out of the meeting hall upon hearing the commotion all showed strange expressions when they saw him. Only Zheng Wenchang immediately shouted, "How dare you directly call out the prefect's name?" Wei Xian sneered, not taking him seriously at all. As he approached the meeting hall with his sword drawn, Zheng Wenchang had also unsheathed 3 inches of his blade. Just as the two were about to cross swords, a steady, deep voice came from inside the hall. "Wenchang, stand down." Zheng Wenchang glanced back, sheathing his sword, but still glared at Wei Xian. Wei Xian's lips curled into a sneer. He swung his sword directly at Zheng Wenchang, who hastily dodged. The surrounding civil officials cried out in alarm and scattered in disarray at this sight. Did the young master come here just to harass the officials under my command? The voice of He Jingyuan, seated calmly in the place of honor, came at an opportune moment. Looking at the man below, disappointment showed in his eyes. It was true that Wei Yan held absolute power in court, but it was under his rule these past 10 years that the entire post-war Great Yin dynasty had been able to recuperate. Though naturally suspicious, he was also extremely good at using people. How had the son of Wei Yan turned out to be such a reckless, vainglorious fool? Seeing that look in his eyes, Wei Xian's anger grew even fiercer. Like a snarling hyena baring its fangs, he pointed his sword at Zheng Wenchang and said, "One of your running dogs dares to bark at this general. Or is it that you, He Jingyuan, no longer take the Wei family seriously?" He Jingyuan replied, "The Prime Minister has shown me great kindness. I am guarding Jizhou on his orders. How could I not take the Wei family seriously?" He slowly raised his eyes and continued, "Or, does the young master mean that I do not take him seriously?" These words provoked Wei Xian's rage to boil over. With a ferocious expression, he shouted, "You have some nerve. Men, throw him in the dungeon." As his armored guards moved to advance, Zheng Wenchang and the other military officers all drew their swords to block the way. In an instant, both sides were poised for battle. He Jingyuan's voice remained calm. "I am a third-rank official of the court. Even if the young master wishes to imprison me, he must present an imperial edict." Wei Xian sneered. "With war imminent, you are obstructing military affairs. This charge alone is enough for this general to execute you first and report later." He Jingyuan asked, "What military affairs have I obstructed?" Wei Xian angrily pointed outside. "Our soldiers in Huizhou are shedding blood on the front lines, facing a critical shortage of supplies. We requested grain from Tai and Ji provinces, but not only did you disobey military orders, but you even bound the officers I sent to requisition grain." He Jingyuan, "Do you wish for Huizhou to fall to the rebels as well?" He Jingyuan simply said, "The young master's defeats should not be borne by the common people. If Huizhou only defends for now, it can certainly hold out until supplies arrive from the court. The young master's urgency to requisition grain is nothing more than wanting to quickly launch another attack on Changzhou. Does the young master not care about the lives of the people in both prefectures?" Wei Xian shouted harshly. "How could it be impossible to requisition grain? It's nothing more than those lowly commoners refusing to hand over their food. Didn't Taizhou also claim they couldn't produce any grain at first? In the end, didn't they still come up with 100,000 sure?" At the mention of Taizhou, He Jingyuan's face showed deep pain as he rebuked, beating people to death and stealing next year's seed grain for military supplies. "Is this what the young master calls requisitioning?" Wei Xian said coldly, "As long as we defeat the rebels, the entire Northwest can recuperate. What's wrong with a moment of suffering in exchange for long-term benefits?" He Jingyuan asked him, "Does the young master know how many lives in Tai and Ji prefectures will be lost for what you call a moment of suffering? When news reaches the capital, how many scholars and officials will condemn the prime minister?" Wei Xian's face twisted. Once the rebels are eliminated, what do those things matter? Now that the rebels know Huizhou's supply lines are cut, they won't be able to engage Changzhou again in the short term and will let their guard down. If this general can quickly dispatch troops, we can catch them by surprise. With military achievements, all those voices will be silenced. He Jingyuan sighed heavily. "Young master, please heed this official's advice. This world belongs to the people of Great Yin. We have not yet reached the point of no return. Do not push the common people to this extent and alienate them." Wei Xian merely snorted coldly. "Womanly mercy," he said viciously. "If you continue to obstruct me, this general will exercise his authority as military commissioner and strip you of your official seal." He Jingyuan stared at him for a moment, then raised his hand to remove the official hat from his head. "Then let the young master take back this official seal." Led by Zheng Wenchang, the group of officials hurriedly cried out, "My lord, you must not." Wei Xian had always been obstinate and unable to tolerate provocation. He immediately laughed coldly. Court officials all say Yin Zheng was the pillar of the Northwest. Without him, isn't the entire Northwest still fine now? He Jingyuan, you think too highly of yourself if you believe this general wouldn't dare to take your seal. He stepped forward and took the great seal of the Jizhou governor from the desk, holding it high. Looking at He Jingyuan provocatively, he ordered the Jizufu officials, "Go and requisition grain for this general immediately. If I don't see 100,000 sure of grain by noon tomorrow, bring me your heads." The officials below looked at each other, all with difficult expressions. He Jingyuan, seated in the place of honor, closed his eyes heavily. When news of another round of grain requisition reached Linen Town, the townspeople all cried out in distress. Fan Changyu didn't know the reason behind it. When she went to the county to deliver meat to the chubby shopkeeper in Yixiang restaurant, she learned that there had been a change of power in Jizufu. That righteous official surnamed he had been directly dismissed and placed under house arrest. Crowds of people from the main city of Jizhou had gone to protest in front of the Jizufu office, and over 100 had been thrown in jail. Under the harsh suppression of government troops, the people no longer dared to make trouble. However, the amount of grain the government was requisitioning from each household was truly astounding. Farmers had given up their seed grain, but it still wasn't enough to meet the military ration quota for a single family. The solution offered by the government troops was simple. If grain wasn't enough, then pay with money. What if they had no money? Whether they borrowed or robbed was not the government's concern. They only needed to keep applying pressure. Many farmers, at their wits' end, simply turned to banditry. The government troops were bullies who only preyed on the weak. They could act tough against unarmed common people, but when faced with mountain bandits, they avoided confrontation if possible. Unable to collect enough grain from farmers or scrape together much money, the troops began to extort money from merchants in towns and cities, going door to door. Each household had to pay based on the number of people, 1 tael of silver per person. Changyu's family would have to pay 3 taels. Everyone in town was in an uproar. Previously, when recruiting soldiers, 2 taels of silver could exempt 1 person. Now the cost of grain requisition was higher than recruiting soldiers. Especially for poor families with many children, this was pushing them to the brink. One family in town went and bought arsenic. In front of the government troops, they each drank a bowl mixed with water, declaring they had no money and no grain. If pushed further, they could only end it all by dying. Changyu now had a way to make money, so paying these 3 taels of silver wasn't a problem. But there were many families in town who, like her before, couldn't scrape together that much silver even if they emptied their homes. The people organized themselves to kneel for long periods in front of the county office, but the county magistrate never showed his face. Hearing more and more such news, Changyu felt her heart sinking. In the evening, cradling the Analects, she could no longer focus on reading. She turned to look at Yin Zheng and saw him writing annotations on the book pages, his expression calm, seemingly undisturbed by outside matters. She pursed her lips and said, "This wave of grain requisition by the government is simply not treating the people as human beings." Yin Zheng's brush tip did not pause as he said, "The government will not collect grain requisition money at 1 tael of silver per person." There was a barely perceptible coldness in his voice. Changyu didn't understand. How can they not? Aren't those government people going door to door demanding it? Yin Zheng finished annotating this section and set down his brush for the moment, saying, "Jizufu has 200,000 households and 800,000 people. At 1 tael of silver per person, the entire Jizufu could collect 800,000 taels of silver. During last year's autumn harvest, grain cost only 7 to 800 won per shur. Now with the war, the market value hasn't exceeded 1 tael of silver per shur. 800,000 taels of silver could buy at least 800,000 shur of grain. The front lines only need emergency supplies this time, not so much grain." As he spoke, a chilling coldness showed in his pitch-black eyes. Even if Wei Xian were as stupid as a pig, he wouldn't forcibly requisition 800,000 shur of grain from Jizhou. His urgency to requisition grain was nothing more than wanting to catch Changyu off guard while they were relaxed after the battle, hoping to turn the tables before Wei Yin could strip him of his military power. To hold out until supplies arrived from the court, 200,000 shur of grain would be enough. They had already collected 100,000 shur from Taizhou. Jizufu only needed to requisition another 100,000 shur. Forcibly requisitioning 800,000. How was this any different from outright plunder? Pushing the people to the extreme, they might directly revolt and defect to the rebel king in neighboring Changzhou. After hearing him calculate this, Changyu also felt the government's method of grain requisition was too absurd. But she was still confused. But this money is indeed being demanded by government troops in person. Surely those troops don't dare to deliberately collect extra? Yin Zheng said. The troops may not dare, but those above them might. Corruption had long been commonplace in the court. For example, when the Ministry of Works repaired roads and built canals, or when disaster relief funds were allocated from the national treasury, they would be embezzled layer by officials big and small. In the end, only a few bits of silver went toward the intended purpose. It was the same with taxes. The tax rate set by the court was ironclad, and lower officials didn't dare to skim from it. If they wanted to line their own pockets, they could only levy various commercial and grain taxes at higher rates from the common people. Changyu wasn't stupid. Hearing his explanation, she immediately clenched her fists and said, "You mean it's very likely the county magistrate, or even higher-ranking officials, who are extorting money from the people? Yin Zheng said. We'll know by looking at how much military grain other countries are collecting. Fan Changyu said. When I go to the county town to deliver goods tomorrow, I'll see if I can run into people from other counties. If I do, I'll ask them. If other counties weren't collecting this much, then it must be the Qingping County Magistrate embezzling funds. Yin Zheng nodded without speaking. Fan Changyu was already yawning, but he picked up his brush again, seeming to want to continue annotating the book. Looking at his cold profile in the candlelight, Fan Changyu couldn't help saying, "Don't write too late, it'll hurt your eyes. You can continue tomorrow." Yin Zheng made a sound of acknowledgement, but didn't stop writing. He had originally thought He Jingyuan could keep Wei Xian in check, but unexpectedly, He Jingyuan had been restrained by Wei Xian. Pondering the reasons, a hint of mockery appeared in his ice-cold black eyes. The 200,000 share of rice bought by Zhao Sun had already been taken over by his people. He Jingyuan's men couldn't find any trace of it. Suspecting it was his handiwork, they deliberately allowed Wei Xian to act this way, trying to force him to reveal himself. So much for the great Confucian general who claimed to love the people as his children. News of his death in battle had spread for so long, and the entire Northwest had fallen into chaos. At this critical juncture, they absolutely couldn't let the Northern Yu people exploit the situation. He had to go back. As his brush tip wrote down righteous and upright characters, from the corner of his eye he caught her shadow falling on the desk. He spoke coolly. "What do you want for your birthday this month?" Fan Changyu made a sound of surprise, then realized the meaning of his words and said, "I appreciate your kind intentions, but my parents passed away just before the new year. I won't be celebrating my birthday this year." Yin Zheng's brush paused slightly as he said, "Just make one wish. Consider it a birthday gift for the future." Fan Changyu said, "Why does that sound strange? Future birthday gifts can be given in the future. Why now?" Her words trailed off as she looked at the dense annotations he was making on the book pages. The smile faded from her face. "You're leaving, aren't you?" Chapter 43. Xie Zheng didn't directly answer her. After finishing the last annotation on the book's flyleaf, he set down his brush and said, "I've made annotations for all the difficult parts of these books. You should be able to understand them on your own now." Fan Changyu understood his meaning immediately. He had promised to teach her to read, but it seemed he couldn't fulfill that promise. Instead, he had annotated all the books and left them for her. For a moment, she felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. However, they weren't related by blood or marriage. Their fake marriage was a mutual agreement, and they owed each other nothing. Besides, during this time, he had helped her considerably. Fan Changyu suppressed the unusual feeling in her heart and said, "I don't need anything else. I have everything I need now. The pork shop is thriving. The braised meat has made a name for itself, providing a stable income. Come spring, I can even raise pigs in the countryside." As she spoke of her plans, she remembered that Xie Zheng was about to leave, and he probably couldn't be involved in pig farming anymore. She couldn't help but look at him and found that he seemed to be listening attentively to her, his expression calm and gentle. Suddenly, an indescribable sadness welled up in her heart. She thought that perhaps it was because they had supported each other through the most difficult times, so hearing him say he was leaving made her feel unaccustomed all at once. She said, "I'll go to the money house tomorrow to exchange the silver you left with me for banknotes. It'll be more convenient for you to carry when you leave." Xie Zheng's handsome brows furrowed as he said, "What I've given you is yours." Fan Changyu replied, "You'll have many expenses while traveling, especially since you're planning to rebuild the escort agency. How do you expect to manage without money? Besides, I can't accept such a large sum without having done anything to earn it. It doesn't sit right with me." 40 taels of silver was no small amount. It was one thing for him to leave it with her temporarily, but to leave it behind when he was gone was too much for Fan Changyu to accept in good conscience. Adding the 6 taels they had split after selling braised meat at Yixiang Tower yesterday to the 40 taels he had left with her, it totaled 46 taels of silver. Fan Changyu planned to add 4 more taels to make it an even 50, exchange it all for banknotes, and give it to him. She would also give him some copper coins for carriage rides or meals on the road. This way, she wouldn't feel indebted to him. Xie Zheng's lips tightened slightly as he looked at her and said, "Wasn't it candy money?" Fan Changyu met his gaze, her eyes clear and without a trace of impurity. When you come back, if you still want to eat candy, I'll buy it for you then. She smiled, half teasing, half earnest. Otherwise, what if you meet a girl out there and want her to buy you candy, but you have no money? Xie Zhang's lips tightened even more, and the gentleness in his demeanor disappeared completely. Fan Changyu seemed oblivious and yawned, saying, "It's late. We should rest early." Even after Fan Changyu had returned to her room, Xie Zhang remained seated at the table. After a long while, he closed his eyes. Except for her, no one else would buy him candy anymore. He wasn't sure if he would have the chance to return from this journey, and some words couldn't be spoken. He Jingyuan had traced the 200,000 stones of grain to Zhao Sun, who had handed the grain over to his old subordinates. He Jingyuan hadn't found concrete evidence, but following the clues, he could guess something. Given Wei Xian's reckless actions and He Jingyuan's capabilities in Jizhou Prefecture, it wouldn't have been difficult for he to restrain Wei Xian. But he hadn't, presumably because he wanted to use the suffering of the common people to force him to reveal himself with the 200,000 stones of grain. The suffering of the people and the public's condemnation meant nothing to the Wei faction compared to his life. After all, when the Wei faction wanted to eliminate him before, they had their spy planted by his side to falsely report military intelligence. The 8,000 soldiers who followed him to the battlefield all became sacrificial pawns on the Changzhou battlefield. Until this blood debt was repaid, and the Wei Yin father and son saw his corpse, how could they sleep soundly? He couldn't give her a promise that he would return. She seemed carefree, but she was a person of strong principles. She wouldn't have any unclear entanglements with him, which was why she insisted on not accepting his money. Owing nothing to each other meant they wouldn't think of each other. He thought, if that's how it is, so be it. What's so special about a butcher's daughter anyway? As he walked towards his room, passing under the eaves, snowflakes fell on his brow. The chill of the melting snow seeped into his bones, eroding the last bit of pride in his heart. His hand lightly pressed against the wooden door, but he couldn't bring himself to push it open. He lowered his head and closed his eyes tightly, hiding his vulnerability at that moment. How could she not be special? She was good in every way. The courtyard was deep, with snow covering the bamboo branches. Zhao Sun walked quickly across the snow-covered courtyard and entered the warm pavilion. The room was brightly lit with candles. Behind the crescent-shaped carved and hollowed-out moon gate stood a pair of gilded Xieji incense burners. Wisps of smoke were slowly rising from the hollowed-out tops of the burners. Further inside, in front of a soft couch, hung a golden gauze curtain, obscuring the appearance of the man on the couch. However, the hem of his robe that fell to the floor was intricately woven with gold thread and embroidery, extremely luxurious. Zhao Sun didn't dare to look too closely. He bowed his head respectfully and said, "Master, as you instructed, Wei Xian's forced grain requisition has been widely publicized in the capital. Now all the scholars are denouncing the Wei faction, and Grand Tutor Li has openly challenged Wei Yin in court." On the couch was placed a low table with teacups. The man picked up a cup, his fingers long but excessively pale, thin as if they were just bones. He laughed. "Well done." He then asked, "How about the Marquis of Wuhan?" Zhao Sun thought of his recent meeting with Xie Zhang, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his temples. He steeled himself and said, "The Marquis of Wuhan instructed this subordinate to inform He Jingyuan about Wei Xian's cross-border grain requisition. It seems he wants He Jingyuan to stop Wei Xian from requisitioning grain." The person behind the gauze curtain chuckled softly, unclear whether it was in mockery or genuine amusement. To think that such a treacherous villain as Wei Yin would raise a nephew who cares about the people's suffering? He took a sip of tea and set down the cup. No wonder Wei Yin is so wary of him. Using the grain purchase as a cover, he discovered more than 10 of your contact points in Tai and Ji prefectures and deliberately left clues for He Jingyuan during the delivery. It's quite a grand gift in return to the Marquis of Wuhan. After all, if Jizhou Prefecture fails to continue causing a scandal with grain requisition, the stage we've set up in the capital will have no one to perform on it. Zhao Sun expressed some concern. If the Marquis of Wuhan discovers that we left a trail for He Jingyuan, the person behind the gauze curtain dismissed the concern. What is there to fear? It's not as if we forced Wei Xian to requisition grain at Sword Point. We can watch Wei Yan's two former blades perform on the same stage, making the Wei faction lose more public support. What's not to enjoy? Besides, I'm helping the Marquis of Wuhan in a way. The more the common people resent the Wei faction, the more public support he'll gain when he steps forward to reclaim the Northwest later, won't he? Zhao Sun praised, Master is wise. Then, after some consideration, he continued, The Marquis of Wuhan wishes to meet with you in person. What are your thoughts on this? He didn't dare repeat a word of Xie Zhang's arrogant statements from that day to the person before him. The man behind the gauze curtain pondered for a moment before saying, It's not the right time yet. Let him and Wei Yin fight like a snipe and a clam. It would be best if they both end up severely wounded. Zhao Sun sensed that he only intended to use Xie Zhang and hesitantly said, The Marquis of Wuhan is, after all, General Xie's orphaned son. The man's eyes suddenly turned cold. A wolf cub raised by Wei Yin himself is unlikely to be a pure and kind-hearted creature. It's more secure to hold military power in one's own hands than to place it in the hands of others. Despite the freezing weather, cold sweat broke out on Zhao Sun's back. He bowed and said, This subordinate understands. The lights that remained burning late into the night were not only in this place, but also in the He Mansion. Outside the He Mansion, dozens of soldiers under Wei Xian's command surrounded the gates, preventing the household members from leaving easily. Even the side gates and courtyard walls were patrolled by soldiers. In the darkness of night, arrows whistled through the air like a sudden rain, shooting towards the soldiers at the front gate. The troops at the gate instantly fell into chaos, scrambling for cover. We're under attack. Quickly report to the general. Charge. A squad of Jizhou garrison troops, armed with swords and halberds, emerged from the darkness, catching the panicked Wei Mansion soldiers off guard. They quickly gained the upper hand. The leader of the Jizhou garrison troops was none other than Zheng Wenchang. He raised his broadsword high and shouted, Follow me in to rescue the Lord. As one of He Jingyuan's chief commanders, he was very familiar with the layout of the He Mansion and quickly led his men to the study. He Jingyuan was seated behind his desk with a bamboo scroll spread out before him as if he had been reading by candlelight. Seeing Zheng Wenchang and his men burst in with drawn swords, his expression changed slightly. Why have you come? Zheng Wenchang knelt on one knee and clasped his fist in salute. This subordinate has brought men to help my lord escape. Wei Xian's actions are truly outrageous. My lord should write a letter to the capital informing the prime minister. Let's see how long Wei Xian can continue to be so arrogant. Hearing his purpose, He Jingyuan furrowed his brow and let out a long sigh. How foolish. Zheng Wenchang looked confused. What does my lord mean by this? But He Jingyuan said no more. After pacing back and forth in the study for a while, he ordered, Take your men and leave first. Zheng Wenchang was stunned. But what about you, my lord? He Jingyuan said, Wei Xian dares not do anything to me. I have my reasons for acting this way. You all go back and await orders. Zheng Wenchang and the other military officers looked at each other in bewilderment, but out of respect and obedience to He Jingyuan, they still clasped their fists and said, We obey your command. As they were about to leave, He Jingyuan hesitated for a moment before adding, If you see Wei Xian's soldiers oppressing innocent civilians while requisitioning grain, intervene a little, but don't cause any deaths. Hearing this, the military officers were puzzled but still clasped their fists and accepted the order. Only Zheng Wenchang, the last to leave, couldn't help but ask at the door, My lord, why do you fear Wei Xian? He Jingyuan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the plaque above his desk that read, Virtue is fragrant, and sighed. It's not fear of him. Don't ask more, just do as I say. Zheng Wenchang could only withdraw with a fist salute, his mind full of questions. He Jingyuan, however, kept staring at that plaque for a long time. It didn't matter if he was covered in sin. What mattered most was whether the people of Great Yin would have to struggle for survival amidst the flames of war in the future. When the emperor's anger is aroused, corpses number in the millions. In the end, it's always the common people who suffer most from the disputes of those in power. If the 200,000 stones of grain bought by that merchant surnamed Zhao were truly in that person's hands, this test would reveal whether he had inherited Wei Yan's ruthlessness and uncompromising pursuit of goals, or if he still cared for the common people. If it was the latter, perhaps it was time to tell him what he knew about the Battle of Jianzhou 16 years ago when he returned. If it was the former, He would take that secret with him to his grave. With only hatred and no compassion for the common people, knowing everything would only ignite more wars, bringing suffering to countless people.